really kill someone as well through that. It's so tough.
It's
Even
one of the
with
most infuriating spells in the game. Like, you're just sitting there, you're like, that's my last hit, and no, it's not. Like,
I mean, it's still better than the old Nyx mana burn with a fixed amount early game that burned like 260 mana. That was probably the most frustrating spell.
you just do it once and you win the lane for the middle player.
Yeah, that was tough.
So something that PA player should be happy is that he is going for the plus armor build.
Yeah.
Starting with the Ring of Crapula, we're going to see a Helm of Dominator most likely fall out next.
Ring of Crapula?
Is that what I said?
That sounded like it.
I mean, that's obviously audio mishaps. Ring of Aquila. And honestly, with just the 2 items alone, it gives you so much early game plus damage that your Coup de Grace is going to be doing the wreckage.
Yeah, I mean, he has 99 damage, and if you get up to level 11 quickly on PA, even your daggers crit really hard.
Yeah.
So that's a big point.
I really like what Boogie's doing. Like, even though Jerix is kind of running around the place, Boogie's like, no, I'm farming. I'm getting my level 6. Like, it's one of the most important level 6 heroes in the game.
They have a timing they're working on. I mean, getting level 6 quickly here on AA and also having the center ulti to work with.
Yeah, beautiful.
Maybe they will start turning up the heat right there and then, and it's going to be a lifesteal as well by PA. So Helm of Dominator, most likely to be the item of choice. Would not be happy to see a Masker Madness in this game. You would probably die very quickly. Oh, but this game is extremely
Center
even.
ulti.
Bottom lane, Stampede trying to get him out of there, but a clap prepped up, and Trixie might be dead. TP comes in a little bit slow, is looking for the double edge, and 1 kill immediately. Unfortunately, used both Dagger and Blink. Matumba Man looking to chase a little bit more. Again, the early game plus damage is there. Don't think you want to die further than this, though. There's a kind of a path to freedom here. Mag making out home, but here comes another Dagger and Blink Strike to follow things up.
He has a stun.
1 crit. Second crit not going to follow through.
This is deep commitment here from Matumba Man.
He should walk away from the magic missile range. That spell is like,
there's no mana for the double. He can stomp him though.
He'll blink in. Okay, never mind.
Oh, here comes Valix.
Meanwhile, ES gets solo killed by Brewmaster as well. They do bring down the ET, and a TP out is coming out from the Ogre. But the rotation's down to bottom lane. Now that they're here, they might just want to take a tower as well. Pressure a little bit, at least deal some damage.
Yeah.
They force the Ogre to TP back home, so they know he cannot come here.
They have the AA ulti as well to kind of secure the tower.
Yeah.
It was actually very important for Matumba Man to get that second kill on the bottom, because if you just TP to get 1 kill, that would not be worth it. Because he's also missing a ton of farm on top lane.
Yeah, true.
But he is giving it to the AA, though.
Yeah, and AA, I mean, he still knows. I'm not going to fall away from my supporting role, so he keeps pulling as well.
Yep.
As going there. And he's going to send the ulti to help farm for Jerax.
Hey, why not?
Yeah, why not? Don't
Echo
mind.
it.
Well, I mean, he's level 3.
Think about echoing it.
He probably is thinking about echoing it. He's going to stack it anyway.
He does have nearly 1,000 gold though, so he's not doing too badly. Just that passive regen.
I mean, yeah, surprised he's that rich, to be honest.
Does Boogie go for a Hand of Midas, or do you go straight for the Aghanim's?
Oh yeah, the Hand of Money is amazing on AA.
Yeah, I think so too.
I wouldn't mind seeing it at all.
If you see them early levels, that level 11 on AA is one of the most important level 11s, I think.
Yeah, Hani touched on it the other day when he cast. It's not about the ultimate upgrade with the Aghanims, although it's great, but if you get level 16 on AA, and obviously if the game drags out, your Hand of Money will get you the Aghanims as well. So
yeah, it helps you get the Aghanims, really does, for a support hero. And I mean, if you're close to finishing it, and then you realize that, oh shit, we need to fight now, we need to win a fight now, sell the Hand of Money, get your Aghanims upgrade,
It's
like a surprise.
Something that we never see in pro games.
Almost never see, which I'm a little bit sad, but you know, sometimes it's worth just for that value fight if you know that you have to defend your racks or else you're gonna lose them. In that kind of scenario, selling Hand of Money is pretty worth on AA. Obviously, 30% attack speed, not the most impressive.
We've seen so many different skill builds on Elder Titan. Like this one, he's gone for 3 in Spirit. Sometimes we see max Stomp.
Yeah.
What's the logic behind going 3 in Spirit in this game, Wagga?
Well, I wouldn't mind seeing him putting more points into Stomp. Oh, Boogie's gonna get out. I wouldn't mind seeing him put more points into Stomp, but maybe it's just that he doesn't want to get close and wants to throw out the long-range harass.
Yeah.
Boogie finally gets caught out here.
Recipe bot, though.
Yeah, it did juke for quite a while. And Brewmaster illusions are really scary, by the way. They will always crit you on the first hit as well. They get the normal effect from Drunken Brawler, and they hit pretty hard.
I think the Astro build is going to be for a little bit more of early game defense. Because if there's going to be a lot of pressure on
Yeah,
you,
deep push kind
yeah,
of
you
thing.
just give him the damage. That's kind of it, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Send that in and try to defend with a Mystic Snake or something like that.
Yeah.
Try and hold off the enemy from your towers. But 4SC are not really about pushing towers without killing you first. So the best possible fighting build is something I would love to see.
That's kind of what they always do, don't they? They don't really have any like
Yeah.
definite pushing heroes. They just go for the fighting.
Look at this lineup. What push is there? None. And that's going to be an issue, breaking high ground. Like trying to break high ground against Medusa and a maxed out Astro Spirit and
my
Collapse.
And Ignite.
Yeah.
A lot of people undervalue how good Ignite is
The
for
cast
defending.
range is so ridiculous.
Long cast range. It can multicast into Fog of War, which is crazy. So it's a really useful spell. VP.Polar was going hyper aggressive here into the enemy jungle. Not gonna use the split just yet.
Gotta be careful. Ooh, Fire Blast.
Yeah.
Being prepped up.
He could have split immediately against the ES and secured that kill, but he also didn't know what he's going into really.
The Tumberman thinking about blinking here. Another dagger. No crit on this one.
Oh, the A
Ice
ulti's
Blast.
gonna go for sure
He
here.
should go right now, but actually, he turns around. Ice Blast only grazes him. Here comes a Stampede, and that should be the kill.
Yeah.
Nice, nice.
That's a global power right there. He's getting so much help, Matumba Man, in getting that kill.
I'm really interested to see what items Phobos is going to get in Brewmaster. Like, does he go for the Aura build?
He's going for the Aura build. He's got the Vlad's
I think
working right
that's
now.
legit in this game.
That's what their strat is drafted around as well. When you pick Vengeful ET, you definitely want to
Medusa.
have the Vlad's AC as soon as possible and just click the enemy. Medusa, of course, with her ulti helps quite a lot as well if you can get that.
How much damage, like, if Medusa hits the Stone Gaze on someone, and they also have the Elder Titan passive on them,
I mean, they have 0 armor and they take buffed damage, so
Maximum
decent.
damage.
it's ridiculous. Like.
all the damage.
And then they have negative armor actually because of Venge as well.
Yeah.
Like, if they pull it off,
There are many lineups like that though, where if you pull it off, but the thing about the aura draft that they have is it's really simple. As long as you walk together and
Yeah.
all of you just use your stuff, you kind of will have that scenario. Obviously, stone gazing the enemy might be hard, but maybe you can force them to turn and run away.
does Stone Gaze work when their Elder Titan sleep from the Echo Stomp? So can you Echo Stomp and then stand in front of them and Stone Gaze?
Yeah, I believe it
Yeah.
actually does.
Yeah, that's right.
You can also combo it with Naga Siren.
Yeah, that's hilarious actually.
Pretty massive.
Something to be said is that 4AFC does have a fairly good lineup against the Aura because of the burst damage. I mean, if Centaur blinks in a Suns 3, Ice Blast to follow up, there goes your Aura, because you're dead.
True. That's really a strong point. Matumba Man is going for the identical build that RTC went for earlier as well, by the way.
Oh, hold on. We're going to see a little bit
the
of fight on the
wrap
bottom
around.
lane. They want Trixie. He's got Blink out. He buys it immediately before he dies. Fisher's going to try to help him out. Can he actually? No, Stampede's already over. And Jirak says, I did all I can for you. I'm out.
Oh,
Yeah, A ulti flying in, but a little bit too late. As he was so far across the map. I mean, he tried as soon as Trixie got initiated upon, but it just takes a while for it to travel there.
he doesn't mind though. He's got his Midas. He's
Yeah.
like, you guys do whatever.
4SC are stacking though, meanwhile, with a troll on the Ancients right now, so prepping it for PA to go then clean up. And he's very close now to finishing up something like a Manta style.
I think this might be a long one, Waga. This might be a long game.
It could be, it could be. I think VP.Polar are fine with that though.
Yeah, they definitely are.
4SC are very comfortable right now, and I think that's fine. But around 25 minutes in or something, they need to start doing something.
Oh, I think they'll start
Very
doing
far behind.
something now. Because Centaur just have the Blink. You're prepping it for the AI Splash. So I think whenever they see somebody just kind of idly farming in lane, you go for that.
They
We'll
should.
see.
They could go for Roshan.
Yeah, smoke and a Rocher. Maybe Centaur blink in and then
Yeah.
PA blink to him.
Exactly. They could do that from just a tier 1 tower on bottom. And Jerax is farming up still. He went for the mana boot, so he's 700 gold. Pretty far from his blink dagger, but still a very passive approach overall. Stacks being made on the Ancients. The game is extremely even, by the way. It's 500 gold advantage and pretty much dead even in experience after 17 minutes. Surprisingly even.
Some aggressive wards from Boogie.
Yeah.
Did they spot it?
They did not see him. He was smoked still.
Lil actually pinged them though. Pinged the ward spot, so you can see the ward being placed.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll
Could've
find
seen
out
it.
once the ancient camps does not spawn, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, Jerax on bottom lane being caught out here. There is a stun on the Ogre. He's
he's
trying to TP out. Not gonna work.
Oh, okay.
Fisher does not have the best duration. Not on level 3. 1.5 second. Not enough. If If it was a level 4 Fissure,
Actually,
I think he could have gone away.
didn't he block the Ogre out? So maybe if he fissured
just
and then
moved back.
walked a little bit more south
Yeah.
into the trees, maybe
To get
he'll-
out of vision, yeah.
Yeah, maybe he could have lived. PA is trying to kill off the stack, and
It looks like
there
they're
are so
actually-
many dragons. What is this dragon spawn?
I think they're gonna do the blink into Roshan thing.
Yeah, they could. Centaur is standing around and wants to do it.
What Matumba Man would do for a Battle Fury right now, like.
Yeah, obviously, in this instance, would have been really nice to have it. But if you go for a Battle Fury greedily, the enemy can go aggressive on you and punish you.
True.
And you're also kind of accepting that all I want to do in this game is farm up against VP.Polar, which I think is a mistake. Because he will want to fight with the Aegis and his next item.
Is he going for a Manta style here for the projectile stuns?
I think Saisi Yasha would be fine as well,
Sure.
but he could go for Manta for sure.
Just to get rid of the Brumis and Venge stun as well.
Yeah, it's decent. I think
Stampede's
either way.
already used. It looks like they're going to make a go on the bottom lane.
Trixie
No, it's a
again.
retreat Stampede. Trixie gets picked off. This is not what Trixie normally does. There's a PATP in, but she gets cycling up in the air.
It's not normally what he does, but it's also they're not engaging anyone else into this this early game. They
Yeah.
have the blink, they have a level 6, even level 9 now, and they still haven't made anything happen. Jarek's just cute place, blocking out Shirley Finette, but he will get that rune, that bounty, finally gets it.
He also has 2.5k gold.
I think if the game maintains this pace where 4AFC does not find any kills, they're really disadvantaged in winning this game.
Yeah.
Like, this lineup does not push. They have to find kills.
Yeah.
And they've taken one tier 1 tower, so they kind of have to play towards the Roshan advantage, get that Aegis now and start making something happen. They have the Basher available on PA, which is a great item to have. Now, if you blink in, very likely to get either a Basher or a crit. So we'll see.
What a war spot.
Yeah, the wards.
It dodges 2 sentries, and man.
I still feel bad for a sentry in the little canyon there. I mean, so lonely. Looks really sad.
I didn't even know you could put this.
Shirley Finette gonna find all the runes here. Takes a DD rune as well.
Scary
Boogie.
stuff.
They don't have Centaur ulti, but they do get away this time. And this DD siege by Medusa. Really early Demon Edge as well. He's respecting the blur from PA.
Just going straight MKB.
Yeah, definitely.
What do you think of Hex late game on Medusa?
I mean, Medusa is one of those heroes where every single item is good, but there's probably a better option, right?
Yeah, especially against Centaur, I guess.
You could make a point that Shivas is good on Medusa. You could say that Bloodstone is good on her, because she does benefit a lot from these items, but there's a better choice. I think this is sort of the same with Hex. Maybe if you're against Storm and Ember and you need to control them, like, or a Puck who's stomping everyone, you could just buy it out of spite, but
Oh, Valex.
this siege is something you have to respect here.
The chain stun is real.
I don't think they can bring him down though. Vladimir's is too strong on Brewmaster. He's not gonna even be forced to use his split here.
Yeah, I think when you overcommit against Brewmaster,
Oh,
that's...
Matumba Man going in, gets the
Looking
bash,
for the
gets the
crits.
crits.
All right,
Look at
2
the
crits in a
second.
row, and there's an ensnare TP back
Oh,
out.
God.
Ice Blast, Fissure, that's going to be yet another kill.
Hannah Roche,
and these
maybe.
kills are very important. Need to
Yeah.
get kills, need to get objectives. We're right next to the Roshan pit. So here we go.
It's huge.
VP.Polar splitting up a little bit too much there, getting punished really hard. This Aegis, along with 2 kills over to the enemy carry, is going to make it harder for Shirley Finette.
But still having a grand old time.
Yeah, he has a grand old time for sure, but your towers, your tier 1 towers that for ASC have not been able to push down,
Oh, Boogie.
looking in danger. Boogie as well, getting multicast here, and DK Phobos gonna give him the one hit finisher.
Look, it's done. Yeah.
Okay, go creeps. Give him a little bit of damage.
Creeps are doing it.
Actually not hitting for any damage. PA will pick up the Aegis, no surprise there. And the Aghanims is also up, almost up on Valak, so soon I think before AFC
I think
could-
that's their go time, definitely. It's like, okay, we have Aghanims. Let's just slow siege and harass them with the Viper ulti from a million miles away.
I think they could play in a more aggressive position so that, for example, Trixie could take the jungle right now.
Yeah.
I think 4ASC have found one of the strong points in this patch though, which is farming and ganking are really the 2 things that reward you the most in this patch. And that's what they always play towards, both those different key roles. I would love to see them gank a little bit more in this game, when they got the AA level 6, when they had the Blink Dagger on Centaur.
Yeah.
but at least their farming is definitely on par here. Falling behind a little bit to the Medusa, of course, but at this stage, the value you get out of the gold is worth more on your PA, I would say.
The problem is though, like, Medusa just finished MKB, and if you're gonna go fight now, like if this is your window with the Viper, all of a sudden your PA is just falling over. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, she can die really easy if there's an Ancestral Spirit and maybe a Wave of Terror.
Yeah.
And Medusa is close by, then look for the PA to just disappear. But she has Aegis. They did get the gank off, they did kill 2 of the enemy heroes and get Roshan. So maybe they just want to finish up one more item. It's pretty easy to fall into the trap.
Is that the one they're waiting for?
the Blink Dagger?
Jax is very close.
He's very, very close.
Well, it's very easy to fall into this trap, though, of just finishing up one more item and one more item and one more item. Suddenly, you have gone late game against the Medusa.
That's like playing WoW.
With an aura strat.
Like, let me level up one more time before going to bed, and then you're like, oh, it's 4 a.m.
Oh crap, Medusa has 4 rapiers. Like.
Exactly. I think you have to be scared of the lineup VP.Polar have, but the Finns taking a pretty slow approach, but gonna push down the easiest target of the top tier one.
At the same time, though, you can't overextend, because if you lose any teamfights, it's the same way. Like, it's over again.
Yeah. Well, the items are finished now. It's
Dota,
going to be the
what a game.
Aghanims on Valix. I mean, PA is just like, yep, I'm going to set in front. Actually, Medusa has no fear. Lincoln's going to get broken up.
That's huge, actually.
Yeah, they have easy ways to deal with Lincolns.
Yeah.
Both the Stifling and the Aghanims.
Oh, he's going in right now
God.
here. The crits are real, but Matumba Man's going to have to use the Aegis. Ice Blast, it's going to hit on 2. That's a big deal. Are we going to initiate with the Stone Gaze?
my God,
Yes, we
he has
are.
so much
VP.Polar doing the damage. Valix have to pop the mech, mostly for himself. But surely a Finette on the front line without any mana left. Is anybody going to focus on her? Yes, they will. They get the kill there, but
Very disoriented fight here. Pretty late Brewmaster split going off as well, forcing back the PA who has no Aegis. And Viper seems to be a sacrificial lamb here. She could go in again, but
PA
she's so low, she goes.
yeah, it's gonna re-engage. The big crit's gonna come out, gonna get the kill. Matumba Man
again?
needs to lifesteal, but the crit returned from DK Phobos.
Yeah.
So they went really hard, and they fought under tower through Stone Gaze and Brewmaster split, but that was a VP.Polar victory, taking out PA twice in that fight.
It's the downside, right? When you draft these type of heroes, you have not a single hero that can siege a tower easily.
Yeah.
You kind of have to go YOLO, and that's what they did. Sadly, Vengeful, Little Hardy was waiting just ready there with his swap over on Medusa.
Even though she swapped, Illidan went straight back in and died again. Like he.
Well, he just went in and did his part, whereas if he did not get swapped, I think he was in a very big risk of getting bashed or crit, in which case they could lose the fight immediately, so the swap was necessary, and then he repositioned as needed. Dual Scepter over on the Elder Titan right now. He is finding some items, FNG, in this game.
It's really good against Centaur as well, just to stop the initiation, stop the retreat.
Yeah, or even if you're ganking him, you can lock him in place.
Yeah. It dispels Centaur ulti.
Oh, A ulti went down bottom and Trixie could not find a kill. They haven't gotten a single gank off with... oh, they actually got one off with the A ulti.
That's it, though.
But that's in 26 minutes,
Yep.
and very, very early level 6 on AA.
Yeah.
This is very reminiscent to the game where 4FC got Slark against EG, and they didn't do anything. Not because they weren't looking for the kills, it's just that EG was very disciplined to not give any away, and VP.Polar are doing similar.
I would say 4SC are not looking for the kills very aggressively in this game, though, compared to the EG game.
That's true. They're not smoking the enemy jungle, they're kind of dilly-dallying. I mean, PA is farming okay.
That's BKB.
When you pick dual supports like AA, though, he's a very kind of passive support in his own way. Like, yeah, sure, he can ulti across the map, but he doesn't get up and going until level 6.
DK Phobos should be happy that there's no Observer Ward over there, because he walked by 2 Sentry Wards, but there was no Obs, so he's still not detected. Oh, they're gonna run it straight into each other here.
Oh god. If he stops the blink, okay, he's going straight for Boogie at the back. Oh my god. The Aghanims clap.
Yep. Meanwhile, the Brewmaster split is going to get 1 kill,
Oh,
but
this is amazing by DK Phobos. He's gonna kill the ES as well. The
Look
rest
at
of the team running in.
how much damage that the Brewmaster splits are doing to the support. Stampede is going to be used as a retreat, but Valix is going to be a little bit slow. His entire team ditches him. Valix is going to be dead as well. Triple kill is going to be coming for Polar. Valix trying to fight his way out of there, but Not
Yeah.
for long. Shirley Finette picks up a double.
And they only used the Brewmaster split. I mean, one Invis rune, walking in backlines and realizing, hey, here's an ES and an AA. I could punish these guys. And beautiful play by DK Phobos. Also Shirley Finette securing the kill over on ES there. Beautiful. So I think 4ASC are now in a terrible, terrible spot.
The pressure is like definitely mounting.
Yeah, but it's their own fault though, because they never turned up the heat. 28 minutes in, they never exploded. Lumi, you expected them to go even sooner than
Yeah,
I did?
I thought when the blink came up, they had to go then.
Yeah.
And they had the tools to do so. The blink centaur, the AI splash to follow things up, but there was not any.
There's no coordination at all.
Yeah. Also, when you pick a Phantom Assassin, you go for those mid-game bursty crits, the blink strike to chase. We haven't seen too much of that either.
We saw it once around the Roshan pit, but it was
Oh,
only...
he's going to go in
Matumba.
right now. Okay, the swap's going to be there. BKB used. One kill. This is what I'm talking about. You go for those plays, you go for those kills, and there's
Yeah.
that tier 2.
I mean, this is how they push towers. They need to
Right.
go aggressively, kill someone, or force them to back out and then push. They are going to try and defend here. Earth Splitter being used. Oh, so close to landing there.
Oh, they want to re-engage. At least Trixie does. He blinks back in. The Yule Scepter immediately. Oh, he runs in barely out of the range of the Ice Blast.
Oh,
So
yes,
deep.
the stun! He gets the stun off, and they actually kill him. Meanwhile, they killed on mid lane the Ancient Apparition as well with the Brewmaster split. But smoke down to bottom lane. The heat is definitely turning up.
Trixie, he's going to take a ton of right-click damage. Jurek's going to have the Fissure. Blink Echo, he's going to go for the support, but they're very, very tanky. Shirley Finette is being ignored, and Shirley Finette is not ignoring anybody because he's
He
right-clicking.
doesn't have a TP scroll though.
Well, Valix trying to
Well,
orb
he's
block
not
his-
going anywhere. He's just going.
He's going straight.
Standing
I
next
have
to
one
Not enough
mode.
mana to stun.
He's going for a tier 1 tower, man. He doesn't care about all these low HP supports. He can just fight through them. Viper does not give a damn.
Oh, he nearly has his battlefield or butterfly now as well. Holy crap!
Butterfly is going to be such a high value item. I mean, accompany that with the Drunken Haze as well, which is maxed out by now.
Yeah.
And the auras that they have that give both defensive and offensive abilities. This
Dear
is
God.
a beautiful spot for VP.Polar.
I love his choice to go MKB second. I think a lot of players would have just gone for, oh, Link gets Manta, the standard thing,
Yes.
but the MKB just says, PA, you can't even try to fight me.
Did you see the amount of damage they did to PA when she dived the tower?
Yeah.
Like, usually PA can go that aggressive at this stage of the game, but because of that item choice, he just got completely shut down.
That's really true, and the efficiency now is going to be real when you have this much damage output from a Medusa. She can clear the farm so quickly. And everyone else in VP.Polar also realizing, hey guys, we're heading to a late game, let's keep farming.
Did you see Phobos' items? He has nearly finished AC.
Yeah.
Holy crap! When they finish that, what, like PA, they'll laugh at her. They'll
He is
literally laugh at her.
extremely close right now.
I like the choice to actually make a pit stop at Aghanims, because a lot of players just like, all right,
A lot
double
of
the
people don't
auras.
value it. They don't value it that
Well,
high.
mid lane DK Phobo, can you burst him down? The invasion's doing a lot. The Ice Blast is going to hit on Little Hardy, tanking the gank.
That is the epitome of a gank tank right
Yeah.
there. Standing around like, oh, you're about to die? Well, I guess I don't want to play Dota, so I'll just take it for you.
This
Hey,
is where
man.
I come in.
Venge is the best gank tank, because even when he dies, he gives the aura. He's like,
True. Negative aura over on the PA ramp. Oh, actually not the PA.
on the AA. Oh, looks like they're going to re-engage. No BKB this time, and Matumba Man needs to get out of there. Stampede. There's a Yules on the Shaker. Can he blink back out as well? No, he just runs back out.
Oh my
and the
God,
right click,
the
look at the
damage.
aura damage. Jurax melts in like 3-4 hits. Shirley Finette leading the charge. Meanwhile, the support, Boogie gets melted, and this is where the Aghanims on the PA, or on the Panda doing so
they
much.
killing
Valix
Valix as well?
Oh, actually.
Almost.
Okay, Viper Strike
my
being
God.
thrown out, but the MKB crits.
Surely Finette is unstoppable. Like,
Yeah, I mean, he's just walking down the mid lane right now.
Yeah.
And yes, the Brewmaster Aghanims is amazing as long as the enemy team does not have mass BKBs. That's pretty much the only weakness of the item. But realizing ES and AA are never getting any BKBs, you can just bully those two heroes. And that's what he's doing.
what the 4 anchors do? I don't
I mean, if you cannot win the fights and all you draft for is to win fights, you will lose.
yeah.
I think they need some miraculous,
goes.
like, Trixie stun into Ice Blast, into Creep.
They did buy back. They're trying to.
Buyback, but range Rax is gone, and Trixie on the back line getting
my
zoned
God.
out. He cannot
Can they
initiate.
swap him?
Is there going to be offensive swap? He blinks back out, but looks like it's going to be somebody else that gets initiated. Jurax, the big Earthshaker play
my
without we
God, the
expected.
MKB
Not going
is
to be there.
there crushing
BKB
him.
dies under the MKB True Strikes.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this is definitely looking like VP.Polar are in shape to just take this series here, or this best of one. And it's an important one as well.
Yeah.
Pushing down, they already took the racks on mid lane. Do they want to keep going for more, or are they going to back out? Still no buyback, but they probably know Roshan must have spawned by now. Let's go for it.
Illidan has enough money to buy a full another item now as well. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think it even
Oh, look.
matters what item he gets.
The enemy stacked for us? How pleasant.
Casual, like 500-600 gold.
Does he just... Okay, he's going for a Scotty. The safe bet. I was like,
Sure.
YOLO Rapier time.
Oh, Valix is maybe going to get caught out here as well.
He's dead. Oh, Trixie's gonna come in, immediately get Cyclone. And Valix, the right clicks from this MKB second choice item from Shirley Finette.
It was amazing.
Literally
Yeah.
game winning.
And they also have the correct lineup to play around a Medusa. Want to point out, when you have something like Vengeful, you have your Ogre to buff it up. You can even positionally swap your Dusa.
Right.
Like, Dusa is not a hero that functions in every single draft, but FNG has crafted something that works really well with
Ice
Medusa.
Blast, that's an Aghanim Ice Blast. Little Hardy's gonna
Oh,
actually
Hardy,
die.
you're dead.
Roshan, yeah,
Died to
helping
Roshan?
out a little bit.
He's like, I'm going to help as much as I can before I
Fisher's
die.
gonna come in to delay things a little. Juraxen is gonna make him play. Nothing here. Little's actually dead. Gives the aura to the AA.
Could he have attacked Roshan and denied himself to Roshan with the AA blast? I'm pretty sure he might have been able to.
I mean, even if Roshan kills you there, yeah, maybe he could have tried to suicide at least.
Yeah.
But backing off and just finding a grave in the river, I guess that works too.
A nice warm patch of water.
Yeah. This Brewmaster has been such a beast. We haven't really sung the, the
Phobos
glory
song.
of DK Phobos, but he's 10-0-5. What a dominating performance from him in this game.
I think that had a lot to do with his skill choices early game. Like level 1 Drunken Haze, actually, he beat Viper 1v1 middle with very little support. And actually, Jerex on the Earthshaker rotated to support him as well.
Yeah, but it's solid play. Like, most players would put a point into Drunken Ace against the Viper, but he just played very, very solid throughout the entire game, finding kills where he should and being on spot. And every single time he had his ulti ready, it seemed like he was looking aggressively for kills, either with Invis Rune or smoking up. So,
Oh
a lot
god,
of
this
credit
is
over to
scary
him.
stuff.
Yeah, this is... I mean, the next push is a push that you cannot deter. You cannot go all Jerex.
Just
He
really
doesn't
cheeky
care.
stuff.
He's like,
Yeah.
what was
Yeah.
that thing that passed by me? Whatever.
I mean, I think if for 4FC, you have to fight from the side. You can't fight them heads on.
Oh, it's the value plate mail over on PA, realizing that I don't have any armor in the team fights. I have 16 base armor, but all of that is gone, and then Vengeful house me, and I'm down to minus armor.
Can Illidan win the game on his own? Like, could he just push this lane on his own and win the game with Aegis?
I mean, if no one else was there, he would just get controlled and die, so definitely not. It's a team game.
You don't
A
think
team
so?
game.
I don't think they can kill him.
Oh, Jerax, as he's seen on the right side, he's hiding in the trees. He has to blink out. And the Spirits is following him. Meanwhile, they're going to engage on Shirley Finette, a little bit isolated. Here comes the Brewmaster. The ultimate is doing so much work. Valix is going to get multicast as well, beyond godlike. And Shirley Finette, well, he's winning the game without his team because he's just right-clicking on racks. His team is doing so much work already. They still disable a ton of hero. Jerax on the right side, he's seen as well. Everybody's zoned out, and I think PA is a little bit late to the party. Ice Blast is going to come in, but
I mean,
where
she's
is
been
the
at
damage?
this party, but she doesn't want to blink into it. It doesn't look so pleasant. It's just not her type of party,
my
man.
God. Both of these games have been very dominant.
Yeah, they have. I mean, looking for a kill now. Matumba Man trying to go when Medusa is charging up to top lane, but nothing seems to stop this Rax siege.
Okay, Shirley Finette, he's actually getting focused by a lot, but he turns around, gets one kill, tanks the tower, no problem there.
And Matumba Man actually goes down to try support on mid lane as well, where I guess one core and 2 supports.
Never give up, never surrender from
All
four
right,
anchors,
big
though.
crits here. Okay, no
Yeah.
crits, no blinking.
Get the fake hype going. Not a single crit, so
She can't
this
even
is gonna be
she'll
mega
miss.
creeps.
Okay, no crits still. Meanwhile, though, they get the multicast crit. Easy.
Oh god.
4 times multicast, no problem. Aghanim's online, and GG is gonna be the call here. And the Wub Wub is here.
Holy crap.
That caught me off guard. So FNG looking very happy there as he gives a high five over to his manager. VP.Polar should be happy with that performance as well. That was a strong play, good draft, and very few weaknesses.
Like even Mag on the offlane, when he saw weakness in his lane, he was like, okay, I'm not going to go there anymore. I'm going to rotate around the map. I'm going to try and help with it.
Yeah, I think Mag got so much done on his offlane. I mean, Olga Magia got a perfect block in the beginning, got his level 2.5 on the first 2 waves.
Right.
But Mag just steadily pulled ahead of him and found more. Even going out and stealing those 6 creeps there is a massive thing as an offlaner. So just good play by VP.Polar overall, I think.
Yeah. Phobos with his 0 deaths as well.
It felt like under the big lights, nobody in 4FC made any big plays. Like we didn't see Jurax. I mean, he set up a couple of fissure blocks that resulted in some kills. Trixie, you know, got a solo offlane kill. That was pretty good as well. But
he got the stack as well, that huge stack.
Yeah, we need somebody to go off the hook, right? We need Matumba Man to dive towers and get kills. We need Jurax to lift people onto cliffs. We don't see that type of caliber plays that we saw them making in Phase 2. So
well, they picked like really, really tanky heroes to kind of get through the mid game and get the late game, like the Ogre and the other Titan and stuff. So
well, the power really came from that VP.Polar were not bleeding kills like many other teams were in Phase 2 against 4SC. Every single team seemed to struggle to not give away kills here and there, and VP.Polar had a tight game, played it well.
Yeah.
And I'm actually curious, I mean, normally we see Matumba Man on those aggressive heroes. Is PA actually the right type of hero for him?
I was surprised when I saw it being picked.
Yeah.
But I don't think...
We were talking about it in the draft.
I don't think it worked that well. Overall.
I think she can be aggressive.
Like, yeah, she can be, definitely.
Yeah, you tower dives and get kills, but...
They got caught in the, I just want one more item, we need one more before we can go, we need one more. You kind of have to just go. Like, they never used the Centaur ulti along with PA aggressively in the beginning. They waited till 26 minutes before even thinking about being aggressive, and then the MKB is done. There are so many items to fight against.
They waited really long on Viper's Aghanim's as well. I think that was their kind of like, okay, we'll go off this. And then they tried to push.
And the ES blink, but somewhere along the line, the beauty of PA to me is that you just finish Treads, Aquila, Helm Dominator, and go. Like, never stop. And all you need is some disables around her. You have AA and Centaur ulti. That's more than enough.
Also, no Arcana. Like, that's
that was
a very important item.
Losing.
No swords being dropped on the ground as kills are happening. Although there were not many kills from that particular PA. But looks like we're going to have 2 VP teams in the winner bracket.
Indeed, and because with that win, the VP.Polar moved through the winner bracket, while of course 4ASC will go up against Team Tinker, and one of those 2 teams is already going home today, so that's going to be a big matchup. But before any of that happens, I just heard Swedish in my ear, but I'm going to translate that because I'm pro at Swedish. I think we have Jess ready with an interview with Illidan on stage.
Thank you, Shiver. Once again, I am here with Illidan from Virtus.Pro.Polar. Now, for that last game, it seems like you guys had a pretty clear-cut strategy. You wanted to send your brew mid to kind of distract the Viper, let the Medusa farm and get some kills. Can you talk more about that strategy?
We talk about that strategy very much because you have Medusa super late, and you have Elder that reduces armor of agility heroes to 0. So in Deep 8, you just can't win Medusa plus Venji plus Elder Titan. Just impossible to win. So our enemies should be more aggressive, I think. And maybe they will have a chance, but I think they was draft for this game.
Also, as Lumi said during the game, that MKB second that you built, Lumi called it a game-winning item. Would you agree with that? Do you think that that really was able to shut down the PA and secure the win for you?
I'm not sure because I still died with that item one time. We made a few mistakes in the fight, but yes, against PA, it's always good item. It's like you play with hero without 1 skill. Every hero has 4 more skills, and PA has only 3. So, of course, this is game-changing item. He can't stay, just press our tower. Yeah.
And finally, as you mentioned, 4ASC you were forcing them to play very aggressively. Were there any surprises for you guys in their play style?
We surprised about their play style in the group stage on stage 2, but now it's not a secret anymore. When you watched like 100 games against each other, every team, you just shoot make some decisions to completely shut down the enemy's play style. So they're aggressive, but not always it's have some profit.
Great, well, thank you so much. And for now, we are going to go ahead and throw it out to a commercial. And when we come back, it'll be the winner's bracket, Virtus.Pro-Polar versus Virtus.Pro.
after they came and destroyed the land, there was one spark of hope left for all of mankind.
Welcome back to the Asus ROG Dream League. We're ready for our next match. It is the winners bracket finals for the first double elimination bracket, and it is a VP showdown. VP Classic taking on VP.Polar, and that is going to be our already third match. And as you can see, we have some new company. Hani, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. I was glad to watch the last matchup of VP.Polar against 4AC, and I mean, as against my predictions, I was actually hoping that 4AC is going to win that series. But well, now we're going to have the matchup between the two VP teams.
Okay, and of course we also are joined by Andy or Draskell. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm ready to commentate, you know. It's weird having to go to a DreamHack and not working the entire day. I got here and I was like, there's nothing to do.
Yeah, were you just sitting around?
Yeah, I was just talking to players, watching the games, so it was fun.
Is it a good change?
I could get used to it, we'll say that. Other than working like 14, 16-hour days, this is a nice change.
I can imagine. Of course, we already had 2 games, so let's take a look at the bracket, how it's looking now, to see what teams we have still coming up. Of course, VP versus VP.Polar is our upcoming match. Afterwards, we're going to go to a best-of-3 between Team Tinker and 4ASC, and that's going to be the first elimination match, so that's going to be a really tricky one. And then the winner of that will face the loser of VP versus VP.Polar in the last match of the day. And all the matches that follow from here on out are best-of-3. So we have still a lot more games to go. We're like, oh, we're not even halfway there. It's, yeah. We also have, of course, the updated schedule for you for today, how the matches are divided and how it looks time-wise. If you want to create some time to only watch one of the matches, for example, then this is the schedule that you can go by with 16:30 for our next match. Are we? Okay, we're behind schedule, but it's fine.
Only a little bit.
Only a little bit. We have 1900 for our second to last best-of-3 and 21:30 for our last best-of-3, but everything probably will run a little bit later. I mean, it's a LAN event.
Yeah.
You can't really expect anything
Unless they
different.
get best, they only win 2 games. Like.
Yeah, they might close in on some time. Maybe have a couple of stomps. I actually don't think we're going to see that many stomps.
Yeah, I was actually just going to say, I don't think it's going to be any 2-0s, at least not today. So.
It's all very close. And actually, we have got Jess standing on stage ready for an interview, I believe, with one of the managers of VP. But which VP? I'm not sure.
Thank you, Shiver. Like you said, I'm here with Sergey, manager of Virtus Pro. Now, I've spoken to you in the past. Did you say you're the manager of just Virtus Pro Classic or of both divisions?
I'm manager of both divisions.
So this next best-of-3 will be really interesting for you emotionally.
Sure. It's very interesting for me, and we feel already good because 2 of our teams in winning brackets, and one of them has guaranteed that they're going to the next steps, and the second one will meet the winner of loser bracket, so we are pretty happy.
Great, and also next best-of-3, there's really no pressure because whoever loses is not eliminated. Are the players feeling pretty confident going into this best-of-3?
Yes, and it's even better that it's a best-of-3, so it's less random. And we thought that also these brackets will be best-of-3, but they were best-of-1. And for sure, everyone is very glad that it's best-of-3.
And do you have any predictions for whether Virtus Pro or Virtus Pro-Polar will come out on top?
For sure, the more prepared one.
The more prepared one, but you probably can't give any predictions as to specifically which one.
I don't know.
Great, well, thank you so much. Now we're going to go ahead and throw it back to Shiver and the panel rather for the player intros.
Thank you, Jess. And indeed, we were welcome here on the stage, on the panel rather. It looks like we're very high up. We're actually higher than the stage. It feels like a stage.
Quite a bit higher, actually.
I was your fear of heights, Draskell.
It's not great. I got up here and I was like, it seems shakier than last year, you know? You can see like the backlights and everything.
Do you remember when we
around.
were jumping up and down when you were sitting down beside us last year, Andy?
I wanted to hit you both. It was true. Self-restraint. It's a good thing to have.
It really is.
Yeah.
Well, we are actually going into the player introductions because, as you just saw, the teams are ready on stage. They're ready to play, and that is going to be a VP, and that is the classic one sitting on the far left, starting with Sidoy on the off lane and on the far left side, all by himself, all by his lonesome. That's actually quite standard. Have off lane sitting on the side.
Do you think he changes sides depending on if they're Radiant or Dire?
I think he stays where he is.
Too
I doubt it.
complicated.
He might change sides depending on who sits closer to the other team.
Yeah, maybe.
There's G. What a player.
Yeah, this time at least more than a chair. Previous introduction he was not actually there, but it was just this chair there. But this time we actually get to see him.
I hope they give him a similar hero in the next game as well, like Storm Spirit or Puck or some sort of aggressive hero. Does so well.
We just saw Queen of Pain earlier, so wouldn't mind seeing that for him either. Used to own with that hero. Jottam? The drafter. This time not taking the time to look into the camera.
It's okay.
However, his teammate does. That's of course Joel.
I thought it was pretty interesting that the manager said he didn't know who was going to win because I kind of agree with him. I think both these teams are very similarly skilled. Like their drafting is a little bit different, but I'd say it's way too close to just say who's going to come out on top.
And he said also whichever team is more prepared. Now, of course, it is VP.Polar that played the first game today and VP Classic that played the second game. So I would imagine VP.Polar, they have been here for longer. They have probably had more time to actually look at the previous game. Would you consider them therefore more prepared, or does it not matter?
I actually think that going into this matchup, that especially those two teams, they should know each other well.
Yeah.
So to me, the more individually skilled one is the Polar lineup. That would actually give them the edge. But a lot of it is going to come down to the draft, and I actually think also what kind of hero God is going to get in the end.
Fair enough. Of course, the captain of VP.Polar, FNG, also ready already with his soundproof headset, so he cannot hear us.
Don't smile.
Don't smile.
Okay.
Yes.
Confirmed.
He did. He smiled. He still has got his headset up, so he hears us. Lil, of course. And we mentioned earlier that all the number 5 support players are always so, not specifically underrated, but underlighted. Appreciated, exactly.
I actually really enjoyed the draft from VP.Polar. Not to take away from Mag, of course. Fantastic player. And he plays Centaur a lot. You would think that Mag plays Mag. Sam made that joke earlier, but he didn't actually play Mag, so it's unfortunate.
And of course, both of these teams won their previous match.
Yep.
And when they went up against each other in the past in the DreamLeague, they actually went 1-1 as well.
Okay.
So quite even teams, basically.
It should be a really great match to see. Any favorites for you guys? Because, I mean, Hani just said, I mean, it's very even, but if you had to say something, and it's a best of 3, so you can also say, like, at least it's going to go, like, 3 games.
Yeah, I think it's going to go to 3 games, basically, no matter what. I do kind of agree with Hani that I think the VP.Polar may be individually, like, more talented, but it's a team game in the end, right? Yeah. And even though I think that VP.Polar also had some pretty cool drafting in the last game that they played, I still think it's like you can't definitively say who's going to win.
Okay.
But if you had to say something.
If somebody had a gun to my head, I would say VP.Polar.
Okay.
I'm going to go with VP Classic in this case. I think they, in the more recent games, have drafted more towards G and more towards what they want him to do. Like, he didn't get off to a great start, but they ganked around him and let him kind of snowball in the last game. So I think if they focus on him more, I think they can do really well.
Okay.
Hani, would you agree? I mean, you said earlier you thought VP.Polar was more individually skilled?
Yeah, to me, I think VP.Polar is going to win this series. At least I would be less surprised of that.
And a 2-1?
I overall think still it's going to be a close game, and either can take it. No clear favorite.
So at least 3 games?
No. Maybe. I don't know. I would not say 3 games for sure.
No?
No, I don't know. It can be a 2-0 either way.
Fair enough. I mean, whoever wins the first game, of course, will be on that emotional high, as they call it, and maybe get the second game in the pocket as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like Hani said, though. It's very draft dependent. So if you get a good draft, it's actually very hard to lose in this patch if you have the right team composition. I think the perfect example of that was Team Tinker's game earlier.
Yeah.
Even though they made a handful of mistakes, right? Like they clearly had an advantage in the early game. It's one of those drafts where they had Slark and Storm, and at some point in the game, there's just simply nothing you can do if you don't go high ground by a certain point.
The Omni Knight as well, I think in that game, like just
they had no
surprised
counters.
them. Yeah. The last pick there.
So when stuff like that happens, it is possible. If you get outdrafted 2 games in a row, it can be a 2-0.
Yeah, and both are Virtus Pro, but both have a very different playstyle, I want to say. You've got on one side, you've got the late game strat with VP.Polar, with Illidan and his late game heroes. I mean, we just saw the Medusa.
Yeah.
And on the other side, you've got VP Classic with, I would say, as I think mentioned earlier as well, that G is one of their most important players, most impactful players to determine the pace of the game, and they normally like those quick-paced games. Which style do you think that favors? Is VP.Polar going to be able to...
Well, I think 4 anchors are kind of similar to VP. Like they go for the mid-game kind of heroes,
Yeah.
and like if VP.Polar can last the mid-game, I think that they can come out on top. But VP have shown before that they can finish a game while they're winning as well.
So the draft is, as Annie says, is going to be
Yeah,
the
huge.
key thing. Do you think you can call the game if the draft is already done? When the draft is done?
I would say that even a lot of pro players look at the lanes and the drafts and they immediately think like one team can win like 80%. Like obviously you never know 100% because it's Dota, right? Like stuff can happen, but a lot of the times the first 10 minutes of the game, you just think, okay, well if they don't win by X point, then this team is going to win in the later stages. And since 6.82 is much more volatile in terms of experience and gold gains, usually these early game momentum teams don't do nearly as well, and they often have a really hard time going high ground, like breaking the base, getting racks and things like that. And if you can't do that, some lineups just flat out lose. And I think that's not 100% what Team Tinker suffered from, but it was definitely part of it.
Hani, are there any kind of things you're looking forward to particular to see in this matchup?
I actually think one of the teams is going to pick up Titan if they can. I think right now both teams figured out how good the hero is.
Yeah.
And I think both teams also have good players to play that hero. So, I mean, obviously it's like not a surprise because
Yeah.
after Secret picked it, yeah, plenty of times, teams finally caught up, I guess.
Yeah.
Do you think Puck's going to get through in the draft? Do you think they're going to first ban Puck, either team?
It was first banned at one of the games earlier, right?
I think most of the games it's been banned.
Yeah.
Yeah. Puck and Venge, actually.
I can see the Puck being banned, but I'm not sure. Like, there might be other heroes that they would rather ban. Like, the two teams know each other
Yeah.
better, and I don't know. I wouldn't say that Puck is this super obvious ban, but I know that Phobos, for example, is like one of his
Yeah, he's a god.
probably best heroes.
I think, yeah, VP Classic would be more inclined to ban Puck than VP Polar. Because Phobos plays a really good Puck, right?
You could argue that G is amazing on it as well.
Yeah, but I don't think it's... I know G can play the hero, but I don't think it's what he actually enjoys playing the most. I think he likes having heroes that actually transition, whereas Puck kind of becomes more and more team-reliant. Maybe not so much now that since Aghanims is a good pickup, Puck actually remains relevant, I think, for a lot longer in the game. It's kind of hard to say.
Actually, lately, or at least recently, G played a mid Wind Ranger, and I'm actually, like, I really loved watching that game because he owned and he won. I mean, that's great. And I'm actually curious about your opinion, Hani. What Wind Ranger, why don't we see her more?
I think he falls off very heavily in comparison to. I just think he's such a momentum hero, and if you already fall behind in the early stage, it's just very hard to come back. For example, what Tinker did, they ran the Queen of Pain, and I felt like you have to have either a really good and comfortable player with a hero. Sure, Koikoi is one of those, but it's a hero that can just fall off, and coming back with that hero is very hard. Same with Windrunner. You do a mistake, you are usually punished in the game with it.
Yeah.
Would you say, I mean, we have seen her as a support. This actually, this group stage is in the studio by your team, by Alliance, I actually want to say. Yeah, we saw Aki on support Wind Ranger.
Yeah, he likes the hero, but I actually think in the game we played the Windrunner, it was not an optimal
Yeah, you
pick.
didn't win, so didn't do what he needed to do. But is that like viable for you, or does it then go to the same?
I mean, I think Windrunner is fine to pick hero, and I think the buff that he got on the shackle shot range is actually quite significant. Like, I don't think it's a weak buff that he got there, but I don't know. Like, you just need to probably draft around different lineups. I mean, what Alliance, for example, did when they played the Windrunner constantly on EGM was they had it in combination with a Furion setup in most games, and that is, for example, like rarely played.
Yeah.
And that's like one of the better synergies the hero
It's
actually
nearly
has.
guaranteed 5 seconds don't look.
Yeah.
Now, two heroes that we haven't even, I don't think they've even been mentioned entirely today, Brood and Phoenix. There's no agreement that they won't be picked, so are we going to see them, is the question.
Well, Brood is 4th and 5th, but like pick material only, in my opinion. Like if you pick Brood any time before 4th or 5th, it's too easy to deal with. And then Phoenix, I think, is definitely workable, but you probably also want to pick that hero a tiny bit later. But since people have a tendency to pick their off-lane cores so early now, I actually don't think that a team is going to run it unless they have an actual plan for the hero. So we'll see.
So both are very situational.
I mean, yeah, everything in Dota is situational, right? But I mean, Brood is one of those heroes where if you get like, say for example, LC, perfect example. If a team doesn't have a core and feels like they can fit it, then your Brood all of a sudden, like her laning phase becomes worthless, right? And that's what the Brood is for. It's supposed to consistently apply pressure. So I think that hero is one that is if it gets countered hard enough, it becomes a liability.
You
basically.
can kind of tell as well when you're about to pick Brood, you can kind of tell, like, okay, Brood will work really well against our team, we should probably ban it last.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to worry about it for the first like 4 or 5 picks. Like,
Some teams have actually done that already.
I think Tinker did it, yeah.
And with situational picks, I guess last pick, first pick is very important. If you have first pick, you also have last pick. And I just noticed that both of the Virtus Pro teams have played on the Radiant side by choice. On Radiant to get maybe their lane stronger.
I mean,
is that going to have an impact?
Radiant is better for off lane and mid lane. In terms of ganking for mid lane, it's harder to gank the Radiant side. You can also stack a lot better on Radiant for middle. I think the only lane that's better for Dire is the safe lane, the carry lane, usually. But I'm not sure. I mean, we in the old Fnatic, we preferred playing on Radiant as well, but I'm not sure how the whole Dire Radiant situation is. I think EG, for example, will always choose to play Dire over Radiant just because of the Roche factor.
Yeah,
It's still like in favor for Dire, so...
I guess different teams have different priorities, like some favor Roshan, some favor lanes.
Yeah, I guess it's pretty much down to the strat you kind of run.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we're going to see which team has which side because we are actually in the draft. Let's go into our winners bracket best of 3 game. It is VP versus VP.Polar.
I just want to say that it's going to be really confusing during team fights when we're just going to say, wait, VP.Polar and VP, who's going to come out ahead? I think VP might be one of the teams that takes it. So Hani pretty much called it. Going to see a Elder Titan here coming out from Virtus Pro quite early, and we also talked about the puck ban. That's also going to be seen by them as well.
And the early Vengeful Spirit. Why is Venge so popular these days?
I think you just pick it because of ET, honestly. Like
because of the negative armor?
Yeah, I mean, what VP.Polar did in the previous match when they had Elder Titan, Venge, and Panda, is that you have a hero who automatically makes auras, right? So you have a Vlad's carrier and an AC carrier, and then you have Natural Order. So the damage output that you have is already insane, plus it synergized really well with the Medusa in that game because they already saw PA, and they know that, I mean, Medusa in that situation, when you have a Venge swap, you can just go like one defensive item, like Linken's or Manta, which he opted for Linken's, and then you go straight MKB, and you still can never die, right? Because you have Panda and Venge for control. But of course, VP take out Panda themselves here, and VP.Polar actually picking Void.
I actually think the opening draft of VP is a lot stronger here, with the Titan and the VS as an opening. VS is lately very popular. I think one reason as well is that you just have to safe swap for any carry. So if a carry is out of position, you know you swap yourself into death, but then you also apply the aura for the enemy. So it's just a very, very strong support right now.
Yeah.
But like you said, it synergizes very well on like with the Howl on top of the ET aura. It's very good. But I'm just surprised seeing the Void pick, to be honest, into the VS. It just seems
it's like one of the counters, yeah.
I guess in a way, it's like it's still an initiation, right? So even if the high priority hero gets swapped, you're still potentially getting a kill. And then there's always the late game inevitability of Void. Even if he's playing his offlane, he's still really strong at some stage. And I think maybe they're just going towards how they picked in the match against 4ASC, which was a lot safer, I would say, than what 4ASC did, and they just want to take it late.
I just think that the Void would not have been a ban. Like, honestly,
you could have waited on it.
Yeah, exactly. I just think, why would you want to pick this kind of weak offlaner? But at the same time, they know they have first pick, so the second round will be the first pick for the classic VP, so they had the choice of getting the Void as well, so they had to make a decision if they want to play that hero or not.
Well, Razor and Mag banned out here from VP, as VP.Polar take out Slark and Zeus, a combo that we've actually seen a few times in the Dream League. Quite annoying actually to play against, because you just lose all your vision pretty much straight away. And it's very difficult to actually play against a team when you can't see anything. Who would have thought?
Surprising stuff.
So, when you're seeing this kind of opening, and you see Venge, Elder Titan, and now a Tide Hunter on top of that, you definitely know that even though you have a Void on the side of VP.Polar, the late game of VP is still going to be tremendously strong. Like, Natural Order scales amazingly well. You have Damage Aura from the Venge. You mentioned the Howl. Do you just go for some kind of mid-hero who can buy auras at this stage to go for that, or do you just kind of wait to see what VP.Polar are going to do?
I'm actually not very sure about VP in terms of what their mid-pick is here. I think the Deathblower is banned out. what heroes are left for G here that he can run?
Storm Spirit still there? Against Void, it's kind of risky, I guess.
I don't think it's like that all. Like it's not the greatest Storm game, but it's not like like with the VS, having the VS support is like that's what I meant. I think the Void is just generally not the greatest pick here.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely right now I think to me the VP draft is a lot nicer, and like this is a standard follow-up on the Void pick, but again it's like it doesn't really serve its purpose too much. So
Because of the swap.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Obviously they rely on the swap, but it's not the hardest thing to get off. It really isn't.
If VP pick a PA here as well, I think that's pretty decent against their team.
VP?
Yeah, they just pick it straight away.
Oh, they
yeah,
just
PA. I think it's still fine. Like, sure, the Skywrath and the Ogre is scary for some stage in the game for the PA, but it's one of those things where if the Faceless Void is offlane, then you know for a very long time the PA just doesn't care about getting sphered so long as the Venge is in a good spot.
Yeah. Also, she can pretty much live through a Chronosphere at most stages of the game once she has a few levels of blur.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest problem that PA runs into is these cores who basically farm at the same rate as her and are able to buy MKB in their natural item progression and not suffer for it. That's like the biggest problem I think that she has. And of course, early game heavy lockdown is also really hard for her to cope with.
I actually think that VP.Polar might tend to get the Medusa again, just because of their their last game. They played really well around the hero, but I actually also think there could have been a nice pick for the classic VP here to take it away. It's not like it dies really easy to these heroes.
Yeah.
And you have the natural order and VS buff in terms of damage.
So you definitely don't think Void is a core here.
I would not put it core.
Like when you pick him early for an offlane, is it not easy for the other team to, okay, what supports are good against it? Like let's.
I mean, it's obviously still open, right?
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I just think, why would you put your core Void when you don't have the VS? I mean,
When you
you
have
play
the-
against
yeah,
the
yeah.
VS, so it's like, I'm not sure. Lina, that's a core Lina actually. I think that's.
You don't think it's like core Ogre maybe?
I would say it's a Lina that gets Axe and focuses on the like it's a straight counter to a PA like Soul.
Yeah, for sure. I think another one of the reasons like safe lane Void isn't that great is that it's tied. That's probably going to be offlane.
Yeah, you
And
can
then-
never leave the hero alone.
Yeah, it's you have to basically commit the Sky or one of the other supports to just sitting there 24/7, and that takes a lot of pressure off the map for VP's early game.
So what hero would you want in your safe lane? Like a range kind of carry?
I would still say that the last pick is going to be a carry for Illidan and like one of his standard heroes. I'm not sure what's exactly left because I mean the Medusa is one.
Yeah, true.
It's not that bad as a setup. You kind of have like these two huge ultimates with the Medusa ulti and the Void Chrono to kind of make your fight.
I kind of like Gyro too for the same reasons.
Exactly.
Yeah, they function
Gyro would
similarly.
be also. It's probably going to be like nothing surprising because Illidan usually gets one of those carries that it's nothing really surprising
Yeah,
at all.
no crazy stuff.
All right, well, VP looking at their last ban here. As we talked about, we're likely going to see a core taken out. Just depends on which one they feel is more valid of a ban. I think the Medusa is much better in the late game. Gyro gives you kind of that mid-game presence where VP don't really feel like they can push at all. Like against Sphere and Gyro, even if you can swap like one hero, say the Sphere even lands on two, you pretty much guarantee kill the other hero.
You
no
can
matter
kill
what.
Tidehunter with Gyro early game though, and I
Yeah.
don't think you really can with Medusa at all.
That's true as well, yeah. But the other thing is, I don't think it matters so much if they don't kill the Tide, as long as the hero that's laning against them can deal with it so the supports can actually leave the lane. Because a lot of times if you get stuck having to deal with this really annoying offlaner, you just, you can't do much. And they will ban the Gyro. Yeah.
Oh, Viper.
Interesting. I mean, Viper against Lina.
He's really tanky against magic damage. I guess.
Yeah.
They have a lot.
I just think they're gonna like push right now. Kind of. I mean, none of these heroes is able to take towers early. I mean, you have VS Aura obviously that gives you some
Yeah,
push,
it's
but
tiny
like they can't really commit to these early pushes. But then again, having Elder Titan, you're not really forced into anything. Like your late game is always going to be good.
VP.Polar looking at their carry here. We'll see if it's going to be that Medusa that we talked about, or if it's going to be something else. I mean, really. Wow, Veno. All right, so maybe they are planning on putting Illidan on the Void, and that is going to be the case. And it's going to be a Venomancer mid.
And it's an offlane Ogre, so it's actually not the core Lina that I thought. I mean,
They did play it last game.
oh, all right.
Yeah. They offlined the Ogre last
I
game.
just
And
think the combination. I just think the combination of Lina Sky is questionable to me. Because you don't have really a target stun.
Yeah.
Sure, against a tight end, it's like Sky can kind of keep the hero alone off the lane, but I just feel like if you want to do a rotation onto, let's
It's
say, a
way
Venom
more
lane,
difficult.
you just have this Skywrath. So, like, your initiation onto a target is kind of questionable.
I guess they're relying on double slow. I mean, Time Walk and Concussive Shot is decent. I think 50% slow should be enough to be able to land a stun pretty reliably.
That's true. But yeah, I'm surprised about this Venomancer last pick, to be honest.
Is it just a direct counter to the Void? Apply the pressure mid and kind of buy space for a Void to farm, maybe?
I think it's one of those heroes that's actually extremely difficult to gank.
30 seconds.
Maybe they were also like thinking, all right, it could be the Lina middle until then, and then they saw the Vipers, so they kind of had to think of a hero that can do something against the Viper middle, and Viper can, I don't know, Viper can't really do anything about Venom middle.
Yeah, the
like
wards
once he has
just
5,
keep building up,
yeah,
yeah.
wards level 3, and you just sit there and you send those wards.
It's actually pretty funny.
At the same time, Viper is also such a slow hero in itself, and then having toxicity on top of being already a super slow hero is like, is one of those reasons I just don't like playing that hero at all.
Viper? I hate it too.
I hate the hero.
Well, I think the lane's pretty much turning out the way everyone kind of expected here. Both people actually dodging. I think that Mag might be able to get a decent amount in this lane. I don't really think Venge ET is particularly scary as a support duo, at least for an offlaner that has 6 base armor. And
It's also, it's also interesting how if they saw that he blocked the upper camp.
Yeah, he
so
instantly bought Sentry Ward. So
oh, he bought, all right.
Yeah.
Well, about that then.
Oh, y'all thinking about it. Oh, the range.
Wow, that's a heartbreaker. He finds it though.
Like, I think if you zoom in, it's probably over.
He's actually, he's stacking the low camp now. So it doesn't hurt him too much.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Mag again, though, he's getting a lot. Just
I mean, he does have a huge creep wave here, so the wave is going to push out. It's just up to VP if they can control it.
what do you think of them choosing to use Lina to zone out Zidoi instead of Lil?
I guess it's more like comfort zone, I would say, that maybe FNG likes to do it.
Yeah, he's better at it, maybe.
I think Sky is actually maybe the better hero actually just to get levels in general.
I mean, he would be the standard to me as well. Like,
yeah, he should just zone out the...
But is it, what items does Lina have? Does he? No, he didn't have boots either. I was wondering who, maybe some of them have boots, and then obviously the support with boots would usually do it, but neither of them have, so.
Bit of a rotation.
For the early game, I don't really think we're going to be seeing a whole heck of a lot of action from either team. I mean, sure, Skywrath Lina can potentially get a kill here on G. If they get a Gale, I think that's probably where we're going to see the death.
Mac went for the early Orb of Venom on his hero, so he's
he did it last
expecting those
game as well.
rotations.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, he's got a DD, VP.Polar.
He's terrifying.
Getting in position right here. But G has the spider sense, and his lane's actually in a really good position right now.
I actually think they could tower dive maybe.
With the Ogre tanking?
Yeah, I mean, obviously he doesn't see the supports and how far they are, but if they don't have TPs, I think the Viper just dies.
No TVs. Well, shot a Muslim, I guess. But apart from that. Like
So far, quite the boring laning stage.
Yep.
But to be expected, to be honest. Neither side can really
Venom's kind of like the most passive hero in lane. Like he just sits there and puts wards down the whole game.
But I actually think
with the lane being consistently pushed out, like what Venomancer does, normally it would open up opportunities for you to be able to like rotate around. But if you do that, I mean, Mag's still pretty much able to sit in experience range, whereas Zidoi is running through the river right now trying to get away from FNG. So
he's still level 1.
Yeah, as far as what the offlaners are able to accomplish, I think Mag is still being given a little bit more room. Not by much, but even getting like level 2 or 3 on an Ogre, if he goes mid with that Orb of Venom and level 2 Ignite, I think just between like him and Phobos, they'd be able to easily push
Even
G
with
back.
3 points in Cross's skin, I think it'd be really hard to kill him.
No, you wouldn't kill him, but you would be able to get him out of the lane, I think. He does have a salve though.
I like the way G is playing. He's not letting the wards build up. He's constantly attacking them and getting them down, so he doesn't have that like constant wave of wards. Because you have to keep them in track, like you can't let them get out of hand.
I mean, to me, there's two ways of playing this Venom on the mid lane. One way is you gather up wards on your side of the hill.
Up on
and
the
you
high
just,
ground.
Yeah, and I think it's the harder way to play, where you just like gather your wards, you make sure you have a ward at runes, block your wave, and then you just sit on your hill, and you can practically, like if you play it very, very well, you can practically deny the entire wave, and he can't do anything
Yeah,
about
if you
it.
micro all the wards at the same time. Yeah.
Mag with that haste rune. Living life on the edge here. Jedam doesn't have mana for a stun yet, but...
But he doesn't seem that comfortable on the hero, to be honest.
The Ogre Magi, you mean?
No,
I know the Venomancer in
Oh, the
middle.
Venom. Yeah, okay.
He's like, I don't know. I think
He's
he
kind
could,
of getting out CS pretty hard. Some of that could just be due to ward kills,
It's
honestly.
a lot of ward kills. I think it's
Yeah.
like 10 plus maybe ward kills.
I think the scary thing is that Illidan has 33 CS at 5 minutes, and he doesn't have any wards to kill. He's totally free farming, so the supports on the side of VP.Polar are doing an excellent job of zoning.
but
Bit of a rotation from I don't know what the game. I guess they had Viper ulti.
Yeah.
yeah, they were trying to get that kill, but it's still very optimistic, to be honest.
Why do people never get a bottle on Viper anymore?
The bottle,
Yeah, is it he just doesn't need the mana?
I mean, it's a lot of gold investment. It can pay off, for sure, but the way Venom plays right now, he's just pushing out the wave, so even going for the runes while he does it, like Venom has an easy time to, first off, take away the rune off
Yeah.
him. If he rotates with him, he's not going to get the rune. It's really hard, just because of the movement speed. But I also think, yeah, just the gold that you spend onto the bottle is a lot. And there's matchups where it could benefit,
Yeah.
especially if you play matchups where he needs to get those last hits. Right now, with Venom, it's just very hard to contest him.
He's
But,
never going to get up at him.
Yeah.
I think
It's a
if you were-
situational item for sure.
If you were against like a melee that you could heavily harass using your Q, maybe you would think about bottle, just because you're actually using mana.
Yeah,
But in this matchup where you're never going to hit Phobos, it's like, why bother?
Okay.
and he finds a region rune just when he needs it.
So, I don't know what Mag has been up to down here, but BZZ is actually struggling to farm.
Oh, he might be in some trouble here. Could be seeing the first blood. Stomp comes out. BZZ trying to get the last hit here, and Yul just comes in and gives him the staple gun. It's fine.
Like he's very underfarmed compared to Illidan on the Void.
It's kind of surprising. Although I will say that it's a lot harder to control the lane when your supports are pulling like in mass. Not to say that it's a really great excuse for not having as much farm, but at the very least they end up getting a kill on the offlaner, which is more than you could say for what VP.Polar have
I
done.
mean, he bought the Quelling Blade
Yeah,
as
he had a
well,
Quelling
so
Blade,
he
yeah.
should be fine. Plus, like, let's say you know you don't get the last hit. Once you have 2 levels in your Stifling Dagger, you are guaranteed the last hit on the tower.
Yeah.
Like, you will see if you can last that creep or not, and if you can't, then you can choose to Stifling it.
Yeah.
Just like now.
Like that.
Well, I'm sure he'll be fine. He's now got 3 levels in it, so last inning should be quite a bit easier. You can see there's some ancient blocking being done here as well by VP.Polar, which is nice. Make sure the Tide isn't able to get any stacks. I'm surprised he actually just hasn't spent more time like stacking beforehand. Did they ward it earlier than 7 minutes? Because they
No,
just dropped
they
that ward.
No, they didn't. No.
So you'd think maybe it just would have been better off for Sedoya to try to go stack, even though he was still so low level, because he wasn't getting anything in this lane.
I honestly think he could have tried to work around the small camp and just take that, because he's still sitting at 0 CS. Like, he got nothing on that lane. He got the level 4, I guess, staying passively, but...
I like this though, what they're doing. They give the Mask of Madness to Illidan. They say, okay, you go in the jungle and you get level 6 on Lina. And then when PA wants to fight, she's just dead.
Actually, I was actually wondering why he chooses to go for the Mask of Madness first item, but it's a nice way. This way, we also will get the farm on the Lina,
Yeah.
so he can work on the Aghanim's.
For
Is
the,
Mask
like-
of Madness more farm than going Treads and Morbid Mess, do you think?
I think Tread's Quelling normal Mask is better,
Okay.
but
I mean, obviously in a sphere, it's better to have the Mask of Madness, like if you plan on
But
fighting.
does he choose to get a? Yeah, he chose to get a quali. No, I think this is it's probably the fastest you can go. It
Okay.
is probably the fastest you can go. Yes.
He also has the Mask of Madness in case the team fight does arise.
The bottom lane here looks like VP are finally starting to apply some tower pressure, just forcing Mag really far back. I just can't believe, like most of the time, when you see offlaners, they do not so great, but Sadoy has had an exceptionally hard game.
I think it's the right move to do though, to pressure the safe lane for VP Classic. That is just
Yeah.
because they see the rotation what VP.Polar does right now. I mean that's one way. The other way would be trying to set up a gank for the top lane because Void is obviously like since he's showing nowhere, he's in jungle. Like you can take that guess. But I would say that VP.Polar right now gets more out of it. The offlane is not like they're not getting the tower, but that's like just the issue of pushing for them. They don't really have anything that pushes. They have VS Aura. But yeah, right now I think VP.Polar is actually gonna go ahead in this just because the Lina is getting free for him on the lane, while Void does not suffer at all in the jungle.
G's going for a mech, but I think honestly with maxed out Venom wards, even with a mech, how are you going to push into any tier 1s? I mean, that's kind of the biggest concern that I have for VP. And if you go a little bit later, you might be able to get a blink on your Tidehunter, which would be nice. Your PA could get a handful of items, but I mean, BZZ, if he wants to fight safely, he needs a BKB. And I think if you try to go for a build where you delay the game a bit, like go back for a Battle Fury or something, then the Void's just going to have more time to make his item progression reach a point where he can actually buy an MKB and not just die for it.
I think the game depends quite heavily on which team takes the aggression first. Like if VP.Polar, you know, they get level 6 on Lina, or level 7 even now, and then they go aggressive and they set the pace of the game, I think it'll suit them a lot better.
I just think the initiation is very questionable to me. Like
On VP.Polar?
Yeah.
yes.
They get a free kill. Gonna use Sphere for that one as Sadoy ends up dropping.
I guess they do have Chronosphere. I guess that's what they're relying on.
Oh, he wants the RNG,
The
but it
backtracks.
looks like it's on Illidan's side as he backtracks one of those hits.
TP. All aboard. Actually, they could have maybe gone for him there. They boarded all 3 TP while he was walking back.
Yeah, it's... Well, they have Chronosphere.
I still think if you look at the late game from these two lineups, that VP Classic scales better to me. Just because the Void Chronosphere, until he gets like a refresher, you will only have the single swap. And the single swap will always, like, is always going to save the person in the Chronosphere. Unless he gets this ridiculous Chronosphere of where VS +1 heroes in the Chronosphere.
I think they're actually VP.Polar strongest now, nearly. When they have only like the level 1 swap. Like it's very difficult actually to hit a level 1 swap on a Chronosphere. It's actually a lot smaller than, it's 700, but it's a lot smaller than you think. You know, if you're on the wrong side of the Chronosphere, you can't actually swap.
I mean, lane. They might try to go for G. He lands a Gale. TP reaction coming in. It's going to be Yol actually. 1 stun coming out. DK Phobos actually throws out the ulti. He's going to be slowed because of that. Going to eat a magic missile. Likely going to be dropping here. Can they get any return kill? Looks like they do manage to take out the Elder Titan.
Just everyone TPing home.
I mean, they traded a mid for a support, which isn't really great, but I think he was going to die either way.
FNG. Oh, I think he might just blow up jump. 44 life.
Oh, the Dragon Slave, almost. I mean, he's level 7 at 12 minutes and also has the Staff of Wizardry, so if he wants to go for a Yule's or a Force
He
Staff...
should have some more item. He's going for Yules. No?
Yeah, no, wait, that's Mag Stage's Master.
He had another, like he had the, okay, bubble wards and a stick, I guess.
Well, it's 2-2 at 12.5 minutes in, so I think everyone can agree that it's maybe not the most action-packed game
I
we've
think,
seen.
he's going for a Battle Fury, so my expectations of BZZ going ham have literally...
No, I think it's the right item choice though. Completely, because again, how do you breach high ground? I think what VP.Polar should try to aim for is trying to get the early Roche.
He is maybe not dead. Actually going to turn around and ult onto BZZ. He's trying to run into Fog here. Mag, he's got 5 seconds on another stun. Has plenty of mana for it. Is he going to have the time? Magic Missile comes through. They kill Lil in the meantime off to the left. BZZ actually going to be living. Pops the salve. Mag now wants to get the heck out of here. Comes back in and gets a crit. The double. Are you serious? What are the odds?
Holy crap.
I think he would have gotten stunned in time though, wouldn't he?
From
the Elder Titan, he was actually setting up the storm right there. So I mean, obviously having the crit, he got the kill now, but I think he would have gotten stomped there in time.
I don't know, that was crazy odds. I mean, if he didn't crit twice, I think Mag would have been able to TP out of there no problem.
No, but I
The
was
Elder
talking
Titan
about
was
the
gonna
stomp.
stomp.
I think
the
he
stomp,
would have
yeah.
gotten stomped in time.
The clarity potion. And
Is it enough? It's
Well, Illidan gets the sphere, TP coming in. They do have Laguna Blade, it should be a dead BZZ.
and the power of having a high level Lina against a PA early game. And even like super late game as well, I guess.
You almost have no cooldown on the Laguna Blade
Yeah,
as well.
it's ridiculous.
So
By the
he
time
can
he
sort
walks
of
back,
I'm actually wondering if Void is going to go for an axe here.
Maelstrom maybe, but it looks a bit.
He's going to, yeah, either Maelstrom or the BKB, but I think it's going to be the Maelstrom. I don't think BKB is going to be that effective this early.
Don't you think it's too difficult to have to worry about, like, you have Tidehunter, Ravage, and Swap to have to worry about? Do you think that doesn't warrant buying a BKB? Because at least then if you have it, you can sphere reliably knowing that if the Venge isn't nearby, you will still be able to kill your target.
That's true. I mean, BKB obviously wouldn't be a bad item choice, but does he want to get it before?
He wants the farming item kind of thing.
Yeah. But I think both item choices are fine. It's more like what you make out of it. I mean, if you get the BKB, obviously you want to fight early. But right now, I think Tidehunter is not even close to getting the dagger. No.
Miles away. Here's the super defense from. Can he deny?
G does not care about these wards at
He
all.
should be able to deny it.
It's a lot of damage.
He has to hit him at the same time. Oh, didn't get it actually. The VP Classic are going to get that, and VP.Polar actually pick up Roshan in the meantime.
I think that's a good, pretty decent trade for VP.Polar, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it is good as well.
Would have been very good if he gotten that deny.
Is it Lil that keeps on putting clarities on Illidan? I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah.
Because every time I look at him, he just has a clarity potion on.
It's that
Yeah.
efficiency. Don't have to go back to base. And speaking of Illidan, he's now got his Maelstrom finished.
I wonder what.
So he finished the Maelstrom right now before getting the BKB. I think it's the right choice, just because he should increase the farm speed. He actually needs to pick up. Right now he has the Aegis as well, so there's like
Very little chance of him dying. kind of
yeah,
thing.
it's. I think it's the right item choice here.
Well, it looks like they immediately want to fight off this, which I think is a pretty strong timing considering they have everything at their disposal, and Illidan's going to be able to get a regen as well.
I think it's just important that they use the time they have before Tidehunter gets the Ravage plus dagger. And
Oh, BZZ, he's going to get found out here. They don't have vision yet. There we go, he's dead. Okay.
That damage, holy crap. They have so much magic burst with the Ancient Seal.
actually has a lot because that's the second kill on the PA in a very short time.
Yeah, he's been looking on that, the broadsword for like 5 minutes.
I honestly think the Battle Fury is kind of a necessary choice, but it's also one that plays into what VP.Polar want to do, which is have a longer period in the game where BZZ is not going to be able to live. I mean, you have two supports that kill your core. You know, I don't really think that's ever a position that you want to be in.
The question is the what item, like he needs to get the BKB for sure on PA. I think if he wants to fight, because he's gonna, like, sure there's gonna be an axe at one point on the Lina, but he's gonna need that BKB, else he's just gonna get bursted by Ogre, Venom ulti, and Skywrath. But they actually have two. I wasn't thinking too much of the Venom ulti here, but it's actually a decent counter to the PA as well in the later stage of the game. Just because you have the Lina already, and then BKB is like the second item that is, the second hero that's kind of good against the BKB on the PA. I still think though, looking at the later portion of the game, I would still give VP Classic the edge. Like, depending on how good the game is running for them now, if they can get towers out of this Aegis, the first Aegis,
They
pushing
seem to
high
be-
ground against Titan, and eventually a Tidehunter dagger is going to be very scary.
Like BZZ late game will probably one-shot most of VP.Polar with the Elder Titan aura. Like pretty much all of them.
Yeah, that's true, but they have a good potential of 4 deaths on their heroes, but not sure. It can definitely go either way right now.
I have a question for you, right? Say you're Lina in this game, and you get your Aghanim Scepter.
He's actually working on the axe, so he's not going for the eels or force.
If you get the Ags before BZZ gets his BKB, do you not upgrade to Ags So you do more damage with the Ancient Seal? Or do you upgrade anyway?
I think you upgrade anyway, right?
No, but isn't it pure damage?
Yeah, it changes to pure when you get Aghanim's. But
Oh, it is magical.
It's magical right
Yeah,
now.
you should still upgrade it. Like now he's going for it either way, so the earlier he finishes the item, the better.
True, like you keep it in the base.
Yeah. And isn't it I mean, with a magic seal, I guess, obviously it's slightly more damage.
Yeah.
But
It's not by much, though. And you also have to assume that maybe Lil's not always going to have Ancient Seal on that target that you're hitting as well, right?
Yeah, but if you do hit it, it's like it one-shots me.
Well, I mean, your base magic resist is 25%, and Ancient Seal at level 4 amps by 45, so it is more damage, but I think if that hero eats a Laguna Blade, it's dead no matter what, seal or not, you know?
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, they're going to spot out Lil
Kind
here.
of cool thing to think about.
Not able to get quite close enough. Maybe he wants to try to line up a stomp, but I think Skyra's too fast.
Yeah. He's gone for threads as well. Kind of fearing the PA and the Viper damage, I guess.
it's an alright item choice, I'd say. I don't think they really in need of mana boots. Is Mac going for mana boots here on the Ogre?
No.
He's got like 2,000 gold.
He's
Maybe
getting
he
his
wants to
Blink
go for
dagger.
Blink, yeah.
He did that in the last game as well, just Soul Ring Blink. Gives them that initiation they kind of need apart from Void.
I think it's a lot stronger in this game than it was in the previous one. Like, even though they won, I just think that having a Blink stun against a PA that still is not going to have BKB, and pretty much no one on the side of VP can live through the combo right now, I think it makes the Blink infinitely more scary.
Yeah, definitely. He's closing in on that BKB quite quickly though. Like after he got the Battle Fury, he kind of
They're still not getting stacks. I think it's a mistake by VP Classic here to not make sure Ancients are unblocked.
It's been blocked like
Just
nearly
because-
the entire game.
Yeah, but they can just get sentries.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I think they should work on that because they're losing on so much farm. There's just two heroes right now that can take Ancients very easily. And especially with Tidehunter, who is very far behind, like, or who was very far behind, but who has still, his item progress is questionable. I think having those Ancients ready for him is
Oh, yeah,
just
definitely.
key.
The thing is though, it's actually mostly passive regen that he actually got the Blink Dagger from. Because he just didn't die and he just kind of hung around. Like he only has 28 CS and 1 creep though. Sure they have like 3 towers or 2 towers? I guess that helps. Yeah.
You didn't die enough though. I mean, he only has 1 death, so the gold you make just by, yeah, the pretty much gold per second is still good enough to get that
Yeah,
blink.
exactly. Well, I think you can get it at 16 minutes or something like that. A Blink Dagger if you don't die.
Oh,
Yeah, but that's without like arcanes, right? You just
Yeah,
get,
just
like,
straight
straight.
rush it, yeah.
Yeah. So I think his timing is still quite good, and he's had a decent recovery given the
Holy
start that
crap.
he's had. But I mean, I think the blink impact for Sadoy is much bigger than the blink impact for what Mag has. So in a way, I feel like VP might start to feel a tiny bit more comfortable, because whenever an engagement happens, and they're actually looking for one right now as they smoke up here next to the tier 2. But I feel like now is where VP actually want to try to get some kind of space going, just to make sure that BZZ can continue his item progression unobstructed. Because once he gets BKB, if he decides to go for it, like right after Battle Fury, then all of a sudden it doesn't feel so bad. And the Void's still not going to be able to reliably kill you inside of its sphere with 3 points and a Blur.
I think if VP Classic fight right now against Phobos with Axe, they will pretty much all die.
I actually think Phobos goes for the wrong item choice.
You think Force or Blink?
No, I think you should get a blink
Yeah.
follow-up item on the axe. I think it's a lot better. Because he can just like blink in, if he gets the ult in everyone, they kind of won the fight.
Yeah, yeah.
Right there.
Wow, Illidan really wants to go in here. He's got Sphere. They're going to find G. Where's the swap? Jottam coming in. He will be able to get it off. He's going to sacrifice his own life. The mech going to be popped. Earth Splitter actually hitting on 3 here. First one dropping. It's going to be Jottam on the side of VP Classic. They're going to be able to ult onto BZZ. Laguna Blade doing some damage. They will be able to burst him down. Multicast there. Sadoy, he's going for the Ravage. He gets stunned mid-animation. The Ravage finally lands on 3 on the side of VP.Polar. Very messy team fight all around. G's going to be dropping as well. It's a 2-for-3 trade. Make that 4 as VP.Polar suddenly pulling ahead. Yul going for a stomp here, wants to try to TP away. Think he might be able to get away here. Mag has stun mana, but it was on cooldown for just a little bit longer.
Where was the Tidehunter? The entire fight.
I think it was a really weird engagement because they were cut off from that entire patch of trees. Like Jottam swapped him out into the lane, but that's where everyone else on the side of VP was. So they weren't able to get in
Tidehunter
position.
was here on the corner.
I'm just wondering if you could have just daggered in there. Like, it felt like his dagger was on cooldown or something, because he had a pretty...
He might have been worried about the BKB on Illidan, and he was like, let's wait for BKB, let's wait for BKB, and he leaped away like just before the BKB ended.
But the Chronosphere was already used.
Yeah.
It's not like he's gonna waste too much. Like, He had, I think, 3 targets there to jump to get a decent Ravage off.
Yeah. I don't know. I think, like everything considered, it was fortunate for VP.Polar that they didn't just get crushed in that fight. Because I really felt like with the start, like G living, being at still 60% health after meching, like they should have lost that fight, in my opinion.
Yeah. But you could also see that the Venomancer already had, like, he struggled quite some to get into the fight.
He only got an ulti off on 2, I think.
Yeah, I just feel like with now having the Veil as the follow-up item, his positioning is still going to be very harsh, especially if you fight a Tidehunter. You, like, kind of what you want to try to aim for is that Tidehunter either doesn't jump you, so you can stay further away, or you just get the jump first, and then Tidehunter is forced Ravage if he doesn't stay further away from the Venomancer.
At the same time, though, you have the wards to kind of keep him at bay and keep that blink dagger down as well. It's one of my favorite things actually in the game, like using Venomancer wards against the blink.
Yeah. Are we looking on the item progression on PA? He didn't have the BKB in the last fight, right?
He's almost got it. He's 500 away.
Alright.
So
yeah, that was kind of crucial for that fight.
Yeah. I mean, the really downside to... For him, that would have been an ideal engagement if he had magic immunity, just because they sphered and they wasted it. And then you have free reign over pretty much anybody that you want to go on, as long as you have BKB.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit too optimistic on the fight timing there from VP. And truthfully, they were trying, I think, to smoke behind BZZ to try to bait him. So maybe they just wanted to try to keep him safe for a bit longer and ended up fighting when they didn't necessarily have to.
I think the fight also kind of started unfortunate because the smoke got revealed by DK4's positioning. So they actually could have chosen to back off there because it didn't really go into their favor on the jump.
It looks like VP Classic still want to try to apply some pressure elsewhere. They're going to go for the tier 1 in the off lane, which I think is a fairly good timing. Like, you definitely want this tower dead if you want to try to position yourself for the next Roshan, which is going to be up probably in about a minute or so.
I think that Roshan is actually going to be really important. I mean, if VP Classic gets the Rosh, they're going to have a huge lead if PA can get it. But
Concussive Blast here on the G. He's going to get sealed. Here comes the other Titan Stomp. Phobos maybe looking for a Gale here. Hits it on G. They're baiting this out quite well. Phobos going to ulti only on 1. BZ comes in. He's got the BKB popped. He eats an Ag's Laguna Blade, though. The Elder Titan ulti going to be coming in as well. Ravage. It hits on 2. BZZ with an Ultra. Just takes out everyone on the side of VP in quick succession. Nice Ravage from Sadoy as well.
Holy crap.
And they didn't even kill G. Like, that was probably the ideal engagement if you're VP Classic.
You can see the weakness of VP.Polar's lineup.
That was quite the sloppy play by the Void, though. I think he didn't use his BKB in the fight, did he? No, he did.
He did, yeah.
Was it? But
no sphere.
Was it afterwards, though? I felt like it was like maybe a last second BKB because he
it could have been.
Took like everything before, and then he gets the crit as well. I mean, it was kind of unfortunate for him there that Pia gets the crit on the jump, but he was very low before the crit already. It was just a finisher, so... I mean, great fight for VP Classic here. And I actually think they were ahead already in terms of drafting and how the game progression is going to go. But if they can't get the Rosh now, I think they get a very strong lead here into the game.
It's kind of hard, though, because they know that Illidan didn't sphere in the last engagement, so they know what's going to be up. And they don't have Ravage.
No, it's true, definitely. Like, trying to get Rosh against the Venomancer, against the Chronosphere is very tough. But at the same time, Titan is also a great hero to prevent the Rosh.
You can just constantly keep vision.
And he has the eels. Like, he has the eels on the support, so right now he's kind of set on his items. He doesn't really need any item. He's probably going to aim for the Force Staff now as a safety mechanism. But overall, I think he's completely set. He also has the levels. He has almost a level 4 Stomp. So for VP.Polar here, the Rosh attempt is going to be very hard as well.
What do you think of Force Staff against VP's lineup, though? It's not really that good against PA, really, or whatever. It's okay, I guess, but it's not like...
I mean, if you time it well, I think it's fine, right? Like, if he throws a dagger, you pretty much always dagger first and then jump. So if you just wait for the jump, you can Force Staff anybody and it's fine, I think. I don't know.
On whom are we talking about?
Like Force Staff on VP.Polar's team.
I think it's a good item to get.
Against PA, it's fine.
You need to stop the hits on PA. So you kind of have, I think there's two options. I think the best item against PA actually is a BKB. Just because you can't jump the target, so PA kind of loses all the attack speed.
He has to run to you.
But then again, like if you look at the lineup, I think I think Venom actually can work on a BKB. It wouldn't be too bad. It's actually pretty good, to be honest. Like if he can get the dagger BKB, it would be good. But it's a lot of items. Like to me, he missed on the dagger. Just the initiation on Venomancer.
There's no way they're actually getting this, right? Like, this sneak is massive from VP, being able to get this Roshan with absolutely no contention. They're going to see Yell on the river, but it's too late. VP Classic secure Roshan. Didn't lose a single hero. Now they want to try to go for some kills. Sadoy, unfortunately, not able to get a gush off there. And we're going to see an ulti here onto FNG, but he TP's out.
Holy crap.
I mean, honestly, that's just got to be oversight from VP. You have a Venomancer. All you have to do is have a ward in the pit, right? And that should basically never happen.
I mean, the wards is, I guess, semi-risky since they have a tight onto it. But you're right. Like they were not prepared for that Roshan at all. They were just way too late. And now they gave up a Rosh to PA, so PA can pretty much just jump on anything.
She can go as how much she likes.
They either have to spend the Chronosphere there, which is kind of right now their only safety mechanism, I think. They don't really have any force stuffs. They have no protection right now, so even if Venomancer, I think actually Venomancer would be probably the best jump. If he jumps on Venomancer and he gets to jump off, since he has no, like, he can't jump out, he's gonna get stifling if he gets the stifling off. It's very scary for VP.Polar right now.
And Sadoy has an invis here. Still got about 10, 15 seconds left on it. If he wants to try to find somebody, he's going to go for Lil here. Gets the anchor smash. Dagger coming in from BZZ. Ghost Scepter is popped, so he's not going to be able to auto just yet. Teleport reaction coming in. It's FNG. Doesn't look like he wants to chase here. Might try to burn through the Aegis. Not able to get the Laguna Blade off.
I actually think he had range for the Laguna initially.
The range is huge on the items.
Yeah, he could have definitely killed him there. That would have been a great pickoff. If he did not go for the Dragon Slave there first, he would have had the ultimate range for sure.
Sometimes you forget though, like when you're in the base and there's kind of weird angles, you can sometimes forget how much range you have on spells, especially.
900 range. Well, they're going to find a kill here on Jottam as Illidan. He goes for the kill. I think he had just wasted his TP during an ulti, didn't he? Yeah, I think he just thought he was going to get the kill and then TP'd and then canceled it. That was weird.
Then again, it's only a support VS, so not too much lost there.
When you're at this point in the game and you throw out a casual sphere to kill Soul like that, do you ever feel any kind of pressure that the other team's going to try to fight you now, or do you just think it's too short of a cooldown to really make use of it?
I mean, right now, with since he's level 16, it's hard to, especially, it depends on where your lanes are, I guess. Like, if your lanes are pushed, then it's scary, because he used the Chronosphere, but they have the Venomancer as well, still. I think they should try to apply pressure, though. VP Classic, that is, just because they need to use the Aegis.
And Ravage as well.
As long as they don't have any safety mechanism and they only have the Chronosphere, still, they don't have force staffs. They have a Ghost Scepter, I guess, on the Skyrat, but but I mean, VP.Polar don't have a single force there, so. But at the same time, they don't have tower push. It's very hard still to push for, I guess, either team. I mean, VP.Polar has the Venom wards, but that is kind of it.
Yeah. Well, the one thing we kind of didn't talk about so much until, well, basically right now, but Illidan is going to have an MKB soon, which I think kind of changes the outlook of how team fights can go. Because normally, you don't really ever want to spear PA as Void, at least unless you have high magic damage follow-up, but obviously PZZ now has BKB. But now that you have MKB, you can kill him in a sphere so long as the swap isn't there. So you kind of have to have a way to deal with Jottam. But if your supports can take care of that part, I think you can actually kill the PA quite easily now.
I think it's still very hard, to be honest. Like, how do you take care of the VS? You have, like, no hero that can just
go on him. I guess Mag, sort of on the...
It's tough. I think Venom would be the more ideal person to jump in.
Yeah, well, speaking of jumping, he's got that blink that you were talking about earlier, so...
Yeah, now he's with the Veil as well, he's pretty set for the team fight, and the push is going to be a lot harder for VP Classic. I think it looks like they're grouping up towards top, and if VP.Polar sees that early enough, Venom alone can win that fight.
Yeah, and even if they don't win the fight, they can't push afterwards.
Because they're going to be cocky. Like, obviously the PA is going to stand in front, but if you get a Veil and the Venom ulti on multiple heroes, let's say make it 3, I don't see VP.Polar losing the fight, because Because Void actually has an easy time just choosing who he wants to kill afterwards.
Well, here comes the tier 2 push as VP Classic are grouped up here in position, ready to fight. And it doesn't really look like VP.Polar are in too keen of a spot to defend this. They know the Aegis is going to be fading soon. I think it has a minute, maybe even less. And VP Classic are just going to decide to take their free tower and just go back and defend their own side of the map.
The crucial part is actually going to come when the PA gets another 2,000 gold and he can choose to jump the Void. It's going to be scary because he can't just easily initiate. You need to watch out, and forcing a fight like that when you can just initiate onto the Void and you manage to kill him, it's going to be very scary. Obviously, he does have the MKB, but if he gets the Abyssal on the PA, it's very scary for Void.
Is that always the next item, Abyssal Blade on PA? Yeah. You just want the lockdown, so you can actually kill Void.
Yeah, he's definitely going to upgrade the Basher.
There was some post about PA, like crit mechanics and things like that, and they say if you attack like 3 or 4 times and don't get a crit and then blink strike on somebody, your chance to crit at least one swing goes up to like 75% chance.
Holy crap.
So in that blink strike duration, you should basically always get a crit, is how the math works, at least, or so I'm told. But when you have an Abyssal and you can like, they call it rigging the RNG, I guess you could say, to make sure that you get the burst when you need it, you can actually just instantly kill any hero.
They just scouted out a DD room. But there's like, I mean, right now they have no outer objectives, and this game is actually very boring.
It is.
Not a whole lot going on.
19 kills.
I just think going high ground for either team is
Like
almost
suicide.
impossible at this stage. Like, if both safe buybacks, it's like, all right, how do we fight?
In a way, I think it's actually more stressful for the teams to go late game because at least if you fight early, you're not going to be losing like 2 sets of racks off of one fumbled base defense, right? Like at the very least, you might lose like a tower, but I think that waiting this long, obviously they feel it's necessary, but it also makes it a lot scarier to lose one fight.
I'd be more worried if I was VP Classic because of the Ogre, Magai, buffing up all his team. I think like super late game if they're pushing, especially with Lina, like Lina can actually push really quickly late game if she has one item that does a bit of right click damage. With that fiery soul.
I haven't talked too much about the Ogre. He actually finished having the axe on top of the
so
dagger.
fast,
It's like, if you can manage to get the 16, you can like pretty much burst anyone on the team. Like maybe not Viper obviously, but all the others are like food to a lucky multicast.
Yeah, just dead. I think Viper's probably the only one that can live.
Oh, he almost has a heart finish. We haven't seen G at all this game.
I mean, he's just been hitting creeps.
He's literally been chilling.
He's got 300 CS on a Viper at 36 minutes. The guy has been getting his farm on more or less. I think it's good though, like having a Viper that's this fat, it gives you a hero who can just walk up to high ground and kind of hit freely. So if you ever manage to find any picks, it's a lot easier to get tier 3 damage when you have a hero with a heart because you never have to back.
We say we haven't really seen him, but he's been involved in like 70% of their kills.
Yeah, but it's only because the game has not really had many kills in
Yeah,
general.
yeah,
It's
exactly.
like no matter what your contribution to the game is for your team, you still have only had 19 kills in a 37-minute game. That's like a kill every 2 minutes. And for each team, it's a kill every 4 minutes. Which is...
A snooze off.
It is, a little bit. But here comes VP Classic. They, at the very least, want to get in a good position here. There's going to be a Viper ulti thrown out. And keep in mind, Roshan's spawning soon. Probably about 2 more minutes, maybe less.
I'm actually wondering if he would have had the Titan Spirit from start on the Viper strike if he could have died.
No,
that damage was pretty insane.
He had it pretty much close, and it only got him to about
He
like,
dropped to like 400 HP.
Yeah.
I think on the last tick it was like 3 something.
It's kind of a cute little mechanic, isn't it? When they throw the Viper. Oh, no.
Well,
there wasn't even neutral creeps in it.
I mean, do you really assume that they're gonna go for a TP there anyway? Like,
well, in a game like this, it's kind of worth it because nothing's happening for the next 20 minutes anyway.
that's actually a good point. No one's gonna fight. Might as well just throw it out.
but they haven't seen a Cronus.
I will say that Roshan's actually going to be spawning before Sphere is going to be up. Not by a large margin, but it might give VP Classic the incentive they need to try to push the lanes out a bit more and get in position for that. Because, I mean, they actually timed it so well last time that BZZ, when he knew his Aegis was going to be fading, he had a courier following him with a TP on it.
Yeah.
So he's like, yeah, I know exactly when this is going to go away. So smoke here. They know the ulti.
Oh
from
my
Illidan
god, the
is
Rune
down.
of Destiny.
This could
Oh,
be.
but he actually finished a Satanic over the Abyssal Blade here.
I guess he's worried about Venomancer and like being able to push after the Venomancer ulti.
Like, I mean, I guess that's a mechanism, so Lina
They're gonna
ultis
find
and-
Phobos. He's all on his own. He is dead. Goodbye.
How much life will he lose from this, do you think?
Oh, he has to Veil on
Yeah.
top as well.
I guess we're gonna find out, right? He doesn't
He's
have
not gonna
anything to hit.
die, but
It's a lot of damage.
yeah, it's quite some. I think Venomancer ulti without reduction is like 1500 damage, right?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
something like that.
It's insane.
Well, they get the kill on the Venomancer, and he does have buyback, but he hasn't used it yet, which means since their lanes are pushed, that VP Classic look to be in a really good position here for this Roshan. No, he
The
buys
top
back
lane-
now.
the top
Okay,
lane
all
is
right, here we
supposed
go,
to-
here we go. Now they're coming.
Okay.
I was
They're
gonna
gonna
say,
manage to
I
get
think
it
it's
in
really
time,
weird.
though.
But, I mean, keep in mind, BZ still has everything up, and they do not have Venomancer ulti, so this is kind of an all-in play here by VP.Polar.
Oh my god.
Oh, here comes Illidan. He's going to get a Sphere on 2. The immediate swap from Jotum. Going to keep BZZ in fighting shape, at least for the time being. The BKB is popped. It's a battle of carries right now. Below the Earth Splitter. And the RNG favoring BZZ so heavily. FNG dropped as well. So Doi with a triple Ravage. It's going to be a double for him. Can he make it a triple? Skywrath ulti comes out, but unfortunately the Ghost Scepter prevents BZZ from getting yet another kill on top of that.
Did you see the difference in the crits when BZZ crit him without the Elder Titan Spirit beside him?
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're
think
going to try to find something. They just both TP away. All right.
I actually think the Titan's gonna die from that. Yeah,
Yeah, he is dead. Goodbye, sir.
Maybe both even.
You buy like 7 cloaks.
I mean, that's... Even if they had Phobos for that fight, like getting an ulti off on a handful of people, I still think they would have lost. Because Illidan is forced to Sphere as soon as he sees 2 people in the pit, right? Like, he
Yeah.
can't just hold it.
Yeah,
So-
but I think that's just the issue about the draft. Like I said from start on, you pick a Void carry into a...
Second pick it as well.
Yeah, but you pick it into the VS. I feel like that's why I thought the Void is going to be the offlaner, and they choose to run another carry. So
Yeah.
you're not in that situation where you have all your farm onto the hero that eventually will not be your carry. Like it's very hard for him.
Do you think maybe it was the fact that they decided to ban Gyro and they didn't maybe feel as comfortable running Medusa? Because at some point, you think maybe a Gyro safe lane would have been a lot harder for VP to deal with, in my opinion.
No, I think Gyro. I think there's still plenty of heroes they could have chosen. To be honest,
Yeah.
I think the Medusa would have been the most obvious one, especially after running it the last game, and
Luna wouldn't be too
it's
bad. I
also
guess.
one of his favorite heroes to play, I guess. And they also have the ogre buff, so it's not like running into late game they're gonna be like bad at all with the Medusa. And PA against Medusa is always very difficult for
Yeah,
PA.
definitely.
Well, VP Classic in a very commanding position here. Both carries pulling pretty far ahead.
They still have their mid tier
what
1
VP Polar
tower
have.
at 41 minutes.
It's kind of surprising too, right? Because he was against the Veno.
Yeah, exactly, with the constant pressure. But apparently, G doesn't succumb to pressure.
And actually, I think they can choose to go just push high ground now. Having the extra cheese as well, it benefits Viper a lot.
Look how much health he has.
Yeah, having the cheese on him, like he can die in the
Yeah.
fight, not having like cheese or ages, but now with cheese, it's very optimal for him. I wonder how far.
Oh, first hit bash. There's the Abyssal and the crit. See you later. He has buyout, and he's going to have to use it if they want to keep their middle set of racks here. Dagger being thrown by BZZ. Stomp actually not going to land, but Jotum swaps defensively here. He's going to find Lil buyback from Illidan. This could be his time. Phobos, he gets an ulti on 2. BZZ going to town on him.
Ghost
Pops the
Scepter.
Ghost Scepter. Here comes the Elder Titan Earth Splitter. Hits on Phobos as well. Here comes Illidan. Sphere onto 2. They're going to be able to take out BZZ, but he still has an Aegis. He will be coming back in just a few seconds. They've already lost Jotum here. G might be dying. There's the cheese. Doi comes back in. Yule's dodge on the Ravage by Mag. Nicely done, but the rest of the team just not able to stand to what VP Classic have brought here, and VP.Polar tap out.
So in the very last fight, they managed to kill the VS first, so he can actually get a Chronosphere off.
Yeah.
And they also, he's like, okay, we can kill him now, and then he has an Aegis. And
But
it's like, well,
it didn't matter.
I really just think the decision making, like you mentioned it in the draft, Hani, it's like it's not that hard to do, but just being able to do it every single time is still way too much for VP.Polar to deal with. Like Jotum's positioning was always perfect.
Interesting items on Lil here.
Yeah. Some chainmails. I mean, they have minus armor, right?
I think it's the counter to Elder Titan.
They have Gush, they have Howl, they have Elder Titan. Got to get that plus armor. Pretty good, right?
Hello, Shiver.
Hello.
And my microphone, oh, there we go. My microphone wasn't even on yet. Yeah, I have to say that game looked kind of over at some point already when the only hope for VP.Polar basically was the one more combo team fight that they never got to have. And then it was just well played by the normal Virtus Pro. Was there anything, was it just draft, or was there anything that VP.Polar could have done differently?
I honestly think that both drafts kind of didn't benefit either team. I
Okay.
think they missed push. They lacked the push, but in the end, I think the VP Classic was not forced to do anything. Like, they run into a single core void carry, and they are not pressured in the push at all. And they had the Titan on their side as well, so going high ground against Titan is already very difficult.
Well, we're going to see, of course, if we can see a 1-1 in the end or after the next game. But before we go there, we go into a short break. The teams are getting a break, you're getting a break, and maybe some birds as well.
Hey, birds! I'm Edward, and I'm a tufted titmouse. I'm a pretty standard bird. Decent flyer, okay at nests. But my forte, a little thing called productivity. Look, I get it. We all have to work, tick things off the list. Emails, notes, presentations, expenses. But come on, man. I mean, you have to make time for the finer things in life. You're stressing out about what you have to do next because you can't do it now. Progress isn't made by early birds, you know? It's made by modern birds, like me. As for the rest of you, you're just making things difficult for yourselves. Always hunting for a recharge. Glued to your tiny screen, giving yourself a migraine while you try to write a novel with your thumbs? You birds are so old school. As for me, I got time on my side. A tablet when I want it, and a laptop when I need it. Now stop your flapping and get it done.
Get everything done on the fly. It's a laptop, it's a tablet. The Asus Transformer Book T100 with Intel inside.
I've got a laptop. Check out my laptop.
Also a tablet.
I love my laptop.
The point is, it's both.
You see this?
Yes, it's both.
Nice.
Welcome back to the Aces ROG Dream League. We are in the middle of our winners bracket match. It is a best of 3 between Virtus.Pro and Virtus.Polar, and it is a 1-up for the Classic boys. Am I saying that right? Yes, I am. Awesome. Yep. So we're going to see if maybe we can see a 1-1, a VP.Polar can pull it straight. Of course, once again, we're here at the desk together with Andy, Shane, and Hani. Overall impressions from the first game, guys?
Well, I think what I said in the start of the match before the game was played, in the draft, I think they made a mistake by not trying to go for second core. They chose to play the Void as their main carry, and I think they just got punished for it. After picking the Void into the VS, you can't run that single core strat. Like, VS was on spot with the swaps, and that kind of decided the game.
Did they have it? They had a chance during the draft to pull that straight potentially, right?
In the draft?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they could have chosen to last pick a carry for Illidan, and it would have been all right, I think.
Or even running like a dual mid or something, like a different kind of strategy altogether could have been. Like the Void on its own wasn't enough, I don't think, definitely. Do you think if maybe they picked Batrider or some other hero to kind of go on them instead of, you know what I mean? Like if they could be more aggressive with other heroes as well as the Void?
I just think in terms of physical damage, all they had was Void.
Yeah.
Like, they had a lot of magic damage, but hardly any jump. Like, I was thinking about it, if they had a hero like a Tidehunter, and then they run the Void as a core, so you can back up the Chronosphere, and it's going to be harder to swap. But they had neither of those. They had like hardly any initiation next to the Chronosphere, so...
Yeah, it's just a situation where you only have one game plan, and that's Sphere the carry and kill it, and they couldn't do it.
So the game was decided by draft. Is any of your predictions changed after last game? Or rather, who's going to take the second game now that you've seen the first one?
Well, I thought that it was going to go 3 games.
Yeah.
Like, I just kind of had a hunch that it would. But again, it's all about what you can get, I think, out of the draft. And if either team drafts well, both of them have clearly shown that they can win. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in this match. So I think I think VP.Polar still have a pretty good chance.
Okay, fair enough. We actually have got the draft on the way, so it's time to see if VP.Polar can indeed turn this into a 1-1 and have a chance to make it to day 2, or if they're going to go to the lower bracket. That's the deciding game. Let's take it to the game.
What? We don't need sound effects anymore, Shane. We've grown past that. But VP.Polar, they've actually opened up completely different than they did in the first game. And they're just going to go ahead and take a Slark and Skywrath Mage. Definitely a strong pairing if you can get them together. And plus, they actually banned Venge themselves in this match, so there's not going to be any more of that pesky Jotum swapping to save.
Oh, but that leaves DP.
Another hero who actually goes really well with Elder Titan. Like, exorcism damage plus having no armor is major out.
Bad news bears.
Yeah, it's not great.
No, I see the same. It's just very random, so they banned this VS, and then I mean I guess the Slark is still obviously
it's a pretty good.
But
so
I mean it's just interesting because usually if you ban VS, then you have this
so
plan,
you can open
so
it.
you get maybe a Batrider, maybe you get the Void if you feel like getting the Void, but then they choose to pick something else.
But do you need to pick the Void early, though? Because that's kind of the discussion we had about another game is like, why wouldn't you just wait a little bit longer if maybe you want to try to run your lanes in a different way? Maybe VP.Polar water run off lane Void this game. Maybe they just decide to hold it.
No, I mean, obviously, like, you're never forced to pick a Void in the first 2, you're not.
Right.
But it would make sense in terms of the opening. Like, if they had done that last game and they chose to pick a Void in the first 2, it makes sense. Like, you see kind of a pattern and what is going to happen. Like, now... I think VP Classic is going to have the follow-up pick, right? Yeah. No, they don't?
No, they don't. VP actually have the pick out of this, I think.
Oh, so it's the same thing. I mean, that actually kind of favors the VP.Polar here, I think, in terms of their follow-up pick, because they can choose to either get a Batrider or still run the Void. I think Void would not be very suitable with a Slark, because you already...
They don't synergize well.
Yeah, they really don't. And you just have so much farm. I think a Batrider could be a very good pick. What you often see is Skywrath Bat, but I actually think it's kind of a terrible combo. I don't like the 2 together.
Yeah, because you kind of have to consistently be moving with the lasso target, right? You don't really want to hold it still. You want to get as far away as you can.
And also, Skywrath's usually so far back in team fights. If the Batrider's initiation is so far away that you're not going to be able to close that gap. Like.
All right.
So they last
And it's the Batrider follow-up pick.
Okay.
So obviously really targeted towards DP, right? Like it's an obvious hero that you want to be able to lasso. It makes your high ground defense a lot easier as well. Like when they're trying to go high ground with Exorcism, you just kill the Death Prophet.
I actually wonder if they... I think an SD pick would be really good right now. Because it synergizes SD.
Oh, SD.
I think it synergizes well with Titan as well. It's good protection. It's very good against all three heroes. You can't just burst the DP, and I think that's always the scary part when a DP can get bursted. Because the ulti is pretty much all you
similar
have.
kind of
Dazzle kind of has the same kind of idea. Maybe it's a bit better.
It even amplifies the Elder Titan.
It also is really good with the Elder Titan, actually.
What about a silencer pick from VP here?
From VP?
Yeah, or VP.Polar, sorry. Like just to allow the Batrider to get in, to allow Slark to kind of just go as ham as he wants?
I just think the support duo would be weak. Maybe a mid silencer. You can, I guess you can see. I think a support silencer wouldn't be good though. I think Skies and silencer is not a good support duo at all.
Yeah, I mean, you would have to... I think in a way, you would have to specifically target the silencer towards like going for zoning, and then you would have no roam, right? Like your roam would be absolutely terrible, and you wouldn't be able to kill DP, who is a very gankable mid. So I think actually they might just pick their mid now and save their second support for
Well, it
last.
depends on who their mid is as well. Like there's a few heroes that can combo quite well with Skywrath. All they need is just a tiny bit of help. Like maybe like Viper again wouldn't be too bad.
I wouldn't mind seeing a Storm, honestly, from VP.Polar.
I was going to say the same. I think Storm is actually one of the better heroes against Titan as well. I think it's one of the better, because you can't really get the spirit on top of a Storm. Like, it's really hard. I think at Doom... No, Doom is actually not going to work. But it's one of the few heroes that's like decent against Titan, I think. I don't know. But I can totally agree with the Storm here, being a pickup.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of pressure. Like when you have 3 potential cores who can all pressure the map, it's really hard to play into that. And a lot of teams are just forced into 5-man positions, which I think is what we saw happen against the first game of the day, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't that the... yeah, I wasn't casting it, but I vaguely remember there being just way too much pressure, and then you had a core Storm and another... I think it was Slark, wasn't it, in that game?
It was Storm and Slark in the same team.
Yeah, and eventually they just lose a couple of fights, and then you just have these 2 heroes who pressure the map so hard that the enemy just has to stick together.
Yeah.
I think the one issue you have though, like when I look again at the draft, is that Storm matchup against the Death Prophet is very hard, and that's where TA is gonna be. Like now, TA makes a lot. It makes a lot of sense because like DP is gonna be the mid laner, and right now they have very little to like take off the refraction charges. So it's a smart pickup, I think, and it also deals better with a DP pick.
And it's also good against a team who is very inclined to go earlier BKB. Like that Death Prophet is going to want BKB because you have to worry about Lasso, Skywrath. Like even Slark does a pretty good amount of magic damage. So in that sense, you get like the mass minus armor on a TA, and just the physical damage output she has is insane. So you can just get kills very quickly.
The VP go for something funky like a Slardar here. I think they used to pick it quite a lot. Like Slardar
It's actually one of its favorite heroes, isn't it? Yeah, I can totally see it. Yeah. They're also on Dire now? Yes, they're on Dire now, so the Slaughter would definitely be a good pickup here. Early Roches.
Yeah.
The amount of minus armor they would have would be completely insane.
Yeah, like people would just melt with all the Titan.
Yeah.
But also would suit the laning. I think it's a decent hero against the TA as well, I think.
I think they would need an offlaner that actually gave them some more initiation, like maybe a Centaur or something like that, if they wanted to go that route, because otherwise it's really hard for them to actually force engagements on their own terms. And it looks like they're going to go with an LC, which I don't think... No, it is offlane, yeah.
Could be safe lane.
It could be safe lane, yeah. But
it's really, really good against Slark, actually. It's one of my favorite heroes to pick in pubs when people pick Slark. And I was
going to say, I think it's a decent lockdown against Slark, but it's also picked against the Batrider.
Yeah.
Like it's
you can get rid of the lasso.
Exactly.
And the Skywrath
I really like the lineup of VP Classic here. And it looks like a lot more action in this game in comparison to the last game.
Yeah, definitely. Like TA, Batrider.
Yeah, you have a lot more opening. You have the DP that is going to push, so you force
exactly.
like you force fights.
Kind of taunting it, like.
Yeah.
So are we thinking that this is going to be ET support? We've been seeing it quite a bit lately. So
it's going to be
ET. Yeah, okay.
I mean, before the first game started, I was thinking it's going to be first pick ET of both. Like either. I'm surprised they let it go through again. I feel like ET, it's very easy to play with a hero. Like, it's not the easiest hero to play in itself, but it's very easy to, like, let's say you run this one core carry. Suddenly this one core carry can win you a game because he has the aura on top. Like, he puts the aura on top of heroes and they just melt.
Yeah.
It's insane. Same for Roche. It's really hard to take a Roche fight. Spirit is always going to be there. Stomp. It's
Doesn't it cover
ridiculous.
pretty much the entire pit, basically? Like
Yeah.
if you put
Pretty
it,
much.
Yeah.
Like almost.
What do you think of a Shadow Demon pick from VP.Polar? Like
From
you were talking about it earlier.
Shadow Demon.
Shadow Demon. Like just for the duel and to stop
I just
the
think
Death
that
with silence.
I feel like the combo is in a way weak. Like a Skyreth and Shadow Demon is like has no synergy. You
Coddle.
Interesting.
Well, they didn't really have any wave clear, I would say. I mean, I guess Dark Pact and Psyblades and stuff kill the wave. But
Also, with Legion Commander Duels, it does a similar job with Blinding Light.
yeah, I suppose. It's interesting though because this is a hero that we're assuming that LC is core, right? Like the LC is going to
Yeah.
be safe lane, so
Or Duel offlane.
it's kind of it's one of those heroes that can abuse the jungle really well, and I think that VP are pretty clearly going safe here. So you can actually get quite a bit out of it. You can stack for the Bat Rider. You don't really ever have to go back to base, and I think having Keeper with a Slark core is really nice because you actually just have you're a well. You never ever go back to base.
Yeah, that's true. And you have the map dominance
I mean,
as well. So.
I just don't really see the combo. The only thing I can really see is like you use
Holy
the
crap.
mana leak onto the grab, so a hero goes out of mana. But I just feel
Yeah.
like
Oh, it is offlane LC. All right, they just decided to go PA instead.
Maybe
no,
it's
I think it's really good.
Yeah.
For the response of VP is very good, just because you're like the high ground again for VP.Polar is not existent. Like they have really good catch, sure, but in terms of team fight, they have a double save on VP Classic. They have the Grave as well as LC to protect the DP here, and I mean, BCT I guess really likes the PA. I think Slaughter could have been a very interesting pickup. Could have definitely worked, but I guess against Dark Pact is so in terms of mid-late game.
Yeah, true.
While also MKB on a Slark is not the best item you really want to have. I think if you can aim to get a Skady, Midas Skady is usually really good with a dagger, but it would be like after that you would get MKB, and at that point PA usually has quite a few items.
Yeah.
It's very true. Well, we are in game now. Sadoi, he actually teleported bottom and placed a ward.
Yeah, that was so cheeky.
Like he really wanted that vision before anything happened. And I think it's pretty important because if you get caught out, it's very easy to just lose all your regen. Your laning presence pretty much goes away. And he even gets back in time to block, so.
If I'm Phobos here playing TA, I'm actually so happy with their lineup. Like, I'm not afraid of anything. Even like, they're not going to roam at all, basically. Like Dazzle, Elder Titan.
Yeah.
It's not exactly scary.
It should be a bit concerning, I think, for VP Classic. Like, Death Prophet actually doesn't beat TA in lane at all. I think both heroes just kind of farm. But
I think it's in favor of TA, but like Prophet can still farm. Like the thing is, if the matchup is a bit weaker for you, I think you should aim to try on stacking the big camp so you can catch up.
Yeah.
It's usually quite nice to do because you hardly lose anything then. But
I think TA usually wins.
Yeah, TA has the edge for sure. But I just think one problem with the top lane is that Bat Rider is actually. I think they will have a decently hard time until like level 3 to keep up that. But
oh, he didn't skill Firefly. He's got Napalm here, but he's fine. That
Greasing them
armor,
up.
double ring of protection.
Actually, looking at it again, once PA hits level 3, Bat Rider is going to have a hard time showing up.
The thing is though, like, Bat Rider can kind of come back with the jungle, but can Legion Commander do the same? Not really. Like, it's a risky offlaner, I think.
I still think it's kind of what Hani said, though. It's more about being able to have a hero on your team that removes the lasso. And if you assume that offlanes go equally in terms of, like, Sadoi and Mag are both going to have a really hard time, maybe Mag less so, it's just saying, okay, well, I guarantee that if I'm at a fight, I'm going to be able to remove the lasso
If that's your sole job, though, as a Legion Commander.
It is a sole job for a long time, I think. But then eventually you can transition into a core after you start fighting.
Once he has a dagger, it's always scary.
Yeah.
The thing is, he just needs to like stay there, and hopefully you don't die before the opponent dies. But at the same time, like
16-minute mark.
Sadoy, he's taking a ton of damage here. All right, looks like he'll be fine.
He has to go home though.
Yeah, well, he doesn't have to, but he might as well, because he's so low that I don't think he can get in lane. Flil gets some mana. He'll just die if he shows again. Look at his trading here. Mag just manning up against Stratum. Needs to be a little bit careful.
4 stacks on Stratum though.
Poison touch. That is physical damage too, so it doesn't really do much when you have 8 armor at level 2.
You know, I actually wonder in this kind of scenario, you know, he sets the ward.
Yeah.
He knows the camp is blocked. They can still actually not pull, I think, right? Oh, now they removed.
They removed
Now they removed the ward, right? But if he actually just goes into the jungle for the first level, you skill either your passive, you can skill whatever pretty much, but he would have had a much better time just going jungle, like a much better time. And he can still, like, as soon as they push, it's not like Skywrath can easily rotate onto another lane, and they have a Coddle, like...
Because that's kind of, like, at the moment, Coddle's just stacking camps and jungling. Would that, like, allow him to do more? Like, the fact that he's in lane kind of makes Coddle at least stay close-ish to Skywrath and keep giving him mana.
I mean, you know, usually the issue with an offlaner rotating into the jungle very early is that you can see the supports, and if the support rotates onto another lane, then it's just, like, it's very scary for the mid laner. But at the same time, a Coddle can't really rotate. A Skywrath is also not very scary, and at the same time, you have that ward set from start on, so you kind of have a bit of room.
Yeah.
And I feel like LC could have used that time in the jungle to just get that early levels.
Well, Sadoy's kind of just still sitting bottom, just doing his creep blocking thing, just trying to get what he can. And in comparison, Mag's not really doing that much better, but I definitely see where Hani's coming from. Just the
Look at the
stability of
stacks
having
in
a
the
bit of
jungle
farm.
though.
Yeah.
Like, for both teams actually.
Well, I mean, one team you're stacking for the Batrider, and the other team you could be stacking for the LC or the Death Prophet, I
would
guess.
say DP. I think DP should take the early stacks.
It takes Legion like 10 years to kill a stack, I think. Oh, he's got his boots now.
I mean, just having infinite mana.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it?
It's not really that great of a time for him.
I think TA is kind of one of them heroes though that, like, if Skywrath does rotate and he gets a slow one on G, I think he's dead. Like, TA can actually kill.
I mean, Tia gets scary once you hit level 6.
Yeah, exactly.
You kind of need a sentry ward in mid lane because you have 2 traps up. He goes too far, he just dies. Like, once he has, like, he's choosing to go Midas route, isn't he?
That's what it looks
like.
Or maybe it's a magic stick.
Yeah, it's a wand recipe.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. He's not there yet. I was really surprised looking.
Yeah, look.
I was like, oh.
He's a beast. Bottle and magic. Jesus.
And the Slark is still farming very well too. He's farming better right now than what BZZ is, and we'll see if he opts to go for a Midas himself. Some teams have actually decided to start going Midas on Slark a little bit more, like Midas into Blink.
On Slark?
Yeah.
I think it's must. Like, I actually played, when I played carry, I used to, like, skip it. You know, the way I like to play the hero is that I get PTs and Aquila, and then I choose to go with a high level dark play into the jungle and let my support go rotate onto the lane.
Yeah, I see.
Because you're very efficient going into the jungle once you have like a certain amount of HP. Like you don't really lose that much. But I just feel like Midas is too good on the hero just because his attack animation is too slow. It's just too slow. And he really, really benefits just in terms of like fighting. It's not even the farm that you really gain that much from it. It's just the fighting and the stacking up of the ascent shift.
Yeah.
That is, it's too good to not get, I feel.
I think a lot of it too is just getting to 10 and 11, right? Like, as Slark, you typically want Pounce and Dark Pact max as soon as humanly possible. And then going from level 1 Shadow Dance to level 2 almost doubles the effective HP regen that you get just from being in Fog, which I think is quite helpful.
It's true, like also like you kind of want to have the 14 fast.
Yeah.
Like getting those 4 levels in your ascent shift mean a lot. And then it's all about pretty much like you take fights, you hit people, you work around the, like Slark is a lot about working around essence shift, is a lot about that. Once you have like, if you have like 14, 15 charges, you just go for kills. Like, you want to keep them up, because it means so much in the hero. It's pretty much all, like, the hero is so much late game around having those asset shifts. It's like having an Aegis on him, and if he dies, he suddenly can lose so much efficiency.
Yeah, all the damage and armor. I think though ET is actually very, very strong against Slark in the same aspect. Like, Essence Shift is kind of like half of the use of it is kind of gone.
You do get some armor from it, but
you get quite a lot.
I mean, what hero is ED not good against? I guess that's a better question.
True. He brings up a fair point.
I mean, he can. The thing is, Slark at least has the timer where he can, with Dark Pack, take off the stun. So it kind of goes both ways, but sure, like any hero still loses its strength.
Look at these stacks.
No one right now is taking over the mid lane.
Yeah, they kind of just left it open for Phobos to have a lot.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like,
look at the
you
traps.
kind of need the sentry ward in mid lane against the TA once you hit 6. I think like if I play middle, I would always call for it because I think it's a must. Once you play, like when you play against TA and he plays well, he's gonna just walk up to you and harass you every time. He just drops the trap, walks up to you, and you're gonna lose half your HP.
Yeah.
So having the sentry down is very important.
So what's your take on the power treads, TA instead of phase?
I think both works. I think it's more like what's your comfort zone, to be honest.
Yeah, I see a lot of people, like most people usually go phase and then they go drums into Yasha. So you have like the on-demand, you drums, you phase in, you guarantee meld, right? Like you're so fast that even without a trap, you're most likely going to catch. But I think the treads are actually a bit better for farming.
Yeah, especially if you have a bottle, you can just get the switching efficiency so good.
That's, I mean, I don't know. I feel like
look at the early link.
Just looking at treads and phase, like what you get out of the two, I feel like usually PT is always the better choice in most cases, but it's a lot about how you like to play.
That first blood, what bag? Has a 7-minute blink dagger, and Phobos is actually going to find a kill on y'all as well. Go from a quiet game to 2 heroes dead in a matter of seconds.
And 2 blink daggers in the space of 10 seconds as well.
Yeah, Mag actually has a blink, and Sadoy is 2 levels lower and has 76 gold.
Them stacks.
I disagree with the blink on Slark as a first item.
Yeah. Even with a bot rider on your team with a blink dagger, that kind of initiates for you.
It also is like, I mean, they don't have a soul carry Slark, sure, but I mean, now he can play super aggressive on the LC, but at the same time, I don't know, like, he has all the free farm he wants, so why would he not choose to get the Midas? And it's not like suddenly, all right, I'm going to be the playmaker. He's still level 8, and
he has no other items as well, so he can't actually, like, rotate that well.
I just think, I mean, it's cool to have the blink, but then, like, in the blink time, you need to make something happen. And while you have Midas, you are not forced to do anything. Like, it's cool if you get a gank, or, like, you go for a kill on a TP, or whatever, but while Batrider now has the blink, he can just go gank that lane, so he's not forced to have the blink dagger.
It's not on him to...
Yeah, but what if, like, for the sake of argument, what if you wanted to kill BZZ, right? And you have blink Bat and blink Slark? It's quite easy kill for them, as long as they actually just have double blink, yeah. Oh, Yol gonna get spotted here. Might get dragged up to high ground. That's exactly what Mag's gonna do. He's just gonna take him up to the ward spot and let him burn. There is nothing he can do about this.
Oh, no.
Nice play by Mag. That ward vision, though.
This game is kind of spiraling out of control.
The early game is completely going into the favor of Polar.
Yeah.
I mean, the good part is, I think God has not suffered yet, or has he? Did he die once there?
No, he hasn't.
No, he didn't.
And he got all them stacks in the jungle as well.
Kind of low on CS for that, I think. Not bad though. Like you know, you face a TA, so it's not the greatest matchup for sure. But it's kind of important that he doesn't die, because he's pretty much all of their early rotation. You can't really rely on an LC to do much in that matchup, and I guess also Pia kind of sits back.
What do you think of his choice to go early bracer? Like, is he going to finish at drums, or does he just get the bracer and then straight into yield scepter?
I mean, I like it. It's early stats.
Yeah.
But he can choose. Maybe even goes for yields now. It's like just having a bit of stats. I think early bracer generally is very underrated. I feel like it does so much. It's like this choice. Like, let's say he doesn't have the bracer, right? Now he has 1k HP. If you look on a lane where you see a hero around 750 HP, it's always, to me, like it's a mechanism you like to gank that lane. But with a bracer, it's already like, all right, well, this gank can work, but it can't be maybe an instant kill.
Yeah.
So TP rotation can come, and there's a lot of factors where you just not think too much about that kill.
Quick initiation bottom here onto Sadoy. There is going to be a TP coming in, but it might be a little bit too late. The press the attack, keeping him alive for a bit longer. How deep do they want to go? Sadoy actually sticking around here. Gets another shadow Shadow
I
Wave.
think in that case, you always go for the jewel, don't you? If you have Shallow Grave on you? Like it just...
Well, I mean, he was standing in fire.
Yeah,
so-
but if you have Shallow Grave on you and you jewel, it doesn't matter.
But if you get Shallow Grave first and you wait too long, the duel duration actually probably, like, the Shallow Grave will wear off before your duel, is what I'm saying.
It was the safer play.
Yeah.
I think the more amazing play would have been if he dueled and he got a kill out of
exactly.
it, sure, but
Yeah.
it's like...
Would
it's
they
a- I
even
guess
had
it's a
damage to kill,
communication
though?
thing.
That's my
It really
question.
is. Yeah, I think it would have been very... I don't know. I think it's just a safe play. It wasn't bad, for sure. But I wonder actually... I guess there was a
Top.
double jump, right?
G's trying to run out here. Does he actually have... He has a
Does he
flame
just turn
break.
on the spirit?
I don't think he's actually going to get that kill. This is pretty optimistic. His Firefly is going to be wearing off soon as well. He
But he hits
really
really
wants
hard.
this. He might actually end up getting it. I mean,
Green.
Zadoy's coming in. They're going on G. The duel actually as well. No, he dies. Meg gets the winner. G is the recipient of the Shallow Grave instead. Here comes the weave. The Illuminate's going to pick him off. Very nicely done by FNG. And Jotum drops as well. All of a sudden, VP.Polar just running on all cylinders here.
That was ridiculous. I can't believe he won that duel.
I think he was really sad that Jotum chose to Grave G and not him.
Yeah.
That was one of those moments where you're like, okay, I understand wanting to save the mid over the offlaner, but in the pinch, even though it's not about giving damage away to a bat, I think it's more about just not giving Sadoy something, because his game has not been great.
He needs a bone, like...
I'm just questioning the duel there. I feel like... I'm not sure. I don't think it paid off. I think the save was really good by LC, but I think he also could have backed off. Like, he got the Grave, he got the LC. He created a lot of time there, but I don't know. I also think the movement of G there was questionable, because I think the Grave came... He ran away from it, right? Or was it on a TP?
It was a TP.
Oh,
TP'd in here, and he
Sadoy was behind him, and the TP was Jotum.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering what would have happened if he didn't run to the tower. Because if he probably didn't look at the Firefly, but I
Yeah.
think he could have just run out of it.
Yeah. Oh, G gonna pop the Exorcism now. It's level 2, so it does quite a bit. See if VP.Polar actually want to try to defend this. They still have Slark up here, but he's only level 9. He's going to go on G.
hurt.
He's going to do quite a bit of damage. Here comes the Illuminate from the back. Is it enough to kill? Not quite. He does get a Shallow Grave. Looks like he'll be fine, and VP.Polar are going to be able to deny the tower, so... Seeing a little bit of the potential of what a Coddle can give you if you just have a Disable that keeps somebody in the area for a decent amount of time.
The Shallow Grave and the Exorcism actually have pretty cool synergy as well. You know, you can keep them alive for that little bit of time so they can get away and heal up with the Exorcism ghosts.
He's still having a very good game, right?
Yeah.
Is he gonna... Yeah, he's gonna go home for the Battle for again. I still think, like... To me, the overall draft favors VP Classic. I really think, even, despite the fact Polar does very well.
Ouch. Sadoy, probably a goner here. He is silenced forever. Holy cow. Doesn't even have enough mana to use, or cooldown to use press the attack. He's still running. There we go.
No TP on Jotum.
I mean, it's kind of a bummer to have to be Jotum in this game because you essentially have to be everywhere. Oh, and speaking of everywhere, he's going to get caught here middle lane as well. Lasso going to be used right into a level 4 Meld Strike. See you later.
Pick up by
okay, if
Phobos
FNG
there.
gets away, okay, he's stomping too far. All right, yeah, he's gone.
Phobos is going to have a MKB so early.
Yeah, straight away MKB. And he is actually not even far from it. Another 2k gold, and he's going to have the MKB, so... Lasso onto PA is actually a very scary thing. They have kind of the double safe, sure, but PA needs to watch out. Like, there's always like this kind of timing onto an MKB against the PA, I feel. If you get a very early MKB on a carry against the PA, I feel like PA drops off so much in comparison.
Like we saw with the Medusa.
I mean, the hero doesn't have great stat gain, right? So you're basically picking it so that the evasion is good against the physical damage dealers of whatever team you're playing against. And if that part of your hero just goes away, then your item progression is almost meaningless because he's buying Battle Fury before he goes BKB.
Or even
Whereas
drones.
Phobos doesn't even have to buy a BKB against what VP have. They're all physical damage heroes, basically. I mean, sure, there's Crypt Swarm, and I guess you could BKB off like Poison Touch and Daggers, but I mean, really, you're not going to buy it for that, seeing as how the only thing that eats through your refraction is Exorcism. Actually, Dazzle Poison Touch does too.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. So there are two things. But again, it's more about Phobos having the freedom to make the MKB, I think.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the early game went for Polar here, or even if you start into the mid game. I just feel like I'm still not too happy about its locked non-going Midas. He sure had some plays with a dagger.
Gee, you know.
He's not where he wants to be, that's for sure.
No.
And he just, okay.
Okay.
That was the zoning.
The thing is, though,
penalty.
even still on top of all of this, they still have the Weave and they still have the Elder Titan for the high ground defense.
Oh, they bring in Mag here. The lasso coming in on Sadoy. FNG just bringing his teammates to the right place at the right time. Nice silence on Ajatum, and they're just going to get 2 kills quite easily.
This is a Mulligan.
Yeah, this is actually very one-sided.
I tried for a second to...
So if you're in the position of VP Classic right now, and you have this Death Prophet ulti that you basically haven't been able to utilize at all, do you just say that our best plan is to start trying to 5-man, or do we just continue to farm?
I just feel like, I mean, at this point, they just start getting picked off one by one. Like, right now, I feel like you either choose to sit back and try to dodge these tower pushes, but it just doesn't feel like a plan, you know? Like, they just get picked off, and God wants to go for tower pushes, like he was opting to start pushing bottom, but before anyone was there, he just got picked off. So then they just joined one by one and just got picked off as well. So
he was just kind of standing still as well. It was really strange, actually.
Yeah, I mean, they're creating space here for the PA still, I guess. He has the battle for a finish. Yeah. And I still think it's not looking so bad for them. Obviously, like, it slowly but surely falls apart for them.
Is that a... No. I got a bit excited there. I thought Legion Commander might have a Blink Dagger because he had so little gold, but turns out he just has a little amount of gold.
But it sure starts to get scary. I think Titan really needs to get a few levels. Like, he needs to get like 8, 9, 10 to...
Do you think they could have changed up the laning stage?
One more lasso here. Bottom lane. G, he's going to find DK Phobos.
God.
The damage is so high. Another great silence coming out from Lil. And the Flare is going to be there to top it off. And that's 2 more kills.
Well,
I think it's actually terrifying to have a Coddle on a team when you have this kind of Blink Initiation, because basically it means if you see the Coddle, that a Blink Initiator can be there.
Yeah.
Which is not great. Just makes it so when you're ahead, that your map control becomes just a little bit better.
You don't need to rush bots on Batrider like we see Bone 7 do.
Yeah. I mean, in a way, this Coddle, usually seen as a hero who is quite defensive in nature, at least during the laning phase.
Yeah.
He's turning into this everywhere I am, fights happen kind of hero.
I mean, I just think that the whole idea of Coddle, where I was like thinking, all right, so how is Coddle effective here? How is it really good? I mean, with the ganks, it kind of paid off, but you know, it didn't really come to this position. All right, we aim to push with DP, and then you have this Coddle defense.
Yeah.
There was not even really a time where it was ever used like that.
So do you think they actually just picked it for the sole purpose of making sure our secondary... Oh, out. Kill top here. Stratum dies, but...
He didn't have a TP.
Do you think it's more about just giving the offlaner a more a difficult time because the other support has full mana all the time, and it's just a hero who can freely farm the woods?
He also just stacked. Like, that's how Mag got his 8-minute Blink Dagger. It was only because of...
he got a first one.
He's caught here. Really nice timing, though, coming out from Sadoy on press the attack. Just removes it immediately. And in a way, I would say that's a win for VP, but at the same time, does stopping the lasso really accomplish a whole heck of a lot? Because it is level 2 lasso, so the cooldown is only 75 seconds.
The only person right now farming is PA. Everyone else just like, all right, what do we do? And you could maybe question the PA pick there in a way. Like, maybe it's better to have a hero that has, you know, that synergizes better with a DP push, so you actually do something with a DP, because, like, I mean, I understand G's mindset here. He wants to go for the push because that's kind of what DP has to do, in a way. Like, you either split push farm.
My God.
Sadoy, he's taking a lot of damage here. Phobos goes in the back. Oof. He wants to go for Yol. He's going to be able to kill him so fast. Sadoy is still on the run. Doesn't have a Blink Dagger. Nah, he's dead. Poor guy.
Look at Lil's items.
I mean, this is actually just a complete thrashing at this point. And they're just going to bring Phobos
I'm still
bottom.
surprised why they don't take the Roche. I feel like they should have taken Roche by now, for sure. And just go for a tower push. Like, they should benefit from, like, that the game is so one-sided. Roshan could have been down easily by now.
Yeah.
And there's, like, nothing they can do to contest it.
That is a very fair point. And actually, Phobos is going back for BKB, which I find pretty interesting. Like, honestly, does he really need BKB in this
The
game?
silences and mules, maybe? And the PA
he
as
is
well?
maybe going to end up dying here. He's going to force BZZ back, although he has a grave.
I think he can fight when his team comes in now.
Yeah, here comes the lasso on G. They're going to try to turn it around. Gray from long distance, very nicely timed. Do they have the damage to actually take down Phobos here? He's going to get silenced. He's not going to be able to throw out another dagger or blink and just ends up dying. G is currently with him in the grave, and the rest of VP Classic are going to be forced to just back up here.
Did he actually finish the BKB on the TA?
Yep.
Not yet, no. Oh, there we go. Now he has it.
I think he could have opted to either go S and Y, I think, or Manta, one of the two. To get a bit more movement speed. I think he's not forced into the BKB at this stage.
This is a Roshan double damage.
Exactly, he could just go for the Roche. Like,
oh.
Well, he can just get pulled back by FNG, so all he has to do is TP to base and heal, and
That's
then...
true.
I mean, it's really hard, I think, to deal with teams that have Coddle when they're ahead, because instead of it just being heroes making transitions and leaving the push, they're always going to be...
He can kind of go on them.
And that's a finished Skady as well on Slark.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking great right now from VP Classic, but they might have some glimmer of hope. It's just going to be down to, I guess, what BZZ can actually do once he gets his own BKB.
I think that's the first time he actually scouted Roche there, but he's still too low in levels.
Well, Sadoy forced TP away here on the top lane. Illidan now the space creator, as once his team was making space for him.
He remembers them days.
I mean, this is the problem with basically not giving away a Slark per se, but having a team that doesn't punish the Slark, is that he gives you so much more map pressure, I think, than pretty much any other one-position hero. Like maybe a Void if you don't have like a good team against it, but this is a hero who basically never has to go back to base.
Oh, a huge double smoke coming up here. Are they going to Ninja Roche? Is that the plan against TA traps?
I mean, they're going to be real sad if they start doing this. They see an Illuminate go in the pit, and it doesn't really scout much of anything, but they have a trap. So, oh there's going to be a dagger. It goes up to the high ground. Should be a pretty easy kill.
Get there. There must be something. Like they're so far behind. So
that Coddle kill was worth 1,000 gold and 1,700 experience.
Yeah. What was the one we saw the other day? It was 15,000.
Yeah, well, that was a team fight, right? That was during phase 2.
Yeah.
That was one of the games I think that EG were playing when Fear was playing in Boker, and they team wiped, or got team wiped, and they gave away 15,000 experience and 10,000 gold. That was complete. They were 30k ahead. Like
it halved the difference of experience, though.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. One more lasso onto G. Here comes the ulti from Skywrath, and he doesn't even get the grave off. Didn't get silenced or anything. Just can't do much. Mag flying into the pit here with the Firefly. Is he going to be able to get away? BZZ actually blinks to the high ground, and he still kills him. What was that auto attack range? There's a gem in the pit as well. Jotum almost dropping here to Phobos, and will end up doing so. I don't even know what's happening right now. It's just 1v1s everywhere as Lil is getting dueled up here by Sadoy. Doesn't even get the duel win, and there's going to be a trap. Does he get the MKB? Oh, close.
So finally Roshan is potentially going down. It looks
I
very...
think so. DD, oh, it just faded. Never mind.
They don't even need it. They do so much damage.
Yeah, it's true. I just think that the TA pick actually made it so much harder for VP to do what they wanted to do. Not only is it a hero that wins its lane, but because, I mean, granted he went BKB, I don't feel like he had to, and he certainly didn't feel pressured to get it because obviously he bought it after the drums and the MKB anyway, so we're going to see Yul die here as well near the side shop, or the secret shop.
I actually think that just like looking more at these kind of lineups, I think a Slaughter pick would have been a lot better for VP here. In terms of aggression, like you still have your late game, you have the Roche potential. I think with Titan especially, you don't really need to opt for like the super strong late game.
All right, well, nicely timed grave here from Jotum, but unfortunately it's just not really doing that much damage, or maybe it is. They take him down immediately. They're going to lose Sadoy in the meantime, though. 2 down on the side of VP. Elder Titan will be up in just a few seconds, and Jotum just cannot live at all. There is just absolutely no way. BZZ turns around. Does he actually have his BKB up? He does, but he's not going to choose to use it here. Uses it extremely late, and he's going to end up dying for it. They all have buyback on the side of VP Classic, but are they even going to use it? It seems like they're just willing to let Yul drop here. Here comes BZZ. Can they actually kill Phobos? He has another refraction in about 5 seconds. He's going to try to TP away. He needs a crit and gets one. Maybe the stomp would have hit anyway.
That was definitely worth of a buyback.
Holy crap.
And that Roshan is still up.
Okay, that one kill was worth 2,300 gold and 3,900 experience, according to my recap. Web boss is actually different than mine, but
it nearly gave BZZ the basher as well.
Could be the Roshan, maybe. Collar's still there though, right? He's in mid lane right now. He can still TP people in.
The crit did so much damage.
Close. but no cigar.
I honestly think Elder Titan on PA is one of the most disgusting combos in the game.
It is very strong, yeah.
I mean, it's not the. It can be in theory.
Yeah, yeah.
Like if you get the burst, like if it
you
works.
could.
I mean, on top of an Abyssal, I would completely agree in the very late game because
Yeah.
you have the guaranteed stun into the physical damage. But that kill was actually quite
Okay,
big.
they just brought Mag into this. This is actually kind of sketchy. Mag trying to get away here. Jotum with a very nice grave. Again, silence onto Illidan. Can they actually take him down here? Where's the RNG from BZZ? Here comes another dark. Wait, Carrion Swarm? And there it is.
All of a sudden, the comeback is real?
Maybe not. Sadoy, he's going to end up trading his life here. Here comes BZZ again. He blinks into
Oh,
another
he
spot,
started
but man's
running.
Firefly ends! The Firefly, please.
He's still getting mana drain. Oh my god, this is huge.
Okay, FNG is dying as well. Is this...
What is Phobos doing?
Oh my god. Phobos might die too?
Well, he might be able to get at least 1 or 2 kills here. Yol actually just sacrificing himself, just runs the other way. Sing Tales of My Valor, and he just suicides, basically.
Banisher completed though, and 1.3k gold. All of a sudden, game is not so hard. They didn't even get the Roshan.
Well, if he gets that Abyssal,
I mean, VP.Polar lost gold that fight, and VP Classic gained a ton. Like,
yep.
My question is there ever a point in the game where the PA actually just becomes really strong again? Like, while Phobos has his current item progression, like he's working his way towards Daedalus. If he gets that, I still feel like the PA, maybe once he gets Abyssal, that'll be the point where he starts to feel a bit more confident.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think that Abyssal is kind of the turning point because he can choose to fight kind of anyone, and he's not really in danger, especially with having the LC and the Grave on top of him. So he kind of should go for these risky jumps, but like he doesn't really get punished on it. I mean, the turn is going to be especially...
Phobos might be in a
They
lot of
might
trouble.
find Phobos. There's a smoke. They're going to spot him. Where's the duel? He wants to go for it. Jotum's here. He's got the grave. Do they have the damage to get the kill? Oh my god, where's the crit? There we go. He is now a winner.
That was so tense.
Dear lord. That is the first duel win that he's had this game, by the
There
way.
was the example where you could see that BKB is actually a really good counter to PA.
Yeah.
Like he suddenly loses so much of his damage just by not being able to jump strike.
He has another grave.
He's committing pretty heavily here to go for this kill. He actually doesn't get the grave off because he gets mini stun crit onto Illidan as well. Earth Splitter coming in, going to be off the mark. Self-Yules here. Oh no, excuse me, that was Yules. And now that's a Self-Yules, just to dodge the stomp. Mag actually going to be dying here. There's the bash. Yul comes in and gives him a nice stapling, and he dies.
And they get a gem out of that as well. Holy crap.
You know, we spoke about the item progression on PA here, but I think if you look at the supports from what item progression they had and
To what
where
they
they
have now.
went to, like suddenly the Titan has an Eels and he pretty much has all the levels he wants. Like they were struggling so much. That's like always the issue on Titan, I feel. The hero is so strong once he has his 11. Like
Look at
the
Sadoy
11
as well.
Eel and Soul Ring, that's like all he needs. He doesn't need a single other item and he's going to be just almost as effective.
Yeah.
Well, they're going for a tier 1 here. Last tier 1 currently remaining here for VP.Polar. And they'll get it. Absolutely no contention coming out. And the TA still has buyback. Not going to be forced to use it. Should be able to just get out of here scotch-free for VP Classic.
What does scotch-free mean?
Basically means they don't lose anything.
No, I get that, but where did it come from?
I don't know. I don't know who invented this saying.
It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't.
Is this scotch-free? I don't know.
Maybe... No, I don't know. I thought I knew, but I didn't. It's fine. So for the next Roshan, I think that's probably going to be maybe the biggest thing for this game. I think if VP Classic gets a Roshan again on BZZ, because his Aegis is going to be fading pretty soon.
And he actually has the gold right now to buy the Abyssal Blade as well.
Yeah. I mean, do you just go for it right now?
think he should.
VP Classic? Or do you just say...
Just because he's double safe as well. Like,
yeah.
He has the
And
LC
an Aegis as well.
And the
Triple.
Grave. I mean, Aegis is going to run out any moment. I think it shouldn't be that much longer.
But he's about to use it, maybe.
Phobos off here to the side. Spots out BZZ. Spirit's going to be there as well. They're looking for some kind of initiation. Mag is going for someone. Who is it going to be? The stomp goes off. The damage coming out. Lil gets a kill straight away. Sadoy going to buy back into the game. The RNG is real, though.
Oh my
All right,
god.
BZZ is actually the god of crits, and he hasn't even used his Abyssal Blade yet. Yule's coming out
You can
here.
one-shot him if you agree.
Okay, I don't think he even needs to Abyssal. I think he's just dead.
Great.
Okay, are they really coming back this
Yeah,
hard?
I think they've won.
I mean, I said throughout the game, I think VP Classic had the better draft. They just fell apart.
Yeah.
But,
There was a 20,000 golden experience lead for VP.Polar, and now it's almost gone.
They threw it though.
The experience for sure is
Polar
almost gone. but
definitely threw it really hard.
That going in 1 by 1. Speaking of 1 by 1, Illidan looking for a solo kill here
Yol
on
has
the
Yules
Yol.
for the last second.
Oh, he's actually going to Yules the Slark when he knows the Dark Pact is down. All right, there's a
Here's a
double
silence though.
Yules. Can they actually kill him here? I don't know if they can. It's going to be quite close. His silence is going to be wearing off in just a second. Can he get some fog? That's what he really needs just to be able to heal up. It's daytime. He's got blink in about 1 second. Uses the ulti. He needs to blink somewhere where there's not vision. He needs to try to leap away, but he can't.
Oh god.
Oh, 1 more second on the blink dagger. Oh my god.
Jesus.
He's still getting chased. I don't think they stopped.
Yeah, he got him.
All right.
BZZ is here, the crit lord.
And the throws continue.
Oh my goodness.
What does he buy now?
What's the item progression on G?
F. This one.
I mean, he has Ghost Scepter, Plate Mail, Yules. So
He's
I
just
guess
going
maybe
for
he goes Shivas? Although I think a Hex might be better for him than a Shivas.
I mean, Chivas for the armor. I still would say getting the heart would be good, to be honest. Like, he has so much...
He already has the plate mail as well.
Yeah, he has the plate mail. I think I would still go for the heart, honestly.
And you have the Dazzle ulti
Then
as well.
he has no way of dying. The burst, like... Let's say 10 minutes ago, there was no items. And G was still an easy frag. Sure, they had a double save, but he still died in 2 hits to a TA. If he gets the heart now, and he has the 2 saves off himself, like the Eel Scepter and the Ghost Scepter, and then the Grave and the LC, the game is running away of them. Like, it really is. I just feel like you can speak off right now that it's in favor of VP Classic. It really is.
And I love the fact that they were so poised when they took that push that they just decided to
But when I
immediately
say
back.
that...
All right, well, he gets the Abyssal off. Is he going to get any kind of RNG to maybe get a kill at the very least? He blinks to the range creep here, Mag. He's got a Force Staff, finds the lasso, and there should be a kill on BZZ. He does have buyback, however, and here comes the rest of VP Classic. They want to try to make something happen here. There's a mana leak onto Yol. Here comes the blink forward from Illidan. He's going to find Yol. Should be quite an easy kill. He's just going to self-Yules himself and force the rest of VP.Polar to
And
stay
that's a
back.
gem as well.
Yeah.
Going back to VP.Polar. I just feel like always these one by one pickups. Like, if VP Classic would just like stick together and take the fights, there's no way of them throwing the game.
What FNG did there though, like the Bat Rider was still dead and he just like ran all the way into the jungle.
Yeah, of course, but like, sure, it was a good play. By no
Oh,
means.
Sadori, he goes for the duel here. Might have bitten off more than he can chew. Do they have it? Oh my god, the damage on Phobos. The Exorcism Elder Titan Spirit just gets absolutely crushed. Nothing he can do.
Kind of a wasted buyback there by the PA though.
I mean, it depends on if they want to try to go for Roshan, right? Because it's a long Roshan spawn. Or actually, we don't know yet. Never mind. It's like 10 seconds or less before we'll see. Hopefully they get a short one, because that's what they want with the TA dead, and it is going to be short.
Finders, keepers.
So I think they'll be quite happy as long as they get some vision over there.
Do you know what this means, Honey?
I have no idea. I always look at
it means it's spawning immediately. Like, basically what happens is it's only in minute intervals after the 8-minute mark.
Okay.
So if it's right there, then it basically spawns almost at 8 minutes, which is the earliest possible time. Illidan looking for a kill. Can he actually just TP away from this? I'm kind of confused as to why he's waiting so long. So
He has a TP.
Illidan might still go for this kill, right? Oh, Mag's here as well.
The greed.
Oh my god, that was close.
Jesus.
That singed the robe. All right, well, now Mag, in a very precarious situation, surrounded by the entirety of VP Classic, just gets taken out quite easily.
Well, Jottam made Mag overextend, and all of a sudden...
They got a tier 1 tower there. No, it's a tier 2 tower in the meantime.
Yeah.
On the bottom lane, but...
I mean, in that specific trade...
It's not worth it.
It wouldn't be worth it if VP actually just went to Roshan, but looks like Yul might be the first to scout out if it's up or not.
Look at this game. Look at this swing.
Yeah, I mean,
The
what else
experience
can you
in
say?
gold, like what the...
VP.Polar kind of fell for the one at a time syndrome. They did it mid and top, I think.
And bottom.
They did it everywhere.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, let's just go in, you know. We're so far ahead. What's the worst that could happen?
That's my saying too.
You still have the ward up there. Okay, it seems like... I was gonna run out soon anyway. They're gonna check it probably now, yeah.
Yeah.
Did they get the gem back or is it their own now?
Right? That's VP.Polar's gem. That's Mag's gem.
All right, so they got it back afterwards again.
After they got it on Mag.
Oh,
He
from
was
the
here.
back rider, yeah. Interesting.
MKB nearly finished on Illidan though.
I don't know if it's really... I think PA is actually one of those heroes that...
The thing is, if... Oh, pardon. I just think if he gets the Satanic, then what is he afraid of?
Mag, he's going to find an opening here. He catches out Jottam. He's going to be Yulesed up here. Can they do enough damage to kill? A little bit of a premature grave coming out from him as well. And now they're not going to have it for their carries. But Phobos may have wasted his BKB. It's going to be wearing off here. Exorcism still doing some damage. Mag going to get taken down by crit. BZZ, Sedoy actually just getting annihilated by Lil in the meantime. Another really nice Coddle Blast coming out from FNG as well, doing a ton of damage. Lil trying to get a TP out here. BZZ, he still has Abyssal up. He gets graved again. It is still a tiny bit early. Where's the RNG? Can he actually get one crit? He finally gets one to finish it off. He now turns around onto Phobos, and Phobos going to be dropping too. They have 2 buybacks here. FNG, the last one standing in this team fight. Is he pulling anyone in? Oh, he doesn't even know.
Diagonums.
Yeah,
with the heal.
He still had the Mag, but I guess that didn't matter too much.
What do you think of Lil's items? Like, he went for the Dagon after getting a Midas. Like, was it too greedy? Should he have gone for the Force or...
I mean, looking at the game progress.
Like, when he bought the Dagon, he was so far ahead.
But then he has Dagon, bots, Midas, and the Ghost Scepter. I don't know.
That's nearly a Hex, like.
I mean, it's a Hex, it's Bloodstone, it's Force Staff, it's whatever you want, but I guess being ahead and you go Midas is fine.
Yeah.
Since he doesn't really have a farming mechanism either, but I don't know. I mean, it's burst potential, but at the same time you play against a Grave, so sustain usually pays more off in that kind of scenario, and I think he should have definitely had a Force or a Dagger, like one of the two. He has no protection. Like, he has Ghost Scepter, but at the point where P has Abyssal, he has like no way out.
Scary stuff.
And P is gonna get the Satanic any moment. I believe he's not gonna stay for the buyback.
He has it right now, I think.
Yeah. If he...
Oh no, VG.
Yeah, that's a hard finish. I mean,
holy crap, 2 huge items.
It's a good item pickup by DP. I think it's the right item choice. He has all the protection he wants. He has the extra armor he needed. And I just feel like he needed max HP, just to make sure that his ult is still running.
I mean, to be totally honest, I'm still kind of in shock, because if you had asked me about, I don't know, 20 minutes ago, I said we probably would have been in game 3, and it would be 1-1. But
most likely.
A lot of it is due to what VP.Polar did, like the way that they decided to take engagements and underestimating the power of VP Classic's lineup. But
I mean, I think VP Classic lineup is overall the better one, but I would agree that, you know, like, let's say you lose the fight on a high ground push. Like, if you're VP.Polar, you want to, like, kind of force aggression. I think the way to go is...
Mag. See you later, buddy.
Oh, he heals from himself.
Yeah, he's dead, though.
Swift death.
He doesn't have a buyback either.
Yeah, that's really awkward.
That's right.
Bat is actually the single most important hero, I think, for their high ground defense. Without Bat, you can't kill G. Like, that's really what it boils down to, I think. And they can just heal him with press the attack, and the glyph has already been used.
Space, I think he just goes ham and lets G damage the Rex.
I mean, fortunately for VP.Polar, they still have tier 2s mid and top, so
they're doing the old split push.
Yeah, they can't go for anything else, and they're trading here. Illidan doing quite a bit of damage to the melee racks top. TP reaction, it's actually going to be G. Throws out a Yule straight away. Now can they actually stop the TPs from Virtus.Pro Classic and bottom? That's going to be the real question. There's already 2 back, so they're not going to lose their racks. They're actually just going to turn it around bottom while they're fighting top at the same time, but they almost kill BZZ. He's forced to pop his BKB retreat. Illidan going to be able to escape as well.
If he had a...
I actually wonder if DP could have chased there.
Or if he had used overwhelming odds on neutral creeps to get the movement speed.
Maybe. That's very optimistic, though, I think.
He was literally like a centimeter away, though.
I just feel like...
You think someone else should have TP'd instead of G?
No, I think it was fine. He could have been maybe saving the eels. Like, one of the two. You know, eels or silence. Yeah. But at the same time, it's... I feel like if Slark plays properly, he's not going to die there.
Yeah. What, like, GTP'd with his ulti on? Do you not think, like, Legion Commander would have been, Sedoy would have been a better TP?
Potentially, but then I would say...
The thing is, you would have to make sure you TP'd to, like, another building to not have a longer TP, because you would actually just lose the duel if you're Sedoy if you don't get help.
I mean, I think LC, if they wanted to get the pick off, he needed to TP kind of middle and then run that way.
Oh my god. The damage.
Material Blade, not doing too much for him.
I mean, when you get Abyssal like crit instantly, you explode.
I kind of like Ethereal Blade though. It does allow like
That's a safe mechanism
yeah,
for another teammate as well.
Exactly,
It's not bad, but I mean, originally coming to the point which I was talking earlier about it. I think if VP.Polar would have played this correct, they would have gone for Roche at like around 14 minutes. They take the Aegis, they go for a push, they wait until high ground, they go for the next Roche and go high ground.
Yeah, like
and they were super far ahead where
they had like Monkey King Bar, like
VP had nothing.
Yeah.
VP Classic had nothing, but at the same time, you know, I feel like this game was just so much of throwing back and forth. They just get picked off left and right alone. Right before the push, the Batrider gets picked off. It's like...
Yeah, without buyback.
Well, FNG is here top again, so they are pressuring the tier 2 from the side of VP Classic, but he'll be able to pull in whoever he wants, and this lane is still pushing in fairly far, so they will eventually have to address this. BZZ, though, has a double damage.
I'm wondering why does FNG not just TP up the Slark there? They pushed out the wave. It's not like Slark is going to be instantly doing something there. He could be taking rack stop.
And he can TP back as well.
And at least, yeah, exactly. At least do something there.
All right, well, they decide to go for the full base defense here. Let's see if they can manage to make something happen. They do have Mag this time. They're going to find BZZ. Nice, press the attack, though. Keeps him alive. He pops the BKB. He does not have Resurrection anymore, but he does have a Shallow Grave. Can he pop the Satanic and get some health back? Because he's desperately going to need it. He turns onto Illidan. Does he have the damage to get the kill? He does end up dying, but they lose their own carry in the process. This defense coming out from VP.Polar seemingly quite strong. They do not have Exorcism anymore, and Jottam has another Grave if he wants to use it on G, but the chase continues. I think Jottam might just trade his life for his Death Prophet here, but they want to try to get both. They actually use the Mana Leak on a Jottam. He will get stunned. There's a trap up on the high ground. He's going to get blasted back, and they're going to probably lose G here, and they do. Everyone is dead on the side of VP.
So I think that was... I mean, first off, I think the way the fight started, I think PA should have committed for the fight, and then the Grave was a bit too early from my position. I feel like if PA calls for the go, he just jump, and then you have the Grave and you have the Satanic, so you should be able to fight. But what happened there, I think G for sure should not have died. Like, he tried to save, but he had a TP and he would have been safe going out. I feel like the Mana Leak was actually strong. I feel like he should have used it in theory onto the DP there.
Yeah, because I think Jottam was dead no matter what.
Yeah, no matter what, there was no out for him.
Also, when Batrider initiated on BZZ on the PA, the A just ran out the second he initiated on him.
Yeah, I mean, the fight, the way the fight started was really good for VP Classic. They got the LC protection off onto the DP, so Lasso was wasted. And after that, they could have backed off earlier, I feel. But at the same time, I think just the way that the fight progressed, that PA and Dazzle need to be on the same page, like on how to take the fight.
Oh, Sadoy, he gets a duel on Phobos. He's actually going to get lassoed away. The Shallow Grave is there, so is Phobos actually going to drop? It looks like he will. They do have a buyback for him, though. It's currently a 1-for-1. They're going to try to go for Illidan inside of the base. He's not going to make it out. What was that auto attack range? BZZ just hit him from 600 range.
He threw his fucking sword at him or something.
All right, that was a little bit ridiculous. I think if Illidan hadn't died, maybe they try to go all in there. Because I really think the next time VP go to their base, they're just going to lose another set of racks. Like, I don't know how you defend it.
They're only losing range racks, though. Like, every time it's just range racks.
But VP truly plays the defense well. I mean, that's why I preferred their lineup in the first place.
Yeah.
They have, like, how do you try to fight against a Titan, LC, and you have the protection of Grave. Like, LC, once he gets someone, there's no protection on the VP.Polar lineup. So you duel someone, and they have clearly the damage with a Spirit on top.
Yeah.
Once PA has a few items. Or you have, like, DP ulti. But it's just very hard to execute for a team, for a base push there. I think it was the wrong choice for VP.Polar to take that fight.
Well, maybe they felt a little bit of pressure because it's really hard, I think, to be losing so badly and then not want to try to go for... You see the entire team basically buy back, right? It's like, okay, if we win this fight, we actually just win the game.
Yeah.
I think it's really tempting for any team in that position.
I guess like they should force the buyback. That was the good thing.
Yeah.
But once they see the buybacks, they should back off. There's no reason to go further because, like, how do you take the high ground?
Well, the Roshan timer is very short again, so this is going to be like a 9-minute Rosh, which is very, very fortuitous for Virtus.Pro Classic. They're not going to see it yet, but it will be up very soon.
I think they mistimed the Aegis though.
It's just very interesting to me. Like now, the two teams try to group up, try to sit together, make sure no one gets picked off. If they'd done that 20 minutes ago, the game could have been completely different. And it just gets kind of decided in throws, I would say.
Well, I'd say the playing field is a bit even right now.
What a timing.
Yeah, especially with having the buybacks down, it's scary for VP Classic here.
All right, well, they're going to smoke into each other right now. They're going to see Mag. Who's going to jump first? BZ looking for a target. He wants to go for Phobos, but he gets lassoed. It gets removed immediately again by Sadoy. Nicely done. G just leading the front line here. Illidan is going to town on him, and Phobos simply cannot stand to this. They do manage to kill G. Phobos is bought back. They're going to pull him back into the fight with the Coddle. Are they going to be able to take this? Mag looking for possibly a little bit more here, and I think VP Classic just want to disengage. They do not want to lose any more. They do not have buybacks. BZZ, he's forced to pop his BKB. He blinks to safety. Illidan on the chase, though. He's still quite slow. They really want to keep BZZ alive. They're just completely ignoring everyone else. He's actually going to go down here. He pops Satanic. It won't keep him alive. That's 4 minutes without a PA, and Jotum could be dying as well. He does have a shallow grave here if he needs to use it. And honestly, if you're VP.Polar, don't you just go for Roche right now? Or maybe you just go for the base dive instead. Yeah. They don't have any damage left because their PA and G are both dead.
Oh. I mean, all the lanes are pushed right now, right? They can't actually go...
They can't go base, yeah.
No, they can't go base. So the best they can get right now is the Roche.
Well, I guess that is very fortunate for VP Classic that there was no creep wave in their lane.
Holy crap.
I don't, like, every single time BZ's been lassoed, Sadoy has been immediate with removing it.
So fast at it, isn't he?
And they still can't win fights. They even killed Phobos, like, straight away.
It was like, in a way, again, miscommunication. So PA uses BKB because he doesn't, you know, he's afraid of the lasso, but like he should be 100% like certain that he's not, you know, like the lasso is going to break and that he's going to get saved. Then he wastes the BKB in the start of the fight. They take the fight.
Here.
Yeah. No, he actually used it once in the fight as well. Good. So I think he could have maybe gotten out there actually if he jumped onto the LC. Maybe. I'm not sure. But it's very, I don't know. The fights are very chaotic.
Well, Phobos now has an Aegis, so last fight he had 2 lives. This fight he's also going to have 2 lives. I think VP Classic might actually be back in the position that they were earlier.
If they kill Phobos,
very bleak.
All of a sudden it's game over, I think. If they kill him twice.
I don't know. I actually think that VP.Polar are... I mean, I don't want to say unlosable position, but we
20K goal
we thought that before, right? Like, there's no way they can lose it from this spot, and I guess going with that mentality, it would be very hard for them to throw this lead.
Yeah, all of a sudden all the supports have like a million gold.
I think it's a lot different before you go high ground to have a huge lead, but when your base is actually just dead, the game, like the complexion of it just changes entirely.
I mean, they have the advantage still on the long lane, but I guess it's the only lane that needs to be pushed, so it's kind of nice to have that. Because the only lane you actually really have the precious lane that you also have to take.
Yeah, true.
So it's
I mean, VP.Polar actually have 2 E-Blades. So whoever BZZ goes on, he's not going to be able to hit him.
Do you get a diffusal blade?
I think you should get a refresher.
Refresh the Visor blade?
Yeah, it's really good. Also, it's good for Satanic. So, and for the BKB as well. It's really good of an item choice if he goes for that. Because usually when he starts the fight, he like jumps and then everything is gone and then he just gets kited. And he's not going to kill anything. But if he manages to get a refresher, he has like a double chance kind of doing the combo, getting something.
It's actually a good show.
But yeah, he's 2k gold away from that, and I would believe he's not going to go for a refresher.
I mean, the thing is, since you can't buy new BKBs anymore, like having a second BKB in a fight is massive.
No, I think it's the best item choice. I just hardly see anyone going for the refresher on PA.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what he opts to go for. He could just be saving for buyout right now because his buyback is going to be off cooldown in about 30 seconds, and VP.Polar seem to want to be ending the game right now as they are currently walking up, and VP Classic looking for a better position here. They're smoking in from the side. Who's going to be their target? They spot out FNG. The immediate Yule's coming out. BKB by G. That's 10 seconds mag. He is completely caught out here. Just gets bashed to death. The Earth Splitter going to go off as well. Does some damage to Illidan. Phobos, he's getting dueled, but nobody's actually damaging him. Sodoy is basically just tanking it for the time being. BZZ in the meantime gets a double kill and then gets annihilated by the Skywrath. Lil just doing an insane amount of damage. Illidan going to be dropping here as well. Phobos gets taken out. Aegis going to be popped. G's ultimate's going to be ending very soon. Do they have enough damage in the tank to actually take this fight? BZZ has bought himself back into the game. Sodoy, he wants to go for the chase. G is currently running after as well. They really want to try to get Phobos here. He's going to get pulled back to base, and they're not going to have any damage to stop the coddle pull.
Oh, God. If he didn't actually buy back there, the fight would have been pretty reasonable. Yeah. Now he had... Oh, he actually, you see, he decided to go for the Demon Edge. Is that gonna...
Is it Rapier?
I'm wondering. I was gonna look at TA or Stark if they are opting to get a butterfly here.
The Rapier.
Neither of them are getting any evasion.
Could be a Rapier.
Is it even necessary?
I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't think it's necessary.
I don't know. I think at the same time, like, if you don't get a crit, just having Rapier with Elder Titan still is so much damage.
Yeah.
Like, you could not crit and kill somebody.
What about if it's deadless?
I don't think it would be dateless. Seems a little bit redundant, I guess you could say.
Always
crit. No, BZZ, he's got his BKB. Phobos is going to pop his as well. They want to try to go on him. The Weave is going to be popped. He needs to be really careful. This is a short BKB. He's actually getting trucked down so hard. Another Ethereal Blade coming out. Phobos gets an extra fraction off. Mag going in for the last one. A BZZ, they're going to annihilate him. The Grave is there. He actually graved prematurely. Didn't even get close enough to die. And now BZZ, he's got a Satanic still. He might be able to turn around a little bit, but he's just going to opt to run away. The safer choice coming out from VP Classic. And not a single person has died, by the way, in this team fight. Here comes the Blink Storm. What the one-shot? 2,100 damage.
And he used this attack.
Illidan isn't even in the game anymore. Just gets deleted. All right.
Okay, so no buyback on Cutler?
All right.
You know, on top of that, like I was like thinking, so what is he going to do with the Demon Edge? I actually think he's getting MKB. Just because the Blinding Light.
Yeah,
true. Yeah, he has a short BKB. It's a very good point. That was, okay. If I was Illidan,
I would be mad.
I would be so mad.
What was it? Satanic into the crit.
He's on full HP.
Full HP, instantly die. I don't know, man. That's a heartbreaker right there. I mean, he does have buyout, yeah.
Yeah, but no buyback on FNG.
The game could be decided there, though. I feel if they choose to take the fight and they manage to kill the PA there, it can be scary. But I think does G have his ulti? He does, yeah, he does. Usually the fights, the way the fights went really well for VP Classic is when they could use the Death Brother ulti in start of the fight. Yeah. They go in and they get the DP ulti off. So they will get 2 Raxes here.
And then you
and
just
they should head back. Like they should head back right now.
I don't know, man. They're going for the greed. They want to get some tier 4 damage in.
It's
Coddle's
really
going to be up in about 20 seconds. Slark going to be up in 10.
Power can get you into the
they're
well.
They're smoke inside the base. Okay, now they're backing.
They might get caught though.
I think they sacrificed Jotum to the Mag Gods.
Blood for the Blood God, Jotum. Just give them what they need.
Tank it.
I think it would have been really scary if they could have started the fight there.
Yeah, I mean, G's ulti was wearing off. I don't think they had any intention of ever fighting. But now G, he's got a refresher. So he's going to have double exorcism. Or at the very least, he can just use it for defense and pushing,
I think you just put it on the courier in this case.
Yeah, he's going to leave it on the courier.
Yeah.
Do you just refresh it now? I guess you kind of need to, right?
I mean,
DP ulti is still 145,
How long
right?
is it on the Roche though? Still quite some. Like it can be quite some.
I mean, the difference between refresher cooldown and DP ulti is only 40 seconds. So,
yeah,
I mean, you might as well.
I just think, like, of course, like, if he had it on him right now, I would have refreshed. I think it would have been the right choice. But, like, right now, he already had some timing on it. So,
yeah, it's a waste now.
Yeah, it's a waste. But he chooses to get a TP over keeping the Ghost Scepter on top of him. I'm not sure if that's the right choice.
Some packet loss going on. Good old Vovo.
Vovo Blix.
I mean, you don't want a game like this to be decided by some terrible lag spike, you know? Both teams getting so close to winning. I mean, VP Classic went from...
even again.
Yeah, I mean, they've evened up the lanes. It's 2 lanes down. It's 55 minutes in. We're probably going to be going past an hour at the very least, and Roshan going to be spawning here in just about a minute, so VP Classic definitely want to try to get something going for themselves right now. I don't think you want to wait too long.
I mean, I guess the one big thing is that you can see that PS still doesn't have a buyback, which actually is quite important. So you don't really want to. I feel like you don't really want to force a fight if you're VP Classic. Outside the base.
Oh, gee, he's caught here. He does have a BKB.
buyback
Press the
as well.
attack is used. Okay.
So
Not gonna
BCZ
see
did something
anything
weird there. That he actually switched his items around, like at this stage of the game. What do you think? Like, have you ever? Do you do that ever? I mean, like, so you're used to pressing BKB for on F the whole
BKB
game.
always have it on the same slot.
Yeah, that's
it's
so
the
confused.
Only, it's like one slot in my inventory. I only have BKB on. I don't choose to have another item on that slot, just because I feel like BKB is the most
Important
impeccable item. Like, you misclick that, it can just fuck up your entire fight.
I do the same thing with BKB and Blink. Like, those are the two items.
Blink.
I
Blink. I also have on the same slot, but it's also a slot that I use for other items. So.
Do you use quick cast?
Yeah, I do. I mix between quick cast and normal.
Cool.
Well, hopefully all the ping issues are resolved here pretty shortly. But what a game. Definitely not the same as the first game, where there was only 19 kills in a 40-minute game.
The coolest thing about this game is literally anyone can win right now. Like, there is no way. It's all about just initiation.
I think in a way, if a game goes to 56 minutes, either team can win no matter what, right? Because it's a 56-minute game.
No, that's not true.
I mean,
if you have Naga...
Okay, let's say, I think you have a Naga.
Okay,
or
so
you're
a handful
leading,
of games, maybe not.
Or the other thing would be, like, you can't really breach high ground or hike very hard, but you have, like, I don't know, 30k gold lead.
Yeah.
And you can always take the Roche fight. Then you would still favor the team that can always take the Roche fight and has, like, a gigantic gold lead. But in this case, it's even in Raxes, either team can take the Roche.
He's going for the burst.
movement.
Misses by a bit.
They have 4 steps, though, right?
Yeah. Yol?
No.
Throwing out the spirit.
They actually have 0 4 steps.
Against Skyrath, it's risky, yeah. And a Hex.
No, but I mean, against Slorg, it's kind of semi-optimal. It's not really great.
It doesn't even work against Pounce.
But I think I would say against a TA, it's kind of cool to have. Like, at least one, maybe one.
I mean, Jotum has not had the easiest game. He's 0-12. So if anyone was going to buy a Force, I think it would be him.
Is he getting an Aghanims? That's what it kind of looks like.
I think right now he's just saving for buyback, most likely.
He's got this wild ogre club.
I mean,
looks like we can't
play. We haven't really seen the impact of that, though, because it hasn't been like this classic, like, for example, I know Secret used to run these kind of heroes, like Titan plus Dazzle, and then you always see like this very systematic kind of push. They put the buff on either them or their opponent.
Or the enemy.
Go for the push, take the tower, go back. But we don't see any kind of system in this game.
Yeah, just chaos. Like.
I mean, honestly, I think it's still a mistake to get as comfortable as VP.Polar got, but you could tell like they had some serious confidence going into some of these fights, like being outnumbered and just getting picked off over and over again. I think especially it's common for people who play heroes like Slark to do that, because you feel kind of indestructible and you just think, okay, well, I can just go. And then you die, and then your whole team dies, and then you do it like 1 or 2 more times. And 6.82 is not kind to people who do that.
I think G dropping his Ghost Scepter is actually so huge in this game. Like all of a sudden, Slark and TA just go on you.
I mean, you still have double save. It's like, it's not gigantic, but...
Nearly in every fight, though.
I definitely think that, like, instead of a TP, he's close to having buyback and buying BRTs.
Yeah.
So, I think Ghost Scepter is still an item you want in your inventory when you have it.
He still needs to finish Refresher, though.
Well, he still has, like, self-fuels, too, right?
He hasn't finished it.
Oh, he doesn't have... I thought he had it on chicken. All right, he has 2 pieces on the chicken.
Yeah, so what, Perseverance is 1750, and then he still has a bit more he needs for buyback.
Pierre almost has to buyback, so that's, I would say, for VP Classic they can go for the push, they can go for the Roche. No, Roche is actually, it's not up right now, it's not.
It's up really soon, though.
Yeah.
A minute and a half.
Or 2, yeah.
But I think if I was Classic, I would go for the push. I wouldn't just take the Roche fight. I think it's really hard to take it against the Bat. Like, just generally, if you go for the high ground push, it's a lot easier for Classic. Like, they just pop the Exorcism, you stay behind, and the fight is really, really hard to take.
Yeah.
For Polar. But going for the Roche, you kind of give chances. As long as your lanes are not super pushed out, you're always going to take a risk taking that Roche fight.
Yeah. Well, Refresher here on Mag. And it seems like this is the timing for
This is
VP.Polar to
it.
go ahead and smoke up and look for potentially what could be the longest lasso of somebody's life.
You know,
or
the
just
funny
two.
thing is, Sidoi doesn't have a refresher on. So all of a sudden his press to the attack is useless.
So you just immediately refresh after lasso force and just wait for it. Mag, he's looking for something here. He's going to go for Yul. He's on the low ground, though. I think Yul's probably going to be dying here. The Grave a little bit too late. They managed to get one. Yeah, he has buyback. They want to jump on this, though. Sidoi, he's actually going to get caught out as well. The Grave is there. Mag lassoing him back. Exorcism popped here by G, doing some damage. And Phobos, he's going to town on this TA. The Earth Splitter comes out. Doesn't really do much of anything here. They've already lost one. He can buy back. Is FNG going to pull him back again? They need to kill the Coddle before they bring the TA back into this team fight. It's going to be a couple more seconds. He gets dueled. He's not going to have a chance to summon. And Phobos buyback suddenly now just completely useless. Probably would have had to use it anyway.
I would have been happy though. Like, if he would have just, you know, gotten the TP off and then he suddenly appears there and the Coddle dies, it would be quite tragic, to be honest.
Yeah.
But that means a free Roshan for VP Classic here.
And then they even have time probably to push top after that.
And there we go. There's G's refresher.
Did he use the refresher on... Where's God?
G?
Mag used his refresher, yes.
Yeah, Mag did, and he used the second lasso as well.
Yeah.
But where is God?
They decided to put the Aegis on BZZ.
Oh, God is up there.
He actually got rid of his Demon Edge, so...
He got the refresher on him now. I think you're... I mean, it looks like they're just going to wait the Exorcism, which is 80 seconds, and then push. I think it's fine to do that. At the same time, I think you can just use it, drop it on the chicken again. In theory, take the last side, because if they get that side, there's not going to be another fight.
Ooh, that was close.
I just feel like having the Ghost Scepter is almost better than having that refresher on top of him.
Like, it gives, like, no stats.
I mean, they're going to get the top anyway. If they get top with a fight, like, the next fight is going to decide the game if Classic wins the game. Wins that fight. There is buybacks. No, since Phobos used his buyback, once he dies, the game is pretty much over.
All I think they need to do is BZZ needs to just go completely ham and let G use the Exorcism on the towers. Like the buffer of him.
I don't even think they have to do that, to be honest. I think they just keep doing what they've been doing. Like, Sidoi has always been really on point with his press the attack, like removing lassos and things like that. Since Mag doesn't have refresher, he might have it actually by the time they get to base. I think he will. But they probably will not defend the tier 2. I think it's way too dangerous to try to defend that tower.
Look at the scores of everyone on in the game.
I mean, this is...
Jodam and Sidoi not having a fun time.
I think it's to be expected, though. Like, you go this late. I mean, at the very least, Sidoi's duels are still useful, right? Like, he stops Phobos from being able to deal damage to, like, G, for example. Even if you die dueling like that, it's still good because G's Exorcism is so much more useful. Well, here comes a blink. Mag, he's going to try to find G. He gets immediately crit, though. Mag dropping quite low already. They're going to be able to kill G straight away. He buys back. There is no Exorcism anymore for this push. The Earth Splitter comes off. Mag almost dying to it. BZZ has already retreated here. Sidoi stuck inside of the base. BZZ wants to go back. He wants to kill the one hero who doesn't have buyback, but he's actually going to end up losing his own life. The rest of his team can't help him. Jodam's kind of around here, but they pop another Exorcism. The refresher has been used. A lasso on a BZZ. He's dead twice. He's going to have to buy back too if he wants to try to defend the base. Yul dropping as well. Sidoi and Yul, no buybacks. This is a game of throws.
Okay, so G bought back, sold his boots, didn't have enough money for bots.
What did he sell?
And then he sold his Yule Scepter afterwards because he didn't have enough for bots.
Okay, well, he's dying again. So.
And he's dead.
The panic is real.
I think that might just...
seal the deal.
Might just have sealed it, yeah.
Holy crap.
And it was the second... Oh my god.
The one time that Sidoi didn't get the press the attack off when they were going high ground.
It was the most important time.
It was the most important one to use, yeah, and he didn't do it.
Holy crap.
I mean, I guess you could say that the lanes are pushed out again for VP, but all they have to do is push in one lane and then just run bottom or just throne. Like,
all right, if I was the peer right now, yes, 3.8k gold. That's a good pickoff.
You finish your MKB.
Well, he killed Mag.
He buys.
Oh, is he going to kill Lil as well? Here comes the.
He has Hex.
Ethereal Blade, yeah. He has a Hex. He needs to be really careful about this. If he gets
he has the ward, though. He has the ward. Go Warren G him.
Nope, he's dead.
Oh my god, the damage. Are you saying go Rapier?
that.
Yeah, I would have set Rapier, but now that's 2 people, no buyback.
I mean, they're gonna have Jottam in 5 seconds, right?
I mean, I guess they have Titan to
set up the
Titan
sleep.
kind of still can stall in a way. Okay, maybe not.
He has 36 Essence Shift to 108 agility.
All right, Jottam, he gets the
Oh,
grave,
the duel.
going for a duel onto Lil, does a ton of damage actually. Here comes Illidan, he's gonna try to
Okay,
help
that's
his
one.
teammate, but they lose the Skywrath. So Doy gonna die again though. Yola's now alive, throne is exposed,
Okay.
they do not have a glyph right now. He needs to
Okay.
stomp to delay this. The Earth Splitter gonna be coming out.
Oh,
Phobos
Phobos
just popped the
doesn't give a
BKB. I think this could be the end here. VP Classic, most likely
The
going to a
distract?
3rd game.
Oh my god.
I think there is a huge sigh of relief on the side of VP Classic, or excuse me, VP.Polar, that they did not lose this game. Because at some point, it really felt like the game was almost unlosable, and then the throws began. But congratulations to them for being able to take it all the way and take us to a game 3.
I don't think you're even happy after a game like that. You're just happy it's over.
You're like, we should have won 30 minutes ago, you know?
I remember coming up here again.
Yeah, because you were like, the game's
like
over.
30 minutes into the game, it's like, okay, you know, game's almost over. Let's move up. Let's sit ready, and then.
I'm so
and
happy
then that
that's the 3rd
happens.
game.
I mean, that game was a lot more exciting, honestly, than the first
I mean,
game.
there was more
Yes.
fights, that's true.
Yeah.
And I
So-
mean, it was because of the mistakes that the team made, but it did make that game be like a nail biter till the bitter end. I mean, even at the end, we saw that VP Classic still tried because they still thought, of course, they had a chance, and it was actually just a great game to watch despite the mistakes.
I mean, to be honest, it's hard to analyze games like that because if in a perfect world, VP ends the game at like 30 minutes, right? So, I mean, from their perspective, you probably just say, oh, we should have won way sooner than we won. And like Shane said, I don't think they're really happy with the way that they played it out. But, I mean, it really comes down to just 1 or 2 mistakes at a 60-minute game. It's just, that's all you get to make, you know?
That, like, I feel so sorry for Legion Commander in that game because he did so well all game. And it was just that one tiny mistake at the end of the game and it's all gone.
Yep.
Maybe a bit of impatience coming out there.
The thing is, I don't know if it's like that big of a mistake, because the thing is, for LC, especially when Bat has the refresher, he can opt to like, he just goes for the LC first and then refreshes and has another refresh, and then LC's dead. And he can't just buy back and BOT in to save again. But it's harder to position. Sure, he probably could have saved the target, but I was like thinking of maybe even having the Aegis on another hero, even maybe on G if he pops, because the thing is,
Because he had the refresher?
no, but PA had like so much gold, so even if he died, he could have like bought back and BOT'd in. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I think the other thing too is after they had already gotten the lasso on G and he was clearly not savable, BZZ went in, like when he knew that the rest of his team was basically gone. Like Sadoy and G were pretty much dead. And then he goes in the base on Phobos when the whole team is standing right there.
Yeah.
And then just ends up dying twice. So I think a lot of things definitely could have gone different for the last couple of fights. But in the end, it's again, it's 1-1.
Yeah, I just want to give some extra credit to Lil. I mean, every time we see his profile, he's the unsung hero of his team. But in this game, like, oh my god, at some point it was 56 minutes into the game. I mean, he's a Skywrath, you know, squishy. He'd only died twice. He was at that point 12-12, and I was looking, I was like, is that correct? And everybody died loads of times, but he was like on point with everything, surviving very often as the only one of his team, positioning spot on, his Mystic Flare spot on. I just want to give some credit out there that, you know, definitely super
The
strong.
Ethereal Blade actually helped him so much. There was a few times when they went on him, and even when Lil went on people, he'd like blow them up nearly instantly, and that amount of burst damage against a 5-second BKB PA. But
I actually think rushing the E-Blade could have been better than just getting that
the
casual
Dagon, the random Dagon.
Because it was the E-Blade that kind of
it was a huge impact.
a lot more.
Yeah.
Yeah. And of course, the players are going to have a break. We're going to have a break, and we're going to be back after the commercials with Game 3 of Virtus.Pro versus Virtus.Pro.Polar.
After they came and destroyed the land, there was one spark of hope left for all of mankind.
Blade på PA.
Welcome back to the Asus ROG Dream League. We hope you had fun watching the zoomed-in lamp, which I think it was. But no one can tell for certain. Of course, we're here for the third game of the winners bracket round 2 already. And the last round, the winner of this match, this game, will actually move on towards the second double elimination bracket tomorrow, while the loser still has to play later tonight. And I say later tonight because we still have 2 more best of 3s to go after this one. And the winner actually will face C9 tomorrow, in case you're wondering which side of the bracket he goes on. So just so you're aware, we have, of course, got first another VP versus VP game. And after seeing both of the teams taking 1 game, I wonder, what are the expectations for this one?
Well, I thought it would go to a 3rd game, but I didn't think that that was going to be the 2nd game.
Like, what was that game? It was just all over the place. Like,
I thought that VP.Polar would have taken it to a 3rd game within like 30, 35 minutes, and then they almost lose like 3 times, and then don't lose, and then still win. So it's, I don't know, it was a crazy game.
Are we expecting another crazy game?
I mean, I think in the first 2 games, to me, VP Classic had the better draft. I think you could kind of see it when they came back into the game. Yeah. Obviously, it was like given away as well. VP.Polar should have gone for the early Roshan, and they could have secured that game. It would have been still very hard going high ground, obviously, against the Titan.
Yeah.
I think they struggled in start just not having levels, but then they got the chance to go back into the game. And after that, yes, VP Classic kind of just gave away the game again.
Yeah.
Well, 1 more game to go to see who the better Virtus Pro is. We are in the draft, so we're going to find out soon. Virtus Pro versus Virtus.Pro Polar.
And we actually are going to get a chance to see Tidehunter this game, which, correct me if I'm wrong, we haven't seen it both games, have we?
Seen?
Like, the hero has not been picked.
What, Elder Titan?
No, Tidehunter.
Oh, Tidehunter.
It was picked the first game.
It was picked.
It was picked with a Titan again.
Okay, yeah, okay. I remember now. All right, so VP.Polar going with the Slark this game, as they did last game.
Yeah.
And are we going to see another PA? That's my question. I think it's actually quite a bit easier to pick PA when you have Tidehunter, because it's one of those heroes that just stops the fight, right, for a couple of seconds, and sometimes it's really all you need on a PA.
A bit of extra minus armor never hurts with Elder Titan as well.
Yeah.
I actually like this opening of Polar a lot better. Choosing to go for the VS with Slark is very nice. You have to save. You also are not in pressure of a Batrider. Like, I don't know, I like this opening a lot. Instead of like banning VS,
yeah,
you're kind of like, you have the edge against the Batrider. You're not forced to pick it. I mean, they already chose their offlaner already. I think Titan is quite clear the offlaner in that game. Titan pickup again, questionable. I think it could have been banned. I think he has a lot of impact in these games. I really think so.
Did he lose the first game? Elder Titan? No, won the first game.
He won the first, he lost the second game. But I just think it's one of those heroes, especially for Polar, if you are leading the game, like the second game, and you suddenly fall behind, it's just scary. Like, once the carry, like a PA, gets items, the hero just explodes once he gets a crit.
Yeah, what was one of the crits? It was like 2.2k or something like that. It nearly one-shot Slark.
Yeah.
Really, that was the point in the game where I thought that it was over. Like, VP Classic, we're just going to take it right then and there, because they just immediately killed him. But either way, not going to see a PA yet in this particular game, although it is VP Classic's turn to pick, and I would expect them to... I guess they don't really have to worry about picking a support, because Sky and Venge have already been shown from VP.Polar, so they could pick maybe a mid, or they could pick a core as seeing that there's already a Slark. But
they really do respect G though. If you look at the bans, all of them.
Nearly every single one.
I mean, Zeus Titan is a very good combo, but I also think Zeus Slark is a very underrated combo. Just because it syncs so well with the ultimate of Slark, you can kind of de-ward everything. You know, alright, they have vision here, Zeus Bolt, and you just take away the vision. I would not say it's a bad... I think it's actually one of the better heroes to combo with a Slark, just because he already has so much burst in himself, but he usually is like this kind of edge away to killing someone. So that's, I mean, we ran these heroes together, and I feel like they have a lot of synergy.
Yeah.
That's all.
I think people actually underestimate how hard it is to play with no wards. Like, it's similar to when you guys played in Fnatic, you used to run Night Stalker mid a lot, and you used to go like Midas Aghanims.
Yeah.
And one of the teams back then, I think it was maybe it was LGDN, because Pycat was one who told me this. Is like, it actually just sucks playing against no vision all the time.
No, it makes you really depressed, actually.
Yeah, the way he described it is, we could not see anything for the whole game. And that's basically the same thing in what you try to do, I guess, with the Zeus Slark, is you just deward everywhere.
Yep. And like, I feel like Zeus is probably gives you all this team fight that a Night Circle does not give you in a way. Like, he gives you kind of the vision for the team fight, which is a huge deal, obviously. But I don't know, Zeus is gonna give you all this 5-on-5.
Oh.
But yeah, it's taken out, and they pick up a mag.
For mag, I think. Usually plays at mid. The last time I've seen him.
You sure it's not Phobos Hero?
Yeah.
I don't think it's Phobos Hero.
I'm pretty sure it's mag Hero.
Okay.
I've seen him play at mid a few times for VP.Polar, so.
So, with that being said, I still think that Magnus with a Slark is kind of nice. It does increase your farm rate a tiny bit, and I think Empower on a hero who is almost essentially purely stat-based is always going to be strong. So you gain benefit from both sides of it, so your base damage is going to be high.
Ooh la la.
I think this is still pretty strong, to be honest, because I don't... VP could go aggro, right? But it would be really wonky. Maybe they decide to just put the Slark in a 1v1 against maybe the Tide, put mag mid like you guys were saying, and then pick another hero that can go aggressive.
Yeah.
Because then I feel like VP Classic would have very little options in terms of what they could do with their lanes.
I think leaving Slark against Tide alone is fine overall. Like, it's...
Yeah.
But it's not great. But if you can manage to, like,
you get
really keep down the tri lane, the Spectre tri lane, and I think Titan is actually a weak tri lane in start.
Yeah.
It's good against keeping one person alone, like off the lane. I think it's fine as a hero, but Spectre, Titan, and Dazzle is like Dazzle obviously is a stronger hero in the tri lane, but it is contestable, questionable if you do it, because I think Skyra is actually one of the weaker heroes to contest with, but it's very doable.
Well, we'll see. Gonna see a last ban out here from VP as they've taken out Bat beforehand.
What if they do a solo safe lane Spectre?
You know what I think they should actually do? I think they should pick an Omni Knight last.
It's banned.
It's banned.
Oh,
yeah.
it is actually banned.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Rip
Who
strategy.
bans Omni Knight?
In nearly every game, it's been banned.
Oh.
It's true.
I
Heroes
was like,
OP, man.
This is a really good Omni game. I mean, there's a Spectre can obviously aim for a diffusal, but
yeah,
I just think Omni, Slark,
Magnus.
and then you get a Lincolns on Slark. The hero can do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
I still think he can kind of do whatever he wants, to be honest.
Yeah, like he can already do whatever he wants, but then he's like, okay, how do you? What do you do? Like going late game with Empor on his Slark, you're like, well, you're not gonna win late game. It's not gonna happen.
I mean, if anything, I think VP.Polar's lineup is so strong right now. Like, they could pick any hero, really.
But I think, like both lineups here, again, they lack push, so it's going to be difficult. Like, looking at last game had push, right?
Yeah.
But they just were so far behind in the early game that they couldn't really use the Death Prophet push that well, at least in the early game phase. You forced the pushes, but now I'm just afraid that it goes into this farming session again. The one good thing is that Spectre usually forces aggression, like out of the opponent team. So I'm not afraid of seeing little kills. I think it's going to be a lot of kills this game.
Okay. Well, I mean, with the Timbersaw pick, I'm kind of inclined to agree. And that leads me more to believe that they're just going to dodge completely. And they still could go aggro, but it doesn't really seem...
I think they should do a lane.
Dual lanes,
Okay.
yeah. I think that's pretty good as
Because like Skywrath can keep the Titan away from the lane, and VS plus Timber is pretty good, to be honest. Like, you force two supports to be there. Dazzle alone he can't keep off like Timber plus VS. It's not happening. At least in start it would be nice, so Timber gets this kind of edge, while Tidehunter is still against the solo Skywrath, always is going to be in danger if Slark is able to join to get it to die.
G Invoker.
Interesting. Very interesting.
I still think that, like, I would have liked to see Storm too. Like, I think Invoker's still good, but if you don't have, like, their initiation right now on the side of VP basically consists of a Blink Tide, and I guess
I'm just afraid Storm against Mac and Skywrath. You know, like unless he has a really good game.
Yeah.
Well, if they went dual lanes like you were expecting, it would be super easy to know when the ganks are coming.
Yeah, that's true. But
Yeah.
like, let's say they don't go for dual lane, the dual lanes, and then you have a VS ganking you or a Skywrath ganking you. It's like it can be not your greatest game, to be honest.
Yeah.
What getup is this? Doesn't
I don't
G
know.
have his own invoker set?
He looks like Magneto or something. It's weird.
I think it's just looks nice.
I had a dream that I had my own invoker set in Dota 2. And it was Neo with sunglasses, like he was wearing the Neo cape.
He just had the trench coat
And
on.
he actually had an extra spell called Bullet Time.
Oh my god. This is why you're not allowed to design things.
I'm allowed to dream though.
I would like to see a, you know, I wanted to have a dark invoker set,
Yeah,
like a
that's,
black one.
that's what I was going for, like really dark purple.
But it's not allowed.
Not even really dark purple?
No, I think there's one purple set for invoker, but you can't go dark in color.
I don't know, that cape's pretty dark to me.
That's quite dark, that's true. But you're not allowed to go black, pretty much. Like this purple color is like the darkest you can go.
Ah, okay.
It's kind of like a navy.
So if you're Invoker, since I know you play a ton of it, I figure I'll just ask you, do you think Exort for pushing potential on this game? Or do you think that Tornado EMP is actually quite strong?
You know, recently I like started to play a lot of like Quaswex again.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a fan of it because I feel like what you gain out of Exort on, I mean, I guess on to me on Dire, for example, if you play Dire Invoker, I think Exort is usually the better, unless you have a Joe on your team. I think Joe is like the one exception. Where suddenly Quaswex gets like beyond strong. But he looks to go for the Quaswex. And I mean, against the Timber, it's pretty good. Against Stark, is actually, it's so-so if you can get the pounds away. One way you can always stop the pounds is later on when you just use the Deafening Blast. You can not escape. Like, the Deafening will always stop. If you use a good timing, you will get mana burn, no matter what.
Why did G just rush a salve?
Maybe he just wants to play super aggro? I don't know. I mean, when you're playing
I'm
against
really
a Magnus,
confused.
you kind of want to pressure him as hard as you can, I guess, but...
I think the... Oh, they are... I mean, they are contesting, so it's... He pretty much can play as aggressive as he wants. Like, he really can.
But I mean, that's why you buy the salve, though, right? Because you know you're going to be tanking creeps a lot of the time.
Yeah. You can do it. At the same time, I feel like 2 early points in Quas, you are usually safe.
You're good,
Like, you're quite safe. And then, you know, it kind of hurts going for anything else than rushing the face roots.
Well, for the early game at least, I don't think we're going to be seeing a whole lot of action. It's basically just going to be a lot of even laning phase. Although, as I say that, VP.Polar are kind of moving around here.
I think you still go Exort. I think he still goes Exort.
Opening with Quas?
Yeah.
Well, he's got 2 quads now, so he's definitely going to be going for the click at the very least.
I think he's going close X. I would never open up with Quas if I would go Exort. I just feel like, I mean, sure you can harass a lot, but at the same time you, against the melee especially, you lose so much damage.
Yeah. And I think you can just play more of the CS game, and you don't even necessarily have to just go full-out harass if you're Exort.
Yeah, exactly.
You can just out-CS him really badly.
At level 3 you're gonna have Forage, and with Forage you're gonna get almost all CS.
Well, I think
you think he's going Exort?
No, I don't think so.
No,
I think if
Quas
you open
wins.
up with Quas, you usually tend to go for the Quaswex. And I mean, it's not a, I would say it's a bad time to go for the Quaswex as well. It's actually kind of cool, I think, against, I mean, with the Titan. You know, with Titan on top,
that's true, actually.
your damage is actually pretty legit.
And the Tidehunter as well, to set up all the more difficult stuff.
Right, and I mean, you know, one thing I haven't really tested is you go for Quaswex, and then you rush the Urn. Urn is really good, actually.
Yeah,
It's
because you have so many
really
levels in
good.
Quas, they're always stunned.
Yeah, like the stun is actually really nice.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what G actually opts to do here. And he is going for Quaswex as he now has
Look what Lil's doing.
a Tornado.
Bit of Cliff Jungler.
I mean, it's fine, honestly. Like, what else is he going to do? He can't really gank mid. They even have a high ground ward here. And even though Mag's, like, eating a lot of harass, he's still CSing fairly well. Like, he's only 3 behind what she is right now. I think with that being said, like, Oh, bottom. Phobos taking some damage here. He'll be fine. But do you still go Midas as Quaswex, or do you just go like phase drums?
I personally like getting Midas, just because I think Invoker is probably the hero that benefits the most from levels.
Yeah.
Like there's no other hero that needs levels more. I really don't think so. Like you want to have the 17 ASAP. And also, especially on Quaswex, I think your farm rate slows down quite marginally. One way to play Quaswex is you aim for the early Orchid, which can be very efficient. It can be, but let's say you don't get the kills and you go for the Orchid, it's like so. But yeah, like it's one of these momentum-based kind of, especially Quaswex. If you don't get kills, it doesn't pay off. It really does not pay off.
I feel that it's risky almost to go Quaswex because sometimes you don't get up off the ground and you don't get them early points in Wex, and then you're just gonna.
I mean, Quaswex is great against pushes, but then I look at the VP.Polar lineup. They have 0 push.
Yeah.
Like, they actually have 0 push.
Oh, top lane. Could be seeing the first blood here. FNG doing some damage here. Got a magic missile off, and teleport reaction from Jotum. He's going to be able to shadow wave his Tidehunter. He'll be A-okay. I mean, honestly, Sedoya has gotten a ton from this lane. He almost has arcane boots. He has 17 CS. Although I guess you could argue that Timber is doing pretty much just as well.
Yeah.
And he gets the first blood with that long distance Timber chain on the other Titans, so.
Oh my god.
You were talking about one support not being able to zone a Timber.
That hurts.
And having like early mana boots on Timbersaw, nearly level 6.
Almost 6.
Yeah.
The 6 is the scary part. Like, when you get the mana boots, you don't even have to go close anymore. You just like focus, alright, Spectre wants to CS, you just chain, and he can't sustain on the lane, he really can't.
Especially since Phobos now is 6, like he has Chakram as well.
Yeah, I meant with a Chakram.
Yeah,
like he just Chakrams in. And goes in, goes back. Like he does that twice and Spectre can't, like he
can't even come to lane.
Can't stay on the lane. One thing about the Quaswex on Invoker, I guess, is it is kind of space grade. Like you create the early space for Spectre as well, while Exort is more of you need
take space.
You either have this great setup, you know, like you have a Sand King, you have like something to keep people in place, like an SD, whatever, and you just work on Sunstrike, but they have nothing like that, so it's alright.
Well, the Earn purchase is actually going to be on the Spectre here, so I would expect BZZ actually to start haunting to some team fights once he gets level 6, but I mean, considering he was against a Timbersaw who is farming quite well, he doesn't have great CS by any means, but the safe laner of VP.Polar is actually behind him.
I think y'all might be in trouble.
Oh, he does have a Dazzle near him, so he only has enough mana for one spell though. He's gonna have to choose what he wants to use. Oh, he wanted a RP there, at least it looked like it. He baits out the grave. He's not doing any damage right now.
This
okay,
spear,
this is
man.
ridiculous. Like,
he's spearing them all.
He's just auto-attacking down. He actually dispels the haste right there. Mag is going to end up trading his own life for just a support. That is actually... it's okay. I guess G had to walk all the way bottom.
He's very fast, though.
I mean, it was a lot of space creation, but I just feel like he could have just RP'd him, gotten the kill. He just... I mean, he wanted to get 2 people together.
Yeah,
you could see that. Like, he really was trying to get those 2 people together. But I think in the end, it hurted him more than anything.
Oh, I think Venge... Oh, nice TP.
Don't do
it.
Oh, no.
The tornado, he hits it. Yeah. Mag coming in. He still has RP. Don't think he's close enough, though. A shockwave's going to land.
Pretty good.
I don't know. This game is interesting. Like, the safe laners both pretty much have the same amount of farm. The off laners are both getting a lot. It just seems like everybody in this game is farming, except for the supports.
Have at it, boys.
But I feel like as long as Spectre actually has a decent time, like he has a good time, I think it hurts in a way VP.Polar a bit more if Tidehunter gets an early Blink Dagger. But that's hard to say. Like I just feel like that generally Timbersaw is so against these heroes. Because you don't really see a lot of strength heroes. It's like a really good hero against strength heroes.
That's true.
Against Spectre is like, I don't know, I feel like Spectre is like whatever. I don't know. I feel like Timbersaw doesn't really do too much against the Spectre carry.
Oh, G being really aggressive as usual.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, he is opting to go for the
I think he could have killed him there.
Yeah.
I really think he could have killed him there.
Yeah?
He had the EMP and the cold snap up. I think he had the invoke ready. I mean, when we looked at him, we had it ready, but I think he had it ready, so... Probably could have gotten the kill there.
Maybe he was afraid of TPs because it was kind of dark.
It's a nice rotation play though of G here. He gives space to the Titan. They're going for the RP onto the Titan.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, Tornado's off. I think Gil's gonna die because of that. Or the EMP could go off and stop Mag from having any mana. The cold snaps there as well. BZZ comes in with the value auto attack to get an assist and some earn charges.
Alright.
I don't know, that's
an RP use as well. It's very costly.
There's a solo RP and a support.
Does he?
EP.
Does the Mag rush the dagger? Like, is he rushing the dagger, or is he?
No, he has
he went
arcanes.
for mana. Was okay.
So he's still very far away
But
from having blink.
the two deaths, they really hurt him. I mean, I think probably the best on Mag, in my opinion, is the how to kill bottom.
His stick and mana.
Very nicely played there by G.
Yeah,
He's doing really well. He's everywhere.
Nice space creation for the Spectre.
Yeah.
It's really good. But my point earlier is, I think the best way to play Mac, from my point of view, is rushing the early dagger.
You just farm until you get it.
You just, the thing is, you can stack the big camp, you get the early dagger, and it's like you want to use heroes like Mac, Puck. You just want to use ultis. Like, it doesn't matter who it is in the early game. You just ulti. You go for every kill.
Yeah.
If it's not like, if you're not even on Tidehunter, for example, like, I think using that early ulti, for example, you're on the offlane, you get 6, and most likely, unless you have a mid-targeted gank that is killable, someone rotate onto that lane with a smoke, you get a kill with an ulti. You should use your ultis in the early game. It really is, it doesn't benefit anyone just saving up the ultis.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that sentiment. And in a way, it's not even just about the ulti too. It's like a blink skewer can kill a hero in the early game just as easily as an RP. So you have multiple opportunities to find those.
I mean, I guess
kills.
it's harder to, you know, like, find the initiation onto Invoker before the blink. That's why I think the blink rush is really important. And also, Cossack's Invoker is one of those, like, if you actually manage to kill the Invoker, when he goes for that build, it hurts him a lot. Like, you want to be the one on the
offensive.
Yeah, like, you want to go for the kills on Invoker. But if you kill him, it hurts him a lot in the early game. It really does.
What do you think of 4 points in Quas and 4 points in Wex instead of like 3 and maxing Wex?
I mean, I prefer maxing out the Wex earlier, like, to skip the 3 in.
Yeah.
But it scales a bit better with a Tornado, just with the timing. And
top lane, Sadoy.
With the lift time, yeah.
He's caught here. The Stomp's going to come out. Stays him for a little bit. He still has his Ravage up. Looks like they're not going to choose to pursue this out. Both teams just going to back up.
But generally, I think the 4 points in Quas, if he would have gotten the Urn, I mean, you know, I haven't really played too much with it, but, like, I saw it a lot recently,
It's
and
so
I think
good.
Urn on Invoker, you know, just for the proccing, and it procs all the time, and then you have also the lower time on your cold snap, like the time in between. So it really pays off to get Urn on that hero.
Yeah.
And when you do these rotations, you're gonna get the charges anyway.
True.
Well, BZZ does have an Urn, and he has Haunt. So I think whenever they're trying to go on somebody, if they like commit a cold snap or something like that, and BZZ has the Urn there, it's pretty much just as good.
That's when G gets one and just stands closer to him all the time. Like
I mean, yeah, you're right. It's true. He can still proc it. I mean, they have the Urn, so it's like, yeah, it's all right.
I also think that, in a way, like, just having really early, like, Yule's drums or Force drums on the Invoker, like, 800 gold doesn't sound like a lot, or 875, but it's almost a Staff of Wizardry, right? So having those items up that early is quite strong, I think.
He goes for the eels. I mean, I actually think it would be a really good game for an Orchid's Rush as well.
Yeah,
just because
Timber,
Mag, Sky, and even Slark, if he doesn't is not ready on the Dark Pact, it's really scary for all those heroes to get early silence.
That's true. Yule's is also pretty good though. You have they have a lot of initiation on you.
Yeah,
And
you just have to
dodge
be.
it quite a bit.
You kind of can only react though. Like, you're not the one initiating.
Yeah, true.
And you, like, once Invoker is missing and you reach like level, like, let's say 11 plus, you just walk around with Ghost Walk, and then you have this fear of dying just because of the silence.
Yeah.
Like, you can solo kill people, and
You're
especially
force
the scout,
five-manning, like,
and the scout with for the Spectre. So you silence someone, he's guaranteed dead.
Yeah.
Oh, G is making another rotation here. It's going to be towards top as FNG and Lil are both going to smoke near the tier 2, and G's going to walk right into him. Sentry's dropped here. G could be in some trouble. Here's the silence. He does have a drum charge if he wants to try to run from this. BZZ, he's going to use the Haunt. Question is, does he go in? He
Nice
actually
tornado.
did. And the Invoker's already dead. The rest of VP Classic are behind BZZ right now. They still have Ravage. They want to try to kill Illidan, but I don't think they'll be able to.
That was a difficult target to go on, like turning on the Slark there. Oh.
Yeah, they got a stomp, but I don't think they can follow it.
Timber also rotated in there, right?
Yep. ATP top.
It kind of hurts a lot, actually, I think. I mean, he's quite farmed. He's closing in on his Bloodstone. He's not too far from it. Like, he really had a good time on the offlane.
I think having like a melee core bottom and a melee support, sure you had Sky there, but the Sky actually ended up leaving at some point, and that's when he actually ended up getting first blood on the Elder Titan. So he's definitely not had too hard of a time.
He's aiming for this early Vanguard.
Phobos. Okay, they ravage him too. Wow, they really wanted that kill.
No mercy.
Good kill though. Using the Ravage, like I think it's really important actually.
I guess every second it's not on cooldown, it's kind of a waste nearly.
Yeah, I mean, just saving Ravage doesn't pay off. It really doesn't. It's always funny when you play those pops and you find often pop players that like, all right, guys, I need to get this 5-man Ravage, or it's a waste.
Same with Black Hole.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same with Black Hole. Even a Black Hole early onto like, sure, maybe not the poorest support, but getting a kill onto even your 4th position hurts. You're not going to use it anyway.
Oh, middle lane, BZZ. See you later.
He fell too tanky there.
I mean, that's Blink for Mag as well, and Slark. So this is a really nice timing for VP.Polar.
I don't understand the 4-staff, like against Slark, and I guess it's pretty good against Sky and
It's
Timber.
still really good against like Venge Stun, being able to run away from basically anything but the Slark. Like just 4-staffing out of a Skywrath
the
combo,
Eul's
for
does it all
example.
better though, I think.
Well, yeah, but you can only do it to yourself.
I like the 4-staff. I think it's the right item choice. Just because you protect yourself with a tornado, you save time, then you force. I mean, it's not. It's also like this whole.
Oh, RP here onto G. He's gonna get forced. Okay, he's dead. Wow.
Holy crap. The trolls are real.
I mean, it's still quite even. And if G had actually, well, actually, I think he still would have died. Never mind.
This ward middle lane,
yeah,
it's actually got like 2 pickoffs on the 2 of their cores.
Yeah.
They're using the ulti as well.
The creeps weren't high ground there, right? So they definitely know that there's vision around there.
They both have a ward though, middle.
Yeah.
That one they just placed after.
Or they just placed after the
Spectre death, yeah.
Could be a potential D-ward then as well.
Well, it's 5 kills to either team. I just can't believe actually how farmed Sedoy is. Like he's got 71 CS.
I just think right now they haven't used the smoke yet. He should carry one. I just think for initiations, like it's too good to not carry a smoke.
Yeah.
Like especially if like let's say you used your early 2 smokes and you're like, all right.
Oh, they're definitely going ham here on Phobos, and he's gonna be dying here. Ooh, one more auto attack gets it.
And that's where it's actually really crucial. I think Timber, is one of those heroes that you can snowball super hard. You get your early Bloodstone and suddenly you're like, all right, you have 15 charges just like that because you can kill. But if the Bloodstone gets delayed, it hurts already. Then you get a Bloodstone timing. Then you feel like, all right, I might already need a Blink or a BKB or something like that.
The impact of the Bloodstone is a lot later. Like.
He gets stunned. Here comes the Ravage, just gonna hit on 3. Lil dies immediately. The Spirit was there as well. The damage output coming out from VP Classic, insanely high.
That was a great initiation by G there. He just gave all the like timing for the Ravage. He pretty much he had nothing. Like Sedoy really had the easy run in the park there. Like was really good.
Question is, did VP.Polar decide to defend this tower? It's not. Looks like it's gonna be dead already.
What do you go next on G?
I think I don't know. I feel like Orchid still pays off.
You can go for like a super late Midas as well.
The other thing is Hex, but it's Midas right now. I wouldn't get any. I don't know. I mean, I think it's maybe not bad, but
he's only level 11 at nearly 20. Like he's pretty underleveled for an Evoker.
I think you either want to get it early. I don't know. Hey, I think Midas not bad ever on the hero, but just because like usually the pace of your game is good in start. Because you can get these kills really easy. There's no daggers, there's no like 5-on-5ing. And
he's going back for the Orchids. So.
And he's getting the Orchids. Cool. Good item pickup, I think. It's good against. It's also good against Slark, kind of. Like
Yeah.
if you have a ward or whatever, like, and you usually don't
You have the high
rush,
ground
yeah, you
advantage.
don't rush BKB on the hero.
Yeah,
it just hurts.
I think it's important to note too, like for the Orchid in this game, it's still really strong because not a single hero on the side of VP.Polar has even one item towards a BKB.
Yeah.
So you know that the Orchid purchase, depending on how like far you are into it, is still going to remain
And
pretty
it also
relevant.
hurts a lot. I think
Yeah.
on Mac, you know, like if you go for the BKB now, you kind of want the force step first. I think it's force step on Mac is really good for this. You know, with dagger, you can usually jump this 1k range, like at best. And you want to be like the initiation on Mac that's really good is usually like this 1.3k range, something like that. Just because you're out of vision, like you can always position yourself where you can jump so the opponent can't see you, which is really important. It's like kind of everything about Mac ultis.
Yeah.
If you group up, it's just going to be a lot easier with a force stuff to get the initiation off.
Yeah.
But yeah, like the next item has to be a BKB after that because he's forced into it, but it's not going to be anywhere close. And the way the game goes right now is that Invoker, if he can get another kill, he's going to get an Orchid quite fast. Like he's going to get it, and then it's really dangerous for Mac as well.
Holy shit.
Illidan's taking quite a chunk of damage here. I think he'll be fine though.
He has his ulti as well.
Oh, the Blink actually is still going to be up here. In the meantime, they managed to kill G in the top lane while they're chasing him down. BZZ actually committing a haunt to this. Even uses the reality, but realizes that he can't chase. So for BZZ, we haven't talked about him a whole lot because he's a Spectre, really.
Kind of doing his own thing.
He's still been farming a lot, and he's been involved in more than half of his team's kills. And Illidan actually re-engaging here. Stomp going to go off, times it pretty well. Illidan stuck here for the time being. They don't have any more
Blocking
urn
the
charges. Can they kill him? He wants to try to block the leap, but no! BZZ actually auto-attacks instead of walking forward. Might have actually been able to kill him there.
It's like the thing is you have to make a choice. You kind of need to kill him in time, but at the same time you're like, all right, I need to block him as well. So where do I? It's a lot of. I think it's a very micro intense to do that. Like when you choose, like when you bait the kind of jump as well. But it's definitely easier for Slark to escape there.
Yeah. Are we thinking Radiant still for the Spectre, just for the purpose of canceling blinks?
Yeah.
It's
I think it's a must on the hero.
Yeah.
I really think it's a must. In like every game, I don't think Radiance ever is a bad decision. Just because of Mac, he can't initiate for like 6 seconds, 7 seconds.
It's ridiculous, actually, yeah.
And just like your farm speed also increases by so much.
And Lil will actually fall over if he gets rid of. So will.
All right, they commit a Ravage here to Illidan, but his Dark Pact timing removes the stun. He's going to leap into the trees, and they are not going to kill him. Well, we talked about the liberal ulti use of Sadoy, but that one unfortunately not so great.
He didn't tornado, did he? G didn't tornado.
No, I don't think he did. I mean, it's really hard to notice the Dark Pact timing because you can't really tell when he uses it at the start. You just kind of have to feel for it. So if you use an ulti like that, it's...
Did they smoke for it though?
I think they just blinked. Like they blinked on him and then he just decided to
It
ravage.
doesn't work though. Like there's no way during night that is gonna work if Slark is paying it. Like he will pay attention.
Solo RP here onto Yol, right into a Skywrath ulti.
Oh, Sadoy is pretty angry.
Yeah, they can reality for this maybe. Oh, he's TPing, never mind.
There's no cancel?
Yeah. They kind of have a lack of disable really on VP. I mean, they have Stomp, sure, but it's kind of hard to cancel TPs with Stomp. You're really relying on Cold Snap and I guess a Ravage, right?
That's kind of one of the reasons I was saying Eels would be...
You know, actually, I think it sounds maybe a bit strange, but I think an Eels on Tide is not too bad in this game. It sounds very strange, but the thing is, he can have the mech to get more tanky, but you know, like Slark, especially in the later portion of the game, he wants to jump tight, so he forces a Ravage.
Yeah.
And I think Eels is one of the best items to delay exactly that.
BZZ. He gets graved. Is he actually going to be able to TP out of this? Wow, nicely done.
Beautiful.
Yeah, Jadam knows that. He does not have a TP up. G coming in here. Sadoy, he gets an Necro Smash on 2. They manage to take out the supports almost immediately as the Venge and Skywrath
the
do
minus
fall.
armor doing
Phobos,
so much
he
damage.
wants to get out of here, but he just can't. He's going to have to go back to dodge the EMP as one more Timber Chain. Sadoy, he blinks forward, and there's the Bloodstone Suicide. In the meantime, Yol caught here by Illidan and Mag.
As Lumi would say, Sudoku.
Sudoku Stone, yes.
I would still say that's the fight for VP. It was a good fight for VP Classic here. Like any fight they win when Tide under ulti is down,
yeah,
is kind of a win in itself, and they traded even. So definitely in favor for VP Classic here. I also think at this point, like when I talked earlier about using your ulti, I don't think it's worthy at that point to use the Mac ulti onto a Titan. I don't think it pays off. Like in the early stage when there's like, you know, you just want to aim for this early bling for stuff. It's a good time to just use the use the RP on the Mac. But at this point, when he has Force and Dagger, you maybe rather want to aim for the Skewer kill and not use the Ravage, because when it's down, kind of everyone is semi-safe.
Oh, speaking of safe, EZZ.
He has ulti up as well, so he can join the fight again. Oh,
if he TP'd home, he could. I guess he wants to get that Radiance up.
Yeah, it's still a good TP though, because if you're not going to fight and you just want to be able to farm.
He had a Quelling
Could
Blade.
have just walked out.
Yeah, we're Quelling Blade.
No way, man. He's got a next level. He's got a TP like 5 feet.
Was that a quick cast TP now?
Maybe. It's actually a good point. Could have been. All right, so I think at this point, honestly, the biggest problem I can see for VP.Polar is that their supports are so underleveled and like underfarmed that the Radiant Spectre is actually just gonna kill them. Like,
do you remember the Zeus game? Oh my god.
Yeah, that was pain.
The most hilarious part was Shaker getting a pipe. Boots pipe.
Yeah, rushing pipe. Like 55-minute pipe.
And he still died.
And Bulba only had the staff with.
Yeah, he died every time.
I mean, really, if you're a support in that position, what do you do?
No, it's like,
why smoke?
I think you stay in Fountain, but then A ulti can snipe you as well.
Yeah. All right, well, Illidan now finishing up his Scotty.
Oh, gee, not exactly stealthy.
Nah, it doesn't matter. He's not going to hit the EMP, and he's not going to be able to get a kill either.
One thing that's worth mentioning is the timing of Titan. I think getting the Eos on Titan means a lot. You're set. Like, when you have that, you hit 11, you're set. Like, that's kind of the timing you want as early as possible. That's when you have the most impact, because you natural order.
He did it again.
Yeah, so RP and the ult. I mean, they kill him every time.
Yeah, 100. But is it the right target, to be honest? I mean, he doesn't have the ult finished yet, so okay.
Yeah, the Eul's timing.
I think my previous point was once you have 11, you're kind of set on the hero. It doesn't even matter if you get levels or not. It really, like, it's cool to have higher level in stun. Of course, you want to have the 3 and 4 in stun, but at that point, natural order maxed out, you're kind of almost at your peak with that hero.
Yeah. So we've seen EG do something similar with their Invoker, and it didn't really pay off. Like, it was about at this stage of the game,
They have a
actually.
sentry there to scout him out.
Where, like, G stops farming just to try and Orchid gank people, and all of a sudden, he, like, the game completely turned around.
It's the wrong setup in spells, though. In a way.
It's pardon?
I think it's the wrong setup in spells.
You should have Cold Snap first.
I think either you have Cold Snap or you have EMP.
EMP.
And then you start with EMP into Cold Snap. So that way you get a
Oh,
kill,
yeah, I agree,
guaranteed.
I mean, he hasn't. He's done a little bit of pressuring with the Orchid, but it hasn't been a tremendous amount, right? It's more like the threat of the Orchid that makes it good, not actually getting the kills. So I don't know.
I would learn an extra level in Exhort as well, just one value point.
For Alacrity?
Yeah, and then you have the Alacrity.
And Ice Wall is actually quite good too.
You have WWE like queued up for when you come out of Invis.
That's one of those TPs that... Why do you TP in Vision, like as Invoker? You show up that you TP onto another lane, so you show the opponent exactly what you're gonna do.
Yeah. And you also show you don't have a TP.
Because now Phobos knows, alright, there's no Invoker bottom anymore, I'm safe. I can push out the entire wave and I'm not gonna die.
Yeah, well, question is, do the rest of VP.Polar get
Oh,
caught? They have a
Sidoi
sentry
is
here on the
very
high ground.
quick.
He's got a haste. He thinks he's safe, but he probably is not. The Kraken Shell timing, though, is so strong. He's going to be
Nice
able to get the
Ravage.
Ravage off. Hits on 2, canceling Mag's Blink. Now Mag is totally out of mana. He's going to have to pop his Arcane Boots, but still doesn't have enough for an RP. They have to run. They just kill Illidan.
There was a good timing by
really nice
the
Ravage.
Ravage though,
Yeah.
because he knew that the what's it called, the
EMP?
No.
The Dark Pack.
The Dark Pack, exactly. Dark Pack was gonna proc before, and then he waited to get the Ravage on top.
Yeah.
So the EMP timing with the Ravage was really good. That he couldn't like jump out of the EMP, which was the important part.
Actually, Slark used the stick like before EMP. So after after the EMP, he didn't have mana to.
Yeah, to jump.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, we see Radiance now onto BZZ, which is really important. And bottom, Phobos, he's going to get caught here. He's Orchid. He doesn't have an Invoke right now. He's actually using the Ghost Walk to catch up. He wants to keep some clicking, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get that kill.
I think he had a chance of killing there, actually.
Yeah.
If he continued chasing, it's not like he had anything better to do.
Do they want to actually try to turn this? Sadoy is just manning up. He's double silenced here. He's going for the mass body blocks. Where's the rest of his team? There's no escape items here on Lily. He's got another gush in a couple of seconds. Pops the regen rune. He gets clipped by the chakram, unfortunately. And the tornado actually hits onto Phobos. Blink forward again. Gonna see a TP reaction coming in. It's Mag. He has his ulti ready. The rest of VP.
They don't expect their ulti.
Back.
I don't know.
I wonder what's the item progression is going to be on the Slark. I feel like he kind of wants to have a BKB.
All right, he wants to go in. He's going to find Jotum. Grave going to be used on himself. The rest of the team is just like, yeah, you're dead. We're not going to do this.
See you later. Do you just straight rush Refresher on Tide in this game on Sadoy?
I would say so.
Yeah. No Shivas?
I mean, I think I don't know, I feel like the mech is a bit overrated on the hero.
Yeah.
I mean, he went for the blink first, which is the right choice, for sure. But I just feel like, what has mech actually done? Unless you want to choose to push, it's like not really the greatest item to get, especially when you can have like this super great timing on your refresher. Like, once you get refresher, if it's just that early, you win automatically. Every team can choose it.
I still think the timing's gonna... It won't be as good as that, like just saying, okay, well, our double Ravage just automatically wins us any engagement, but it'll still be really scary, I think, when he finishes it.
Definitely, but then again, if Slark... Like, that's why I think Slark should get the BKB now, and now Timber finishes his as well. It's like, you have to get the RP... I mean, the Ravage off in a really good manner.
Oh, y'all. It's gonna spin around for a bit.
I think he's dead. Yeah. Lil going for a TP. Actually gets out. Nicely done.
G going for a solo pick. I think that's an easy kill. Oh, he used the
Is that enough
tornado.
damage? Nope. No. The Orchid actually hit him while he was in the air, so he's not going to get the bonus damage from that. And now he's actually just going to get caught out. Do they have any detection, though? That's the thing. All right, they RP on the ground. He actually pulls him out of chakram. There we go. He was very confident that he had hit that, so.
And FNG actually gets the kill as well. It's like, oh, you tried to gank me?
Well, he dropped a sentry. That means he needs the kill.
Yeah, that's how they kill him. Because he dropped this.
Yeah, but it's like, you tried to kill me, I'll kill you back.
Oh, pounce here onto Sadoy in middle lane.
The mech.
He doesn't even have enough mana to Ravage anymore. He's just getting all his stats stolen. He's going to go for the TP out, and he will be fine, but that gives Illidan 18 stacks.
Exactly. Those kind of things hurt so much against the Slark, because he suddenly can like, all right, I'm just going to solo walk around and just find people, because with these kind of amount of stacks, you just instant kills.
He's gone bottom to try and kill BZZ.
Yeah, he's got Blink in a couple of seconds. He's going to go for the leash here. He catches him, going for a TP. Swap. He's going to get stunned. He did.
In that position, should you always swap first because of the...
It's just like solo pick off, solo pick off, solo pick off. 3 in a row now. It's like...
Yeah.
That's like a classical throw again. In that position, they have the Ravage up as well. They don't choose to take a smoke gank or like choose to take... I mean, objectives is hard because they don't really have push, but I feel like you have Ravage, you want to choose to group up and take the fight. Spectre should be farming somewhere else, but you're able to take this fight. And now they just get picked off the delay or everything, and I feel like, look at the late game is not in favor of VP Classic here. I mean, I think it's decent with Titan, of course, but I would still give the edge to VP.Polar. Just Empower plus Slark is, like in a one-on-one Slark against Spectre, I would always give the edge to the Slark, especially with the Empower.
Okay.
Just because it's like, you know, like Spectre's kind of in a way like a
shot him that damage. Good lord. All right.
These 3 stacks are like, Spectre doesn't deal enough damage.
RP on 2. He's going to push him right into Illidan. The Dark Pact is there. Illidan leaps away on accident. Sadoy, he comes in realizing everyone is actually magic immune right now. Illidan's BKB is going to be wearing off in a couple of seconds. Illidan does not care. He does not care. He times his Dark Pact perfectly with the tornado. Dispels it straight away, just kills the Tide. He does have buyout. He just wants to kill G, and he's going to.
And Ghost Walk was on cooldown as well.
Okay, he has 35 stacks right now. That's in shift.
They just lost the game in 4 minutes.
4 minutes, yeah, 5 minutes.
105 agility is what he had.
And suddenly they also have a push mechanism. Like having that many stacks, you just like, all right, I suddenly hit actually on towers. I deal damage.
And the Empower on top of it is just ridiculous.
Structures are fortified.
All right, so VP Classic at the very least. It's not in the best of positions here. The Spirit's going to come out. Should be able to get a stomp, but it's very easy to Dark Pact it due to the...
Oh, 5x force.
Yeah, he actually just got the hell out of there very quickly. Can't actually dispel the slow. He's going to be able to pounce to the low ground, though. They do not have Ponk. BZZ still chasing this. Another Dark Pack comes off. He might actually be able to get this kill. It's going to be really close. He's got 3 seconds on his ulti. He needs to regen from it to live. No, 1 second left. Illidan ends up dropping here. Can they actually take Phobos too? BZZ taking quite a bit of damage here. Mystic Flare is going to be used as well as a concussive shot, but I think Phobos is down too.
It was a deny at least.
Yeah.
Or like a suicide.
And now BZZ has 4.5k gold.
Maybe that was, okay, I take my words back. It was all planned.
I mean, yeah, that fight was actually worth quite a bit to VP Classic, but I still think that Illidan is just as much of a terror as he was before, even with that one death. Like, sure, that death is good for VP Classic, but
you could also see how much of an impact those Ascent Shift charges have. Like, it's like you have these charges, and suddenly, all right, you just choose to fight. It's like you have these 15 charges, but it's going to be like 45 agility that you suddenly have that you wouldn't have.
An eagle,
it's like more than an eagle soul.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
So, do we think just straight up hard for the Spectre? Oh yeah, never mind. He actually bought the recipe already. So, looks like that's going to be the choice here from BZZ. I almost think sometimes when you're playing against heroes like Slark, if you ever get into like these small fights, having Manta on Spectre is just unbelievably good.
Even against Empower though, it'll just die
Manta's
instantly.
a better item, in my opinion, than a hard. Just because your farm speed goes up, you have split push potential, that especially because you go...
Mag is dead. Oh, Ravage comes out, actually hits on quite a few, but Illidan again with a nice Dark Pack timing. They're going to try to take out 2 supports, and they do straight away. Spirit coming out from the other Titan secures that. Sadoy now going to be dying here. Nice stutter there from Mag, getting the shockwave kill. BZZ now just wants to get the heck out of here, and they're going to end up going 2 for 2, but they actually kill G and Sadoy.
So the question is, did they know he does not have it?
I'm trying to turn off his radiance, but it's not working.
I feel like that's one of those things you should pretty much know all the time, right? Like, you should be clicking on heroes pretty constantly when you go into a fight. Like, before anything happens, right?
I'm pretty bad at that.
Like, in the fight, it's kind of hectic and you might not know, but if you're going there for the reason to fight, I don't know. But either way, BZZ gets away.
But yeah, to your earlier point, I think picking up Manta over finishing hard, I personally like the Manta a lot better.
Just for the farming style.
I mean, it's just like... So with Spectre, especially when you have the Radiance, which you aim for, he's not even putting himself at danger by pushing out lanes. And it's really good. It's like kind of this Naga illusion effect.
Yeah.
And it just, first it increases your farm a lot, and your damage is just like, you find one hero, like just the dispersion, it deals so much damage.
That is very true. And right now, I mean, I think it's going to start becoming more and more of an issue to actually kill Illidan, not only because he now has an Aegis, but just because of the item progression that he's had. He's got 2,500 health and finds y'all and gets a first hit bash. I mean, even without that many Essence Shift charges, he's got over 300 damage because of Empower. Like, that's really scary.
This is terrifying.
Because most Slarks, because their item progression typically consists of low damage items like Blink and Scotty, like Hani was saying, not only the Essence Shift is massively important, but the stats are just so much better.
Honestly, I think in this kind of scenario, I feel like a Butterfly could almost work wonders.
On
just
start?
because on start. Because attack speed means so much, and Empower increases your base damage, and like I think it counts also the agility into it, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. So I think Butterfly could almost be better than a Bash. It's not like like the thing is, sure, Bash is really great, Abyssal is really good, but at the same time, he doesn't really need to abort anything because he doesn't care. Like, once he has BKB, he can just hit on people anyway. And if you bash people or not, it's like he's going to keep them in place. And all he wants is those shift charges, and then you win the fight either way. And then it's more about you being more tanky, and the more damage, you're going to get more damage from getting the Butterfly.
Oh, Jottam.
Yeah, that's definitely not where you want to be.
Scary stuff.
I mean, I suppose he could go Basher and then go back for Butterfly, but I also think he's trying to conserve inventory space as well, because...
No, I mean, obviously, like, I'm not saying that Abyssal is a bad item choice. I think it's still good for sure, but I just think in this kind of scenario where he, like, you know, he doesn't really need to abort anything.
What about AC?
AC on Slark?
Yeah.
Actually, yeah,
against the ET.
You have a point, yeah, against ET. You have a point. It's not bad. Definitely, it's not bad. But, I mean... There's no MKB. Forcing an MKB on Spectre is like always something like you don't really see it. It's a single core, and getting an MKB like on an Invoker, not gonna happen.
Yeah. Do you really need it that badly though? Like you can't evade Desolate, and if you like Manta, you actually still do a reasonable amount of damage even if you miss. So.
Oh, you mean against the Butterfly?
Yeah, against Butterfly.
Yeah, if you miss, I mean, you know, like in theory against physical damage, you know, it's like 30% more HP or 35% more HP.
Yeah.
So. I just think it scales really well in the team, especially with Empower.
Oh, he turned off his Radiant. Good lad.
Well, I don't think it matters anyway. He can see the heroes that would potentially come to kill him. Although, I would say right now that VP are kind of suffering in the vision department like VP Classic. They only have one ward outside of the base, whereas VP.Polar have a couple of aggressive wards out, and they have a pretty good idea of where everyone is.
G's item progression has like been pretty much stunted.
Yeah, it's died. He needs a BKB so bad, honestly.
Mag. Oh, beautiful.
Well, G, once again, being the recipient of a solo RP, and he's going to die for it. He does have buyout, though.
But it's an Earth Splitter used as well. It's actually really important for their damage right now. Oh, y'all... Yeah, y'all misplayed there. It's like one of those things that happen on Titan.
Okay, here we go. The Ravage comes in. They're going to be able to kill the Venge. I think at the very least, the EMP goes off. They will secure the kill on FNG. Phobos has a BKB popped. Zadoi going to force staff away. And BZZ also doing the same. They've only killed one hero so far. They almost killed the Skywrath, but not quite. Mag coming in again. Another beautiful skewer. G, that's a dieback.
Okay.
Dead for 80 seconds.
He didn't get much agility, but they can still push so fast.
I wonder why they chose to take that fight down. I mean, Titan was down. I feel like, I don't know, delaying it in a way could have been nice.
It's still so risky though. Like, you buy back to take a 5-on-5 engagement, not on your high ground?
Yeah,
like
exactly. That's what I mean. Like, it felt like, why do you want to choose to take the fight outside of your base?
I guess.
After you also use the Earth Spear, which means a lot for the Ravage. Because you're in need of that damage.
Yeah.
True.
Illidan's gonna get his BKB forced here, but he'll be fine.
I'm surprised he didn't just click them with the BKB on.
I mean, you still can die against these heroes, especially with the Elder Titan being alive. You have no armor, right? So you just get punched really hard. And Illidan actually has 6,000 gold, so if he wants to buy his Abyssal, he can. If he wants to go back for Butterfly or AC, he can also do that, but the Aegis needs to wear off before that happens.
Does Zadoi have... No.
He's probably going to buy the Abyssal, so he has buyback as well, I think.
Yeah.
Well, the Aegis is gone now, and he's got 6,300, so we'll see what his item choice is going to be soon.
They have a fair amount of lockdown, though. Like.
Oh, he actually...
He bought a Hyperstone.
Goes back and goes for the couriers now. Or could be the Majoli as well, but I guess it's going to be the...
Yeah.
Like,
I think you get the other item. You get the...
I mean, it's good for going high ground. It's good against ET. Up until this point, they have one armor aura, I believe. Yeah, they have the Vlads, but they don't have a mech, so the extra armor from the AC helps tremendously.
I just, like, that's what I was earlier my point with, he doesn't really have this super good Abyssal target. Like, let's say you're a VP.Polar, and with a Slark you face a Mag. Like, against Mag, you want to have the Abyssal, so you can actually lock him down before he gets the RP off.
Yeah.
But since they have a Tidehunter, it's like Tidehunter will get out of the stun either way. So you have the Abyssal or not. It's not going to change that scenario.
True. I guess it's not so bad for Dazzle, like super late game.
Yeah, for Dazzle, for Titan, it's still obviously a good choice. But at the same time, you're like, well, if I catch them, they're dead anyway. Like in most situations, like with a casual basher now, especially, like they're not going to get away.
They have Vlads up on FNG as well. Pretty huge, even more bonus damage for this guy.
Yeah, and it is going to be an AC, so he's sending it out to himself right now. I think, honestly, with that item, I don't know if they can kill him at all anymore, because the biggest advantage that VP Classic had was the fact that Illidan basically had no armor.
Yeah.
And they could actually hit him quite hard if he ever was caught out. But now it's like 15 armor doesn't sound like a lot, but when you have 2,700 health, your effective HP goes through the roof.
Yeah. No, I think they are as well at this point where he has the buyback as well. He doesn't have BOTs right now. He doesn't have the goal to buyback BOT, but they probably just wait out. Like the right choice right now would be you wait out, you get the Aegis. Okay, Slark can carry the Aegis. I think he should drop his Basher and take the Aegis, to be honest. Just because it doesn't have too much impact. Like, I don't think it has too much impact in the fight. Then again, on a Slark, Aegis is always like, it is good for sure.
Yeah.
But you lose your essential charges, so
what
it's
about
like
giving Aegis to Timbersaw?
to Timber? Yeah, it could be a good choice. At the same time, he could also get cheese.
Yeah.
If it's
I think it's
is
only
it a
second.
cheese?
Is it
second?
I'm not sure on that actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. But yeah, like Timber obviously would be great as well. Then he can choose to initiate and
Like, and you always have
YOLO.
Venge, because Venge is actually quite a high level, like for the swap. I don't think they're gonna be able to focus down Illidan.
But like, if you compare this game to the last game, definitely this game is a huge. I feel like it's at the point where it's a huge throw actually. Like it can, like VP.Polar definitely has like the edge by a margin.
Yeah. Definitely agree. I mean, they have 3 cores basically, and I mean, Phobos has 310 CS, right? So he's got Aghanims, Bloodstone, BKB, Refresher on Mag.
3.5k gold.
Yeah, I mean, I don't actually know how you're supposed to fight into this because you're one, I guess you could say dual core progression on VP Classic. G and the Spectre have not gotten an item for like 10 minutes.
I think it's a single
25
core.
minutes.
It's pretty much a single core at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, you always have this Titan factor, but then again, Titan is not the Titan scales really well with a hard carry that actually hits really hard, like a PA. Slark is one of those. There's a few at AM, something like that. So
huge.
It doesn't matter at what point you are in late game. Those heroes can still instant kill you. But with a Spectre, it's like it's damage over time, unless you have this butterfly abyssal at one point where you're almost like you drop your radiance at that point. It's like, and they're really far away from that.
Do you think the Orchid on G worked out?
Oh, they've spotted Illidan. Can they actually take him down here? They refresh the Ravage. Is there enough damage? He pops the BKB and his ulti. He's not going down just yet. The AC definitely making the difference there, and he manages to get the blink away. Mag comes in. He gets an RP and a skewer into a second RP. They're going to use the shallow grave on a G. Very nice targeting by Jowdam. Not a single person has died in this team fight yet. There we go. G goes down. Illidan's back in the fight. He blinks forward. BZZ on a killing spree, getting Lil as a shockwave finishes him off as well. And all of a sudden, things seem to be falling apart here for VP Classic. Another nice grave by Jowdam. And you could not have asked him to play that fight any better, and it just did not matter.
Did Titan use a second Ravage?
No, he did not set Ravage a second time. I think
he didn't have mana. Like, I know when I later looked at him, he didn't have enough mana.
Yeah.
I think he was sure that with a Gush and with an Anger Smash, he's gonna get the kill.
Yeah.
But he, I mean, it was really close, I guess. It was a tough, call. But in theory, if you're this far behind and you don't choose to make sure that the Slark dies, you're pretty much done for. Now they know they only have one Ravage.
Does he have Shivas on an Aegis? Oh, what?
Interesting.
The Ancients killed the
How
couriers.
is that even... What?
The Ancients killed the courier. This little ancient Thunder Hunter killed his Shiva's guard.
It was up there and it just came by.
It was really pissed off at the courier.
Yeah. That's weird. That definitely should not be a thing. I think everyone on VP.Polar is kind of question marks right now. And they force a buyback or 2. I think they only forced 1 actually.
I just had a look at the career, and the Ancient just kind of walked up to the secret shop and just... I don't even know. That was really weird.
Well, a little bit of a bummer, but I don't think VP.Polar are going to sweat it too much.
What was on the courier?
Shivas.
Oh, alright. Well, Roshan is up, right?
No, they just killed it.
Oh, it was... Alright.
They have the Aegis on the Timber.
Oh, it has Timber. Yeah, I think I don't know. I feel like at this point they should just go high ground. They know they only have one Ravage.
Even without their Shivas?
Honestly, I don't think it matters.
Yeah, I don't think it's a make or break at all. I mean, you wait out the refresher, I think, on Mag, which is only another minute, and then you just go.
Then they're also waiting out the refresher.
Rough Tide, yeah, it's kind of catch
I mean,
22.
I honestly think.
I mean, they have them in the base right now. I guess that's the upside. So
Venge nearly has a fucking BKB. Like
that Ravage a second time.
I don't think it's a big deal.
No, but like all of a sudden the Ravage does nothing, and you can
I think
always
it
swap
can be
people.
though. Like,
you can
yeah,
always swap out of danger.
If you can just, obviously you're standing really far away from Sidoi because Sidoi has to blink on the Slark to be able to get a Ravage.
Yeah.
So you can time your BKB a lot easier that way if you're sitting way back.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's good for that effect. I mean, now he has the 16, like the level 3 swap. But at the same time, I don't know, like getting that off already without any progress. Like, let's say a Mag comes, a Timber, anything. Then it's like, you know, they didn't manage to kill him.
Well, this smoke is going to catch a support here, so FNG going to be tanking the gank. And, I mean, that's pretty much best case scenario for VP.Polar, right?
There was another smoke though, right?
Yeah, it was a smoke, yeah.
They smoked to kill Avenge. Definitely not the target they were looking for. And Illidan's just going to beat this tier 2 down in the top lane.
I think if he sees anyone, he can get a pick off. Look, they see BZZ. They have another.
They catch the Spectre, skewing him right into Illidan. And here comes the Ravage. Mag actually has a BKB on as well as Illidan. That's going to be a second RP coming out. They're going for BZZ so hard right now. The Tidehunter didn't even get a chance to refresh to get a second Ravage off. Here comes Yul. He's going to throw out the Stomp, the Grave onto BZZ, keeping him alive for a bit longer, but it's not enough, and there is no buyback on that Spectre. He is dead for a minute and a half. They're going to be able to kill Yul as well. Mag with the Shockwave. Okay, so
yeah,
they're definitely losing mid-racks. Yul buys back. I do not think they can stop this.
I think that's
least.
game.
Yeah.
I mean, how many Asus charges does Slark have right now? He was pretty
The
much
level 2 Exhort meatball coming at you. It's not exactly the most.
I mean, he only has 12, but he has AC and Abyssal, so he definitely does a lot of damage.
He actually needs to watch out right now. He doesn't have ulti up and no BKB.
Yeah.
He's alright.
That's a little bit odd, actually. They haven't taken the racks yet. Here comes Mag. Okay, he's got bots now.
Mag played really well in this game, actually.
Yeah?
He's got some really clutch RPs.
I mean, apart from that early...
yeah, the early,
I guess,
yeah, the early one.
I mean, it's hard to always have good RPs, right?
Like, yeah, obviously, it was more like that he, you know, like, he kind of chose to die. Like,
yeah.
He could have got them one kill with the RP, then instead it turned out that he died. But yeah, he had some pretty good RPs, that's true.
VP.Polar looking like they want to go on this. Swap on a G. They get a magic missile off. Here comes Mag again, and there is just no way that he's living through that. Bides back immediately. BZZ, he's up in 20, but they have lost 2 sets of racks for this.
Do you think if Invoker had gone for a Midas instead of the Orchid, the game would have been any different?
Would have had more items, but I feel like it always comes down to how much he gets done.
Yeah.
Like on Crossvex, it's so much about that
your impact.
Yeah, exactly. You just do something with their time. And I mean, that's the issue about Crossvex, or generally about Invoker. Like late game, it's there's so few item builds that actually like where you have this huge impact still.
Yeah. Like even if you have like Aghanim the Refresher and you're level 25, they still have so many BKBs though.
So, yeah, but then it's not about. I think when you get the Refresher axe on an Invoker and you go like Extra route, it's like you aim to just use one, because you have a Titan, and if they BKB, sure thing, then they BKB for it. But then like you can still choose a second like Meteor combo if you wanted to do that.
Well, right now, I mean, VP's only option is trying to get 2 really good Ravages. That's basically the only way I think they can win a fight.
That's ambitious.
It's very ambitious.
Yeah, and
like
FNG even now has his own BKB, so...
Like what Mags has been doing in nearly every fight, he just BKBs and ultis like Spectre, and then just refreshes and ulti Spectre again. Ooh, nice.
Oh, no. Tornado here. Mag with the skewer away. They're going to kill the courier, though. It has a refresher on it, by the way. That was Illidan's refresher that they just killed.
Oh, nice.
And yes, that is a Slark with a refresher.
That's pretty cool.
Yep.
What does he drop, though?
I don't like it.
Well, what does he drop?
I don't think that's my point. He doesn't have an item to drop.
Yeah, I'm really confused.
Well, I mean, you can drop Blink, I guess, right?
Yeah, but then you have like so shit mobility.
Well, what if, for the sake of argument, if he just keeps the courier at the push, and then he just goes in and then refreshes his ulti and BKB again, and then has
I guess
it
he
again.
can.
Yeah, just refresh your ulti.
I mean, it's a little, what do they call it, try hard, but it's still good, right?
Yeah, like if you actually use, like if you keep all items that he has right now, then it's good. And he just uses it to refresh in the fight. He buys his own chicken, whatever.
Oh, Phobos potentially getting caught here. Mag just going for the solo RP, and Illidan's there as well. The skewer wasn't even necessary as G just gets absolutely annihilated. There's another Ravage coming off here. Mag getting another RP. This time it's going to be on 2. Yul dropping so fast here. BCG getting low as well. The Grave comes off from Jotum. Are they even going to be able to kill Illidan before this fight is over? It just doesn't look like they have the damage left in the tank, and that's going to be Lil with another double.
Holy crap. That might be game.
GG.
Good game, Wolf.
GG. Really nice damage.
I mean, that one for me, it just felt like, to some point, unless the Spectre was ahead, like by a wide margin, there was just not enough on the team. And I think Connie actually mentioned something that ended up being extremely important, is they didn't end up having a double Ravage fast enough. Like, I actually think if they had it sooner, it would have made a huge difference in the game.
I agree. I mean, I think the double Ravage would have been one. But also I think, to me, like, it was kind of the first draft by VP.Polar that I think was the better opening. Like, their opening of the draft was good. BS Stark made a lot of sense. You have to save, you have your carry, Stark, which is kind of never bad. And yeah, like in the end, the execution was better. I think overall, from the 3 games, the least goals.
Clowny game.
Yeah. Kind of overall well executed, I think.
I think G played really well at the start of the game, but he just fell off so early.
I mean, he died 11 times.
No, but he was like wrecking at the start of the game.
No, I don't disagree with that. I just mean that they were focusing him so hard. Like every fight, if Mag saw an RP on G, he went for it. Like every single time. I think it's especially important that he did that before they had BKBs, because the Quaswex Invoker before like Slark or anyone else has magic immunity is so much more frustrating to deal with, because one tornado can almost like reset the fight completely.
Yeah,
and if you get a good
I wonder
EMP.
though if it would have been maybe better to rush Orchids before getting drums even. Like
So you just mean like phase
So have an
Orchid?
earlier
yeah,
impact
like
with
to
it.
get the Orchids even earlier, because it's like you get this timing in Orchids, and then it almost comes to this point where it maybe is a bit too late. Like he didn't find the kills, they get the blink already on Mag. Like they have these core items in a way, and then Orchids is like this item which really has to have a good timing. Like you have to have a really good timing on the Orchids.
He still got what, like 24, something like that?
Yeah,
25 minutes?
like that,
yeah. And by that time, there's already heroes who are pretty close to BKB.
Like
by
Venge
that
lived
point.
through his Orchid combo, which shouldn't really happen at all.
Yeah, but that was by a tier 2, right? When somebody TP didn't save him, but...
Well, with that best of 3, it means that it is VP.Polar, actually, that will move on tomorrow to face Cloud9, while the loser, so VP Classic, will still play another match tonight, but they have to wait first, because there's first a different match. But before all of that, of course, there is a winner's interview, so Jess is on stage right now. Let's go to her.
Thank you, Shiver. I'm standing here with FNG, and congratulations on the spectacular 2 wins in a row. Now, for the first game, most of the casters agreed that Virtus.Pro Classic would have won based on the draft, which of course they did. The second game, the casters also said that they thought VP would win. How did you guys pull off the win in game 2?
I would say that first draft isn't perfect, because like we got only Void who can do physical damage, so in middle of the game we feel the problems that they got BKBs, they had to tanky, so it's like trying to do something, but they didn't make mistakes, so they won the first game. In second game, I feel like the draft was pretty good for them, pretty good for us, but the start of the game was really perfect for us. We got a lot of kills, but then we kind of throw, but I'm happy that we won.
And of course, you're finished playing games for the day. What are you going to do with the rest of the day, and how are you feeling? Are you relieved?
I don't know, I'm feeling tired because like I won't sleep so hard, but it's really good like to feel that you're already in top 4, you know. So I'm happy, and I think my team is happy as well.
Good. And then finally, as Shiver said, tomorrow you guys will be playing Cloud9. Are you prepared for that, or are you nervous at all?
I think we're playing Evil Geniuses.
Oh, did Shiver lie to me? Okay.
Cloud9 was took the first place in group stage, so why the guys who win first place in this kind of elimination playing versus Cloud9? I think we are playing Evil Geniuses.
Okay, well then are you nervous to play against Evil Geniuses?
Yeah, like, you know, they're top 3 of 4 international, so it's kind of hard to play against them. When I was in Navi, we always lost to EG, so I think we'll show a good Dota, at least.
Great, well thank you so much and good luck tomorrow. And now I think we're going to go to a quick commercial break, and when we return, we'll have the losers bracket of Team Tinker versus 4ASC.
Hey, birds! I'm Edward, and I'm a tufted titmouse. I'm a pretty standard bird. Decent flyer, okay at nests. But my forte, a little thing called productivate. Look, I get it. We all have to work, tick things off the list. Emails, notes, presentations, expenses. But come on, man. I mean, you have to make time for the finer things in life. You're all stressing out about what you have to do next because you can't do it now. Progress isn't made by early birds, you know? It's made by modern birds, like me. As for the rest of you, you're just making things difficult for yourselves. Always hunting for a recharge. Glued to your tiny screens, giving yourself a migraine while you try to write a novel with your thumbs? You birds are so old school. As for me, I got time on my side. A tablet when I want it, and a laptop when I need it. Now stop your flapping and get it done.
Get everything done on the fly. It's a laptop, it's a tablet. The Asus Transformer Book T100 with Intel inside.
I've got a laptop. Check out my laptop.
It's also a tablet.
I love my laptop.
The point is it's both.
You see this?
Yes, it's both.
Nice.
Welcome back to the Asus RG Dream League. My microphone's working, everything's going fine. We're here for our second to last series, and this is our first elimination match. It's a best of 3. Team Tinker will be facing up against 4 anchors and a sea captain. And I mean, leaving as the first team, you do not want to be that team. So there's a lot at stake here. It's a best of 3, of course. So potentially 3 games. Welcome back to the panel as well. As you can see, we have switched around a few people. So welcome back, Lumi and Waga. Hope you had a good break.
We had a good break, sleeping on top of each other.
Oh,
literally.
Yeah.
Cute.
It was.
There were pictures. It's on Twitter at Luminous Inverse.
Damn.
What a plug.
All right. Yeah. We were trying to, catch some rest, but also watch the games end up in a half-sleeping state.
At the end of Game 2 and Game 3, we woke up for that, and there was pretty exciting stuff.
Yeah, that's really true. Game 2 did not end as I expected it to end, but I guess diving once a little bit too deep into enemy base, or actually Batrider grabbing one and pulling him away with Legion Commander not being able to stop it for once, was all that it took, really.
Yeah, game-changing, and of course, on stage, sorry, Andy, on stage, we have got Jess as well, and she is standing there with both of the team's managers.
Thank you, Shiver. Now, as Shiver said, I am standing here with Chappie and Loged, who are the managers of Team Tinker and 4ASC, respectively. Now, both teams started off the day in probably not the ideal way. Each team lost to VP.Polar. How was the confidence of each of your teams going into the day after those losses?
Well, we're still feeling pretty good, I guess, but we're still in the losing bracket, so it's not easy.
Well, we felt pretty bad. That's pretty much it.
Very eloquent response there, Chappie. Now, as you mentioned, you guys are both in the losers bracket. So after this best of 3, one of your teams will be eliminated. How are you feeling as managers, and how is that going to affect the players going into these matches?
Well, I guess we're in top 6 already, so it's quite nice, but we don't really want to lose this game, so...
Well, going into this game, we have a really good record against 4AC, actually. But that doesn't seem to mean anything because we lose games all the time that we're supposed to win. So we are confident, though. I mean, I talked to all the guys and my coach, and we are confident. But like I said, we're usually confident. So here's hoping, I guess. I don't know.
And do you have any choice words for each other as friendly rivals here?
Let's hope for some nice games.
Good luck.
Great. Well, thank you both. Thank you both for joining me here on stage. We're going to go ahead and throw it back to Shiver and the panel to do the draft.
Thank you indeed. Welcome back to the panel. We're not going to stay here because actually the teams are, of course, on stage, and that's where the camera is going as well in a second. Apparently a bit of delay, but we're going to see the teams. So we're going to see the players very soon. There they are. So 4ASC, they're going to be on the left side of the stage today. And for the second time, actually, they were on the left side previous time too. So Trixie, once again, first one in line. It is the offlaner for 4ASC. Kalle.
Yes.
With the new shirt, by the way, because, I mean, obviously it's cold here, so they can't wear just a shirt, but they have a team shirt. And the manager actually wore the Sea Captain one. And I'm curious if the rest is anchors.
And that is Valix, for those who were wondering. He was playing some pubs earlier, had some pretty easy games. I was watching him in the player area, along with this guy, Jerax, who was practicing his Rubik play. So perhaps we're going to be seeing that in these drafts.
Yeah, Rubik has not been banned out that much as well, so it's a good hero to practice, I think, as it could be available. And a lot of teams rate high ulti heroes, like Tidehunter and Brewmaster. Could get some nice steals off.
And then finally, last but not least, Matumba Man. The guy who was probably second in line, at least on that team in particular, to get MVP for Phase 2. Of course, we gave it to Jerax.
He only got one vote.
No, but I mean, he still played exceptionally well, right?
But he only got one vote.
And then on the other side, Team Tinker. I have to actually point out, Team Tinker is on a massive losing streak.
They are on what?
On a massive losing streak. Last Saturday, they won 2-0 against Cloud9, and they looked really strong. And then going into Sunday, they lost all their matches on Sunday. They lost against EG in the Dota, in Dream League. They lost against EG in the Dota 2 League as well. They lost against Sneaky Nix Assassins in the Dota 2 League, and the XMG Capsters draft, they actually lost against 4ASC 0-2 for 4ASC, so it's going to be a tough match for them. They haven't won a game since Saturday.
Yeah, so we just saw Koifa, Pycat, and now Sing Sing and Boba as well. My worry for this team is that they were the first team to play. Sing Sing in particular came here like at 10 a.m., 11 a.m., so we have a very long day. I'm not sure if they are rested accordingly. And I mean, if they win this match, they still got another one, right, coming up.
Yeah.
It's a long road for both these teams that are remaining. EGM, of course, a crowd favorite.
Looking very happy here on camera as well, EGM. But you know, it's gonna be tough, as you say, long days for many of the teams. We have a lot of games in general.
This is the longest day, however, so after today, all the games, or at least there's going to be less games.
That's not true.
I mean, we have 4 best-of-3s tomorrow, right?
Yeah, it could potentially be longer
Potentially
tomorrow.
12 games, unless we got the wrong memo.
Okay.
Aren't you excited for more Dota?
Oh, yes, more Dota. Well, actually, I'm not the one that has lacking energy at the moment, because I'm feeling good, so.
We formed a club.
Yes.
It's called the Energy Boys
Energy
Club.
Boys, I'm the Energy Boys groupie.
Waga is also a co-founding member.
Because
we got energy by sleeping on top of each other.
Yeah.
Well,
I want to be in this club. I need energy.
You can be, but you have to show the energy
You have to
first.
show the energy.
So we're going to ask for that during the first game, which is
Okay.
actually going to start very soon. But before we go into the draft, okay, never mind. We need to go into the draft. No predictions.
That was a very, very big contrast in a couple of seconds.
Yeah.
That was.
Well, let's go into the draft. It is our first round of the lower bracket here at DreamHack, and we are going to Team Tinker taking on the 4 anchors and a sea captain.
I gotta say, for a team like Team Tinker, being on a massive losing streak, I think hurts them more than like a top-tier team like EG, because top-tier teams like EG have won so much, and they know they can win on any given day. I'm not sure if I could say the same for Team Tinker. I feel like the morale is somewhat battered, and hopefully they could do okay here against 4 anchors, because 4 anchors is out for blood. They lost the first game, but I was talking to some of the players who are like, you know what? We're okay. We're still going to win more games. Let's go. So they feel pretty confident.
I think so. And a lot of it is also attributed to the fact that it's a best of 3, and almost every team will say that they're happier going into a best of 3 than a best of 1. And that's simply how it is. Because as long as you feel confident in yourself to any regard, you will more happily say that, okay, we have to lose 2 games to get knocked out. As in a best of 1, as they had previously today, you know, 1 bad game can happen to anyone.
Yeah, and I mean, fortunately, the best of 1s were only to decide seeding, so it's not like you're going to be in a horrible position. Sure, you don't want to be in lower bracket, but you still have the chances to come back. And
yeah, the hand warmer.
Yep. Shout out to Conrad. It's actually who we got that from, because they were asking for hand warmers earlier. It was quite cold in here because the player area is basically right by an exit, so people kept opening the door, and it was not great, so I'm glad to see that.
I got mine from Helen, so shout out to her as well.
Yeah. All right, well.
Oh, looks like, do you see that Bruno badge on Sing Sing just there?
Yeah.
Apparently Bruno gave the crew badge. In any case, the draft is going along very steadily. An interesting ban just came out is the Wisp for 4 Tinkers. Or 4 anchors and a sea captain. Obviously, EGM has been showing a lot of proficient play on that hero.
Yeah. EGM is a very, very solid Wisp, but they did play it previously with the Necrophos, and it did not work out in that game. But it's still a hero that Team Tinker will happily pick up if they are allowed to. And Ogre Magi and Centaur Warrunner being picked up by 4ASC. Bans, Elder Titan and Venge. I like the bans from Jax in this game, because these are heroes we will see in every single series. If they're not banned out by anyone in the first phase, they're grabbed in the first immediate phase.
Yeah. Also similarly, Team Tinker giving respect to Slark and Skywrath, 2 of the most highly picked hero on the 4 anchor and sea captain team. So fairly standard bans, I have to say.
Yeah, and there's no pick yet on several heroes. Like Brewmaster is not picked, Puck has not been touched, and I guess DP should be mentioned as well, but she usually is a 3rd or 4th pick. But it surprises me slightly that Brewmaster got skipped in this.
Yeah, it is a bit odd, isn't it? I mean, honestly, I think Team Tinker are probably less likely to pick Brew, I think it would fit into what 4 anchors have a bit better. Although I'm not sure if Valex prefers that type of hero. When I think of him, I typically think of him as like the Viper and the Storm player. Even though the heroes have 2 completely opposite roles, those are just normally what we see him on. So
yeah,
I don't know if they're going to go back for the Brew or they're just going to ban it themselves here, but we will see.
I think 4 anchors would love a Brew themselves because a lot of the games that they've won is the double initiation from Centaur and Brewmaster. You get a ton of burst damage, you get easy pickoffs, and you get team fight. And later on, when you get the double Vlads and AC, it gives them that high ground, which they always lack. But immediate Dusa pick, no dots, bans anti-mage, picks Dusa. This is not a Matumba Man hero. He has played it in phase 2. I believe they have won the game as well, but it wasn't a pretty game, I have to say.
Yeah, it was most definitely not, but Medusa, she has showed some strength previously here today, and maybe it's just, you know, the land trends as well.
Sure.
When you see something being really effective against what teams are currently playing, you're like, oh, we should also do that. It's definitely a thing in Dota. People copy each other massively on LAN tournaments.
I think, like, for Team Tinker now, you're kind of out of the conventional counters to what Medusa has, because Slark is very good early game, high mobility. You can just go on the Medusa whenever you want, and it's very difficult to be punished for it. And the AM, obvious reasons, you get Manta, you mana burn the Medusa. She turns into basically like a bomb for your team where you could just use ulti and you just kill everyone. So I think for 4ASC, they've picked themselves a pretty sufficient safe laner who doesn't really need a whole lot of babysitting, especially you consider she's going to be against Tide, right? So you don't have to commit the Ogre and whatever other support you want to just sitting down there all the time. It's a pretty easy lane, I think, for the Medusa.
Well, they're going to go a Treant Protector, not a hero that I expected to see, but a good hero against the Centaur, especially when he's trying to engage on you.
And it pairs up really well with Witch Doctor. It's a very popular combination, Tree and Witch. So if you get rolling just a little bit, if you get some kills or get some level advantage, you can just turn it into so much momentum with all the heal that you get.
I was going to suggest something like a mid-Nyx Assassin, like how Bone7 has played it for Cloud9, or maybe even a kind of a Quaswex Invoker, like what we saw from G last game, especially against the Dusa Mana Shield. But I feel like with a Treant Protector picked up, you really want your mid and core now to have a lot of damage. And of course, this is becoming more and more of a Rubik game, as you can still Ravage, Death Ward, and whatever Treant throws out with relative ease. They kind of have to cast and stand there, you know?
Yeah, even just casually having the living armor could be amazing if you get it early on.
I would rather have a Rubik with living armor than a Treant with living armor on my team.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It's much better. So Storm is going to be a hero they kick back into Team Tinkerino. Storm pickers.
Quake the Storm, man. Pretty good.
Do you think this is going to chain into the Pycat Lifestealer that we've seen a lot, Andy?
I don't think it's terrible, actually. I mean, you have Overgrowth to keep things in place. You have Ravage, you have Initiator on the Storm.
It's banned.
Okay.
Yeah, they just take it out, okay. So they were definitely thinking in the same way that you were, so.
Pycat with a short smile that then turns into serious face after the Lifestealer ban.
I mean, can you make the argument that the Stone Gaze is really good against Lifestealer?
It is, but he's still fairly good against heroes like Centaur, Ogre, Magi in general. Sure, the Centaur ulti is always good against so many heroes, but it would be decent just for Storm Spirit to jump in and drop someone off, because alone Storm is not going to bring down Dusa. And we'll see what they want to go for. I mean, AM would be an amazing hero, but smart ban out from Jerax in previous phase as well. So they have a few heroes they could be thinking about.
Yeah,
could still just go into Void, I mean.
Even I think taking Viper at this point is still okay. Like, you have a hero who does very well against Storm. Like, Treant Armor is not really that good against Viper. You're not going to get roamed on. Well, you could, I guess, but it's not going to be, I don't think, that scary for you. Especially if you pick a hero with decent range.
Oh yeah, I think 4ASC very happily will pick up a Viper in this scenario.
I'd like to see something with a kind of a long stun range, because I could see a scenario where you're trying to engage on Team Tinker, Overgrowth comes out, and Witch Doctor stands very far back with a Death Ward. Suddenly you don't really have a good way to cancel or do anything about that Death Ward. And yeah, so although I haven't seen Valex play too much of anything else, so it is going to be a Viper.
Yeah, I mean, Valex plays it beautifully. He has had more than enough time practicing this hero as well.
Sure, yeah.
So over on Team Tinkerino, do you think something along the lines of Void, or what do you thinking of here? Because you need a right clicker of some sort.
I don't know. I actually quite like 4ASC's draft. I feel like the Storm is not going to really be able to kill anyone on his own. I don't know if they were banking on the Life Stealer per se, but
maybe they were. It looks more and more like it.
I mean, they could still go with something that does a decent amount of AoE damage, like Gyro, I guess. Synergizes pretty well.
All right.
Yeah, okay. That's what it's going to be.
The snap call.
I mean, it's really the only hero that I think has enough of an early mid-game influence to really make the pick worth it, because I think going super late against a Medusa, a Viper, and a Centaur is just... You're using a single core, basically, to go super late, because the Storm probably is never going to get Viper ultied, so you're going to have to use it on the other hero, right? So it's like, we need a hero that does something a little bit sooner.
Do you guys feel that in Storm games, there's like two scenarios? There's a one scenario where Storm gets in early or goes around, pick off a ton of support, and it's like the most dominating hero. And then there's another scenario where Storm is like just an initiator, and it doesn't do nearly enough damage to justify him with the goal that he's been farming with the mid-position Storm. Or do you feel like there's somewhere in between?
I think there's somewhere in between as well, because as you said, sometimes you don't finish your orchid very quickly, like G, for example, in his game on Storm. He didn't have it that quickly, but then suddenly he just ganked and killed everyone.
Sure.
He had some help in form of Slark as well, but he did deal tons of damage on his own. And I agree with this Gyro pick a lot more than I would have with Void. It works better, I believe.
All right, it's time to introduce these players, because this could be the elimination match for one of these teams. On the Radiant side, we have Jurex playing his famed Rubik, Matumba Man playing the Medusa. We have Boogie on the Ogre Magi. Back in the mid lane is going to be Valix playing the Viper, a hero that he's very known for. And then finally Trixie playing the off-lane Centaur.
Yeah, and then on the side of Team Tinker, we're going to have EGM playing on that tree. Going to have Pycat taking up the reins on Gyrocopter. Sing playing the Tidehunter. Koikfa on Storm. And that leaves Bulba going to be playing Witch Doctor.
All right, so Koikfa doesn't even have any tango pulled onto him right now. I imagine one of his supports will pass it to him. There you go. And going for the very, very quick bottle rush. We'll need the regen against a Viper mid.
I mean, Viper is going to win that lane no matter what.
I mean, there's also living armor. That will help out a little bit, I guess.
I mean, once you get to, I think it's maybe it's level 2 poison. EGM, not going to go on the cliff.
Did he not even try for that? Or?
I think you have to be, like, closer. In a really close spot. Like, you have to be hugging that hill super hard. I think he's pinging it out saying, I don't believe that I'm actually not stuck up there, because it really looked like he was going to get that.
Yeah, I think he could have as well. It kind of depends where you click it as well. I didn't see the direction that he clicked.
Yeah.
Either way, EGM going to find himself a bounty rune instead of being stuck on that hill. Sing Sing getting a little bit of a haste on top as well. It's going to be a one-on-one between Tide and Centaur, so not the most eventful lane. And I believe mid, if Storm plays well in the early game, like on the first, I would say 4 creep waves.
Well, he just missed the block.
He can do really well.
Although it's actually in the tower range.
He missed it hard enough though.
Yeah, recovered. Also somewhat worried about Tinker's offensive trialing here. In the past when they've ran offensive trialing, remember today's game where they ran offensive trialing with Luna? They did well in the laning stage, but they had a lot of trouble transitioning out of it. So that's kind of my point this game. Can Tinker win the lane, and will their support be able to do a lot elsewhere after the laning stage?
I think it's a bit different though. Like the contrast between what they were playing against and what heroes they actually have this game. For example, I think they had Panda in the game where they were doing really well during the early game.
Yes.
And Panda kind of, if you waste his ulti, it hurts so much more. But Tidehunter still remains relevant, I think, even into the ultra late game because of things like double Ravage and the fact that honestly, 4ESC is probably only ever going to buy 1 BKB, and that's going to be on Viper, right?
Yeah.
So I think the Tidehunter is going to have a relevancy for an extremely long time. Plus, you can see how passive 4ESC are playing this. They know that they really can't even farm on a hero like Medusa in this lane because of the kind of pressure that Team Tinker can put out.
Yeah,
I mean, they have a Rubik as a secondary support.
Yeah, Treant and Witch Doctor are also really, really strong at just, you know, zoning the enemy here. Even if it's pretty defensive so far, you can see how 4ASC don't want to walk up and contest here. So if they could just get the lane back a little bit, Team Tinkerino would be in a great spot.
They are harassing well though, but the CS differential has not really picked up yet.
Yeah, but
both Dusa and Gyro is not farming
Team
well.
Tinker
Pycat just missed 3 CS, that's why.
Yeah.
So.
Team Tinker are doing fairly well on their off lane, but they're also doing really well on top lane. Sing Sing is doing so great against this Centaur with his Tidehunter. He's getting more CS. He has a lot of creeps to farm up under his tower here as well. So 4-1 against 9 for 4 right now.
I wonder if Sing Sing's going to go for that 3 Kraken 2 Anchor build that he loves so much.
3 Kraken?
Yeah, he does go 3 Kraken 2 Anchor, which...
I don't think there's any point getting a 3rd point into it, really.
Oh, the cat's going to fly out on the bottom lane. It is going to bounce. The shield's going to go up here on Matumba Man.
Nice
He'll walk
blocks.
away. Perfectly done. It's a double damage tree, and in fact, they're going to pull him back to the tower, eat a little bit tower shot. Won't die thanks to living armor, but kind of good exchange of harass going with the other way.
Boogie actually saved Matumba Man really hard right there. If he hadn't body blocked, like 2 punches, and that would have been a dead Medusa.
Yeah, good awareness by Boogie. He also had roots, which allowed him to really go in and do that little play. So nice execution by the Finn. But Team Tinkerino's still in a good spot of kind of asserting control of the lane.
Yeah.
Never mind the fact that they have 8-0 against 4 for 4 last hits, because that's a fine result for Team Tinker, right?
Yeah.
Both of them not farming at all is good.
You talked about how Tide is winning top. Storm is, I want to say, winning mid. I mean, the CS looks very similar, but as a Storm, if you could keep up CS against a Viper, you're doing just fine.
Yeah, I'm really surprised, actually, that he's still going the max corrosive build, because in this lane, when you know that there's no way that Team Tinker are going to try to roam right now. And if they do, it's going to be crazy obvious. So I'm really surprised he hasn't opted to go for like more Nether Toxin or more Poison attack. Just have better lane presence so you can sufficiently bully the Storm. Because right now, I think Quakefa is just outplaying him.
I think it's still fine though, because Quakefa is very aggressive. He keeps clicking the Viper all the time, giving value to the corrosive. So I think it's okay, this build. And it does, mean that no matter what, you are going to be ready when the early game is over. Like 10 minutes in, you will have the proper skill build and whatnot when you want to walk with your team. Also want to point out how hard it is to deward the Radiant Pole Camp.
Getting caught here. There's no tree in the bottom lane. He's got a tree armor, walking it off. He's going to go down though. Jerax getting the first blood. They want a second kill. Boogie does not have mana, but he does have boost. He's getting the huge body blocks on a Bulba. A couple more auto attacks.
Oh, he had a blast.
The man.
I think he just got mana for the blast.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, the TP's going to come in right now. Here comes the Leech Seed. They want to keep going here. Matumba Man going to turn around. He loses all his mana, so no more mana shield. Does he have a magic stick? I'm not too sure. The cast will bounce as well. He's going to just straight up walk away. Is there enough damage? A Rocket Barrage going to come through Matumba Man. It's going to drop barely, though. That was quite close.
Yeah, aggression just bursting out on this bottom lane all of a sudden instead of playing defensive. So this is still pretty fine for 4ASC. They got the first blood, and they're going to force 2 supports to back off now as well, as they were too low after trading there. But yeah, a huge part in the offlane here from Team Tinker is the fact that there is no pull for the Finns.
I think, honestly, the biggest story is just how badly top lane is going for 4ASC.
Yeah.
I mean, Trixie is getting absolutely destroyed right now. He has 9 CS.
Yeah, so what Webbers is showing us right now is the fact that if you put the most obvious new board in these pro games, they're expecting something different. So that does not get rewarded, unfortunately, for
crazy how close that is to being inside the vision.
Yeah.
Yeah, top lane is a mega win for Team Tinker, and nice to see Sing Sing really, play a strong and solid laning game. He has had a little bit of a trouble in Phase 2 and some other games as well to really shine, but he's crushing Trixie right now.
I mean, it's rare these days that he actually gets a lane that's to his advantage. So like normally he's, Brewmaster off lane against the tri lane. You don't win that lane. So I think Sing Sing mechanically has still be the same Sing Sing as we saw him in Cloud9 last year. It's just he doesn't get the opportunity to show that he can win the lanes.
Yeah, he has been sacrificed quite a lot in terms of laning.
Low rotation from the supports to fight over a rune. Nothing special here. The only concern for Team Tinker is that as this laning stage is approaching to an end, your Witch Doctor and your Trine is somewhat underleveled. They're not getting too many kills. I don't think Boogie. Yeah, Boogie's like. Yeah. Actually, could have Fire Blast on CD.
Yeah, a little bit of cooldown.
I mean, there's some serious concerns for 4ASC's laning phase, because 2 of their cores have half the CS of their respective cores that they're farming against. Matumba Man has 11 CS, Pycat has 25, and Sing has 34 comparative to Trixie's 10.
Oh.
Like, this laning phase can't continue like this. It's giving way
Jerax
too
could
much
be
of an
caught here
advantage.
as well. The 2 supports going at him.
He's got a lift still. They're going to pop the Centaur ulti there. They're going to try to turn it around. Pycat throwing out a Rocket Barrage. EGM going to eat 2 nukes here. Takes some damage. No kill, though, being had. Pycat just continuing to chase. He's got phase boots, but the mana shield on Matumba Man will keep him alive.
Matumba Man kind of walked into a full barrage, so he just lost a ton of health very quickly.
Well, I think if he didn't tank the damage, he would have lost somebody, right?
Yeah. That's a really good exchange for Team Tinker, though, because they wasted the Centaur ult, and they did not lose any of their heroes.
Yep.
I mean, Centaur ulti is massive in a tri versus tri scenario, so they got out. pretty okay there.
And going back to your point, Andy, I mean, Viper is farming okay for ASC, but Viper isn't the type of hero that could just be like, all right, I got a ton of farm, let me go around, kill everybody, and make my team come back.
Yeah.
You want to storm or Queen of Pain for purposes like that. So I think 4ASC has to pull something magical out of the hat, because if they don't, they will really kind of let the Tidehunter spiral out of control. You lose a ton of towers, and you're going to be in a bad haul.
So, question. When you play Tidehunter and you farm this well against the Centaur, do you still reckon just a Blink Dagger and leave the lane as soon as possible is the build?
I think so, yeah. I mean, think of how hard it is for 4ASC to stop an early Blink Tide push. Like, even though Team Tinker's tower pushing in general is not really that strong, like their damage output is lacking, you're going to have Treant armor, you're going to have good sustain, you're never really going to have to go back. You can just slow siege every single tier 1, kill it, go for Roshan, things like that. And their team fight around the pit is still really strong. Like, you're going to have Overgrowth, Call Down, and Ravage. Like, you're going to be able to control fights so easily, I think.
Yes.
I think there's an argument that if your other lanes are getting completely wrecked on and you're doing really well in your lane, there's an argument of getting a mech just to help your team. But in this particular case where you're doing all right and all the other lanes, yeah, get the blink.
Oh, here comes the Ravage.
The solo Ravage
Trixie's ulti is up. He goes for the stomp first, though he's not going to be able to get it off.
Oh,
he pops
Stampede!
Stomp!
Easy run away. Can't actually trick. Oh, okay. I thought maybe he could have stole something, but he's not even close to level 6 here. Toss back just for a little bit more harass, but
I can't believe he lived.
No, a Ravage committed a Storm TP, and he's completely out of mana.
Koikvak could have jumped there. He still had mana before the...
Yeah, but the animation of the stomp didn't go off. Because he got pulled, and then like there was no animation, and they still got stomped. I don't know if maybe I'm just seeing things, but I'm pretty sure that stomp did not animate.
Might be a long day of Dota as well.
Could be.
But that was a big rotation not working out in their favor. He did get a rune though, so Storm is going to walk straight back to mid lane and keep farming. And I like the fact that they try for an attempt with...
He's actually going to go mech, the Tidehunter.
Yeah, seems like a mech.
Huh.
I mean, mech is still good. It's not like it's a significantly worse choice. Just like, if you have mech, you have even better sustain, right? So Treant armor, Voodoo restoration, mech on top of that, you can actually play super aggressive. And I guess for the purpose of like not going for picks, but just going for siege, having a mech is a little bit better if you don't really plan on tower diving too hard. Whereas the Blink Ravage is just for getting a pick and then pushing afterwards, right?
Yeah, and there's a lot of harass damage coming out from 4ASC when you're gonna push. There's the Fade Bolt, there's the Mystic Snake, there's the Ignite. Quite a lot of things that could deal damage to you guys, so nice for Team Tinker to have a mech up early and nice. Of course, one of the weaknesses of going aggressive tri-lane is you have a hard time finding any farm on your supports, so relieving them by getting a mech on a core hero is really nice.
Are you guys surprised at all for Highcat? He hasn't put any points into his rocket, which I imagine could actually secure himself 1 or 2 kills, allowing them to chase, you know, dive.
I mean, it is quite easy to kill a rocket if you're in a tri-lane, right?
That is true. It looks
like Matuma Man?
I think a misclick, and the team is fully aware of that. Team Tinker says, you know what? We could dive this.
Yeah, that's a strange misclick coming out.
Well, maybe it's a bait because there's a Rubik smoke behind.
I don't
we'll
think
see.
I don't think it's gonna end up well though. There's a Storm walked all the way down here without anyone seeing him. They're hiding under tower, so they definitely know.
There's that rocket, and
yeah,
it hits this time.
They don't have
Fall
a
down's gonna
wave.
come down, and that's gonna hit once on Matumba Man. The second time would.
I think they need to back out because Viper's immediately TPing.
And the Stampede's gonna get used as well. The cast. Actually, Boba's gonna get hit. That's gonna be 1 kill. Pycat, it's gonna be the secondary kill as well. Actually, he has the Invis rune. No one actually find him. Now. They kind of know. All right.
All right, he's gonna go for the Wand TP. Oh man.
And it'll be good.
He's actually out of there.
Yeah. The big play TP there, relying on getting away. There was no detection, so he could just have walked away as well, but he didn't have time to check. Better to just TP out.
So casual Ring of Regen and then back to the Blink. I think he changed his mind.
Yeah, he could have. He could also just say, you know, maybe I go mech, and if I don't, I can still just go back with 4 staff with the Ring of Regen, so it's fine either way.
I think one of the biggest reasons, honestly, for having the Blink is just against the Centaur ulti. Like, being able to stop the Centaur ulti in its tracks is really strong. But they're going to go on Valix here. Here comes the Ravage. Hits on 2, actually 3. Called on to follow it up. Valix has no chance of living here. Just drops the Pycat's sheer damage output.
Yeah, plenty of damage. Meanwhile, we also have Storm pushing mid as they get a pick off bottom, so trying to get some damage onto the tower. He's actually going to go and check a rune instead. But as long as they don't get completely overrun, It looks like 4ASC are going to be fairly fine, but Medusa's farm is so low, 29. Don't know if it's fine, man.
Still half the CS of their respective lane opponents. I mean, Trixie has 29 creeps and Singh has 70.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, Trixie has moved around, but so did Singh. And he even used a Ravage in top lane that didn't really result in anything happening good for him. So
Centaur could have a very hard time having the same impact as a Tidehunter in this game. Even stealing some farm from the enemy jungle.
He's been using a ton of Stampede to save the bottom lane. That's the thing that he's done for the team. But need to do a little bit more. Need to initiate for the team. A little bit of nice dewarding coming out from Jerax.
Still a 1 minute remaining deward, so it's not a very high value one. Team Tinker are soon gonna have new wards up anyway. But they do have some nice wards of their own right now, knowing that the aggression is around bottom lane. I like the one that they placed just to check any rotation.
I do want to say that 4ASC gets into this particular position quite often. Like, they lose the laning stage, gets outplayed, and then Trixie comes back with a Blink Dagger and rescue them. But this game, he's very slow to the Blink, like we talked about many times, but it is no less important that we keep mentioning it and keep checking when the Blink timing comes up, because Trixie needs to get the Blink quick and play hard for the team.
They also have a mech coming up on Viper, and he has it in just one more last hit. And that's a very strong point as well, as Tide did not go for a mech of their own. Team Tinker don't have a mech, and you do. In that case, you can kind of 5-on-5 fight and take a favorable fight.
Yep.
But Team Tinker are just farming up Ancients right now, trying to complete up an Orchid as well on Storm Spirit, taking it a little bit slower, not going full YOLO on the enemy offlane.
Do you think this is actually a good play in terms of, you've done a ton of early game pressure, and now you're relieving that pressure? Dusa getting free farm, Trixie getting some recovery farm.
Well, cooldown on Tide Ravage was up for quite a long time there. It is gonna cool off right now, but I think it's perfectly fine to just take it easy while the Ravage is down.
Yeah, you can't just overstep your bounds just because you see a Medusa farming a couple of creep waves, right? You can't just... Because giving away kills is actually more impactful for Team Tinker, I think, than it is for 4ESC. Because 4ESC are relying on the late game Medusa and still having Centaur, right? So it's still a really strong combination. Yep. Whereas Team Tinker, I don't really think... They still scale pretty well, but I don't think they want to, like, risk it.
And they are using this time to not only farm for the core items, but giving Treant level 6, giving Witch Doctor level 6. So their next fight, it's going to get much, much stronger. Meanwhile, though, Jerax did pick up his own level 6 as well.
Yeah, all of Team Tinker are so efficient right now. They're just farming everywhere, stacking camps everywhere, doing as much as they can. Even their Treant hitting creeps on top lane, trying to be relevant. Because you really want to hit that level 7 as soon as possible. There's a big difference having 14-second cooldown and 20. And blocking even more damage.
They see Jerax coming into the lane. Is that the pick you want? If you get Jerax...
I think anyone.
I mean, better Jerax than the Dusa, right, for 4ASC.
Oh, he's walked really far forward here. I think he's dead.
He's definitely dead.
Oh, damn it.
He walked into remnant range.
All right. He's trying to TP out, but... All right, there you go.
That's one of those moments where you go, how the heck did they have vision? And then you watch the replay and you're like, really? There was a remnant there?
Yeah. Well, they do get the pick off as well with their Centaur on top lane. So they kill off Treant, and they do have Blink Dagger completed now for themselves. But yeah, dropping Remnants when you're playing Storm and ganking is so important. Just having that vision up in any juke spot. This is, though, a completed Orchid at 16 minutes for Storm, as he's just 15 gold away.
That's absolutely insane. If you could counter-initiate against a Centaur with Orchid, you could entirely turn around the gank, maybe even get up an objective out of that one. Speaking of that Centaur, he's waiting on the mid lane. It's like, this is a juicy tier 1 defend. Boba, he knows better. He's going to hide in the trees. Hopefully he does not overstep that boundary, or else he's dead.
Yeah, he's pretty fine right now, playing far away. Seems to know that it's not completely safe defending this alone as a support. And his team is coming in. This could be a big engagement.
There's a Blink
here.
Ravage. This can get very dangerous for 4AFC.
Yeah. But it seems they're really, really slow sieging it, and maybe just Treant armor is going to keep this one alive, to be honest, because you group up, you try and poke away, but living armor is a thing, as you would say.
4ASC definitely was looking for a kill and not a gank, but looks like there's going to be that Orchid timing against Trixie. He's taking way too much damage. Slowburn should finishing him off. Nice little ball, right click.
Yeah, tons of damage from that Storm. Very big pick, and 28 seconds death time is also pretty long, so maybe they can get a top tower straight with this. Don't care about the creeps, just go straight in. Force a glyph. And as long as they can get this top tower, they can go back to defending, because mid tower is easy for them to heal up at any point with living armor.
Yeah, and Sing's actually going to have his mech in, what, 80 gold?
Yeah,
somewhere
really
around
close.
there. And he's like, please, somebody let me get ACS so I can finish my mech.
So if Tinker just go like full kind of full force, like just push, what can 4ASC do right now? They can't split push as efficiently.
I mean, I don't think you can go high ground, but you can definitely
you take
kill
all
some
the outer
two
tower, you
towers.
take Roche, right?
Yeah.
I even think taking tier 2 is still quite hard for Team Tinker right now.
Really? With Blink
you're,
Ravage,
you're fighting
mech?
into... The thing is, the Ravage has to be timed really well, in my opinion. It's not just about how many heroes it hits, it's about when it hits. Like, if you're playing against teams that don't have Centaur, it's just about, okay, can I hit 2 or 3 people, and that's good enough. Sometimes even 1, if it's that high of a priority. But if you disengage with Centaur ulti, like after the Ravage comes off, you're going to have to expend a lot to be able to get even 1 or 2 kills, right?
That's definitely true. I would also add Stone Gaze into that equation. If Stone Gaze comes as your Ravage also fires off, suddenly following up on that Ravage becomes much more difficult as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of things really that 4ESC have that makes Ravage when you use it.
But Team Tinker also have a lot to work with right now. They even have a gem on Treant walking around and gonna make sure that there's no vision up, which makes me think Roshan, like when can they possibly find a window for that as well? But I do think they need to remove at least a tier 1 mid and maybe even 1 tier 2 tower before committing into that. So that's one pretty dangerous way to, or a pretty sure way to throw away the game against the Centaur.
No, there's no doubt that 4SC is quite behind, but there is a smoke up. Matumba Man forced to use his ultimate.
I mean, that should be a tier 1, I think, honestly, just forcing that skill.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think they can fight, especially as all the mana is completely gone on Medusa. She does get mana boots. Oh, that's even better than getting in the tower.
Like 800 gold swinging into the enemy side. There's an Invis Treant walking in, and they have no detection for him. This could turn ugly very fast. I mean, Boogie thinks he's initiating, but suddenly it's going to be a Treant overgrowth.
The sentry.
They got the sentry. They're going to try to burst him down. There is an Orchid trying to bring him out. Overgrowth's going to get used. Treant's going to be fine, and that Death Ward, oh my god, the Rav's going to hit out everybody, be followed by a call down. Everybody on 4SC side should be dead, regardless of the fact that there's a mech being activated. Matumba Man, no Stone Gaze. I think he's trying to burst the Storm down, but he's going to go down as well. That's a 4-man wipe.
Wow.
It looked pretty good initiating on the Treant, but again, when the Death Ward came out, there was no answer.
Yeah, I mean, when you get 4 for 0 rolled, despite stealing Ravage and hitting it on plenty of enemy heroes, you know that that fight was not a fight you're going to win.
I'm actually surprised he got Ravage, because he got hit by the Ravage, which means that Sing didn't use another spell.
I think that was a mistake by Sing.
No, like you can steal it as soon as the Ravages are coming out. Like if
yeah,
you're
but did he actually steal it that fast?
Yeah, I believe he did.
Okay, well then,
Jirax, what a player.
What a player. Jesus. All right, so, I mean, it's nice that he has it for the next team fight, I guess.
Yeah, he was the one to not die in his team, so.
Only for a short while though, because the level 1 spell steal is not much longer than the cooldown of Ravage, so. When
Yeah,
it goes
it's 30
down,
seconds difference.
Yeah, he'll just run out of it very quickly.
He will have 25-second window where he could possibly hit someone with it. Storm Spirit does get a soul kill, or actually a dual kill, as EGM was part of it as well on Matumba Man. Big pick off.
That's the difference in warding and vision. I like the fact that 4AC is trying to do a smoke gang because these big ultimates are down and they're going to find themselves qualified, but BKB is going to come through. I mean Pycat, sorry. And looks like Trixie's going to die as a result. Here comes Stampede disengage, but it's going to bounce off to the neutrals and back to him. The rocket's going to come through. Just let him go. He's going to die. The multicast, actually he blinks back out. He's going to take a rocket to the face. The calldown's going to hit onto 2. Any big steal from Drax? Nothing just yet.
Storm is coming in as well.
Oh, that's a bad sign. Storm comes in. He gets 1. He sees everybody, but he is getting chased on. Can you kill Koifa? He jumps away, gets 1 kill. Looking for the second. Drax is very low. No more Ravage as he dies here. And looks like Valix is going to go down.
Yeah,
his mech not going to be enough to save him.
Meanwhile, EGM just casually walking around like, where are your wards, yo? I want your wards. Still though, amazing punishment from Team Tinker. It was kind of deep to try and go on Gyrocopter there, behind the tier 1 tower, but also pretty lucky Cask.
I mean, counting on Pycat missing the BKB, if he did miss it, they'll get the kill. and maybe only lost one on the way out, but Pycat, I guess, also very good. Pressing that one button, man.
Yes, very quick. They do have one nice observer ward in the enemy jungle here, but EGM is close by, and with the enemy having recently smoke ganked them this deep, I think he's gonna take a stroll and find this ward as well, leaving 4ASC completely in the dark if he gets it. Yeah, he does find it, so no vision right now for ASC, and I don't even think they have wards ready. No, they're restocking right now. That's tough.
I think not having vision on the map is something that you see a lot in pub games, but don't really understand how important it is. You just can't farm.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter how good decision making you have if you don't have the intel.
Exactly. Like at this point, Dusa can't even move past where she is right now. Like she just have to back off.
Yeah.
So when you're trying to play for this late game and you can't actually have any goal intake, you just can't play for the late game. So I think 4AC is like in a rut. They have to somehow dig themselves out of this hole, and I really don't know how they're going to do it.
I mean, they're still farming pretty well. If you consider the way the laning phase went, even though Team Tinker have transitioned into just like static farming into trying to fight and getting a lot of kills out of it and getting a handful of towers, it's like Valix and Matumba Man still have a lot higher relative CS than they did before. So with that being said, I don't think it's like, it's not absolutely terrible. The only problem that they're having is that the Storm can kind of solo kill a lot of the heroes in their team right now. So they have to play a little bit more together, which I think is the biggest weakness of giving a Storm a decent early game.
Yeah, that is one of the bigger problems, but also the fact that even a Treant is just 2k behind your Medusa. I mean, this is the hero you rely on to kill everyone, and she's barely ahead of the enemy support right now. So definitely Team Tinker in a dominating display right here. They're over 15,000 gold ahead, and 4SE kind of have to pull a miracle to make this one turn, I feel.
Yeah, and the worst will get even worse, because Storm is going to finish his Lincoln Sphere soon. And I mean, technically you could kill him because you could drop like Lift, you could drop a multicast, and then you could Viper Strike and hoof something. Yeah, like in a world that can be done, but in a normal team fight, Koifa should be immortal. He will just zip around, there's nothing you can do about it until he's completely out of mana.
Yeah. Well, Storm is going to be a tough target to kill, and the downside is, as you say, you could potentially kill him, but the amount of resources you will have to commit to do so.
Jeez. Aghanim Death Ward's going to come out for Boba.
Oh, God, that's early. He's also 11 already, so he has that 4-bounce Death Ward. This is like crazy fast timing.
And against this particular team, if 4ASC wants to fight or defend, they're clumped up as 5, right? So that bounce is going to be pretty real.
Can't believe he got it before 25 minutes from the aggressive off lane.
Yeah.
Like, normally you get very low gold, but I guess being 1-1 and 8 is pretty fine as well. Gonna give you quite a lot of gold.
Well, Roshan here being taken by Team Tinker, and even if 4ASC knew about this, I don't know if they would be that thrilled to contest it. I think they give it to Quakefa, right? Yeah, okay. There we go. He's got his Lincolns, he's got his Aegis at the same timing, so now you're going to have to use a spell on him before you can even use a Lift, or you can even use a Fire Blast to stop him. You still have Centaur, but I think Team Tinker is going to take this opportunity to go a little ham.
Oh, this could be over very quickly. Here comes the initiation. They drop the ward just for a little bit of vision. You go on Valix if you want, you can go on Matumba Man if you want, but they know Centaur's looming behind, so.
I think honestly you want to go on Jerax or something. You want to kill the Rubik, I think, straight away.
Yeah, as squishy targets as possible is fine. Or if you can just force a reaction and then disengage as well, that's perfectly fine as well. But Team Tinker want to be careful not to dive too deep against the Centaur under a tower. To be honest, I'm not even sure if they want to push here.
They're definitely taking it very slow. No throws here for Team Tinker. Very commanding lead. Trixie, he's been pushing the top lane a little bit, but as soon as he sees people backing off, he's going to go back in the jungle.
Yeah, so much farm to just go and pick up, so Storm happily gonna take the top farm.
Normally though, when you make a play like what Trixie just did, you get a little bit of chip damage on the tower, eventually you take the T1, you get a little bit of gold intake, you pressure the enemy a little bit more, but Trin says no to all of that. So that's another reason why I think coming back against a tree when you're this far behind is really difficult.
You know, I think Tree is probably the smartest pick against 4SC that I've seen so far. Because this team never picks any push. Like, okay, Viper is the one pushing hero they ever pick.
Right.
But it's not a hero that runs over a tower immediately. It's kind of sieging towers slowly by one guy hitting it and hoping the enemy will back off and give up. But all the chip damage they have dealt to towers this game completely negated just by the fact that living armor is being
Also,
spammed.
4SC generally push after killing everybody, and having a Treant helps you surviving and winning those fights.
That
so
too.
Treant may be a top tier ban against 4ASC. Or
4.
4 ASC, yeah.
4 ASC.
I don't know. I think if you are forced to ban a tree, like, I don't know if tree is first 2 ban worthy.
Well,
maybe not the first 2 ban, but you know, when you're playing aggressive hero, which they kind of are in this game. I mean, they have a Dusa, they have a Viper.
I just feel it functions exactly as intended against the Finnish team, because this is their one weakness. They have a hard time taking towers. If there's a Treant, you will never take a tower, which is what happened this game. 28 minutes in, no tower damage on any lane right now.
They picked the Rubik before the tree, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, so with that being said, I think the tree was only really meant to be a hero that has some flexibility with Witch Doctor and synergizes well. And then they just saw the Rubik and thought, why
Storm.
don't we just go
Going
aggressive
for
here?
Jerax.
Koikfa going in, yep, silence is there. The Stone Gaze is also being used. Jerax is going to die to the call down. Just doesn't really have the means to live through that, and they're also going to get that Sentry Ward as well.
Are they going to try to
going on
defend
the
this?
tier 2, Sing goes forward, 4 staffs as well. The Centaur ulti is popped, but the Ravage is going to totally cancel it out. The movement speed not really doing much. Oh my god, that Death Ward doing so much damage to Valix. They're going to get another pull from Koikfa. He's going to be dropping as well. 4 heroes down on the side of 4ASC. Koikfa getting 3 of those kills.
Yeah,
and I don't know what you can do anymore, honestly, as 4ASC.
I mean, that's Rax, right? I'm sure there are heroes that's responding very soon.
Maybe not Rax, but...
They still have Aegis. It could definitely be Rax.
Tinker is just going for it. Show me that this is not Rax.
Yeah, they have the YOLO push as well. Plenty of damage. Of course, they could back out and just be happy with it, but with all the heal that they have...
Okay, they're actually super strong.
Yeah, there's no reason. 1 HP on this tower.
Yep, Storm casually jumping in. There's a cooldown on cooldown already again. That's yet another kill. This train of death is coming in, and Dusa's just like plinking away, guys, look at me.
Yeah, well...
Don't hit my Rax.
Not actually relevant. Poor Snake, he has, you know, not the best impact in this game.
I mean, we often talk about these types of lineups that are meant to high ground by 30 minutes. Team Tinker, oh man.
EGM 4-staffing Matumba Man in and then ulting 2 targets. What a player, EGM.
Oh, Trixie gets off a big stun, but there is actually no follow-up. Trixie trying to walk himself out of there. Storm jumps in, gets a casual pull.
God.
That's going to be yet another kill. Valix is like, hey guys, I also hit for nothing. And that's going to prompt the GG call. You know, we are a little behind schedule.
Yeah,
and with this quick game,
a lot behind schedule.
Yeah, we are now somewhat behind schedule.
A little bit less behind schedule.
A little bit less.
Yeah.
Thanks to Team Tinker.
Well, I gotta say, I was talking about all these lineups that have like high ground potential at X minute, like 25, 30 minutes. Very seldom do we see it executed as flawlessly as I think Team Tinker did that game.
Yeah.
They seemed they had an answer for everything that 4ASC were trying to do. I think the Storm did exceptionally well middle, given the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, the score was 4-20. Really amazing play by Team Tinkerino.
Oh, you didn't say Blaze.
I didn't.
You even paused.
Please,
I thought for
Strasco,
sure.
yeah.
All right, whatever, fine.
Well, I gave you the look.
And the Treant, I think it was like a 16, 17-minute gem, clearing out vision. There was no vision for Team Tinker, or Team 4ASC. It was really hard to complete at that point. At Tide Hunter, once he got off the lane, that's it, Ravages everywhere.
Yeah, and they just executed, as Draskell said, the strat perfectly. Took every single tower, and there was no real point of stopping. So a lot of it comes down to how well the laning stage went, of course, because bottom lane, it was hard time for Dusa to farm at all. Gyro got, well, not too much farm in the beginning, but he did secure farm later. And of course, Sing Sing won his lane really hard.
Yep. We're back, Shiver.
Yes, I can see.
I got a question to ask you, as well as the rest of the guys in the panel. Is 4FC a one-trick pony? Not just say that if you ban Slark against them, they'll lose, but they play the same lineup. We kill you, we don't kind of push, we'll let our creeps kind of push.
Well, one of the things that I believe Jerax said, like they have a limited hero pool, but it didn't seem to matter that much.
But do they have a limited play style?
Well, actually, with a limited hero pool, I kind of feel like a limited playstyle comes with it. And so, for example, Matuma Man on hard carries like a Medusa might not be his style, and I haven't seen it I don't think we've seen it work yet.
They won one game against VP Classic in Stage 2, but it was like a ugly win.
Okay.
Like the other team threw, that's why they won.
Yeah, because so far, I mean, they're an aggressive team, and that's why people like them, and that's why we can hype them, because they're really fun to watch when they have a good game. But if they lose in quite convincing fashion. Yeah. So in that case, I would actually say maybe yes.
Well, I mean, you played the same thing for a very long time now, and teams will figure out sooner or later. Limited hero pool, limited playstyle is, as you say, Lumi, the more important thing. Yeah. And Team Tinker seem to have found a pretty good solution for this one.
Yeah, I think Tidehunter actually fits their draft a lot better than a Brewmaster does. Because even though in a 1v1, like Brew probably does okay against a Centaur, it's just the ease of execution that a Tidehunter gives you versus the Panda ulti that if you fail with it, again, we talked about it at the start of the draft, it's like, it hurts so much more. Yeah. Because the Panda can't like fall back and stack Ancients and stuff like that, and you don't have like this freedom of always being able to get your core items, whereas the Brew has to kind of constantly be there, so I don't know.
I thought it was curious as well to see they maxed out like 044 build on Tidehunter.
Gush till 9 or 10 or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty fine. He just wanted to say, hey, I don't want to die to anything apart from enemy team bursting me with spells completely. And I don't see why not. Nobody was cheating. Yeah.
But, you know, it's all good. I mean, this is the thing we used to know, right? Dominate the lanes, come out, gift his team a big impact. You just got to give him the lane that he needs to work it. So, Team Tinker playing really well.
Yeah, and with that win also coming a bit more closer to the original schedule, as we are quite behind schedule. And that's also why we're going for a quick break. We have, of course, got the second game upcoming between Team Tinker and 4ESC. We'll see you soon.
Hey, birds! I'm Edward, and I'm a tufted titmouse. I'm a pretty standard bird. Decent flyer, okay at nests. But my forte, a little thing called productivate. Look, I get it. We all have to work, tick things off the list. Emails, notes, presentations, expenses. But come on, man. I mean, you have to make time for the finer things in life. You're all stressing out about what you have to do next because you can't do it now. Progress isn't made by early birds, you know? It's made by modern birds, like me. As for the rest of you, you're just making things difficult for yourselves. Always hunting for a recharge. Glued to your tiny screens, giving yourself a migraine while you try to write a novel with your thumbs? You birds are so old school. As for me, I got time on my side. A tablet when I want it, and a laptop when I need it. Now stop your flapping and get it done.
Get everything done on the fly. It's a laptop, it's a tablet. The Asus Transformer Book T100 with Intel inside.
I've got a laptop. Check out my laptop.
It's also a tablet.
I love my laptop.
The point is it's both.
You see this?
Yes, it's both.
Nice.
Welcome back to the Asus RG Dream League. We're here for game 2 of our first round in the lower bracket. It is Team Tinker taking on 4ASC. And it is Team Tinker that is 1 game up, and therefore 4ASC is 1 game away from possible elimination from a DreamHack or Dream League winter.
Yeah.
A lot at stake.
First team now with, you know, knife against them here, where they have to really perform. If they don't win the next game, they're actually out of Dream League the first day of the LAN. You don't really want that.
Nobody wants that.
Although, truthfully, I think 4ASC came a lot farther than a lot of people were expecting them to already. So worst case scenario, they lose here, they still go out. I would still feel pretty good about it considering how new the team is.
Yeah, I mean, MVP and Alliance were the teams that we lost in the previous stage, and 4ASC already outperformed them. Admittedly, Alliance with 3 stand-ins, but MVP was also a team that performed really well in many of their games. So impressive performance nonetheless.
I think people have low expectations of 4SC because they haven't heard too much about it. It's like, oh, this is a tier 2 team coming in. But for themselves, I think they're looking to do more. I mean, this is a team that hasn't had a sponsorship yet. You know, if they finish 3rd, finish 2nd, things could turn around very quickly for them. You know, they're also thinking about, you know, TI5. TI5, right? We're on TI5.
Yes, Lumi, that's the one.
Right, so moving on to the future, they're not looking to hang out at 6th place. They're looking to do bigger things, right? So TI invites, sponsorship, these all kind of ride on finishing high. So, you know, hopefully they will.
Yeah, and at the same time, Team Tinker hasn't had a good run. They've swapped drafters around a few times during this tournament, even like during this week. And they kind of need to like get some confidence back with this win. And I think with this win, the previous
they
one,
broke their massive lose streak,
yes,
right? So that's
they did.
That's good. That's good. And they did it in a very convincing fashion. Like it was a perfect game. Didn't lose any tower.
Yeah.
I count perfect games, by the way, if you don't lose any outer towers, because I think that's very hard to do against good teams.
Yeah. And as you could see just now, the players are looking focused again because we are actually in the draft. So we're going to go into the second game of this best of 3 series, Team Tinker versus 4ASC.
And as we can see for the second game in a row, Team Tinker very highly prioritizing that Tidehunter pick, completely ignoring the Brew. Seems like they don't really mind it too much, so long as they can actually pressure, I think, better with a Tidehunter in some aspects. And we talked about the scaling and how Tidehunter usually is just a lot scarier in the ultra late game. I think Panda ulti actually falls off quite a bit.
It does, but in this game, will it have the same favorable scenario? Most likely not.
I don't
Even
think
if it
so.
gets a 1-on-1 scenario, it's up against Jakiro.
Yeah. Liquefier is a thing.
It's a scary thing. Even as Aoi pointed out, I believe, kind of a broken thing. It's extremely strong against towers. And laning stage, same there.
I would call it a real thing.
An actual thing?
An actual, literally a thing.
That sounds like something I would say. But it's true. I mean, even if you put him in a core off lane or you put him as a support, he always manages to get a lot of farm. Doesn't matter what team plays him. It's just at some point you're going to find the opportunity to kill a tier 1 tower because there's some movement on the map that just allows you to walk up and liquid fire like 3 times and the tower is just dead. So I feel like the hero always kind of pays for itself. It's kind of like Tidehunter in a way because its stability is what you're basically getting out of the hero. You have a Yule's follow-up that you're always going to be able to line up with Ice Path, assuming the hero doesn't have a BKB, which, by the way, why does that work? Why can you BKB before Yule's after getting out of a Cyclone? Like, I feel like...
Different type of instant.
Not instant.
More instant.
This is like
instant.
Animal Farm. Some instant spells are just more equal than other instant spells.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You never
probably.
read Animal Farm?
No.
You uncultured bastard. Get more culture.
All right, so...
Any fear of picking Storm this early? Like, you know, you have 3 more picks to counter him.
I mean, in a way, yes, but... I mean, he just played against Viper last game, right? And it went okay.
And
like
in a way, 4ASC also picked Ember into a Storm, which is not always the greatest for Ember, in my opinion. Because Storm is so amazing at picking him. If he gets a Hex in the mid-late game as well, even a greater scenario for Storm Spirit.
I think they would be well served to go aggro again. I really think that Team Tinker play well around that. Like when Quakefoot just gets his one-on-one matchup, that it's just so easy for him to maybe not just crush his lane, because obviously last time it was a bit of a mismatch. Like I wouldn't say by a huge margin, but I mean the fact that he was still able to get a 16-minute Orchid Treads wand bottle, you know, is very, very impressive.
I mean, Jurex does play a very good disruptor. He pulled it out on Facebook from time to time. And I think, you know, that's a very good Storm counter in my eyes, at least in the early portion of the mid game.
This could be the game for it as well, as Tidehunter is also a very good target for a disruptor.
Yeah,
of course, you can completely block him, silence him, and focus him down during your ulti, which is one of the few spells that allows you to do so. Also works fairly well with Emperor's Spirit and Jakiro.
Sure.
It's decent setup.
I think you can actually be balling when the glimpse hits, and you still go to where the glimpse is, but you're invulnerable, so you still go in the same direction.
Yeah, you keep going from there. Yeah.
So I think if you time it right, you won't get silenced, but you'll still get sent back.
Exactly. I think I know what you mean. Like, if you're in the jump and the glimpse pulls you at that point, you will keep jumping as far as you did click.
Yeah.
In
so
the
you'll
same
go out of
direction.
mana, but you won't get caught.
Yeah, exactly. In the right scenario, but overall, Disruptor is still a very good hero against Storm Spirit.
Yeah.
Jarex even played it against Storm Spirit previously against EG and did really, really well shutting down RTZ. Overall, though, EG outplayed them and did take the series 2-0.
All right, well, 4 anchors now. They're going to get their hands on a Witch Doctor. Team Tinker obviously played that in the last game, so... I mean, since Skywrath and Slark have been banned by Team Tinker, I think both games, right, in the first 2?
Yes, same bans.
Yeah, same bans, so...
Not necessarily the support you want for some good single target lockdown against the Storm, so I'm scratching my head a little bit for this particular pick. Visage, a hero that we don't see too much here from Team Tinker.
I think the Witch Doctor is solely pointed towards push. Like, we talked about how a lot of the time 4 anchors don't really have a tremendous amount of push, but just having a Jakiro and a Witch Doctor alone, like having the Voodoo Restoration, means that your sustain is so much better. And already, like, you're not going to be taking a lot of tower damage, right? Because the Liquid Fire is going to prevent that. So I feel like in general, it's just for the purpose of push. And sure, his lane presence is pretty good too.
Yeah. I mean, for SC, already have more push than we've seen them draft in some whole best-of-2 series as well. So
yeah,
this is looking fairly good for them to take towers. The question is, can they take the fights as well? Team Marino, Tinkerino with the Visage pick now could set up for a strong tri lane again and try to do something similar to last game. Problem is, if they go for a 3 versus 3 matchup, they will lose the Tide versus Jakiro lane. Like
Team Tinker would.
Yeah, exactly. They cannot outplay a Jakiro with a Tidehunter, so it is a different game, and I think Team Marino, Tinkerino want to have a defensive lane and just sacrifice Sing Sing's Tide maybe.
Sacrificed Sing Sing once again.
Yeah, once again.
Blood for the Blood God, man.
He looked kind of sad during the draft earlier. We had a camera on him. I think he realized that last game, that was one of those few moments he's going to get a lane where he can actually win it and crush it. And now it's going to be back to the sacrifice.
And a Void follow-up here from 4 anchors, so probably thinking off-lane Faceless Void, and Team Tinker not going to be deterred. They just pick up a Drow, very common partner with the Visage, even though Venge is banned, which I think is a really good reason to pick a Void, honestly, even if it's just in a off-lane position. Although they could actually send Valix mid on Ember.
I almost want to say that Drow Visage is like the pub combo of pro games, if that makes sense. It's like, hey, easy 1-2 punch, kind of fit it in a lot of lineups, good lane, let's run it. And doing it against a Void Chrono can get a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, but they also have the silence from Drow Ranger now against Ember, which is amazing.
Definitely.
And also good against Witch Doctor. And Void, if he doesn't rush BKB, which pretty much no Void does nowadays, you could pull some clutch silence if you, you know, you're on top of things.
What is the cast time of Gust?
It's really fast. It's extremely fast. I'm not sure how long time it takes to cast, but
I think it's
quick.
almost a second, right? Like, you mean the travel time of it, or do you mean like the actual
actual
animation?
cast animation.
Oh, it's not long. It's like maybe half a second or something, maybe less.
But the travel time, I get him, right, against a Void who's maybe further away. Actually, an Axe ban coming out from Team Tinker. This is a little interesting.
Well, Axe completely wrecks Visage birds for sure.
Have you ever seen 4 anchor pick Axe? A Durax Axe?
No, it's the crazy ban, all right? We haven't seen what the teams have done in their scrims as well.
That's true.
We can only see what the teams do bring to the table in the end. So maybe these teams scrimming at Inferno line and so on have played something. But I think it's more just Drow and Visage are going to be happy with Axe being gone out of this game.
All right, we're going to run it back here for Jurex. Plays Rubik once again. Not nearly as good selection of spells to seal this game. Still get the Ravage. If you ever get the birds from Visage, that's you know, kudos to Jurax. You get to keep them for.
I don't know if you. I've never seen anybody steal Visage birds before, actually. I don't know if I've seen that.
I've seen it, but it's
it's rare.
I've seen it in pub only. I don't think I've seen it in competitive. And this composition means that Valix is either playing Ember or Void. I guess he's playing Ember, but that's also a hero we haven't seen Valix play yet. Mainly because he plays Viper so damn much.
Yeah, he really does. Actually opting not to take it this game, which I think is fair. The one thing is the Rubik feels a little bit weird to me, right? Because, I mean, obviously it's going to be a core Jakiro. So, I don't know. Or no, it's not.
Well, they could pick it in many different ways. They have fairly flexible picks.
It has to be.
So Matumba is going to play over, and it's going to be a solo mid, as you say. Solo mid Jakiro, I assume. But he could play it off lane as well.
We don't have the Shadow Demon hype. Last pick here from Team Tinker, a hero that we don't see too much.
Yeah, and a great hero against Faceless Void. Also decent with Dry Ranger, getting some nice illusions.
And it's also nice to have a hero that is good against Sphere that doesn't just kill itself, like Venge. Like when Venge uses her ulti to stop a Sphere initiation, it's like, I'm dead for this. Whereas Shadow Demon doesn't have to put himself in such a bad position.
Since it's Trixie playing the Void, would you still want to go aggressive here, maybe with Team Tinkerino?
I think so.
I think
they
they
should.
should.
You have triple range with Drow Aura, why wouldn't you go aggressive?
How much information do you want to get out of this screen that they're seeing right now? Like, it could be a swap and then suddenly go away.
It could be, but you can also be ready for that because teams don't generally wait that long with a swap, just because everyone is stressing to get out. But I think getting the Tidehunter solo against Void would be amazing, but seems Team Tinkerino gonna run it safe though. Everyone rushing up to the top lane. Word's being given to Sing Sing, who's gonna be heading down to bottom, I assume. Maybe it's aggressive here from 4ASC actually. That's awkward. If they go aggressive and face up against the tri-lane, they've managed to miss dodge, right? Because they want to dodge Team Tinkerino.
I think so as well. But I mean, it's kind of a relief, right? If you come up here and you see that they're going defensive, you can just make the transition before the creep wave even comes.
So far they see it because they dropped the ward and perfect vision on Team Tinker.
I mean, there is actually no reason to be here unless you're going defensive, right, from Team Tinkers. So if they have that information, I already call that a win for 4ASC, because like you said, they do not want to go up against a triple range Drow tri-lane.
Yeah, that's true. So 4ASC with a little bit more information, even though Jerax did show himself before dropping that ward, he actually snuck behind the corner just to drop it. So they couldn't be entirely sure where the ward went down in the end. Boogie should have seen that ward being dropped, at least the Observer ward. Going down from the Dire. But these lanes are still gonna favor... Okay, they're actually still switching. Sing Sing is heading up to top lane.
Wait, Tinker is leaving?
Yes.
Okay, is this some like next level where they think that they're dodging?
Think that we think that the other team thought.
No, they don't think that we think anything.
But they think that...
That's true.
4FC thought. All right, this is getting...
Either way, how will it actually end up? Because Tide going up against the tri-lane is still sacrificing the Tide. You will get farm on your Drow Ranger bottom against the Jakiro, but it's not a massive win for Team Tinkerino laning stage, I think. And it also opens up the rotations towards mid lane for both teams. And maybe it's a little bit easier to gank for the Ember in the very early stage.
Yeah, I would say so. Storm is a pretty easy gank for Ember once you have like one support rotating in. But Trixie's going to get a game where he actually gets farmed. Oh, Sing Sing walks right next to Jerax. Got to be careful there.
Sing Sing has taken some ganks in his days. He's like, nah, there could totally be someone sitting around. There's going to be a solo support this time, though. Walks into the Rubik. It's a good awareness by Sing Sing not to just walk down on the lane. If there was two supports sitting around, he would be an easy pickoff.
Yep.
That's when you know. You've been playing the sacrificial role too long. You get used to these ganks. Miss D-ward here on Team Tinkerino. No lane ward for ASC as they drop both the wards on Team Tinker's side of things.
They are doing an excellent job keeping Jakiro under level and under farmed.
I mean, this is what's expected, right? I mean, worst case scenario, I mean, they rotate Bulba away to sit behind Quake mid in case there's ever any like additional pressure coming out. Because Storm is actually pretty gankable, I think.
Yes, I would agree. But he's also doing a really good job just harassing on mid lane, punching away at Matumba Man.
And that Searing Chains was actually very lucky because there were 3 targets there. And he hit 2 of them. Or the one that he wanted, basically, out of the 3 that was there. I mean, having Drow Aura 2 on the Storm early game, I mean, he hits for 72 damage. And it's 2 minutes into the game.
Yeah, Drow is a hero that always helps you win other lanes. Not Sing Sing's lane, though. Poor guy.
Unfortunately, he is not ranged.
Actually sacrificed. Yeah, but he is going to get a little bit of self-free farm against Trixie, and without Jurax being there, I imagine Timer's going to actually be able to catch up a lot. Invis Rune's going to come out here. Valix is going to eat that Invis gank. Actually,
the Grave Troll is going to go off. Surprise, Jared. Just go for the straight lift. The coconut comes out. EGM getting quite low. Who's going to get the first blood? It's actually going to be Team Tinker by just a tiny bit.
For ASC though, kind of strong
he wants to get out of here. The auto attacks are doing a ton of damage. Pycat trying to get into fog, but no, it's not going to work.
The body
Jerax
block
against.
Do they have lift coming up cooldown? Not even close.
Yeah.
And the return gank's going to come through here. So
All right, he's got 3 poisons. He's dead.
Yeah. Well, actually, the turnaround here from the TP.
What is this lane?
One more right click. Can they get it? Oh, it's going to be close.
No,
He's
1 HP.
Oh
he had
my
1 HP
God.
as he walked away there. Bulba gonna be happy to live there.
Well, I think the reason why 4FC did okay in that exchange was Voodoo Restoration. Heals so much in those long engagements.
It's amazing, really. It's so much better in the early engagements than putting a point in Melodic, for example.
Middle lane,
Solo
Matumba
kill.
Man gets a solo kill on Koifa.
Even though he dies afterwards, that's massive.
Yeah.
Recovering his lane. Because he was 21 for 2 against 14 and 1, so Matumba Man was falling behind, but getting a solo kill there, he's even ahead in experience now, and his lane is pushing, so very nice play. That aggression.
Trixie is being ultra aggressive.
Oh no, he canceled TP. Koikwa with the misplay.
Top lane though, Trixie is moving constantly behind. It's going to be a jump forward, getting it slow. Here comes Matumba Man. A TP on the top lane is going to secure them the kill. Matumba Man gets it. Kind of pays for the TP and does a good old Drasko. I gank your lane. Here's some lane tax. Creep kills.
I love to see that.
It's well known that when you gank someone else's lane, successfully or unsuccessfully, you are allowed to take a few creeps.
That's actually terrible.
That's how it works, no matter what type of hero you play.
I've done that so many times I've actually lost count.
Yeah. And it's not 1/10 that you take. You take the entire creep wave.
You take it all. All right, Trixie just casually walking by Quakefoot here in middle lane. No sphere. Bottom though. See a bit of an engagement here.
Trying to catch up here, but he can get 1 Frost Arrow, but so tanky heroes over on 4ASC. Very difficult to chase for more. EGM.
Oh, top lane here, triple remnant. Do you buyback and come in for this? Is there buyback available? Never mind that. Bottom lane, the fight's gonna break out. Looks like 2 supports straight to kill here. Pycat doing work. That's 4 stacks, and he knows he's dead.
Oh,
so
he stopped his fist pump though.
Okay, 1 more hit. No, but look at this Frost Arrow. It's doing so much work. Boogie's trying to jig around the trees, but the trees lie. They still see him. Trixie, the poison, giving a little bit of vision. 1 more hit will do it. Oh, okay. He's gonna try to hide, but there's no hiding.
Yeah.
Stay in the trees, Boogie. Stay in the trees.
And Matumba did jump up under a tower on top as well, but he cannot find the Tide. Tide casually walking away.
Oh,
he jumps even more aggressively.
Chain's gonna come through, TP out. I don't think that's...
Yeah, he got it.
Okay.
Easy TP out. Anchor Smash takes away so much of your damage. What is this game, man? 5 minutes in, already 12 kills.
Yeah, but the kills are going very much in the favor of Team Tinker.
Yeah, and the laning phase as well. Like the 3 cores on Team Tinker are still farming better than the 3 cores of 4ASC, and they're ahead in kills. And Drow's not even 6, just hit it right now, which means that that marksmanship aura is going to change a lot.
They need a TP top, jumper, get a chrono, and get a kill right now. And Trixie is in position. You just need a little bit more.
They have no one really available to go there. They could, of course, leave bottom now with Boogie or someone, but they need more, I think, than just a support.
Oh. Looks like Trixie will jump away instead.
Yeah, gotta take it easy. As of course EGM switched up top as well. Gonna do some pulls now. He needs his level 6 pretty badly.
I would say a lot of these supports in this game needs level 6, but yeah, EGM looking to pick that one up top. I didn't expect the Shadow Demon to be this effective in the trial engagement. Those poison stacks.
They're just walking
He
right
had
into
4
them.
on both the supports at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, that's impressive, actually, that both supports were standing so close together that you were able to get 4 stacks.
Well, everyone is putting so much emphasis on just right-clicking each other, so it makes it a little bit easier for Shadow Demon to get the positioning right for those stacks. Helped him quite a bit. So now Team Tinkerino trying to turn up the efficiency here, just jungle and farm and stack as much as possible. Well, of course, Koikoi is going to be pretty fine on mid lane as well, just farming up.
Yep, still hits for 100 damage, getting 31 damage right now from Precision Aura. So good.
Decent aura indeed. They could try mid soon again. They have both supports sitting around here, but it's so hard to catch a Storm Spirit. Even if you get the Searing Chains, he can still jump away.
Yeah, something said in the past about 4ASC is that if Jerax does not have an explosive start, 5 First Bloods in Phase 2 for when they play, they are generally in a lot of trouble. And in this particular game, I don't think we could say that Jerax had a good start.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he got 2 kills in the lane. I think that's a pretty good start, don't you?
I mean, normally when he, like, okay, I guess I'm comparing to like trapping a core into the cliffs or setting up First Blood for one of his cores. I guess he's doing well, but...
It's just the difference that they didn't win the bottom lane, and that was where he was, so he hasn't had the most impressive impact as opposed to, for say, Boba, 3-0-2 on his Shadow Demon, doing really well in his team, so... I agree with Lumi. In games where you see Jerax get slowed down a little bit, 4ASC seem to struggle quite a lot.
Well, I mean, their solo lanes for a while were going pretty well, right? And then, like, bottom was just this constant skirmish.
Well,
and a lot of kills happening.
Right here.
Boba could be in some trouble. Here comes the Remnant. Disruption comes out. Matumba Man has not used Searing Chains yet, so he's just got to chase. Should be able to get one guaranteed. Koipa thinking about coming in here, but decides against it. Matumba Man has got enough mana to retreat if he wants to. And
yeah,
got a killing streak.
Yeah, very nice to get that killing spree from a support. Nice gold going their way, but they also committed so many heroes while the entire Team Tinker are just like, okay, we lost the support, we're still farming, we're still getting solo experience on top lane with a Visage. Now, of course, Drow joining him. And I think they got more out of it, even losing their Shadow Demon.
Definitely. Tier 1's going to get siege up top. Birds are already online, so let's see VGM how he plays his Visage.
Birds are so scary.
Is he going to be microing the birds for ganks? Is he going to just stick it around his heroes? We'll see. Meanwhile, though, I mean, looks like we can see a disruption denied from Boba.
What a player.
Against Liquid Fire and, right clicks.
Yeah, very nice play. Boba has really played well in this. I mean, he played good in the previous game as well. And very strong early game here. Very emotional player, Boba.
I feel like Boba, like every 3 games, he has one really, really good game and 2 solid games.
Yeah, that's true. Something like that.
I'm a little bit, like, not to change the subject, because Boba's obviously having a good game, but I'm really worried about Koipa's Orchid timing, because a lot of the time you really want the Orchid to be, I don't know, in the next, like, 5 minutes max. I really don't feel like he's going to hit that, Like, I don't know if he's going to have the impact that he wants with his Orchid timing this game.
Yeah, he's going to be a little bit late, but I think in a game where you have Drow and Visage, Visage kind of turns into this semi-carry of a hero, dealing so much physical damage that even if one of your timings are a little bit late, you might still be fine. And Sing Sing will have his Blink Dagger very, very shortly, so obviously having Orchid would be great. Not going to argue against that. But they might still be fine.
Well, Trixie now actually level 8. Got his ulti ready. He doesn't have any components or... Oh, no, he does have the Morbid Mass. Never mind.
Mid tower just dying here. Jakiro doing dragon things.
No, might not be dying for long because the Blink Dagger is online for Tie Hunter. A surprise Ravage can set everything up.
I mean, they glyph it, so... I mean, you glyph tier 1s anyway.
They're sacking it anyway, so...
Yeah.
Gonna try and defend bottom as well against Koikwa. Just Jerax TPing in for now. Tower is very low, though. They're bringing in Jakiro as well. And that's a deniable tower.
Now, speaking of Jagero, I mean, that's Yule's almost coming up. Gives you a very reliable way to set up that gank on Storm Sphere if you want it.
Oh, and he wants to get it. Koikwa, can he get it?
I mean, he's got to respect a lift.
Oh, they actually have vision on him as well with this ward. Little does he know.
Oh, okay.
Okay, he doesn't go for it. He really wanted to, though. He has some help. Sing Sing is here.
Ty Ravage gonna start the fight here. Jerax gets blown up. They need Valix as well, and they will get him. Ice Path's gonna come out, but the poison stacks are there, the right clicks are there, and it's gonna be Storm Spirit getting that double kill. So you guys talked about him needing to get that Orchid. He is getting it very quickly.
Yeah, they're God. The gold that you get when you take a one fight like that, you're gonna be so happy.
6.82, man. That gold.
Yeah, 2,800 gold all of a sudden over in the Storm Spirit. And there are so many squishy targets as well. Ember is obviously a squishy core. Witch Doctor really, really weak in this game. Is 587 HP.
Yep.
And Rubik is also a very good target.
We're going to see a very early Roshan from Team Tinker. And when you have Drow, when you have the Medallion of Courage on the Visage, yeah, this guy's going down quick. And
yeah, definitely. So some nice experience there again. Of course, they took it for a tier 1 on top, but that's a very nice trade that we quite often see teams do when they're on the dire side. If you know the enemy is going for a tier 1 push top, just take the Roshan.
Yeah.
So hard to react to.
Well, I've said it before and I'll say it again. 4FC losing the laning stage has not really done too well. And they need that magical comeback. They always look for it from Trixie. He does have the Chronosphere. Had it for a long time now. Have not connected on anybody just yet.
Do you think 4SC can really pressure too much here against the Aegis?
Ty Ravage is down for a little bit. But yeah, Storm not going to be the target. And I guess if you're not sieging, you're sticking around a little bit too long, right? So I guess they're looking to fight. Here comes Matumba Man going in hard here. Silence is going to be available. Blink Chrono, that's going to be on 2, but the Disruption actually went on the Drow, which nobody was focusing. Oh no, Trixie taking way too much damage. It's disengage time. Even Ember Spirit bought back for this. They got Storm Spirit's Aegis, but they might lose a little bit more. Here comes Jerax taking a ton of damage. There is no Ravage, but it should be up very, very soon. 9 seconds to be exact. I don't think they need the Ravage. Koifa is dropping low. Koifa's okay.
He needs to ulti if he can live.
He survives with like 1 health. HP. Oh, actually dies to the urn? No, he doesn't.
He actually lived because he got one little ball lightning off there. I think he saved his life.
Did like 1 tick of the very last damage.
Exactly, like removed just a few points. Matumba Man going in after Sing Sing here. Sing Sing has been chased by his Ember Spirit before in this exact matchup.
Oh, Chain's gonna go on Flycat, but he's very, very tanky, so.
That was a surprise Drow Ranger. He was trying to get the Tidehunter and then like, oh, found a Drow instead.
So winning the fight that hard without Ravage, like, that's such bad news for 4ASC. Like, you did that poorly, and you didn't even have to fight into a Ravage. Sure, you killed Koifa once, which gives you an Aegis, and maybe you lose a lot of heroes because of that, but you knew that they had an Aegis going in, and Matumba Man still just went ham.
I think that was a really big disconnect between Trixie and the rest of the team. He got a 2-man Chrono, and he was beating on the Visage, but the rest of the team was focusing on the Storm, and so the Chrono was wasted. Trixie died immediately, and Matumba Man bought back.
Yeah, and Shadow Demon also did his job there. I mean, he saved the person who was hit by Chrono, making sure that no one dies to it. And of course, punished really hard as these aggressive extents came from 4SC, but they want to do it again. This time though, Ravage is up. I don't think they can pressure up here. This is just a pointless effort.
Yeah, and EGM is getting closer and closer to the Aghanims. He's only about 1,400 away, which isn't much considering they're prioritizing him in lane right now, so things getting a little bit sketchy here for 4ESC, and they continue to play the aggressors. You can see their positioning. They do not want to give away any portion of their map, which I think is actually a good thing, but it still makes it a lot harder to effectively farm when you're constantly looking for engagements. So I'm not sure. Maybe they're just trying to space create here for Trixie and Matumba Man to make sure that they can try to get something here.
Yeah, well, I think they are, but
Storm Orchid is online.
Yeah.
So he got it at the same timing as last game, even though it looked like he would not have anything like it.
He was so poor 5 minutes ago. Yeah. Like, he really didn't have any money.
I think he had about 1,000 GPM the last last like 5 minutes.
Yeah, at the very least, like 800-ish.
Yeah. I mean, got double kill, 1 objective on the tower, got a Roshan, and then got, what, 2-3 kills in the last fight top? Yeah, that'll give you a Orchid.
Yeah.
Looks like they want to fight again here. Trixie jumping, ready for the Chrono. He jumps in. Chrono, that's going to be on 2. Very good start so far. They want to burn down, but blink in. Ravage is going to cut off everybody. Ravage, no, Anchor Smash gets stolen because the Ravage comes a little bit later. And it's actually going to break up the supports on the back line. Here comes the Storm Spirit. He gets lifted, but I don't think it matters. He gets
no,
one
Pyke
kill.
missed.
He's going to look for a little bit more soul assumption on Jirax, trying to TP out. The site's given here. 4-man down, maybe 5, because Trixie does not have teleport scroll on CD. He's going to try to create a lot of space.
They're gonna ignore him and just go for a push maybe, or even just back off and pick up more items. They could realistically deal some damage to the tower, but maybe it's better to just back off and give no weaknesses here.
So I don't know if Sing did it on purpose, but I think he actually abused Jerax's insane reaction time
Yeah,
to use an ability that looked like it might have been Ravage, so Jerax was forced to steal right away, because if it was Ravage, he would have gotten a hit.
He animation canceled it.
Yeah, because you have to do it so fast, right?
Yeah.
So he actually baited him into stealing the wrong spell.
Yeah. That's really Sing Sing just playing at his top right now. Makes me happy to see, even in this game where he had a tough laning stage, he has recovered really well, has mana boots, blink, and mech finished up at 17 minutes. And everyone in Team Tinker is just thriving right now as they have all the gold going their way from towers.
Now, very different from last game and this game. 4SC could kind of hold their late game. Maybe they could hold their towers a little bit more effectively. They have more tools to do so. Chronosphere being, one of the best in the business. Also, Macro Power, not too bad at kind of slowing the push. So, with all that said, you think 4FC has to take it late? Need to farm up some items? Because they're not winning these fights now.
Well, if you want to take it late against Team Tinker's lineup, you need to take it like ultra late, because in the mid game, a Drow Visage lineup peaks so hard between 30 to 45 minutes that it's not even fun. Like, you will actually get shredded by them. And with the amount of farm they have, with Aghanims already being online, their peak is going to come even faster, so...
Is there any other option, though?
Well, they need to look aggressively for pickoffs and hope that Team Tinker are not going to go together all the time. Maybe pick off the Storm when he doesn't have Aegis. Like, try and be innovative in finding someone. But other than that, I don't see Team Tinker losing a team fight.
Well, 4AFC is looking to initiate. They will find themselves a Shadow Demon, but that's not the pick you want. Well, I'm not even sure how they knew they were coming, but...
Just so smart.
Right. Visage is going to be their pick, which, I mean, that's all right, but...
Oh, he gets the birds. Jerax has the birds.
Oh my, all right. He's actually owning Bulba with those as well.
Well, he should use it now. Does he not have mana for that? Here comes Valix. There's an Orchid on Jerax. Jerax is going to lose the birds. I think he had used it already. I'm not sure exactly where it went. Yeah. Valix is, well, here comes the Chronosphere, but that's kind of like, oh shoot, I Chrono, God. I need to get the hell out of here. He'll just walk home.
Throw a Chrono and run away despite having double damage.
He had a double damager.
Yeah.
And
that could have been a Storm kill if he hit Bulba. Like if he hit all three, it would have killed somebody for sure.
Yeah. Well.
Wait, where are those birds? Are they
still
die.
In the map? They die if you lose the ability.
Oh, I see.
Used to be Imba though. Used to be.
He almost killed Bulba with it. Like he got him 20% or something like that, and then he used the 2 stuns, and then he died before they came back up.
Yeah, he got the last hit on Visage as well with the birds. So.
Wait, you lose the birds when you lose the ultimate?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
So if you die, you lose it.
It goes away.
But for the bear, you can steal the summon bear. But when you steal the summon bear, you still keep the bear when you have a different spell. Right?
Yeah.
Well, you used to keep the birds as well, but I think that got changed
No, I think
recently.
you lose it, don't you?
The bear?
You lose the bear now, too.
Yeah.
I think.
I just played a Rubik game the other day. Okay, maybe I think
you're drunk.
I'm drunk. Okay.
Yeah. Did you have something to drink before that game, Luke?
Just water, I guess.
Yeah. That's all you need.
Man, Drow Aura with Visage Birds is so
he has the birds again.
Oh, no.
Okay.
How did he get him twice?
Well, EGM did not cast any spells,
right.
which is just
Grave Chill a creep.
Lazy play, I guess.
Did not actually walk up to any creep before going down mid lane, so nice catch by Jerax, I suppose.
Yeah. But does it actually matter, though? Like, having the birds is nice, but...
They're probably gonna die now, because he put them down right in front of the enemy here. Look at the birds, like...
All right, it was tactical.
Okay,
he wanted the gold.
You're the fake ones.
Dude, hey, birds.
You don't have Drow Aura.
Birds.
Oh, he traded one, so that's not too bad, I guess.
Gold acquired. Foigfoot going for his patented Lincolns every single game. He wants to go on Trixie here. Gets the Orchid off and the pull to boot. Should be extremely dead.
Extremely dead it is. I mean, with the overload damage, along with the 53 from Drow Aura, he just hits so damn hard.
Koifa is now godlike.
Yeah, an 18.6 mana regen is also very nice for this Storm. So even though he just went for a kill, He doesn't really need to back for base. Also dropping his items to allow Sing Sing to heal more mana with
But
mana
he didn't
boots.
tread swap to strength.
Oh my god, Sing Sing, or Koikwa, so inefficient.
Oh my goodness. Value lost.
Yeah, horrible mana boots. Either way, yeah, I don't see Team Tinker losing a team fight at all right now. You need to somehow delay the game a whole lot, which is why we see Rubik pushing top, probably calling out that we cannot defend, need to go pressure lanes, get some gold, but it's really desperate, and this is looking grim for defense. Roshan will be up very soon.
I don't know if they can even get in position for it, honestly. Like, they need to get so much map control back in the next, like, minute if they want to even try to contest this without losing too much.
Koifa's going to pick himself up.
Oh, he sees him with the ward.
Oh, there's... Jump, pull. Easy.
I don't even think he had to Orchid that, actually. I think he would have just killed him.
Yeah,
he would. 240 damage.
Without the Overlord? Yeah.
Yeah. Might have been able to go for Matum's man as well. But I don't know if he saw him, actually.
Well, he saw that he was there previously,
Yeah.
but he also just wanted to get a quick kill and get out, I suppose.
Yeah.
But Roche is up now, Team Tinker know about it, and they will probably just head there and try to extend their advantage even more. But right now, I'm trying to find anything that's going for ASE's way, but it's really tough, and I don't think they have the heroes to win late game against Team Tinker, to be honest. Like, Visage and Drow is already a lot. Storm goes really well into the late game, and they have a good game on Tidehunter as well, so they brought down Roshan in like 12 seconds.
All right, how about this? 5-man Chrono into 5-man Macropyre.
Yeah, okay.
A Maledict on top.
Let's say they have the tools to do
Level
it.
1 Maledict.
And then a Death Ward.
They have the tools to do it if Team Tinker go AFK. But if Team Tinker don't mess up horribly, I don't see any way for them to lose this game. But of course, high ground has to be forced, and Ice Path, Witch Doctor ulti, Fade Bolt, there's a lot of annoying things you could walk into.
I mean, this is where most games are lost, right? If you have an advantage, it's going high ground.
Yeah.
That's true.
But if there's ever a chance for 4ASC to come back, it is now.
That's true.
I do definitely say that
just has no fear.
Yeah, he's like, come at me. Comes a little bit of jump.
Yeah. Battle Fury, not really enough to deal that much, and Tower is gonna go down on the first poke here.
No denied?
Gets denied.
Denied, nice.
Okay. Void is behind them, and he wants to go. And I think it's the right attitude. You have to catch them here, win one fight. Else you're never gonna make a
They see
comeback
2
here.
target being exposed, but 2's not enough. You kind of need like 4 or 5. The smoke is broken on the back line here. Koifa loses about half his health. His Lincoln's is down as well. Looks like Shadow Demon is checking with Poison on behind, so they're kind of aware that Trixie's there, so Trixie cannot get into position. Now Valix gets caught out. Yule Scepter's going to bring himself up, but he's actually going to die on the way back. No, nobody focus on them. Koifa dropping low, the Ice Path will clip. They get his Aegis. That's a good way to start, but they lost the Rax. Can they actually catch him on the retreat?
Oh, they're so spread out though. Trixie cannot find a good chance. They're also calling that he's behind here. Bulba is like, yo guys, I found him. He's right there. So they get the clean racks, double racks in fact, and back off. Sure, lost Aegis, but that is what you want to do with an Aegis, taking down the enemy racks anyway. Bloodstone is gonna be the next item as well.
I lost the Aegis just to make a slot for my Bloodstone.
Yes.
No problem.
The Blood God demands it. Oh, Sing Sing wants to go here. I'm not sure about it, but
Well,
Storm first, okay.
Blink, no Ravage just yet. Yule Scepter's already used. Is there any
he is
buyback?
hard.
No buyback indeed.
What an absolute monster, this Storm.
I kind of feel like maybe he would have been better served just go. Oh,
can I snipe it?
Oh, it's got a Perseverance on it. Do they see it?
They want it.
All right, there's no way.
No.
It's way too hard to find that.
That Perseverance has to get to safety.
They are just hunting that poor courier right now. Okay, they gave up.
So, keep in mind that this game, they second pick the Storm.
Oh, EGM with a little bit of miss micro there, not really seeing that he runs straight into the Rubik, but he is probably gonna bring him down.
Oh, birds are real?
Birds? Hey, birds.
Hey, birds. Yeah, he's dead. So, they kill AGM, lose the support anyway. The only bright side is that I don't really think that Team Tinker want to try to go for a second set of racks right now.
Well,
I mean, they have Ravage, actually. Maybe they do.
They have the birds. I mean, they lost the mother bird, but do you need her?
Actually, Mother Bird not that OP compared to 3 baby birds. Did you see the curry coming back? They are relentlessly scouting for this. That perseverance will never get home.
Yeah, they're leaving remnants all the time to scout, and look at how fast they're bringing down the racks as well. As soon as the damage starts going on, those birds are just crazy.
You know, that would be the battle fury if that bird ever came home, the courier bird.
The courier bird. So many birds in this game. Please.
The melee racks will go down, the range racks.
So they've been double racks without contests. Courier again has to retreat from the more dangerous birds.
Run!
Okay.
Oh, actually,
he takes the high ground.
All right. That's some Korean Air Force stuff going on right there.
All right, I think that was enough of a silence. We can talk now.
Yes.
Lumi with the jokes. All right, so, I mean, you're 2 lanes down. You don't really have much of the way in team fight unless you land like a perfect sphere, right?
No.
And correct, is this the first like LAN that 4ASC's ever attended?
Yes, as a team, yeah. Okay. Oh, actually, yeah, it is because they were at the IESF, I believe.
Only 2 members.
But only 2 of the members.
Yeah.
Only Trixie and
Oh,
Jarex.
the birds will catch out Matumba Man. The silence will fall up. There's an Orchid. The masks are being stacked up here. Matumba Man, can he make it out? He get
no
Gush.
buyback.
And the Soberm will take him down. The Chrono actually only gets Sing Sing, who walks into it, I believe.
He walked into it.
Yeah, they will get Sing Sing, but at the cost of so much.
Oh,
yeah,
God.
at the cost of the entire team. Buyback comes out from the Dragon, but I believe this is the beginning of the end. Double buyback comes through. The racks will still go down. As Koifa is running the interference on the front line. Triple buyback now, but Void will go down.
Yeah, I mean, they just died to like 2 or 3 right clicks from anyone.
GG.
And GG gets called, and 4ASC are eliminated.
Well, 2 very convincing games.
To be honest, I really feel like 4ASC still made it quite far considering. I mean, we talked about it in the pregame. I think a lot of people going into the series probably had Team Tinker at least slightly favored. Maybe not a huge margin, but I don't know if 4ASC necessarily played the best Dota that I've ever seen them play either.
No, I mean, obviously they were not shining now as much as they were in Phase 2, but to an extent I also have to attribute to the other teams kind of figuring their style out and adapting. Team Tinker definitely in Game 1 had a nicely adapted playstyle. Second game, well, they got the Drow Visage. I think it's very rare to see a Drow Visage pick not work out.
Yeah, it's crazy actually how often it succeeds. I mean, the biggest weakness typically is that when you pick it, it's one of these lineups that feels really weak if you fail like 1 or 2 pushes.
Yeah.
But you also had Storm to fall back on, you had Tidehunter, and you had Shadow Demon. So you had a lot of defensive utilities, good team fight, and even pick potential, which most of the time I think that Drow Visage lineups just maybe don't have.
Also want to say, like, the few times that really crumbles and doesn't work out that well is when you sell it too early, like showing in the first phase that this is what we're going to do, give the entire enemy team so much time to adapt to it. But in this game, it just seemed like no one could deal with this aggression. But excellent laning phase and well performed by Team Tinker.
Yeah, and actually, in an interview, Jarex actually said that he felt like there was a lot of pressure on him. And we gotta remember that this is the first time that they are on this big of a LAN event, so dealing with the pressure is one of the things that you need experience for to be able to do. And to be honest, they handled themselves quite nicely.
Yeah, and it's a really fresh team as well, so you can't really say anything but well played to these guys.
Yeah,
back to the lab again. Time to find some other strat because
it is back to the drawing board, right?
Back to the lab.
Back to the lab.
Need some new tech, right?
Yeah, on a Tuesday night, just like draw some strats, like Slark is kind of the thing, and Slark was never seen in this particular LAN.
Yeah. I mean, every single team, I believe, today banned Skywrath Slark as their first 2 bans against them.
Yep.
Which is a
really
pretty good
reminded
way to
me of TI4 Alliance. You just ban out Prophet and Wisp. Suddenly the team was like, oh, what'd I do? There's nothing we can do.
Yeah, but they still won everything when they did that.
No. At TI4, they just lost everything.
TI4,
yeah.
TI4, okay.
Not TI3, TI4.
I was just like, at TI3, people were doing that, and they were still losing.
TI4 kind of not nearly as strong. But.
True. Of course, I mean, Team Tinker did make it through, and therefore we have a winner's interview. It is Pycat that is on stage together with Jess.
Thanks, Shiver. Like you said, we do have PyCat here. So you guys just won 2 games in a row. That's awesome. How are you feeling?
Good, very good.
Getting ready to go to bed soon?
Yeah, I hope so.
Not quite yet, because of course you do have to face up against Virtus.Pro again. Speaking of the draft, in both games you did ban out Slark, and you picked both Tide and Storm Spirit. And some of the casters kind of implied that you guys might be a one-trick pony. You know, you have your one strategy that you go for, and hopefully it works. Do you have a response to that?
Yeah, we're a one-trick pony team. We only have one strat.
Good thing that strat worked for you. Now, you also banned out Ember Spirit in the first game. You did not ban him in the second game, so 4ASC, of course, picked him right up. In this case, it did not hurt you. Were you nervous at all once you saw that Ember Spirit pick up?
Nah, we kind of expected them to take Ember in first phase because we knew they liked that hero, and that's why we banned it in the second phase in the first game. But then we knew they would probably take Ember because they wanted to try it, and then we already had the Storm ready. So, yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about how you guys tend to rotate drafters? Because there's been a little bit of criticism regarding that, but today it obviously seemed to work out pretty well.
Yeah, I think we've been switching around a lot because you need to find something you feel comfortable with. But I think we have a good solution now, and hopefully it'll work out better.
Do you think it made a difference also having Quickva here in person as opposed to playing remotely? Did that affect your play style at all?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's much easier to play when everyone's at LAN. It's different.
And finally, you guys have had an extremely long day. The first game you played was up against Virtus.Pro, and they did defeat you. We've come full circle, and you will be facing up against them once again pretty soon here. How are you feeling about that? Are you prepared for it?
I'm hoping for 2 fast games so I can go to sleep.
All right, an honest answer. Well, thank you so much for joining me here on stage, and congratulations. Best of luck in the next game. And we are going to go to a commercial break for now. When we come back, it will be Team Tinker versus Virtus.Pro.
Hey, birds! I'm Edward, and I'm a tufted titmouse. I'm a pretty standard bird. Decent flyer, okay at nests. But my forte, a little thing called productivity. Look, I get it. We all have to work, tick things off the list. Emails, notes, presentations, expenses. But come on, man. I mean, you have to make time for the finer things in life. You're all stressing out about what you have to do next because you can't do it now. Progress isn't made by early birds, you know? It's made by modern birds like me. As for the rest of you, you're just making things difficult for yourselves. Always hunting for a recharge. Glued to your tiny screens, giving yourself a migraine while you try to write a novel with your thumbs? You birds are so old school. As for me, I got time on my side. A tablet when I want it, and a laptop when I need it. Now stop your flapping and get it done.
Get everything done on the fly. It's a laptop, it's a tablet. The Asus Transformer Book T100 with Intel inside.
I've got a laptop. Check out my laptop.
It's also a tablet.
I love my laptop.
The point is it's both.
You see this?
Yes, it's both.
Nice.
After they came and destroyed the land, there was one spark of hope left for all of mankind.
welcome back to the Asus RG Dream League. There we go. Is the microphone working?
Yes. Yeah, you had it the second time.
Okay, because I can't hear myself, but that's okay. Welcome back to the Asus RG Dream League. We're here, of course, for the last series of the night. It is Team Tinker going up against Virtus.Pro for the second time today. And this time they're looking to take it as a win, but Virtus.Pro, I mean, they just come off a bit of rest. So perhaps they have a slight advantage here.
Well, I mean, you could argue both ways. Team Tinker come off 2-0 win as well,
Yes.
so you have momentum versus getting some relaxation.
I think at this point of night, I would choose the momentum. Like, you're slow, you're tired, it's cold, it's really cold. You're getting
It's
into
not
food
that cold.
coma.
It's
It
not
was
that
colder
cold.
It's pretty
earlier.
cold. It's pretty cold.
Yeah.
I mean, we need hand warmer packets to cast Dota. It's pretty cold.
You don't
Not
need it
anymore.
to cast Dota, you need it to play Dota possibly. Hand warmers are amazing though.
They are
It's a
good.
great thing.
Yeah, I saw a tweet earlier, I think from Webaz. When is the company going to sponsor esports? Because, I mean, they're getting some good business here. Webaz, of course, also needed the hand warmers this morning for having that smooth camera control that you love. So.
That's just the middle mouse button. That ain't him. I'm just saying.
He's actually not doing that. He has like special commands, which, by the way, I mean, a lot of people have asked him, how do you do that? Check his Twitter feed. He actually recently tweeted out a paste bin where he lists the commands that he uses.
His
So,
observing hacks.
yes,
For those of you aspiring to become master observer. Now, shout out to Webhouse. He's done an amazing job.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's long days for them, right? Because we complain about having to do like casting for 12 or 14 hours, and he actually doesn't have anybody else who can do his job except for him.
And he has to listen to us.
And he has to listen to us.
He has no choice.
It's actually my nightmare to do what he does.
Punishments all around. Now, of course, we've had some games today, so let's take a look at the schedule, what we have had so far, and how it looks. Either we have brackets or we have a schedule, one of the two. Oh, brackets. There we go. I knew it was one of the two. But we already have one team that made it through to tomorrow, which is, of course, VP.Polar. They're going to go up against EG tomorrow. So it looks like I was misinformed. But one more team needs to be going up against Cloud9, and that's the team that we're going to find out. And by the way, the EG game versus VP.Polar is the first game tomorrow. So however long this series goes, at least they don't have to play in the first series tomorrow, which can help them get a little bit more rest and perhaps also preparation time if they really want to.
I mean, I think the second series starts, 3 o'clock? So they should have enough rest.
They should have enough time, yes. And of course, we were going to see the matches, and they faced earlier today. Now, just to refresh people's memory, the game that we saw was the first game where it was a Luna and a Quap and a Lesh together. Like, you don't see those heroes very often, so it was that game where they did fairly well, took out early towers fairly okay, and after that basically got wrecked by a Slark and an Omni Knight.
Yeah. To be honest, I looked back at the replay slightly when we had time over, and I feel that strat itself might just be a little bit outdated as well, because the main goal of the strat is to take down towers, get the gold from it really, and snowball from there, where even your support heroes will have plenty of items. But with the tower gold being so nerfed since this strat was popular, it's very, very different in its execution.
Yeah, I think the big thing is when you have drafts like that and you fail even a little bit, it hurts way more, right? Like there was a fight I think they engaged on top where they tried to go for a pick, and then Koikfa ends up dying, stuff like that. And Queen of Pain is a hero where if you don't consistently have the momentum, you just become useless, basically. So.
True.
I actually think the Courier where it lost the Orchid was where they lost the game. I mean, it's really hard to just pinpoint on one exact place, and of course the execution could have been better, but what Orchid is like, yeah, it's a timing item. We have to hit it as soon as possible. You miss the timing, you miss a lot of kills.
Yeah, that's true. They actually said back a full 3 minutes there as he had the entire thing completed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a big impact item indeed. And of course, I mean, these two teams they've faced before, but we just saw Tinker win with entirely different strategies than we saw them earlier today. And I'm kind of curious what your thoughts are on who's going to take it, the series that is, and with how many games.
I think VP have been playing really well today, like overall.
I think they play better than Stage 2, I have to say.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, I think this matchup in particular is like 50-50 for me. If I had to say, I would say 2-1 Tinker. But I still think that VP could very easily come out as the 2-1 victors as well.
Yeah, normally I would favor Tinker as well, but a lot of the Ukrainian or Russian teams come together so well on LAN. Like, they really just play better. And even part of just playing in front of a crowd, I believe. Because obviously we've been having a LAN for quite a while. I'm going to say 2-1 to VP as well here, against what I thought I would.
How about you?
I'm going to say 2-0 VP.
Wow, okay. Wow.
Because I think the winner bracket series started with 1 win for VP Classic.
Yeah.
The second game should have been a win for VP Classic as well. They were so ahead. 1 base dive, 1 throw, 1 buyback, and then throw again. Suddenly it's 2-1 for VP Classic, or VP.Polar. I think they have what it takes to snowball, get an early victory against Team Tinker, and, you know, knock them out.
So both VPs going through to tomorrow?
I think so.
Well, that's 2 out of 3 here. It looks like that might be a deciding vote, but yeah, actually I will be, because I also go for VP, so I'm not going to make it even.
Prove us wrong, viewers.
But even though like it's really late, and a lot of people rather would like to see 2 games, like Pycat said on stage earlier, I'd rather have a 2-game quick series, so you know, early sleep. But I think it's going to go to 3 games. And to be honest, these 2 teams, they're going to make it worth it too. And I'm going to not stop talking. Well, I am in a second, because we are actually in the draft. So we're going to go there for our last series of the day. It is Team Tinker taking on Virtus.Pro Classic.
Thank you, Shiver. We're in the draft. A little bit of Storm Spirit hand over there. So this game, DP already being banned out, Slark as well from Team Tinker. And over on VP side, just Venge and Ogre. So this will be a Skywrath game, and Tide is going to be the pickup again. 3rd game in a row for Team Tinker. I feel we're a little bit harsh to them. All of us saying that VP are going to win after just seeing them 2-0 for ASC. But, I mean, it's just tough to believe so blindly in a team that just came out of a losing streak. Like, they did have a pretty long one.
Well, I think a lot of this patch is due to draft, right? And sure, you can play your hearts out and still end up losing because your heroes have inherent limits. And I think that's actually kind of what happened to Team Tinker a little bit earlier when they lost their best of 1 and they were forced into the lower bracket. But as soon as they make a couple of changes, it's just their execution in the last couple of games has been really on point for me, you know? And because of the fact that not only is they're playing very succinct, but they're drafting a lot, I wouldn't say easier lineups, but they're drafting lineups that don't suffer so badly from making a handful of mistakes.
Yeah.
So I think it really benefits them to get these styles of teams.
Do you think that these are heroes that VP want to work with, the Elder Titan and Skywrath as their first 2? Do you think these picks are what you expect to see them to win in the first game?
Well, I think that Elder Titan is always good. I pretty much think that right now he is like 1st, 2nd pick worthy, and we've even seen teams going so far as to first phase banning him. So I think that it's really good because your late game is with an Elder Titan. It's always it's hard, right, for the other team. You can't go high ground very easily against the hero. He has great damage. He can zone you very easily with Earth Splitter, even through BKBs and stuff like that. So yeah, he definitely has a strong place. And Skywrath, I mean, that hero is still pretty highly sought after as well.
I think Elder Titan might even challenge Batrider for the spot of like best hero around the Roche pit, because we see a lot of Roshan fights get very ugly for the team that's doing the Roche. When a Spirit comes in, especially at the chokehold where you have to run from, you're kind of like, oh shoot, like do we pop our BKBs now? Do we? I mean, not only does it do a ton of damage and has the possibility to stun, it scouts you as well. And like a Batrider, Batrider had to put himself in harm's way to do the scouting, whereas Elder Titan just sends spirits out and do his thing. So I think the hero just wins a lot of late game for the reasons that Andy pointed out and the Roshan pit advantage you get from him.
I agree. I think the Elder Titan is very, very strong. So strong that it probably is warranted a nerf again, but not really a nerf to his nuke by any means, because that one is already so sadly weak to farm with. You kind of have to both send out the Spirit and the Stomp to farm with it, which is what everyone is doing as well with their Soul Ring builds. But as you say, being able to be that strong around Roche Pit without even putting yourself at harm's way is massive. And keeping the Spirit on top of someone, we saw what happened in the Void PA game earlier, where PA went on Void when he had the Spirit on him. He died in like 3 hits. So it's a massive, massive thing controlling the Spirit well.
By the way, these 2 teams are fighting to stay alive in Dream League Season 2. Losing team will finish in 5th place, which currently with the price distribution, they'll go home about a little bit shy of $8,000.
And of course, 4FC went home a little bit shy of 5K. So obviously the prize pool can still increase by purchasing the ticket. 50% of your ticket will straight go to the player and the prize pool. So
yes,
anything you can support, because this is a long LAN. They've been here for what, close to 10, 14 days now.
Yeah.
And they are not streaming. They're not playing, in other officials or practicing as much as they could be.
Yeah.
Et cetera, et cetera.
Obviously, if they have officials that they must play, they still have computers to play it on. Being at DreamHack, it's a good thing that there are PCs, right, Andy?
I mean, it feels like there's a lot of them. I can see so many computers from here.
Yes. Tidehunter and ES. I want to touch up on this again. Like, Tide ES is a combination. Kind of became flavor about 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. Teams started really rating the two heroes together higher. Same for Tidehunter and Sand King. Seems that, just a combination was something that impressed teams.
Why do you think it's good, the combo?
I don't.
Okay.
But teams seem to think so.
I personally don't see any inherent advantage. Like just pairing the two heroes together, apart from like, oh, we have a lot of AoE.
Yeah, it's more like you can punish even harder if the enemy do come in a bad spot. But other than ES being very useful overall, I don't see the strength of it.
Yep. So it looks like Storm Spirit's going to be selected by Virtus Pro. So Koifa might not be playing at this game, but he might get his hands on an Earthshaker. The Koifa Earthshaker, often feared, seldomly played, but it's always a weapon. Kind of takes you back to the days of TI4 where Liquid was smashing all these players, teams with the mid Earthshaker.
Koifa is amazing at playing it as well. It's definitely fearsome to go up against. I've played against it myself as well, and he does really well on that hero, so we'll see. I mean, if we've seen EG go with Ogre against the Storm, you could probably see Koifa go up with an ES against the Storm as well and get quite a bit done. And the Halo chants are definitely real here at DreamHack.
By the way, Shadow Demon picked once again, and I think defensively against a Storm, if you could hide, pretty good hero to have, just to basically disrupt whoever that gets orchided, disrupt whoever that gets silenced by Skywrath Mage, a lot of value. With that said, though, you are setting your teammates up for some Elder Titan Klappa.
Yeah, that's very true, but you also have to think about what's your combination earlier on, and you have SDES. That's a nice little kill potential you have there. Put someone down, Fisher, and just block them off. You could get some nice full blocks on the enemy if you play that correctly. Centaur gets a pretty late pickup here by VP, not rated that high by Team Marino.
I think it's still really strong though, like the Centaur pick with the kind of team that they have, because normally if you have this style of team and you don't have a second Blink Initiator or you don't have a hero who allows you to get into a good position quickly, you have the situation where a Storm goes into a team fight hoping to isolate a hero and then might not have enough damage to kill on his own. And then you've already expended quite a bit of your mana pool trying to get there. And whereas Centaur, if you blink in and use Centaur ulti, the rest of your team is there like boom, straight away. So I think it offers you an insanely strong initiation tool.
Yeah, and Skywrath is one of the supports who benefits so much from the ulti. Obviously he's pretty fast already, but just by the fact that he can throw a spell, keep running, throw a spell, keep running non-stop is very, very useful, as you say. And being in there with your Mystic Flare immediately when Storm grabs someone is massive. Doombringer being picked up, by the way, by Team Marino here, so Doom, Tide, ES, and SD are their heroes so far. Still not really, well, I guess it could be Pycat playing over on a carry Doom if they want to.
Could even be a support Doom. We haven't seen that for a while, but
it's
very greedy and it can work.
Yeah, they have flexibility enough to change around their lanes if they want to. And Doom is a very good hero against Elder Titan in many ways as well, because you can build so much armor on a Doom and just buff up your team with a mech.
He doesn't have much base armor to lose.
Exactly, nothing to lose, man. Useless hero.
Could be bringing in the Aura Bringer, I guess, is what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Like Vlad's, maybe AC, maybe even mech, depending on if the Tidehunter wants to go early.
Blue
Blink.
Ogre.
Yeah, man.
Ice armor. What is it? 8 armor?
Yes.
8 armor. They're probably one of the most underrated neutral creeps that you could dominate or eat.
Yeah, it's decent.
Yeah.
I mean, with the amount of strength that Doom has, he gets a lot of effective HP from that armor. And PA gonna be the pickup here for VP. So not really the Storm Lifestealer, but Storm PA
Kind of similar.
Yeah, very similar in its execution. You can definitely jump quite effectively. If you get a nice timing on the Blink Dagger on Centaur in this game, I think that's the most important thing in the entire game for VP.
Yeah, another way to deal with the Shadow Demon Disrupt is like basically throw the kitchen sink at Shadow Demons. Like, yeah, you got one Disrupt. I have like 10 spells coming at you. Who are you going to disrupt? Whoever that's disrupted that's good, probably going to survive a little bit, but whoever that doesn't get disrupted just dies.
Yes. That's a
Team
decent
Tinker.
way. Is this Arcana though?
No, it's not. BZZ has, maybe he has purchased Arcana
Maybe
in
he
between.
purchased it, you know?
You know, maybe one of his fangirls or boys gave one to him. It's like, yo, bro, you play, you know, 2 games with PA, no swords on the ground. What's
Exactly.
wrong?
I get sad not seeing Arcanas now because the swords are so beautiful.
Yeah, they are actually. You know that when you level up your Arcana, the swords you drop are it's the same as the sword you have, so it's like red swords on the ground.
Oh shit.
The value.
Need to level that
Time
now.
to level Arcanas, guys.
What am I doing here? And it's gonna be a quad strength lineup by Team Marino Tinkerino.
Where's
King.
Timbersaw? Where's
Yeah.
Undying?
Okay, so one thing I will say is that balling into Team Tinker's lineup is terrifying, right? You can get doomed, you can get stunned by the Wraith King, you can get Earthshaker echoed, you can get ravaged. There's like, it's actually fairly scary to go into this team. And another hero who doesn't rely on stats or base armor or something like that, there's going to be a lot of auras coming out from Team Tinker. You're probably going to see Armlet on the Wraith King as well. You know, just items that give you flat armor so you don't just get punched to death.
Oh guys, the trash can set on Wraith King.
Whoa,
Trash can
that's
on his head.
That's some flame.
Dude, I mean, look at his helm.
Does he actually have a trash can on his head?
It looks like a... Tell me it doesn't.
It's a helm.
It's, I mean, to say that this is a helm is very
It's actually
flattering.
a wooden trash can. All right, the trash can being handled by EGM.
Thank you, Whipus.
Sing Sing playing Tie Hunter 3 games in a row. I wonder if he's sick of that hero yet. Boba playing the Shadow Demon. Mid lane's going to be Koikwa Earthshaker.
Yes.
And last but not least, on the top, it's going to be Pycat Doombringer.
And then on the side of VP, we're going to have Sadoy playing Centaur. Next up, it's going to be G going middle there on his Storm Spirit. Bottom lane, we're going to have BZZ playing on the PA. Also, we are going to have Jadam playing on the Skywrath Mage. And that leaves, of course, Yol playing on the Elder Titan. Again, actually.
Yeah.
Because he played it earlier as well, right?
Yeah, Yol played Elder Titan before.
Yeah.
I really like the support choice of Team Tinker because Boba generally will have to stay very far back. He knows his role is to not get seen, not get caught, and disrupt.
So they balance that.
Well, I mean, the cool thing about EGM's hero is that, yeah, you could jump on me if you want. I'm going to tank a gang for my team and maybe even kind of kill you back if my team comes and support me. So
yeah.
I feel like, you know, Team Tinker's support is well thought out of.
It's very clear-cut roles as well, as you say. SD has to just stay back. Wraith King has to just go in.
Yep.
And if VP wanted to initiate with anyone, it's going to be tough. As you said, Storm is not going to have an easy time getting solo kills. But same for PA. And the early smoke gang here. This is some sneaky stuff going on.
Yeah, awkward smoke timing, and not something you expect. Koifa haven't shown his skill yet, but Fissure might get selected here. Here comes the disruption. It'll start out. And I think they have more than enough stuns to get this kill.
Did not get the block though, but yeah, this is definitely a kill.
There you go. Who's going to get the first blood? It's going to go to Koikwa.
Yeah, that's an amazing start for the mid lane, and Koikwa 1-0 for TT.
Starting off with a quick bottle like that, like he even got pulled and started double branch, so he actually had 1,000 gold when he got that first kill. And it gives him a very easy lane, honestly. I think in this matchup, this is probably one of the only times where you can put the Earthshaker mid, because Storm is not seen as a traditional ranged hero. He can actually be kind of punished somewhat if you have a poor positioning and things like that. So normally, going up against melee, you would say that Storm maybe has an advantage, but I think a Shaker is an exception to that.
Also the awareness that when you put ES mid, traditionally you need to gank for it. Like, you really need to go in and punish the enemy hero, because flat out, Storm against ES, Storm does pull ahead.
Yeah.
But the killing potential is definitely there already on level 1 with a Fissure, and we saw it.
I mean, it's much easier to gank into an Earthshaker lane than, for example, let's say Puck, right?
Oh yeah.
You have a stun, you know. It's going to come out. It's going to hit. So
yeah, and this is all the momentum that Koikwa might need as well to do fairly well on his lane. He does have level advantage now. And top lane, we saw Pycat eat up one of the Sapphire Hellcallers, so he does have the Unholy Aura, 5.3 HP regen, pretty good.
Nice. Best one for laning, right?
Oh, definitely the best creep you could get on the lane.
So I guess intended start for Team Tinker, kind of doing well in every single lane. Sing Sing being sacrificed as per usual. But again, the comeback mechanic that Andy has been pointing out over and over again. You could go back and stack Centaurs, or stack Ancients, and then get some gold.
Yeah, Sing Sing knows, like, this is one of those off lanes where you won't get anything, because Skywrath is the biggest, baddest bully, even though he's, flying around looking pretty weak. That Arcane Bolt spam is just not fun when you're playing off lane.
From the Ghastly Aerie.
Yes, definitely. That is the one good thing about not playing any games at the moment and just casting. No back predictions.
In the back prediction. What about the Storm? The very sing-songy, it's in the bag.
Okay, I don't hate that one.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
They missed the stack a little bit with Yol there, but trying to get a big camp stack mid. Bulba going in for G here. G is dead.
Yeah, he is.
Sing
He's
Sing is
actually
like, hey,
ultra dead.
Sing is like, hey, I don't have anything else to do. Can I be here? Can I take some experience?
I mean, it's really hard to keep track of where everyone is at this point because the vision essentially, like, if you smoke somewhere around the tier 1 of Team Tinker, like, their 2 wards are basically high ground mid on VP's side, and then they have 1 top rune. So you can never see Sing. You never know where he is for sure. And then you're going to have to worry about even 1 support being able to kill your mid. That makes it a lot harder to keep track of basically keeping your middle alive.
Yeah. And, I mean, even if it's just a smoke gang to kill 1 hero, if you can guarantee that you will kill G every single time that you smoke to mid, hell, it's perfectly fine. You used 2 smokes already. If you can get a 3rd one, this is a great way to deal with Storm. Back when Storm was a really popular pick, this is way back, like Dota 1 days, when he was a really popular pick, one of the common rules was gank him before he's level 6. Like, just go and kill him before he hits level 6, because then you won't have such a hard time killing him.
Yeah, and I mean, we talk about how important the Orchid timing is for heroes like Storm, and the more he dies, the more delayed that Orchid's going to be in pretty much every single way. And of course, delaying his 6 means that the likelihood of him being able to gank or counter gank or anything like that is even less.
Big rotation right now from VP, trying to do something with their 2 supports, even smoking up here, just to be safe. Can they get close enough for a kill on Pycat?
I mean, Yol is level 3, Sadoi's coming in. There's a concussive shot. He uses the Scorched Earth. Is it going to be enough health to get him out of here? Nope. Definitely not.
Very
Sadoi
well
actually
coordinated.
5 now.
As soon as the concussive shot flew in the air, they just the stun hit as well. If that stun did not hit, they would not have got the kill.
Yeah, Sadoi was very ready there for the stun coming, the slow coming in from Jotum.
Yeah. Sadoi has to play big this game. I think they really need the initiation from him now.
Yes.
Because the Storm has not had a good early game. I mean, is he actually getting good farm top?
He's getting more than expected, and it's because the lane has been bouncing a lot. Like there's no steady lane control.
Right.
Maybe because the pulls and ganks to mid immediately from TT, they haven't been focusing so much on holding lane equilibrium or harassing away the Centaur.
Oh, mid lane, they want to actually get a counter gank. The silence is going to be there. Very nicely done. 2 rotations, 2 kills.
Yeah.
Don't even need smoke for this one.
Yeah, that's really, really impressive. So 2 kills, as you say, for VP, and now runes are gonna spawn very soon. Should be able to get a rune as well for Storm. Timely gank, I have to say.
Yeah.
But look at that farm on ES. He has 1,760 gold.
I guess he's just going for the Naked Blink, right? Like, he's not even getting Arcanes.
I don't think there's any reason to skip anything else, or to go for anything else.
I think when you have the level 1 on Fissure, your mana cost isn't particularly too high. So.
Yeah, and Blink as well with the change. I mean, pre-change, it was very difficult to do what he's doing now, but since there's no mana cost on Blink Dagger, hey, why not?
Yeah.
And it's going to be like a 730 Blink, something like that, which is really crazy fast for a mid-ES.
Mid-ES, let's suppose he has a Blink right now, right? With level 7, can he actually just solo kill anybody on the map? Maybe not the Centaur.
I mean, easily, because he can enchant before he jumps in, throw his entire combo, hit twice with the 400% buff.
Right.
Like,
so even the Centaur, not even close.
Oh yeah, like there's no way that you live to this.
So, all right, people are gonna die.
People are probably gonna die, yes.
I think actually, like 8 or 9 is a lot safer to do it with because at level 1, your aftershock stun is only 0.6 seconds, right?
True.
So if you go in and you echo, you actually won't have time to hit with your enchant and then enchant afterwards without the hero being able to walk away.
I guess you have to throw a fissure in between, and even with that, might not be
Yeah,
enough,
because it's also just a 1-second stun, so the stun duration is the weakness of this build, but you burst so quickly though that normally you just jump in, throw like everything at once. You don't even need to extra enchant, you just hit them and throw your ulti. But we'll see if he can find something. He's hiding the Blink Dagger, as expected from a player of his magnitude.
All right, he's got that level 2 aftershock. Here we go.
All right, that value. He's going for top lane, it seems, to have some nice vision here. And this could be dangerous.
Oh, they're actually like spending a lot of time.
And he's
playing.
prepping the enchant.
All right. I think he's gonna see Yo. Yo's gonna be the easy target. He wants maybe the Centaur. All right, smoke is broken. Gotta blink now. Go. Stampede is available as well. Blink Echo, he wants 2. He's gonna go to support, but the pool is gonna break things up. He actually is gonna walk back, but that allowed the entire team to retreat. Here comes the Ghastly Ear. He's gonna throw a couple of spells. Actually, Koikwa goes, Pycat goes in on the left side. He actually gets a kill, but will pay for it with his life.
2 for 1 already, and of course Team Tinkerino running away from this one, so nice punishment coming in. Quick reactions from VP.
I think they got very greedy. As soon as they saw the Stampede come out, it's disengage time. You're fighting under the enemy tier 1 with 2 TPs coming in sight. I think that was just overcommitment on Team Tinker's side.
I agree.
Why didn't they just go for the 1 kill and then just back? Like you don't need the Echo to kill everyone. You just want to kill 1 person.
I agree. If he just went on Elder Titan, that would be enough. Like get 1 pick, back to mid, farm up, never stop your momentum. But this gives a little bit of a timing here for VP to catch up because they were of course finding some return kills, but they would be in danger with this ES if the first Blink Gang worked out.
You know, I'm very impressed with G, the way that he's playing Storm, both today, this game and the early game that he showcased today, right? He just got wrecked in lane, but he is not afraid to jump, initiate, and be extremely aggressive. And this game, it's like the 2nd or 3rd time he's actually set up or counter-initiated for his team and play excellently so far.
Yeah, I think being able to overcome these adverse situations that this game especially, like he's been camped pretty hard. And he's still able to have a really high amount of CS and still able to make his impact be felt, which is definitely the hallmark of a really good mid player. So, I mean, it's still a very close game. The biggest difference, I think, between right now VP and Team Tinker is that the Centaur actually has a ton of farm. Like, he's going to have a blink at like 11 minutes.
Yeah.
So the off lane of VP has accomplished a lot. Team Tinker with a Doom safe lane is not really the greatest zoning potential at all. But, I mean, I guess they were kind of forced into picking a hero that is just a direct counter to Storm.
They were, and gonna be a gank attempt on mid here again, trying with the Invis, but they were also scouted picking this one up. Yol.
I mean, the burst damage there, if he went for it, he could have got the kill, just...
Yeah, but it's under tower, so...
Yeah, afraid of the Storm jumping in. He does have a haster to bail him out, though.
Yeah, he might still go for a kill here, sneaking around. Very deep commitment here. He's just trying to see, is anyone else around this guy, or is he actually free gold on mid lane?
He's been free for the past 20 seconds. Let's see if he's going to commit for it. No, he's going to go to jungle again.
No,
but
G is going to TP out, and that's some nice timing on his TP out as well. The entire jungle is cleared.
All these camps are cleared. Somebody's got to be nearby.
Yeah, maybe they can possibly find bottom, but he has Blink and his ulti. I don't think... The ganks are definitely hard now, so... You know, first gank not working out for ES is a big thing.
Oh, looks like the heroes are kind of running close by. They see each other now, immediate double blink out.
Yeah.
So when two people just decide to suddenly run away from each other, has one person made a mistake?
Well, I mean, clearly they could have killed the Centaur, but Sing would have had to have commit Ravage, I think.
Yeah.
And he would have had to have been stunned long enough for Sing to get there. So maybe actually Sidoi, I don't think was necessarily killable.
I doubt
think it would have
that
taken
Sing
so
could
long.
get there. I mean, Sing didn't have Blink and he was pretty far away on the lane. And as for if two people run away immediately if one made a mistake, you have to work off what information they have.
Sure.
From Bird perspective, maybe Koikoi could have been more aggressive, try to block with
He's
Fissure.
aggressively going on top here, gets a stun on everybody, but did not get the second enchant totem hit. Here comes the Doom. Stampede's gonna bring BZZ very far away. Here comes the Storm Spirit, missing the little pull here. I think we're gonna see a deny on BZZ. Maybe he'll actually survive it. No, the deny is gonna come through right now. Don't let him get fissured. Don't let him get fissured.
Oh no.
Okay.
He got fissured.
I mean, all right,
No,
sudden
he's going
initiation.
in. They're gonna
They'll
get a
get
return kill
EGM.
on
Maybe
EGM,
they'll
yeah.
get a little bit more. Sadoi out of mana at this point. In fact, eats an enchant totem. That's a lot of damage. Storm Spirit kind of in there as well. Words of Ravage, Sing Sing prepping it up. It's gonna hit at least. Oh, what a perfect block!
Blocked.
Is it intended? It sure hell
Oh
damn
God,
it is
G is
intended.
stuck as well. They
Yeah,
don't
G
know.
is stuck. They don't know, right? They'll check.
Oh no, G is like, what? I'm alive? I'm fine.
Sing might not
Sing's
be.
gonna die to a random. Okay, that was a very clowny fight.
And G just walks out like, hey, fools, I'm fine.
So that was actually 2 times back-to-back that Jotum stopped Sing's Ravage, and then he basically just ends up dying. So I think he's a little bit sad that he teleported to top for basically no reason. Koikoi, though, going to find Yul in the pit here with EGM as well. One more silence coming off and some damage from Jotum, but not going to do much.
Yeah, that was a nice little, I guess, consolation pickup, but same thing happened over to VP, getting that random tide kill with just a stomp and Jotum walking in like, hey, and Koikoi clearing a new type of camp in the jungle, official thing. Meanwhile, we see EGM go down, but he does have his ulti, he's gonna be fine. And even getting help here from the Ravage available.
Okay. I'm surprised they didn't initiate on the support there, but...
Oh, that
no.
Centaur Stomp.
Getting Centaur stomped as
What
a
a play.
Centaur. Meanwhile, though, Storm Spirit did pick up a kill on Boba. So still things going pretty even here. 7 for 8.
Okay, I'm calling it right here. G has been the best solo mid in this tournament. Stage 2 and Stage 3 combined.
I'd say he's been really good, yeah.
I think RTZ is better and has played better.
All right, RTZ's like the easy go-to, you know?
Well, I mean, it's a bold claim though, saying that he has been the best solo mid. I think
Look at the
RTZ
way
is
he's
better.
been playing. He got double smoke gank at level 1 or 2,
Yeah.
and he's like,
He has been
it
really
doesn't
good.
matter.
Yeah, he has been really good. Oh, they know the ulti is down, and EGM farming aggressively on the lane, too close to the tower, immediately gets jumped here. This was the timing we talked about, though. If Centaur gets his blink and they start getting ganks with the rest of the heroes along with Centaur,
Yeah.
VP could totally snowball out of control as well.
Good ward from Radiant, putting it deep behind that bottom tier 1. Seeing Koikoi there. We'll dodge you those ganks.
I don't know. I feel like Team Tinker are the ones who are actually kind of pressured right now. Granted, Pycat, he just got his Blink Dagger, which is really nice for him. But I feel like if they don't have everything up, like if they don't have Wraith King ulti, if they don't have like Echo Slam and Ravage and Doom, like they can't fight. Like they actually need everything. And when they do have everything, they're really strong. But VP don't necessarily need all their ultis to commit to a team fight. And the ultis that they really do need that are completely necessary, I think sometimes, like Mystic Flare, only have a minute cooldown. So I think the amount that VP can fight is just much higher than
the
what
Blink
Team
Doom
Tinker
is
has.
ready here. They're gonna try and TP out. G is gonna get out.
Okay,
Wow.
how did that work?
Was he out of sight?
He was out of sight.
Yeah, I
Night
think
vision.
so.
Man.
Yeah, it was nighttime, so just barely getting away. Looks really strange from this perspective, but, you know, if they had a Slark even nearby there, that would be a kill, right?
And that's Orchid for G as
Just
well.
that vision.
3-2-2 and an Orchid.
That's really impressive once again. 15,
I love this play.
1545 Orchid after getting ganked twice that early on. And the 3-2-2, as you say.
Top lane, looks like we're going to see a couple of TPs in and a smoke. But
Oh, Koikoi is in danger if he walks down here.
yep, here comes the jump. And the newly used Orchid going to go right on the Shaker. They get 1 kill from the back, a kill in the front, and suddenly G and the rest of Virtus.pro looking extremely impressive.
Yeah. What a nice execution there, going on both the Doom and ES at the same time. Because really, if you focus one of them, the other can
helps you
bail.
out,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. The other can come and bail out. But if you call them both, there was no saving them from that one. And all the while, there's a PA just free farming as well. In this game, maybe one of the few
Buyback.
scenarios. Oh, they're trying.
Yeah, they want to fight on the mid lane here. Comes in, immediately gets silenced. Well, can they get a little bit more? Maybe they pick up Yo, but is that even worth the buyback if they pick him up? No, he'll just walk away, so.
Wow, that's a big buyback as well, forced.
Ooh, maybe they want to fight this.
Sado is looking for sure. He's probably just looking to snipe Bulba and get out.
Oh, here
He's
comes a
gonna go for
blink.
it.
Double edge. He can TP, and he'll get out of there. Ravage being spent. This is where you say, I got a Ravage.
Yeah, Sadoi probably dies with a smile on his face right now because, you know, you traded 1 for 1. Ravage is on cooldown. Your team is pretty safe, and you did your job as an offlaner, right?
Right.
Keep your team safe. And this is maybe one of the few games where I would say I approve of this build on PA because it looks like he will actually be able to farm up because of all the space his team is giving.
Yes.
He doesn't have to join right now. And there have been some stacks as well. They have stacks on Ancients as well for the PA. Could go and clear that right now if he wants to, or they're gonna stack it once more, it seems.
Yeah, I don't know. I think like Team Tinkers still have a pretty good opportunity to take some good fights. It's just kind of scary because now BZZ has twice the CS of any member of Team Tinker. And even if you have a Doom with a Midas, sure, your farm's going to remain pretty consistent, but you really don't want to be giving away too many kills.
Yeah, and your supports are gonna cry. Even if EGM is finding some farm on his Wraith King, seems he's heading into a Midas. He does purchase the Midas right now. I mean, the Shadow Demon is gonna die in 1 hit from the PA if he gets jumped.
Mid lane, initiation might come through. They see the Doom. Are they gonna go right here?
Yeah, they will.
Yeah, Stampede's gonna get used immediate everything on Pycat.
No, they see Boba as well. They could keep diving here. PA?
Yeah, Storm will come in. Looks like the PA dagger gets a kill there, but that's right in front of the tier 2. So if they want to pressure that, they can. But looks like they want a little bit more kills. They see Koikwa, and he'll blink away.
Yeah, EGM does have his ulti. Might get caught out here, but they're going for Koikwa as well with G.
Yeah,
Needs
can they
help.
actually get the second blink off? They do. Well, he's also dead. EGM's trying to run home. Maybe they can't get this kill.
Oh,
They'll
they can
try.
proc his ulti at least, maybe. Okay. He does live in the end, but man, VP just showing dominance all of a sudden in this game.
Can we go to Dire Vision real quickly to see how much vision they're actually working with?
I'm sure we can.
No, I mean, they have one aggressive ward, right?
Yeah, but
I
they're
mean,
not
They need
playing.
defensive ward right now.
Yeah, they have one on mid as well, which works pretty well. But something that a lot of good support players say is you want your wards to be on the part of the map where you're playing right then and there. It sounds really simple, but this aggressive ward of Team Tinker was expecting them to keep their dominance. They really didn't. Like VP just shifted and the ward turns useless then. Sure, it tells you the enemy is not there, but it doesn't show you how the rotations are coming.
So where does Tinker play around? And you said they're very strong with all 5 their like ultimates or spells. Do they just group up and look for ganks?
The biggest problem that they had before was that Sing wasn't really able to get into fights with Ravage. I think they abused that pretty heavily. Like his Blink Dagger was not necessarily super late, but they just knew that he didn't have one. So whenever they went into an engagement, it's like, we don't have to worry about counter initiation at all. And if we jump on Koikfa, then he just dies.
Yeah.
Or if we jump on Pycat, then there's no Doom.
Oh god.
So in that sense, their ultis are much more valuable
the stack
if they're lost.
Pierre getting, you know, all the money stack here from his team. Yol gonna tank a little bit for his friend as well. Holding the aggro there.
I mean, they have triple blink. So this is the time, right? This is when you want to try to go in, especially before BZZ gets his BKB, because if that happens...
He has it.
Okay, never mind. All right, life is hard if you're Team Tinker.
I mean, it's always a little bit awkward seeing
He doesn't
a team.
have it right now.
Yeah.
If a fight breaks up right now.
Well,
you got 2 seconds.
The window
All right, he
closed.
has this.
Okay, never mind.
The window closed. It's always awkward to see a team try to execute some like quad melee strength hero kind of lineups. I love to see it when it works, but it's just...
I mean, is it the fact that they're melee they lost this? I don't think so. I think it's that one dive at the top where it gave away a ton of momentum. G got a couple of kills and casually walked away and survived. If that dive never happened, I don't think we will be at this stage.
You say that, but it's very easy that, you know, when you have strength heroes on
Oh,
bottom,
bottom
G going for a solo kill
Okay.
here.
I mean, this is what should have been happening the whole time, right?
Ideally, yeah.
Ideally.
Ideally, but that's a massive kill going back there, right?
Here's the thing. When you play this particular Earthshaker build, you are expected to be in the middle of the fight a lot. So I think items like BKB and Heart even are in high premium. But I feel like he's forced to go into Force Staff because of all of these early game engagement and the fact that he's getting focused so hard.
I think Force Staff's actually pretty standard. Like BKB is definitely good on Carry Shaker because you need the magic immunity to get your full combo off and not have to worry about other heroes who just stop your full combo, right? Because normally you get 3 stuns off, and if you don't have a BKB and you don't hit like Centaur and he blinks in, or you don't hit Skywrath and he silences you, you might only get 1 or 2 stuns.
Yeah, I agree. Like every single time I've seen him play this, he always wants to go for a Force Staff along with Blink. So it plays a lot to your mobility to keep chasing the enemy down or even disengage if you have to. But VP.Polar or VP, God, said VP.Polar so many times this day. Well, VP definitely had the tools to punish the ZS as well, with the Orchid, of course, being the easiest way.
Which he now can Force Staff himself or even his ally away. Koifa does see a Storm walking by, but his mana pool, a bit too short to do anything about this.
Yeah, he can't really solo kill without having everything prepped as well.
Yeah.
I mean, he could probably kill him without Echo Slam.
He's setting up for...
Oh, he wants to... Yeah.
If he can fissure, and he will, Blink Doom coming up, they will get a pick off. Pretty important kill.
Yeah.
I mean, they just
actually they want to come in and fight right there. Who's actually blinked into the trees? I think that's actually Sing Sing. He drops his Ravage, but BZC's working on one. He gets the kill. Tree gets broken thanks to Earth Splitter. Goes on the low ground, gets another kill. And I think that's Doom also going to be dead. That's triple kill. The crits are real. Arcana or not, he's getting it done.
Critting on the dagger. And always when you get this many kills around the Roach Pit, you always just think to yourself, can we kill it? Okay, we have PA, we probably could.
Yeah.
Someone else needs to tank a little bit because no lifesteal on PA and you don't want her dropping low in HP. But even then, she does have the Portman Shield and Helm of Blur, so she's pretty fine. Are they gonna be able to punish in any single way here? They have the blink, yes. Is he gonna go for it? Oh.
Nope. Well, looks like EGM decides to walk in without the help of his team though. And he'll go down here. Maybe twice. Here comes the Earthshaker. Fissure does hit on 3. Force Staff Echo. One right click's going to pick off a support. Looks like the Asia's going to get blown as well. Nicely placed so far. The clap is going to hit. And is he going to run or fight? He wants to fight. BKB's not prep up. Here comes G. He's going to actually get the Shaker. And keep in mind that EGM does not have reincarnation anymore. Blink anchors match, taking away a ton of damage. G still going to work. He's going to go on Boba. Boba's dead. PA though gets doomed up. And no deny inside. G very low mana. This is where Tinker could turn things around. Can we get any more stun? Blink. Well, that's the last jump for G for a long while. Blink forward. The Centaur Stomp's going to be there. And Tinker, they're doing it. This is a comeback.
The brawl. The brawl. That was a beautiful fissure into Force Staff in. Force Staff, man, paying dividends.
Hey, huge dividends. I'm sorry I ever doubted you, Koifa. I will retract my statements.
My God, the experience of Gold Swing in that fight.
Yeah. Actually, a 6,000 roughly experience change between the two teams.
Yeah, and 3,500 gold as well.
Yeah, that's pretty massive. And the thing about Team Tinker is that, sure, you're running a support Wraith King, not really though, because with Midas Rush and just farming so much as he is now, he is gonna sooner or later turn into a pretty obnoxious carry. And you don't want to jump him with PA or Storm. And he has a Blink Dagger, so he's probably going to jump your team instead.
Finish Aghanims and a Play Mail added into Pycat. So that fight gave them that much more. And suddenly he gets extremely obnoxious to kill as well.
Yeah, and he can turn off the blur as well.
Yeah, sure.
One of the few heroes now that can, I guess the only hero that can really disable passives is Doom.
Yep.
Nothing else, as Void and Legion Commander got their nerfs.
Justify nerfs.
Yeah. He finds Alpha Wolf and he will take it, even though I think the Stomp has done so much for him.
I think Stomp might still be better at this game so far.
I agree.
Right now.
This was more the I'm really hungry. I wish I could eat a creep, and Alpha Wolf is a decent creep. If he finds a Centaur right now, I believe he would eat that one instead.
No Centaur in sight. Oh, there's one. I'm not sure if he's like, yo, Boba. Prep that one for me.
Prep it.
Put some salt on that Centaur. Get it ready.
PJ Salt. So, big rotation down to bottom lane here from all of VP. Trying to be sneaky. They have a lot of sentries. Dewarded quite a bit, but they did not find the one around the Roche Pit by TT.
So by the way, if you look over to the Storm Spirit, he's working on the Black Game Bar. Andy, where do you stand on this? We see Koifa getting a ton of Lincolns here at this position. Obviously, he's been playing against a different lineup. Neither Lincolns or BKB will truly protect you. What do you think is a better option?
I think
for
BKB
G?
is the must-have choice. Like, there's 2 Blink Initiators on the side of Team Tinker that basically just... Their casts are too quick to BKB, right? You have the Echo Slam from the ES, and then you have the Ravage from the Tide. The Tide blinks on top of you, you're probably not going to BKB fast enough, and Earthshaker Echo is instantaneous, so you're obviously not going to do that unless you see him coming. And the other hero is even if you BKB, you can still get doomed.
Right. But you said BKB is a must-have.
Well, it is still a must-have. Like, even if you still get doomed, ideally, I think Team Tinker want to doom the PA over you, right? Because you doom the PA to
and the
stop
PA's
BKB.
a Lincolns now.
PA, BKB, Lincolns builds.
We Pinoy now. That's the build there.
Oh,
he dooms the Lincolns. Okay.
Like, just like, what the hell happened?
What is going on? But there's a pull to cancel 1 TP.
Yeah. So Pika is going to pay for his mistake there, and he has 60 seconds to think about that doom right there.
Well, I mean, normally you always click a hero before you doom them, but I mean, who the hell buys Lincolns on a PA?
I don't think he had the ultimate orb, and maybe they just assumed he was going Manta?
Yeah, I
don't
think
know.
so.
Sure, yeah.
But he was farming in plain sight, so I agree with Lumi, like clicking heroes whenever they kind of show up on the minimap. But Pycat missing out there.
It is very late here, so that one's excusable, I guess.
All right. Lumi will slide. Yol getting caught out here by EGM and Boba.
He did.
Oh, but do they want to go on this? BZZ's here. He doesn't have his BKB up just yet. The demonic surge is going to get eaten.
Lincoln's protecting him.
EGM still has his ulti. Fissure going to be thrown out onto Jodam. EGM's coming back here. He's got another Hellfire Blast. Jodam going to throw the ulti out, but just dies, so a futile effort here.
PA still farming.
They can actually kill BZZ.
He's
got his Lincolns up again.
Sing Sing getting caught on the tower here.
Force Echo! The Tokyo Drift! All right. That was really good. They had a ward there.
A little bit more. PA's BKB should be coming off cooldown soon. He will actually block. Ravage does not hit on anything. EGM getting the coup de grace. They get the kill. And Koifa, is he actually still hanging by?
He walked in?
Not for long, because he's dead. Lincoln blocks 1 spell. Did he block Doom? Doom's on cooldown for 4 seconds. All right, they'll back off.
Yeah. I mean, it's very gimmicky to see a PA buying the Lincolns by herself. Very often you will have someone in your team buying it for you. But so far, I mean, it already worked out so well that I'm almost inclined to agree with it.
I think this is one of the few times you can, because she was so far ahead. If you just straight normally get a Battle Fairy BKB Lincolns, by the time you get those items, you won't have enough damage.
Sure. As long as he keeps pressuring, farming aggressively, and being part of fights, because you don't want to buy a Lincolns, disappear into a jungle and doing nothing with it,
You're not
right?
Medusa.
Exactly, you're not Medusa. Get real, go on a lane.
I think Basher right after is very necessary for that Medusa.
For a Medusa, yes.
Goddamn. For the PA, you need a way to actually stick on a target and get kills.
I don't know. I think with a Storm Initiation and a Centaur, you have so much like viability and just getting a full uptime on your Phantom Strike, which is pretty much all you want, right? Because if you hit upwards of like 4 times or 3 times before you blink in, you should pretty much get a crit when you go in.
That's fair. What do you think he should get now?
I mean, Basher is still really good. I'm not saying Abyssal's bad. I just think that his item progression has been fine because he still hits for over 200. And if you're past level 16, your coup de grace hits so hard that even if you don't have a lot of damage items, you're still going to kill somebody if you crit them.
Yes. Well, I think we all pretty much agree that the Lincolns in this game has worked out pretty well for him. Oh, they're going mid on Pycat.
I don't think he's going to be able to make it out of this one. He just goes down. Oh, Sing going in. He doesn't have Ravage. He gets Earth Splittered and just flops over Gem on deck. He and BZZ just chasing down poor Bulba. Pycat has already bought back into the game. They still haven't touched a Gem, by the way. They're just going for kills. Koikfoot just gets... All right, he got slammed.
Perfectly chain stun from Virtus.pro. And EGM is like, hey guys.
Yeah.
I'm going to walk back now.
I mean, the BKBs are real, right? Just diving with 3 BKB heroes, PA Storm and Centaur.
Into the heart of Earthshaker, TIE Hunter, Doom. No fear. You know?
I mean, it's fine as long as you're the one diving on them.
Yeah,
and
sure.
if you're going on the Doombringer as well, you can punish the enemy quite hard, so works out pretty well. They also forced buyback from Doom that did nothing. And that's the second time, so Pycat having a tough time in this game.
I mean, with that said, he's still farming extremely well. But imagine where he did not buy back twice. He will be doing much better, even better.
To be honest, you say he's farming well, but he has... Okay, during the laning phase, he had roughly 60-ish CS. It's 32 minutes in, he has 110. So
fair point. They've been fighting a lot, though.
He is getting farm only because he's doomed.
Yes.
And there's been a lot of fighting.
Actually farming horrible.
I mean, at this point, Team Taker haven't even killed a tower. VP have all their tier 1s up.
Well, it's just because the ganks have not been working out that well for Team Tinker, and that's maybe an understatement, as it's 26 to 18 now to VP, and VP with the stronger late game lineup, also a really good synergy between all the heroes playing in later on.
I mean, you have an ET. Yeah. This is your time, you know, you even do more and more damage, so those aura item that we talked about Doom that he could get, we don't see any one of them.
Well, they have a Vlad's.
Yeah, on the Wraith King, yes.
Yeah, they just don't, they don't have an AC, obviously, because nobody's really that farmed, but I think Pycat would probably eventually go for it. But I think he wants BKB first, because he's picked up an Ogre Club, which I think is a fairly good choice. Yeah.
You want to join the Golden City Club. Yeah. I mean, in a fight where everyone else clicks BKB, you're going to be very sad if you don't have one. Big smoke here from VP trying to go into the enemy jungle. Can they find a pick? They see Korpra?
This is your Ravage, Sing Sing. This is your time. He blinks away. Never mind. The fake hype is real. Earthshaker, 4 stabs back. Stampede is used.
Trying to go on EGM here. He does have ulti, though.
That doesn't count. That doesn't count. Oh, but the jump back in. There's no Golden City for Pycat. Disruption is there. The first one, a very important one. Is Sing Sing going to re-engage? That's the question. He blinks in, but it's Golden City still. These BKBs lasting for a long time. Well, it is over now. Can Team Tinker pick off 1 or 2 on retreat? They see the Skywrath Mage. That's a key kill. They move on. Can they get more?
Nah, he's just going to blink off. I don't think they can catch one more. But they should be pretty happy just winning that little skirmish, because now they can maybe go for a pressure mid, get something. They did not have to blow Doom or Ravage. Overall, a big win for TT.
Yeah, I think the key thing there for me is Boba staying out of sight, getting the disruption off, because it could have turned very fast sour for Team Tinker.
Yeah, Pycat was able to blink out of the disruption, which is pretty surprising, because normally you would just drop like a remnant on it. And then it's like, and if he doesn't blink the same direction he's facing, which was not towards his base, he would not have been able to blink. But maybe a little bit of a lapse of judgment there.
This is not going to be for free. I don't know if Team Tinker knows
this. Here comes that spirit. Get out, boys.
Oh, Pycat. Roshan is just punishing him.
I mean, he's got quite a bit of HP and armor. I think
still getting smacked around, though.
For some mech coming out and no back. And that's exactly what I mean about ET being like insane, like Roche Pit hero. Just send a spirit in, and you're like, well, you know.
Suddenly, Roshan not so safe.
Roshan joins your team, starts smacking down. Also, Basher is completed on PA, and she has 3,200 gold right now. She's topping the CS chart so hard. She's doubling the one that's next to her, and that's actually her own teammate, followed by her own teammate again. So VP looking stellar to take this into a late game.
Battle Fury is real, you know? If you get it that early.
Well, if you get that space, if you get that space.
To be honest, BZZ hadn't been necessary in the game for like 20 minutes.
Too.
He just got to do whatever he wanted.
Dude, Lincoln tanked the Doom, though.
Yeah. I mean, that actually is a pretty big deal, right? When they see BZZ top lane, if they had actually doomed him there, getting that kill, that can make a pretty big difference in your overall farm rate.
Oh, yeah.
Up until that point.
Just one kill on a carry at any stage of the game. I mean, early game, you're going to be happy about it. Mid game, as that was, is really, really, really crucial. You set back his farm, you pull ahead a little bit, maybe you can take objective. But as you say, if the Doom went off properly there, that could have been a whole lot different.
Is there any reason for him to not straight up finish the Abyssal? I mean, buyback's great and all, but I don't think you really even want to buy back.
Nah, I think he'll buy it as soon as he can with the courier.
The bash. Okay, he's dead.
Deleted one computer. Next one. Trying to chase after here.
Yeah, everyone on the side of Team Tinker just chooses to disengage. Good choice. They didn't lose anything more than just one support. They'll probably end up losing the tier 2 because of this as well, but We say that, and EGM, he wants to go in. Koikfa getting caught in the back as well. He pops the BKB. Jottam is going to be the first one on the side of VP to fall as they find Pycat once again. BZZ just going completely ham. EGM's ultimate is going to get popped here. Koikfa chasing away G. Ravage going to hit on 3 of VP, but it's a disengage Ravage. You don't even want to fight this anymore. And EGM, he's getting hammered down. He gets bashed. Not even a crit necessary here. A dagger comes out. And Todoy will finish him off with a chop to the back.
Yeah, VP handedly winning the fight overall, but Koikfa also killed off
the... might kill a little bit more. Here comes the re-engage, but the blur is real right now, and everybody is just straight up walking away.
Yeah.
I bet Koikfa wish he had his Echo right there.
Well, Koikfa got a solo kill on a Storm as an ES, just chasing him down with Force Staff and Blink.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
So that's a fair trade as well, but his team probably wanted him to be in the fight. He's probably going to go for Hex now. This is, to be honest, exactly his pub build as well when he plays the hero. Blink, Force Staff, BKB, Hex. Pretty much without fail.
The Hex is going to do overtime this game because taking away the blur evasion will give him the chance to actually use that 400% enchant totem to get some damage on the PA.
Yeah.
But still has to chew through the BKB and Lincoln Sphere, which is going to be tough.
I'm honestly surprised that the tenaciousness of Team Tinker.
Oh, courier. Force Staff?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Does go for it, but he's gonna get initiated upon.
He's got the Golden City.
Pay for your
damage.
Okay,
pay for your sins, Koikfa, killing a poor animal.
It's all true.
Should make my life easier.
But I mean, Team Tinker, they definitely haven't had, I would say, even a good early game, to be honest. Like the Centaur got so much in the offlane. It's just, you have a hero that's not supposed to really get a Blink Dagger timing until like 15 plus minutes into the game, who has one at like 11. A lot of that stuff really does change the outlook of it, and even though I think the Doom pick was good in the way that it counters the other heroes, it made their laning really weak. Like they couldn't really do much. They rotated twice on mid, but they only felt, I think, okay doing that because she is a snowball hero, whereas Sadoy is like the guy who, sure, if he gets a blink, it might be kind of problematic, but I think they really underestimated it.
Yeah. And this might be the game, you know, where we see the non-Arcana PA win.
Is that really a thing, like the non-Arcana PA?
Yeah. It's a bad thing.
I don't know if there's a word, like, for people who are hating against people who don't have sets. You know? We might need to make one.
I think it's called elitist.
No, it doesn't have the same implications. There needs to be, like, something solely based around cosmetic items.
All right, the fight's going to be Pycat.
Nice disruption.
Yeah, it's going to be there. Where's the Ravage, though? Sing Sing's waiting. Doom, Golden City, but he's dead. G is doing so much work. Ravage will come through. Echo Slam. They are going to kill G. That's 1 down. That's 2 down. PA, where is he? Oh, yeah, he's quitting your team. And he still has Aegis. So they are going to... Oh, nice cancel on the TP as well. Actually, they might get wiped. There's a buyback here from the Tidehunter.
Well, they might, but BZZ is still alive and he has
yeah.
Aegis. He doesn't stop.
Well, he's actually getting chain stun. There's more than enough stuns for him. I think they're going to bring him down.
Yeah, he needs to blink to his ally down there.
He still has Yol. I think he's fine.
I don't know.
No, he's fine.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Is there a blink follow?
Oh,
so, there's blink follow-ups. I'm not sure if you want to chase this far out, though. Lincoln's is going to block one.
They turn it around to the Sing. This is a buyback. He gets 1 crit. Can they kill BZZ? He's got his BKB up. He wants to go back in. He finds the kill on the Tidehunter. EGM just whacking away here.
Okay,
he's got the BKB activated. Yeah, he's dead.
I'm not sure if it's worth the tie kill.
Well, it was a dieback, right?
Yeah, he could maybe have gotten away, but there was a lot of chase as well. Blink Force Staff over on ES. I think it was probably the better call, like, one of us has to die.
How does Koikfa have a Hex?
He's getting a lot of solo kills.
Did he get the kill on the PA?
Yeah, he did actually.
He did, yes.
And then he got like 2 kills in the pace, so.
And he got the solo kill previously on Storm. Like, he's been finding the big ones. So Hex completed, and that's a massive thing to have against Storm and PA.
Yeah, we do see that PA right now is not doing enough damage to melt these heroes as quickly. Which is ironic that we're talking about PA like that, but that's kind of the case. Like, he was able to kill a lot, but not enough. Granted, there was also, like, what, 2 buybacks coming out from Team Tinker?
There is a valley. We talk about peaks. There's also a valley, Lumi, in this game. Do you know what the valley is?
What is the valley?
all the heroes hitting the 5-second BKB over on VP now. The Golden City not lasting long enough.
Is this like, 1929 kind of situation?
Yes. I mean, they're running on low power, whereas there are 2 9-second BKBs over on the side of Team Tinkerino, on the Wraith King and the Doom. And they also have a BKB of 7 seconds on ES. So they do outlast them pretty well in teamfights right now, as opposed to the double 5 and a 6.
And that matters quite a bit for Sing Sing, whereas the previous side, he was like a spectator. This time he gets to come in much quicker. Disruption suddenly means much more as well against the Golden Cities. And there's a BKB finish on Earth. Sorry, he went BKB first and then Hex. So never mind. He's got that a long time ago.
All right.
It's been late, guys.
Yeah,
it's been a long day.
Yeah.
I forgive you, Lumi.
I like this game, though. The way it's been progressing, I thought Tinker was completely out of it. And then a couple of good team fights, they're right back.
Lumi likes any game that progresses past the 40-minute mark.
I like drama, is what I like, Not the esport drama, but drama within a game. It's like a storyline.
You like all drama, don't lie.
Okay, that too, but this game tells a tale, right? First of all, when you see rainbow TPs on the top tower, just get the hell out. But
is that the first tale of the game?
That was chapter 1. But this is a very exciting game, and to see an Earthshaker having such a different role as usual, it's good. It's cool.
Yeah, it's definitely entertaining, and the way the fights go down is also pretty interesting because there are so many key heroes that have to be focused. Like Doom has to be shut down, Koikwa has to be chased off somehow, Storm Spirit must be stopped, and PA must also somehow be disoriented in the team fight.
Right.
So there's a lot of important things for both teams.
And then when you add factors like Boba standing back to disrupt, or the Skywrath Mage being there to get a key silence off, the game gets even more and more varied. But BZZ does have the Abyssal Blade now, so whoever he sees should just be dead.
Yeah.
Looking for a fight.
I mean, I think once BZZ actually gets a Satanic, I don't know if they can ever kill him.
Oh, double smoke, both teams gonna run into each other. It's so close.
Oh, who's gonna get the jump
so
first?
They
see Pycat, the dagger's thrown. Nice blink reaction time there.
All the blinks are going back. I mean, against the Satanic, there's still Doom, and there's still Hex, so if you get the long stuns on.
Oh, EGM, he wants to go in. He finds Jotum. He gets a crit, almost takes him out immediately. One more hit will do the job. He wants to go on G here. Pycat looking for the Doom, but G not going to let him get the animation off. Here comes a Ravage. BZZ able to get away. Yo, not going to be so lucky. Team Tinker, they've got the momentum here. They want to keep going. There's a Hex. They managed to get it. The Linkage is broken. They come in. Sadoy with the BKB. Stomp onto 3. Is it going to be enough to save the PA? I don't think so. And BZZ not having a great time. They even throw the Echo out just to make sure that he goes down. G balling away. He's still got that gem. He might be able to TP. Quite out of range on the enchant. He even had Force Staff.
Just the edge.
This is the dirtiest team fight I've seen in a long time as well. Just 4 heroes clumping up, running at you. But of course, EGM leading the charge really well there and getting that 4v5 immediately.
You can't really do that with any other support and have that kind of impact.
Oh no, not with this confidence. I mean, what are you gonna do? You can't turn on Wraith King, and if you do, he still has a BKB as well. So Skywrath was simply dead for being out of position there.
Well, very nicely done by Team Tinker, taking a game that even we thought was not necessarily unwinnable, but clearly not in a great spot, and they've just turned it into, hey, we got a lot of blinks, and we got a lot of team fights.
Yeah, and they have MKB now on EGM. I believe that's his MKB. It's on the courier still.
Suddenly EGM carrying hard.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's been farming non-stop. It's the EGM type of carry, right? I don't buy wards type of support.
Look at this goal graph. Oh, well.
Lumi is smiling so much.
The drama's real.
This Wraith King is so stacked. Like, just even having an MKB is amazing. Like, just against the PA, being able to go in, you die once, you just come right back to life, you just keep swinging. You never have to stop.
We haven't seen much of an item progression on G for a long while. He's got a point booster, and I mean, he's got the Hex when he wants it, but is it a Hex or is it a Linken's?
Yeah.
I feel like he needs both.
I think it's gonna be Hex, to be honest, but we'll see.
He's going to the Seeker shop, so it looks like a Hex.
Yeah, definitely. Selling his TP scroll.
Oh,
Lincoln's. Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's really good during BKB to prevent Doom, but...
Yeah, maybe he's just gonna throw one more Lincoln's over on BCC as well. Who knows? Doom did get wasted, by the way, in the last fight. Even though they lost it really hard, Doom was prevented by the Lincoln Sphere still. So, I'm not disagreeing with the Lincoln's build on PA at all in this game, but somehow, Wraith King is an amazing carry against PA.
Yes.
Yep.
Because PA has the delete computer option of jumping one hero, but then she puts herself in danger. And if you jump a hero like Wraith King, who respawns anyway, putting yourself in danger for that is not worth.
Can Team Virtus.pro ignore the Wraith King?
I don't think so.
He does way too much damage.
And he's got the mobility.
They need to do something against him, like throw stunts on him.
Well, he's blinking in to initiate for the team, and Sador's tanking it so far, but the rest of the team is not engaging just yet. Sing Sing pops it. The blink Doom, it gets actually Lincoln's! Pycat, no, he falls for the same thing twice, even though it's on a different hero. Meanwhile, Boba somehow clip on the cliff. Not for long, because he's gone.
What?
Well,
the Shrine
are they going to get a little bit more? G is actually blink. Oh, there you go. Blink on the low ground. Tidehunter force after the left side. He's crackening, he's meching, but he's straight up dead. Well, the kind of engaging the tier 2 tower, maybe not what Team Tinker is looking for.
Dude, if I was Pycat, I would just smash my keyboard so hard. Multiple Lincolns on the same team, just not the most fun time as a Doombringer.
Yeah.
You need the YOLO refresher so you can throw your ulti and just whiff it, throw out another one.
Well, I mean, you don't really get a whole lot of those types of mistakes at this stage in the game, so
yeah.
They really can't afford to do that again. I mean, they do have buybacks, but you don't want to have to use them.
I mean, they're going for Roach.
Wasn't there a couple of diebacks earlier, or have those cooldowns by now?
Well, the Tide and Pycat can buy back, so Sing and Pycat both can do it. But again, you don't want to have to, right? Because you're so close to being alive anyway. And I think giving away the Roshan that is also cheese is a massive deal. I mean, you give the Aegis to probably G, I guess.
Cheese on Centaur as well.
Yeah.
It's a pretty major deal.
And that's a Satanic finish on the PA.
Full Satanic is going to be very nice for him.
The thing is, if he uses BKB early, right, and the BKB is over, the Satanic's not going to be very effective. There's just so many Sun on Team Tinker. So I feel like he almost has to use it in conjunction with the Satanic, which could allow him to get chain bursted down as well. So I don't know.
Well, just having a higher HP pool though is pretty fine for him too. So never mind.
My point is, it's not going to be as effective as it normally would be on a PA.
Oh yeah, but if he gets doomed by like Doombringer and it actually goes through his Lincolns, it doesn't really matter what item you have. It's not going to help you that much.
True.
So I think it's fine just buying something that gives you plenty of HP anyway, making you tanky enough for your team to kind of help you get rid of the Doom and wait out the team fight. And then when you go in again, you can lifesteal up immediately.
So for VP, when you have so many options to initiate, who is ideally your initiator? Is it the Storm or Centaur? Or is it the PA?
Well, I think actually the Storm and Centaur, like at once, both of them going on someone with their BKBs. If they see ES or Shadow Demon, or even if they can catch the Doom, that would be a dream, right? If you catch the Doom, that's the best possible target. But it's definitely not easy. You don't want PA to jump in first, because she could get shut down by Doombringer.
Yep. There are 2 spells that go through BKB. You could Demonic Purge, the Lincoln, and then the Doom to follow up.
True.
Yeah. But for now, slow siege on tier 3. EGM blinks in, goes on Sadoi. Not perhaps a target you want, but ooh, actually blinks in, and they're going to re-engage. There's no BKB disruption. It's going to follow through as well. BKB on everybody. Storm.
Oh no, the Abyssal Blade. Can he get off the Doom?
No damage though. Not enough at least. And here comes the Ravage. You're going to focus on, well, the PA. Can he actually get out of there? No Satanic, because he can just get Hex and burst it down. This is a problem. Too many Chain Suns, and now on the team, everybody on full retreat. 2 heroes dead.
Oh
soon
God,
to be
they're
3.
dying all over.
Can they chain him?
They will try.
Enchant?
Okay, a little bit slow on the enchant.
That's like, I'm getting the hell out of... Are they chasing still?
I don't think they can.
Okay.
They're being realistic about it as well. Sidoi did get away as well. running away from the Wraith King, realizing that you can't bring down a Centaur on your own. Too tough. But amazing fight there for Team Tinker. And they didn't even need to use the Doom.
Waga, you brought it up earlier. It's just, oh, okay, Yell's dead. All right. So when you get to this stage in the game, it's 50 minutes in. Every single BKB has been 5 seconds for quite some time on the side of VP. So if you initiate and you don't kill the target that you want within that 5 seconds, the Tidehunter automatically becomes insanely scary.
Yes.
Because then your entire initiation is thwarted, and you have a lot of uptime for the rest of Team Tinker to just be able to auto-attack you down, more or less. And EGM, we talked about his farm, how he's gotten so much in the last like 20, 30 minutes of the game. Quakefa looking to be going for what I assume can be a Shiva's right now. And that's like even more armor that he's going to have, harder to take down, just a little bit of extra damage as well.
And
good chase potential.
None of TT have a 5-second BKB yet. Like they all have fairly good durations. They have 7 seconds. They have one even longer, I believe, 8 seconds on Wraith King. So they're still pretty fit for fight. It's much longer than 5 seconds for sure. And that's really all it needs to be. If you can outlast the enemy in a team fight, that's fine.
And when the enemy has 5-second BKBs, Shadow Demon becomes king, right? Like half your BKB duration just get blunted by a good disruption, and that's what we saw last time.
Oh god, Abyssal Blade on Wraith King now.
Yeah, Quakefa did go for AC, by the way. He didn't go for the Shivas.
He went for AC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they are against the Elder Titan, right? So AC is still obviously very good. So now they have the Vlad's aura and they have the AC aura on top of that. And I believe they have a mech too.
And they could almost have the refresher now as well over on Pycat. He could sell and buy it if he wants to sell the Midas. And I almost think he should. They have so many key items already finished up right now.
I mean, I think the only way you're losing this game now if you're Tinker is you get caught without buyback. So I think I would say for buyback here. Oh, here comes a jump on EGM. That's a tough kill. His entire team, though, is not nearby. They get one quick kill. Can they get a second? Here comes Sing Sing. He's coming in, trying to rescue his support, but they get actually one kill. The Rav's going to come through. It hits on 2 target. The Doom, it's going on BZZ. He has to fight his way out, but he's going to get melted down very quickly. Still critting, still working on some damage. Meanwhile, on the back line here, it's Quakefa doing a lot of damage as well. He's also dropping fast. G out of mana at this point. He's looking for more. The overload charge will come through. They somehow win a fight without the Wraith King, and it's retreat time for Team Tinker. No Doom, nothing available. BZZ buys back. It's going to be OTA. I feel like you have to just win the game right here now.
Yeah, PA is running down mid as well, and as you say, without PA still so strong, 5-man alive against the 2 only of Team Tinker.
Backdoor region.
I mean, there's no buyback available right now, so just keep going.
Yeah, clear up the creep wave.
How did you say they were gonna lose the game again? No buyback?
No buyback.
Yeah, seems to be the case.
I mean, they are winning the fight so hard. VP had to kill EGM twice, but that's exactly what they did because EGM was...
Sedoy?
Sedoy's got a heart. He's like, you know what, return damage, doing some work. He's going to pop the BKB. And at the very least, he's distracting the entire team going bottom. Meanwhile, the rest of his team is actually going up top. Looks like this... Oh my god, G comes in from a mile away. Meanwhile, Storm, I mean... They're still distracting, right? I think the top racks is down by now. No, it looks like it's not. They're focusing on Pycat. Pycat still has buyback, so he's not too worried. Meanwhile, the blink forward, they're critting him down. Pycat might have to need to buy back for... In fact, he will buy back right now. Tidehunter blinks away. The rack's fully exposed. Sadoy doing so much work. The melee goes down. The range creep... Oh my goodness, there's such a big creep wave. G goes up top. This could be Megas. The last rack stands alone. It's only down to about half HP. Sadoy says, I see the objective. I see this. I'm going to take the last rack. It's Mega Creeps. And Virtus Pro, they're running. They need to get out. Because keep in mind that there is no buyback on Phantom Assassin. G, out of mana, this one gets one hit. Sure, I imagine he has buyback. BZZ recommits for the Tidehunter kill. I'm not sure if that's actually the right choice. He could actually die. Just kidding. All right, he just got 1,700 crit. Still have to make it home, though.
Okay,
he's actually getting focused by everybody, losing a ton of health. Is this the reverse throw? Blink to your ally, please. He's still fighting. He's looking to fight. He's dead. There's no buyback. What is this game? The drama's real. Sadoy trying to run home, but he's actually he's taking so much damage. Soul Catcher.
Oh, God.
50% amp. There's a little bit more minus armor. He's also dead. Okay, now you just route the line down mid and go.
Yeah, there's a small timing window now. Just go. Don't wait.
Oh, there's so many creeps.
There's so many creeps, but Wraith King
I
is
don't
also
think
really
they
strong.
can, really.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, Storm and Sky are definitely gonna respawn. There's buyback over on Storm and Center as well. Yeah, I mean, it's a dream, right? Team Tinker is a team with a dream right now.
Dude, Tidehunter buys Deso. Like, he knows when he gets there, the minus armor is good.
Sing,
except,
sing.
is he gonna get there?
I mean, he's going for the value.
Okay,
They're gonna reach the base.
Aftershock, go do some work.
I love the new creeps, by the way.
Yeah.
Like the new models. Really
They almost
cool.
look like they have bristleback passive.
Yes.
Yeah, the range creep at least.
Okay, go. Time for a Trash Can Wraith King.
Trash Can Wraith King. Well, they
not a flame to the player.
Okay, Wraith King's FUG has been destroyed. Well done, creeps. But here it comes. 50 seconds. There's buyback on Centaur.
I mean, this is impossible, really, but they gotta keep going anyway.
Look,
He
man,
is dead at least.
You just get some crits, right? You're the Wraith King.
Get some crits.
Get some crits. Are they gonna go for the throne?
They're
gonna
going
try.
for kills, man.
Okay, all right. Skyraft Mage is gonna be the target. BKB's there. They get okay. That's a big crit. That's pretty good. Immediate buyback on Skyraft. Meanwhile, G he picks off Koifa. Koifa does have buyback. G still just baiting with them. Ravage hits on like creeps and stuff. Did they get the kill? I'm not sure who they were focusing. They're focusing on Sadoi. EGM dies. He's got the reincarnation. It's Pycat. He's in the fight. He's golden, but he actually hasn't found a good Doom target yet. They bring down one more. That's Sadoi. Sadoi does not have buyback anymore.
Never mind the Rex. You need to go.
Go for the throne. They see the Skyraft. They are going to get the Skyraft. Deso, Tidehunter, Never and Dota. They're going on the T4s. Keep mind PA's back very soon. All right, PA's back.
Okay, their
looking
base
for the crit.
is actually falling.
They have Doom.
The delete Dota.
They're getting backdoor.
Oh, no, the backdoor's going to be there. G is already doing so much work, and that's going to be GG.
I like the split screen.
Oh my goodness.
That-
Game 1, World 2, Virtus Pro.
I think Lumi just woke up. He won't be able to sleep tonight. The wub is real and well played. Virtus Pro finally taking this game. I mean, that looked a little bit shaky though.
I mean, to be honest, there was a stage where it really felt like VP should have won no matter what, right? So, in a way, this happened in the VP versus VP.Polar matchup earlier.
Right.
Where they basically had a matchup where they should have won. They were like 20,000 gold ahead or something like that. Or I think that was VP.Polar who had that lead, and then they kind of lost
I'm pretty sure Pycat is explaining what the fuck is this Lincoln's on PA to his team right there.
Well, also though, like you said that there's a stage where VP should have won no matter what. I felt like after a certain point, they had a stage for Team Tinker that they should have won no matter what.
Yeah.
Except that what was not having buyback.
I think EGM actually bought an entire Abyssal Blade, and then he was not with his team, and then he died, and that was basically what gave 2 sets of racks to VP.
I think normally on a Wraith King with a Blink Dagger, you say, all right, I'm going to survive at least long enough where my team gets in, but they just bursted down him so quick.
Yeah.
Insane. What a game.
What a game. I mean, it was pretty exciting to watch, and I mean, we talked about it before. These two games, these two teams rather, they would be very even, and they showed that here. Not really maybe the kind of even that we were expecting, but both of them making mistakes, and therefore both of them profiting from those mistakes and actually getting well back on top of the game. Both of them. Actually, for Team Tinker, one of their major moments was when Quakefight was able to get 2 successful kills on the Storm, and then they took a Roche fight, which they actually won. Could they have just ended the game after that? Or like, did they make mistakes after that? Or was it just Virtus Pro playing solid?
It's tough to ask that TT could have gone more aggressive, because the more aggressive you play, the more likely it is the Storm is going to punish you. If you push close to a tower without having your ultis ready, without having 5, I mean, you could quickly just throw away the game entirely.
Yeah.
So
I think they actually tried to go aggressive.
Yeah.
Remember they're pushing the T2 top where EGM blinked in and started initiating?
Yeah.
And then that didn't work. They're like, all right,
But
all right.
he initiated on, but
Yeah.
he initiated on the Centaur.
Right. Well, the thing is, only the Centaur will show himself.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
Fair
sure
enough.
that for EGM it's fine to go on whoever there, but it was such a spread out fight. They played on the like around the shrine instead of being close to the Wraith King. They need to group up around him in a way, because they were running ES and they were also running Tidehunter, so they need to have clustered team fights, is what I believe.
I mean, I think that's why EGM went in, right? Like, you go on a hero and you try to force the other team to go on you, so you get a better Ravage. Or the other team maybe pops BKBs a little bit prematurely, and then you get good counter initiation with your Echo and your Ravage. And then he was like, wait a minute. Okay, I actually
Team
just
not
died.
here.
Yeah, team is not
I'm
here.
alone.
Well, the teams are not there right now either because they're on a break, and that's where we're going to go. Nice segue, thanks. But we are going to go on a break. The teams are getting a moment to either catch some air or just discuss what just happened. We're going to go see the second game of this series, the last series of the night, very soon, and we'll see you right after this.
transform your state of mind. State of mind.
Welcome back to the Asus RG Dream League. We're here live once again, and perhaps even for the last time today with our last series of the day. It is Team Tinker taking on a Virtus.Pro Classic, and it is Virtus.Pro that is one game up thus far. So we'll see if they can continue their streak and actually make it a 2-0, or if, of course, Team Tinker is going to force out a third game. And as you can see, there's an empty spot right there because it's late, and Lumi, he couldn't manage, he couldn't deal with it. So I'm left by my lonesome, which is very sad.
Yes. Shiver, please step in, carry us.
I will, I shall, and I will also make sure that you see what's going on his screen right now, because there is a draft going on, and that's why we're going straight in there. We do not want to miss any time. And once again, it is Team Tinker on the Dire side with first pick, which, by the way, they've had every single game today.
That's quite amazing. I mean, working out fairly well for him, but not in the last game, obviously. And their first pick every single game has been a hero that you love, Shiver.
Yay, Tidehunter. Ooh. Original joke, Wagger. Never heard that one before.
You're welcome.
I
Feel
sense
free
some
to use it.
PJ Salt in that response right there, to be honest. That's up there with my he denied the Aegis response. You know? All right, so VP obviously starting with a really strong opening 2 here. At Team Tinker, they've definitely gravitated towards much less Panda, much more Tidehunter.
Yeah. And this is the same way that the draft went last game as well. Started out with the same heroes being picked up. The bans are also identical, I believe, because VP banned the Vengeful and Ogre before as well. And DP Stark, yeah, it's actually identical so far, entirely. So we'll see who's going to be the first to deviate from what happened last game.
Well, it should be Team Tinker, right? Because their draft didn't really work out.
I don't know if it was their draft didn't work out per se. I still think they could have won that game.
Also,
I mean, the biggest thing, like EGM dying without buyback after buying an Abyssal Blade when you're at that stage in the game and the other team is walking down middle lane, I was like, questionable choices.
Yeah, I was just about to flame him a little bit for that as well, because he had 6,000 gold, bought the entire Abyssal Blade, died, they lost the game straight away. And it doesn't feel good when you're the one that did that. So obviously, pretty unhappy spot for him. Legion Commander did get picked up though by Team Marino Tinkerino this game.
It's kind of interesting to me because prior to the LC having a BKB, now this could be safe lane LC, right? Because we know PyCat plays it.
Definitely.
So it could be an earlier BKB than we're expecting, but I still feel like it's inherently risky to pick him just directly into a Skywrath for the same reason that you would want a Skywrath on your team if you were playing an LC, and that's of course that the Mystic Flare is still pretty terrifying for you. But once he gets BKB, it's fine.
Yeah. I mean, as soon as Legion Commander has BKB, it's a terrifying hero to go up against. But what are they gonna combo it with? Also, every team is respecting VP a lot in terms of G's heroes. Second phase is always banned towards him. First phase quite often as well, but his Zeus has been banned in like every single game today in the second phase.
And as mentioned actually during the previous game, he's one of the more stable, solid performing mids, so no surprise that respect is given. Actually, one of the things that surprises me is the Legion Commander here, because they have run it as a mid a bit. I'm wondering if they're going to get the time to get the BKB up, as you mentioned, if the supports of Virtus.pro are not going to be too aggressive for that, because they tend to roam around a lot.
Well, maybe, but we also saw what can happen when roam kind of backfires. Sure, you get the rotations going, but if you roam too much very early on, the enemy offlaner gets more space, and Centaur really did a lot of work with the space he was given in the last game, so... Like, ganking is fine, but you still want to try and secure a nice lane equilibrium on your safe lane, because else, you know, Sing struggled to keep up pace with Centaur, but could not in the early game there.
Yeah. And Virtus.pro actually going for something that we haven't seen them run at all today, and it's going to be a Viper. When I think of G as a player, when I see him on heroes like Viper and Death Prophet, I kind of just... It's not that he's bad on them. I feel like they're wasting his potential, you know? But in a way, sometimes you just kind of have to pick a hero that fits the draft, and Viper, if you feel like you have to pick a mid, is a very stable one. He doesn't really lose many matchups. He's still relatively hard to gank, even if he has abysmal movement speed.
Yes.
So.
Do you think there's a chance that we're going to see Seedoy playing the Viper and still have a typical G hero picked up and BCZ on something else? Or maybe even BCZ on the Viper instead?
I would much rather see Seedoy play the Viper, or maybe, as you say, BCZ, in terms of who takes what amount of farm. I would still prefer to say BCZ take most of it, of course. But yeah, I agree with Draskell completely that G shines so much on some of the more aggressive heroes like Queen, Zeus, Storm. Hell, even DP he can make aggressive in many ways. It's a static pusher and boring in many ways, but you can be aggressive walking in with the Exorcism and make some cute plays, and he definitely has done so. Witch Doctor, gonna be a pickup here for Team Marino. Death Ward, pretty good along with the Ravage and Jewel combination, but so far, I must say Virtus.pro have a pretty impressive lineup. Very tanky, hard to dive into. Let's see how this Legion Commander works out.
Yeah, I think, honestly, LC is a good pick in most games. There's very few times where I think that the LC is just not strong in some way. And we talked about how Team Tinker probably are going to prioritize it as a farming LC. So I think, I don't think has Sing ever played it on Team Tinker?
Who?
Sing. Has he ever played LC for Team Tinker?
Not that I've seen, no. And it would surprise me if he has. BZZ Gonna go back for his same hero again. So still 3 out of 4 heroes, the same as in the previous game for Virtus.Pro.
Why change a winning team?
Yeah, exactly.
It worked out once.
And PA is also extremely strong against Legion Commander since she cannot turn off any of her spells anymore. It was so different when you could turn off both the crit and the blur, but now if you duel a PA, you're still in a very tough spot to win that duel.
Yeah. Actually, before I felt it was way too good against PA because you get dueled, you're auto dead.
Oh yeah.
Like even if you have more items than the LC, because the evasion means so much more to you than it does for other heroes that you just kind of flop over. So
yeah.
Oh, Team Tinker going for the AM. All right, I actually like that pick a lot.
So it's definitely gonna be Pycat playing AM, is what I would assume.
Maybe
here.
it's Koikfa LC.
Yeah, Koikfa LC does fit, you know, the profile for how he plays and so on quite well. Even if Pycat likes to play LC as well, a lot of these players have good versatility. And Sing Sing.
Phantom Assassin versus Anti-Mage. Wouldn't you favor Phantom Assassin a bit since she prioritized Basher over Anti-Mage going for a Battle Fury first?
In a very strict 1v1 scenario, usually the PA wins. But it's not necessarily about who wins the fight because the AM's not going to be trying to fight. You know,
he
the
wins
AM,
the war.
Yeah, the AM basically goes for the battle of attrition where he's like, I'm going to continually push all your lanes. You have only one method of killing me at this point, and that's if the Skywrath catches me with a silence. And then maybe I get killed by like an initiation by a PA and a Viper, right?
Yeah.
So outside of that, the AM doesn't really want to fight, especially against an Elder Titan, because he's one of those heroes who never buys any flat armor. He goes like Manta, Butterfly later on, he gets Heart. His effective HP is really high, so long as he's not afflicted by natural order, which if he goes to
I really wish he buys the Vlads though. That value is undervalued in many, many games, and many people skip it. But against so much Elder Titan, there's really no excuse to do so. And as you said, playing against a team with no stun, I mean, you could count the Echo Stomp as a stun, but when you're anti-mage, not actually a stun, because it's so easy to play around.
Yeah.
That's the dream right there. You will be so hard to control in a team fight. You can go on Elder Titan, you can go on Skywrath. Omni Knight is the last pick here. Very, very scary game for VP, I feel. Sure, you have pretty good late game against AM, but if you don't have some impressive impact early on, AM gets his Manta, BF, and Vlads up, the fights are going to be very difficult to take.
If you're a Skywrath mage in this scenario and you imagine a bit of a team fight where everybody's there, who are you going to prioritize for the silence?
I guess Tidehunter is first, because Ravage. But other than that, it's like AM pretty much every time. And you just try to go on him first and foremost. And I like the Shadow Demon pick. It gives him a built-in purge, which they didn't have before. Nobody on the side of Team Tinker was going to make a Diffusal Blade anyway.
Yeah.
And even though like it's not great against what VP have for the purpose of making illusions, but still having defensive disruption to be able to save your AM if he ever gets into a really bad fight, or maybe your LC duels and then, oh well, he's not going to win the duel, we can just save him instead.
And overall, I mean, a hero that they have run 2 games already today, and now they get to pick SD into Omni Knight, which is fairly good counter, to be honest. Just removing Repel and GA from the Phantom Assassin. So works out pretty well for them, I believe, in terms of the draft.
Well, and I love that EGM is actually the one playing the Shadow Demon, who is of course a bit of a greedy support.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, since there was an upgrade for the Aghanims, are we going to see that? Because you just mentioned 2 spells that you want to purge, and I can imagine that you want to have as many purges as possible.
And you get 3 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have never seen it competitively, the Aghanims SD. I have played it though, and it's a dream. It's really fun to play, it's so useful. And against an Omni Knight, I could totally see it being worth buying. Not just because you remove the GA, but you slow everyone down so much when they dive in, or just throw everyone, or every single charge on a PA if she doesn't have BKB. Works pretty well as well.
It's actually just like 12 seconds of being purged, and you just can't do anything. It's very, very frustrating. I've played it against it a handful of times, and it is an absolute nightmare. But I wanted to kind of reiterate that Team Tinker, even though they have like Tide Ravage, Death Ward, stuff like that, their team fight's strong, but against Elder Titan, if the PA gets even a little bit lucky, your AM will explode during a late game. There's not really much you're going to be able to do to stop it. So I think for a very long time, Team Tinker are going to be more than happy just avoiding engagements. Like, just get your core items up. Like, try to get the AM as much farm as humanly possible. And I don't know if Pycat is a supporter of the Battle Fury Vlad's then Manta build, or if he wants to just go for Manta straight away and try to play it more aggressive. But again, I feel like Vlad's is still really solid, like you had mentioned it, Wagga, just for the sole purpose of having some armor, because otherwise you're going to have none.
It's also, I would argue that Vlad's is a faster farming item than Yasha. If you get Battle Fury into Vlad's, you can just say that I'm never going to base, I can farm Ancients already, no matter how big a stack is, I can clear it, and you also put yourself in a little bit safer spot because your armor is good, and you get the mana that you need. Because even with perfect thread switching, with Battle Fury alone, you will run out of mana if you farm effectively.
Yeah, it's true.
Speaking of the lanes a little bit here, Team Tinker trying to run some dual lane here, probably just hoping that there will be overcommitment onto the Tidehunter. And maybe they could find a kill on the Skywrath, but he does get maybe not scouted out yet. Either way, very hard to find anything here for Shadow Demon.
Yeah, I don't think they saw the Shadow Demon yet, have they?
No.
Oh, no, they have.
He's been, yeah, they saw him right there, pinging him out. So that was the first time they actually saw him. Mid lane, though, I mean, you're running a Legion against Viper. That's a tough lane. And while G might not shine on a hero like Viper, he definitely knows how to punish a weak matchup like this.
Yeah. I would definitely say that this is maybe the weakest point of Team Tinker's draft is this mid matchup. The off lane is not going to go great, but I don't think it's going to go horribly either. I mean, Sing's going to be able to get his experience. He's already got a wand, so it'll be pretty easy for him to spam a little bit of anchor smashing here. And I think with VP last picking Omni Knight, they were totally okay conceding safe lane farm to an AM. So they obviously have a pretty good amount of confidence in that they'll be able to deal with it.
Yeah. Unless Bulba gets a pull off here, looks like Sidoi will get some experience out of this. Already a ping or a drawing as well of EGM's rotation here towards the mid. It is known by the Omniscience.
I think one of the things to really look out for is the 4-minute rune and see if G gets it, because if he gets a haste or an invis rune at that point, basically that's his game starting rune to actually get going in his aggression, which we already mentioned that he likes a lot. But if he doesn't get a rune like that, I'm kind of worried for him if he can play the game like he wants it to.
They're trying mid. Can they get the body blocks? Like, that's the only way they're gonna do anything here.
No, he actually just wants to kill EGM instead. All right, he's dead.
God, G, the confidence just turns around like, okay, you were out of bounds, slow. SD punishes him so hard.
That's why ganking a Viper is not really one of the most logic things to do.
It's also tough. How do you gank for a Legion at level 4? I mean, what does Legion do in that scenario? He tried to heal up Dusty to make him run away faster, but didn't actually change anything.
Well, I think it's also important that G actually decided to go an extra point into Nether Toxin. We've seen so many Vipers just going 1-1-3 every game. Like, absolutely no change whatsoever, just same thing every single game. And it doubles the effectiveness of the ability just by getting it to level 2, and that's why he killed him.
Yeah.
Like, that last hit would not have killed him if he had level 1 Nether Toxin.
Oh, definitely not.
In the meantime, Pycat's having a decent time up top, but compared to the PA on the bottom lane, they're actually being kept quite even.
Yeah, and it's dangerous if Pycat gets less farm than Viper on mid lane, because, you know, it's always tough to carry when the enemy mid laner is farming more than you. Something we saw previously in the Medusa game and so on. You don't want to fall behind the enemy. It doesn't really matter so much what number you're at.
Regen rune, sadness.
Yeah.
And good rune control, by the way, from Team Tinker. They had the previous set as well. Meantime, top lane, got some action. Let's see the block. Oh, the block is perfect. Sidoi has got no place to go. He will die here, and Team Tinker will get their first kill on the board. There we go.
Yeah. EGM also had the attack animation there to get lasted, cancelled it to give away to Pycat.
Like a good support should.
Like a good support should, yes.
Yeah.
Dazzle, take notes.
Indeed. That's a reference to the Dota 2 reporter guy. The run sheet animations.
So, Yol really wants to harass Sing Sing. Sing Sing is level 4 and he's like, well, you're just a little Omni Knight. I should be able to anchor smash you away, but he's pretty persistent about trying to keep Sing away and out of experience range. Either way, the laning stage is not being that horrible for Team Tinker because they are catching up now on Legion Commander. And more important than anything, is just how well can you make things happen when you get your Blink Dagger. If she's a little bit behind the Viper in CS, that's fine.
Oh, Sing Sing in a lot of trouble. Will get silenced up. They're chasing him down. He will end up dead. Tries to do what he can, but to no avail. Maybe Yul? Nope. Yul stays alive. EGM and Bulba came here though, but they're not going to get anything in return by the looks of things, or they're going to try. Soul Catcher comes off as well,
Blink
but
is
he
there.
can just jump away.
Yeah. Surprised that Bulba didn't go for that kill there as he stunned up the Omni Knight. He was down to 38 HP.
One hit would have done it.
Yeah, I think one hit would be just fine as he, well, maybe 2 hits.
I don't know. I mean, to me, making a play like that, he had no stout shield either, right? I think it just means that maybe he's a little bit shaken up after last game. I don't know. I think that that's a free kill that he just didn't get.
Pycat missing 4 creeps on the tower, struggling a little bit.
Rune. I like it.
Yeah. G trying to
Instantly
find
goes
if he
top.
can do something.
Well, Pycat has got a blink, but he has to blink into the forest because I think that G would not be afraid to dive
G
a tower.
runs into EGM though.
Oh, that's a free kill. Oh, did you not see him? The nighttime vision.
He ran in to take the stack instead of running straight back to mid. He would have run into him. EGM gonna get out just fine.
He did see the stack. I wonder if he's going to go back for it later on to see if he can steal it from Koikfa, who is, of course, it is stacked for.
Yeah, it's tough though as a Viper to really go out. You're very, very bound to your lane. Top lane, Pycat gets the hammer, smacked down by the staple gun.
Yeah, you got some help there from Jonathan and Skyraz.
Yeah, Silence doing quite a lot of work, and this is tough. He already had pretty tough time keeping up with Viper and PA. I mean, he's fairly even, but dying once sets you back so much in a game like this.
Yeah, especially when you're the hero who pretty much wants to be ahead more than any other hero in Dota. An AM who is ahead is a happy AM because it just means that it forces the other team to commit a lot more than normal to being able to kill you. And if you're at a point where your Manta timing is extremely delayed, the longer the Skywrath stays a threat to you, the harder it is for you to create space for your team later on when you need to. Like we're talking 25 minutes and onward, you should be able to be by yourself pretty much all the time, making VP react to what you're doing. And if your start is not good enough, it delays that by a good margin, and that is just not going to work out for Team Tinker.
If you were assuming even farm, who comes online earlier, I think, AM or PA? That
Well,
would
the
be
PA for fighting purposes, without
Yeah.
a doubt. Like it's not even close because you have a built-in 50% evasion, you have a crit as well. Like given the same farm and both heroes like level 16 or something like that, or level 11 even, the PA most of the time would win the fight.
Yeah, almost always I would say even items PA is better, but AM does farm so much faster if he gets the Battle Fury and Kellan Glade going and just run into a jungle. But he's not really snowballing this game, and it is dangerous if VP...
double damage Omni Knight. Here he comes.
This. The chase.
Did he skill his aura? Oh, he actually uses the Ravage for that. Yol is gonna get dueled. That's some extra damage right there for Koikfa. They won't be able to find BZZ anymore, but that's a good rotation for Koikfa. Free damage.
Oh yeah, you'll take it any day of the week, getting that 10 damage out of the first gang. It gives you a nice momentum into the rest of the game. So, of course, this might make it easier to keep scaling. He is currently sitting about 400 gold away from his Blink Dagger. But this Elder Titan is bullying the support so hard on top lane. Really being a nuisance.
Yeah, he's going the old school build as well. Right now he's got max spirit, 3 points into natural order, no stomp at all.
Yeah.
Which I find a little bit interesting. Like, I understand having the impact of just Soul Ring, boom, instant, like guaranteed damage, and you can tell that Pycat and EGM are having a nightmare of a time with this. Oh, they're actually going to kill EGM too.
Dear God.
The harassment.
I mean, that's where the
Lethal.
strength is, right? But even with 1 or 2 less points in a natural order, having 1 point in the stomp, I think, is really valuable.
And all this time, I mean, G is just farming middle. It's not the type of G that we're used to, but he is doing a solid job. Actually now has Koikfa back on the lane with him, but he's just farming away, almost got his mechanism ready.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you, Draskell, but also you're going up against a mana burner, and he did kill him previously by kind of punching him down during a silence and slow from Skywrath.
Yeah.
So just removing his base armor by maxing out your natural order is perfectly fine as well. I think both choices would be okay.
Okay, he's actually just going to staple him. Wow, hits for 200 damage almost. All right, he's going to eat a cask here. Do they have the damage to kill? Disruption in the back.
They
Jotum is
cannot
going to
go
get
on
caught
him.
out, but yeah, you can't go any farther. He needs to just back up.
Yeah, you will get stapled. Oh, Pycat, you're dead.
Aggressive blink. Oh.
Okay.
Oh, Pycat.
Oh, that hurts.
You cannot go into this Elder Titan. He's a monster.
No.
You have to be careful about that.
BCZ
PA
was there as well.
Okay, PA almost in range to chase, as you say.
All right, that was manly.
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 Let's say manly. Oh, speaking of manly, Koikwa trying to find a duel here against Jodam, but
The
can he do it?
crits? He needs another crit. All right, he didn't get it.
Yeah, not gonna find it, but they did force a TP back, and that's some pressure to mid tower straight away. They also see the AM. Gonna see him now as a TP top, so this tower goes down without contest.
Yeah, surprise blink dagger coming out for Koikwa, or at least surprise because Virtus.pro hasn't seen it yet. So I'm gonna be seeing if he can actually get a good duel off with that one, and he smokes up for it as well. So.
Yeah, trying to go along with Sing Sing and the Witch Doctor. Target
for
seems
the
to be
Omni
the
Knight.
poor Omni Knight. He was the damage last time. They're like, this guy, guys. I know
And he's
for a
almost
fact.
got his mana boots. Look at him lasting in the creeps. It's gonna be so sad.
Foolish support.
Oh, BZZ.
Oh, they're trying.
Here comes the duel.
He doesn't nuke first.
No, a Yul will die though, nonetheless.
Oh.
Or will he?
Oh
He
my
has
God.
a heal. He keeps himself up. Ravish coming up, but Yul's repelled. Can still live. Well, BCZ is actually going in. Sing Sing in some trouble. One more hit needed, and that's going to be the Viper taking him down. Koikwa, Bilba, and Sing Sing, they smoked up with the three of them. They don't even get a support Omni Knight.
Well, that was the noob duel though. No overwhelming odds and no press the attack. It's like only your right click without power treads. You're contributing nothing. You're saying, Witch Doctor and Tide, please give me this kill.
It was a bit naive.
I mean, it didn't really work out as they wanted, running into him there, and of course PA coming out of nowhere, but still, overwhelming odds takes no time at all to throw out.
Oh,
Mid,
Pycat.
Pycat, is it gonna go down here? Oh, he does.
That would be a yes.
3 deaths already, and so set back. I mean, ideally you would want to have almost, you know, at least 50 CS on top of what he has right now as an AM. You want to be ahead.
He doesn't have his Battle Fury though, so I mean, you're never going to get that level of CS without a Battle Fury early, I think.
Yeah.
But top lane, Sidoi, he's getting dueled here. Is he going to get a winner this time? No, the Omni Knight! The Omniscience is too strong! He actually gets the kill on Koikwa as well. EGM not level 6, he doesn't have Demonic Purge. He's going to actually block Yul with his...
Yul.
Okay, is Tinker on tilt? Like, what's going wrong for them? Because all the rotations they've made, like in the last few minutes,
It kind of feels like they are, actually.
Yeah, I would agree. Like, even without the deaths, if you look over to just how they have been playing, Pycat has been missing a lot of last hits under tower in this game. I'm not saying it to point out mistakes. I'm just saying that they're not playing the characteristic, you know, controlled. Because Pycat has also shown perfect games as lifestealer where he doesn't die a single time, farms every single creep. But it's just not that stellar performance in this game.
It's surprising. They need to just calm themselves, because, I mean, they have an anti-mage. They're definitely not out of this game yet, but the way this is going, Virtus.pro can just steamroll through. I mean, they've got the mechanism, the Viper. They can start taking down some towers real fast. They already got the tier 1 mid as well.
Yeah, G has not been caring at all about who's tilting or who's doing what. He's been hitting creeps and hitting heroes if they come in, killing the SD when he tried to gank him. And now the towers are just his to take, really, with the mech and point booster online. Great spot to be in for VP.
This is actually, I think, worst case scenario for an AM. Like, your tier 1s are dying. You don't even have your Battle Fury yet. You can't actually farm the woods that effectively.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a Quelling Blade either, which I think is a pretty big deal. Like,
Yes.
if you have to go back to the woods to farm, you kind of want a Quelling Blade, even before the Battle Fury, just because of how much effective HP it actually saves you while you're sitting in there.
True.
What do you do? Where do you farm? How do you go from here?
I mean,
Smoke
you have
guns?
to off-map farm, I think, for a while. I don't think farming lanes is really that viable right now, unless you're being backed up by, I guess, EGM or something like that.
He has to hide, because right now he can be ganked by so many different things. Like, the Skywrath obviously is his biggest bane, but there are so many dangerous things over on the side of VP. God doesn't really care right now, just pushing casually top with an Omni Knight behind him. I think he's pretty safe. He's gonna go and harass Sing Sing a little bit. Oh, they actually find out Sidoi here. Duel is on, and this should be a win this time. Committing hard to it, but they get the damage as well.
Yeah, and Pycat actually the one with the killing blow, so
Oh, they see Jodam. They might get a second kill here. Are things looking up for Team Tinker?
It seems like it. Jodam tries to do what he can, though. He actually might be giving a kill to BCZ. He did.
those crits. The heal actually not going to do much damage here, but EGM is going to be dying to BZZ. It's now a 2 for 2, but Pycat's made it out, and now he has this Battle Fury. So even still, like going even in terms of trade, they traded 2 supports for 2, well, an offlaner and a support. So that's definitely beneficial to Team Tinker, and their AM secured his Battle Fury because of that.
Yeah, and they were behind by like 5,500 gold and even more actually, and more experience. So trading even in terms of kills is fine, but with VP being stronger, they're gonna take a tower as soon as anyone dies, really. So all the tier 1 towers already gone. Battle Fury is up, as you mentioned, but this is one of the hardest spots you can be in as an anti-mage.
Yeah.
They have at least Sing Sing with this Blink Dagger now and a Side Hunter, so that might be helping create some space, as they say, but there's not really any backup for Blink Ravage at this point, apart from the Legion Commander, which...
I mean, Death Ward is okay with it. I still think they have enough damage to actually get a kill. Like, you have Death Ward, you have Demonic Purge, keeps you in range of the ward for a really long time. So if you do manage to take a good team fight, I do think that Team Tinker can definitely come back. It's just going to be hard, because the problem with off-mat farming is you never apply any lane pressure, as we're going to have to see somebody potentially tanking the gank here. It's a 4-man smoke from VP, and they barely miss Bulba. Looks like they want to try to go for Pycat instead. They have vision, it's daytime, but do they actually have the silence? Yeah,
this time he gets out, but they do get EGM instead. He walks in, and it's gonna go to BZC. Sing Sing blinks in really aggressively. Maybe they could even punish this, but diving a Tide, never really what you want to do. Can he go on Bulba? He wants to.
All right, that's a Midas.
Okay, he got the repel. He's gonna go here.
Well, what are they going to do, really? I mean, they can duel him, but...
Yeah, they're just going to walk back, so it's fine.
His repel's almost off. Perhaps that's their cue to actually go in. They're still dancing around each other here, but in the end, I think VP is backing off.
VP want to make their way to a tower and just pressure. They do have 2 creeps alive, more than enough to start pushing down the tower. Pycat has been hijacking, though. Very good presence of mind, just doing that as soon as possible as a carry. But with the mech here, of course, VP could just be very aggressive and push. But maybe they want to take it a little bit safer.
Well, if they don't have a creep wave, they're not going to be able to push, because Pycat cutting the wave, I think, is maybe even a better option than off-mat farming. Because if you cut the wave and you see a hero TPN, the only thing that can kill you is Skywrath, really. I mean, that's the one thing they have to worry about. So you'll always see him coming during the day. If you're between like a tier 1 and a tier 2, you should see him.
This could be a big gank down here on bottom lane. They did see PA very quickly, and the rotation is there. They're gonna go for the blink duel. He does use the overwhelming odds and the nuke. There we go.
Oh my god, buy the Battle Fury before you die! He got it. Alright, cool.
Yeah, so
the courier had just gotten to the side shop when he died.
Yeah, but that's still a good pick-off and even more dual damage towards Koikwa, and I think he will need it in a game like this. AM, sure, he's gonna be your carry, but someone else has to create all the space and hold the tier 3 towers while AM struggles.
No, he can disrupt, maybe.
He just did
he just used it, never mind.
Oh, he's gonna... Yeah, okay, actually dies. There's double Null Talisman and max level on the Arcane Bolt, so plenty of damage. Mass TP to bottom lane. Wanna defend this. Of course, no way to catch the AM, though. So they only have the Skywrath, Silence, and, you know, a bit of slows and chase. But other than that, AM can play very aggressively in his farming.
I mean, VP have 2 Midases, right?
Oh, Joel gets dueled.
Oh.
The duels are real right now. That's a level 2 Joel win.
And it's starting to become eminent that the wards for Virtus.Pro, I mean, they are nice and aggressive, don't get me wrong, but they're getting caught out in their own jungle and they don't really have vision there, so that's become a problem.
Yeah, definitely. You want to try and keep the fights where you have your wards. Bulba gonna get jumped on crit immediately, the second crit as well. Okay, BZZ was not very nice to him right there.
Who did he bribe to get these crits? That's what I want to know.
Gavin.
Gavin, please.
Thank you for your purchase.
Maybe he sacrificed something.
I mean, this is nice counter move, though, from Team Tinker. I mean, they're pressuring mid. They just get a support picked off, but they're not just taking it on the chin, right? They're still managing to get something out of this.
Yeah.
And Pycat's farm is accelerating quite rapidly. Like, he was quite a bit behind. They're going to be able to steal this Ancient Sack, too. Press the attack coming out from Koikfa to give him a little bit of an edge in killing that. And he gets silenced, but there's no follow-up from VP.
Jot him more with the bad manner. Like, I don't like that you stole my Ancient Silence. No one really around to kill him, but Team Tinker, as you say, if they can clear up the map a little bit, start farming and pressuring lanes, you could potentially play around VP quite well. Yule Scepter completed.
Unless that PA gets an Abyssal Blade or something like that, if Pycat gets a Manta, then he becomes a little bit, I think, unkillable for a while, right?
A little bit unkillable.
Okay, totally unkillable.
Yes. That's true. He did opt to go for the Vlad first on AM. Something I like to see.
I like it, yeah.
Yeah. But the danger is you have no way to stop all this pressure. Oh, actually got dive onto EGM here. He disrupts himself, but there's nothing gonna turn any better.
He gets a Demonic Purge off just to show him that he could, but I mean, Virtus.Pro is putting on so much pressure. Perhaps they know that they're kind of on basically a time limit for the AM to start getting bigger and bigger, but for now, they're not letting go.
Yeah, G knows exactly how strong he is. He TPs into an AM and a Legion commander on his own under tower, saying like, you guys cannot kill me. I am this tanky. They do hold their top tower, but also they didn't take the tier 2 on bottom. Team Tinker holding on to that for now. A lot of heroes still sitting around though.
I mean, the nice thing too about having Vlad is that if Team Tinker ever win a decisive fight and VP are off their side of the map, it's Roshan for free.
Oh yeah.
Because you can actually kill it with just these items.
Yeah, no matter what HP you're at, Sing Sing on bottom, getting harassed a little bit. They still have the repel on PA and possible dives here. They're also running Midas on Omni, Midas on ET. Very greedy play by VP, but I think it's fine. Not sure about the Omni Midas, but maybe it's just to catch up his levels, because he has only level 9.
Well, Viper is almost back on the bottom lane as well, so it looks like Virtus.Pro will really want to have that tier 2 bottom, but they will lose their tier 1 top for it this time.
Well, they realize how important the map control is against a hero like AM. You basically don't want the AM to have any of his towers ever, because it means that you're obviously not going to have the vision, no protection. It makes it a lot harder to freely split push, because you're basically going to be by yourself the majority of the game.
Yeah, and it's the tier 2 bottom, which opens up Roshan a little bit, and they are going to go straight into it. They have the mech on Viper. Viper also tanking quite well. They have the blur. Not even that high level of blur right now, as he's only level 11 on PA. But looks like Team Tinker, they want to go for this. Can they scout it with SD maybe? This is going to be a tough fight. No Manta style finished.
Well, Sing, he's got Force Staff and Blink Ravage, so
yeah, maybe
if they want to go for this, they can try. But BZZ, he's repelled inside of the pit right now. They don't have lifesteal. They're going to maybe decide to go for this. Nope.
Okay, they need to get out.
They need to run, yeah. They need to run right now.
Window was missed.
They might be too late. It's a disruption, but that's delay of execution only. Perhaps he bought some time for his team.
Oh,
the Echo Stomp. Sing Sing and Wolba, they're gone for. Sing Sing tries to force step himself out still. Can they actually catch him? I think they might be able to. He's very fast though, and he will be able to blink away into safety.
Yeah,
I love the synergy between like the Aghanim's Viper, the PA Dagger, and the Elder Titan Spirit. Like you saw, normally there's no way you would be able to chase up in the high ground like that when you don't have vision. But because the Spirit's there and you have 2 extremely long range slows, it's just, oh yeah, free initiation. You're not going to get away.
Yeah, definitely. And that was 2 kills and Roshan, and they still have Aegis in their possession. So BZZ happily gonna go into a Basher build after this Battle Fury to try and stay relevant. But I think Team Tinker, they have to realize that they cannot win a flat-out 5-on-5. They're gonna try and go for a gank instead here on top. They have Koikwa, wants to get a duel off.
Oh, nice hoof stomp! Oh my god! And now in comes the rest, BZZ. He's gonna go on Pike, and the Ravage still goes out though. It's gonna be Seedoy that they will try to get first, but it's not gonna look good for Tinker, not at all. Legion Commander and Die just... Oh god, that hoof stomp.
Shiver with her worried face going on as soon as the hoof stomp comes down. What a beautiful triple hoof stomp. And Seedoy, I haven't been too impressed by him previously in like phase 2 and so on, but he has played really well today. Like in several of the games that they have played today, he has really just come together and shown dominance, because he played so well on the offlane this game.
CIS teams on land, man. They always seem to step up their game.
Yep.
Oh yeah. That's
I think they actually play better with an audience. I don't even think it's LAN per se, because phase 2 was technically a LAN.
Yes.
But it wasn't in front of a big audience. I think it kind of hypes them up. And
I said the exact same thing to Luminous, I believe in like the first game or something, that when there's a crowd right in front of them, and they can feel, you know, the presence, they definitely always play better.
They suck away their energy.
Exactly.
Okay, BZZ just
Take
hears
their
no
energy.
man. Okay, I thought he was going to go for that, but then I guess he saw EGM and decided not to. Would have been a tall order, I think, to go for that. But again, there's no Ravage on Sing, so...
God, the Aegis pressure, though. This is pretty hard to fight into if you're TT.
But they need to. Can they let their Rex go?
Oh, he gets purged. Do they have a heal for him? Yol is kind of far away. There we go. There's the heal.
Oh my God, the stomps are so good, setting up for everyone here. Choose your pick, PA. Just take someone. Both the supports getting stunned, just sitting there. Sedoy has played so well.
I don't think they can stop this, honestly.
No, I definitely don't think so anymore. So at this point, it's just damage control. Sure, you took the bottom tier 1 with Pycat, you're farming up. You will get your Manta Style before the next high ground push at least, which is the important part. Just don't die now for this top racks, because you cannot defend it.
40 seconds for another Ravage.
Oh, they're trying still, but this is not gonna end well.
Ooh,
he gets the blink off though.
Yeah, disjoints the auto attack, and that's gonna be one set of racks down in favor of VP. Almost no contention coming out from Team Tinker.
Could get a second tower here, but he's gonna go back as the PA comes in. He knows the Basher is too risky to fight against.
He did get that last, by the way, that you were talking about. So sitting on 2,200 gold as well. So has his Mantle Style almost done.
I mean, I think this is a perfect example of what we were saying, though, is like, if the AM doesn't get ahead in farm, like say, for instance, Pycat had Manta for that push, they would have very easily fought that. Like, they would have been able to go in and at least try to make something happen, right? Because Yol have been repelling BZZ the whole time. So you can go in, maybe jump the Omni, try to go for a kill like that, because you don't die that fast unless you get RNG to death. But, I don't know. I think also in another way, it's actually just insanely difficult for Pycat to ever fight an Elder Titan lineup.
Yeah.
Elder Titan sitting on 4k gold. No problem. Just casual. Offlane Elder Titan.
Yeah, he's so rich. The Midas.
I wonder if he just goes Hex.
Mid, pretty deep dive here with the Aegis, but EGM, there's no way to get away.
You actually just can't leave.
Yeah, I mean, PA has so low cooldowns. It's 6 seconds and 5 seconds. You put yourself down, you already reset her cooldowns, and she will keep chasing you. So
does he just buy Abyssal here?
He could. I mean, he could definitely, but maybe he just wants to keep his buyback. I think it would be perfectly fine to run down and buy it.
Is there a way for Team Tinker to win this without Virtus.Pro making mistakes?
Well, not without Virtus.Pro making mistakes, but even if they make mistakes, you have to punish them accordingly. Okay, that's very deep dive by BCZ. He wants to use his Aegis really badly.
Oh, the
well, he's not even going to have to, because he gets 4-stepped out. Tier 4 is apparently not doing that much against the evasion. He even evades the tower shot to keep the Aegis regen.
Yeah.
What a player.
Aegis, of course, gone, as you said. He's going to keep going aggressive, though, with the repel. Behind them is AM. Wants to go in with the Manta Style. Can they take a fight?
Oh, force that forward. No, the Sky Silence. He's not able to get the Ravage off. There's a new repel on the BZZ. It goes back in on the Bulba. That Mana Void.
Okay.
Pycat with a double. He gets thrown up in the air here. He's going to try to go for Sedoy. It's going to be a triple for him.
Really, really nice fight from Pycat, but he was still a little bit late and his team is dead, so it's the typical carry contribution, right? You can't blame him, though, but the two strong heroes are still alive.
First hit bash. Of course.
Yeah. Boba is there to bail out as well, but they could maybe just turn this again.
He's got another Manta in about 10 seconds
Legion
here.
Commander coming in as well. This could be a duel. Yes, this could be a dead G.
Pycat!
Or not.
Okay, Koikoi is like, where's my help?
Team Disruption saves his life for the moment, though, so that's good for him, but no kills in return for Team Tinker. Maybe they can get BCZ, but he can get a jump off on G.
Yeah, that's 3 stacks of poison on him. Not enough to kill him straight away right now. He's got to try and run away. Blink to the Viper. DD Rune just laying around. The Rune of Destiny right there. And with Omni coming in, they want to turn this.
Oh, Pycat, nice Manta on the silence. He's going for Jotum straight away. Sing with the 3-man Ravage. The coconut's bouncing everywhere. Yol couldn't get a spell off for some time. Eventually does get the heal. Double damage on G, just doing so much work. Sing used the Force Staff to get away. Is he actually? Nope, he's stuck. All right. He does end up dying here. And Pycat, he actually gets the kill on Yol as well. So, I mean, they're getting something out of this, but EGM, he might get chased down here. Another duel on a BZZ. They're going to get him. There's 4,100 gold here on Pycat. They're continuing this chase to Doi. He's going to stomp.
Dear God, they pressed the attack on Antimage.
All right, he bought all his items. Gold spent worth. It's nighttime. They don't see him. They don't know where he went.
Yeah, they have no clue right now. Even the ward's dying, but Sidoi taking a pretty safe path. So he's going to be just fine.
What's the team fight recap?
These fights, though, pretty amazing how well Team Tinker managed to turn it around, getting a lot of gold their way. This is a window for sure.
Yep.
Do you believe in the Lincolns in this game as opposed to last game?
To not get purged, yes.
Mm.
I mean, the only other thing on the team that eats the purge is duel, right?
Yeah.
And if you eat either one of those spells with repel on, I'd call that a win.
Yeah. It was an old build that people used to do on PA always, like pick Omni PA and just build Lincolns like first item because you don't need much items to hit hard.
Yeah.
This obviously a little bit more refined and better in execution. They have a full Assault Cuirass now though on Elder Titan. It's flying out. I think that's a massive difference in the team fights.
Oh yeah. Now your Vlad's armor does nothing. It's just, if you're around the Elder Titan, you do not have armor anymore.
Mm.
What item does Anti-Mage go for next? Would it be a heart?
I think he needs Basher, honestly. Like, if he wants to fight, he needs an item to hold people down.
Yeah.
Like, he needs to be able to blink in, Abyssal, maybe the Omni, for example, and then just blow him up.
But he
Very
still
little
dies so
time.
fast.
Yeah, he's gonna buy up something before going into a fight. Probably just a Basher straight away.
He
and
could
join
go
the
Heart,
fight.
too, actually.
Yeah, but there's no time to complete it before this push. And he doesn't buy anything. He wants to buy back, I guess.
Yeah, it's definitely good. Here comes Pycat. He wants to go on the Skywrath. He's doing a little bit of damage, but he's going to be forced back. Press the attack used by Koifa as well. He gets Viper struck by G. And with Manta down, I don't really think Team Tinker can look to fight. Like, he absolutely needs that to be up.
Yeah, range rack's definitely dead here. Maybe they can hold the melee, though. You don't want to get fully raxed.
For
EGM. I mean, PC deleted.
Yeah. PC just thrown out the window, basically.
PA is such a strong hero at just killing off any weak support out of position. Wants to go aggressive again, going on to Sing Sing here. And what do you really do when there's a repel PA diving onto your Tidehunter? He does not have buyback as well. He has no gold at all.
I mean, you can't purge him because it's going to get eaten by Lincolns, and you can't duel him because if you go into duel, you're just dead.
Yeah, if he sees anyone right now, he's going to jump again. AM goes in, gets bashed.
He gets the Mana Void off, not enough to kill. There's the GA. I think this is just going to be GG soon. Pycat, he does buy back, but Bulba's going to be dying again. BCC just does way too much damage.
Yeah,
Koifa, he gets a duel. Oh, God, the Omniscience. Believe it. That's a winner right there.
Are happy.
Godlike Viper.
Yeah, Koifa got TP into pretty much what is his death down here. Pycat, the double crit instant GG card.
That's a rampage.
Rampage. Okay, that means that it's Team Tinker that is going home here on the first day of the Asus RG Dream League, and the two Virtus.pro teams make it to day 2 against EG and Cloud9. What a game.
Well played, Virtus.pro, and Virtus.Polar as well, as they obviously played phenomenally today. Virtus.Polar only losing to VP. And yeah, that's it. What an impressive performance really by VP. I haven't always followed them as that strong, but it's as you said, in front of a crowd, on a LAN, they come together and they amaze me.
Yeah, it was a really nice performance, especially in the second game. It's just a matter of the AM being a little bit too far behind in the early game. Like, he obviously recovered very well. Pycat knows how to farm on the hero very quickly, but it's just because the Battle Fury and the Vlad's Manta timing was just a couple minutes too late. A lot of that stuff makes a drastic difference in how much impact you can actually have in these fights. So I think that was a really big part of it. And unfortunately, because of the Omni, even with the Shadow Demon being able to purge or repel from time to time, you're not always going to be able to do it when you need it, right?
Yeah.
So.
Was there anything in the draft you think that could have saved Viper, that they might have got outpicked, or was this a pure outplay?
I mean...
I obviously think VP played better, but I also think that their draft was just consistent pressure, right? So until the AM actually has his core items, like, you definitely want Battle Fury Manta minimum, and going for the Vlad's just a means to an end, because he had already lost so much map control by that point that if you just go Yasha, like, you can't farm Ancients with it. You really want to stay high HP, high mana, 24/7 on that hero. You don't want to go back. So I think it was kind of necessary, but I just think if he had maybe like 3 or 4 minutes quicker on his items, it would have been much different.
Well, I'm going to say that whenever you pick AM, if you don't get complete free farm on your lane, you're already in a struggle. Like, your game plan kind of has to evolve around the fact that you have free farm. And they did not even try that hard to secure the free farm. They were down on bottom lane trying to be aggressive with EGM. Then he attempted to gank onto mid lane. They were not prioritizing shoving away the Elder Titan. And you could see what happened to Zedoy. He was just like, okay, I'm up against the dual lane. I'm going to wreck you guys. And you died 3 times extremely early on your AM. There's no way you can carry in that.
True, and then you got a PA that is not needing to build a BKB because she got an Omni Knight by her side, and that will allow her to get up earlier, so her online timing was a bit earlier. And actually, we have got Jess on stage, and she's standing there together with G for a winner's interview.
Thank you, Shiver. So that second win seemed a little easier than the first one. I noticed that Tinker tried their little one strategy that PyCat mentioned. Do you guys see that strategy that they were doing and you were able to learn from that and adapt and kind of beat them, or did you have a different strategy in mind?
I'm really sorry to look stupid, but I didn't get what strategy we were talking about.
Oh, sorry about that. Previously, PyCat had said that they were a one-trick pony and they only have one strategy that they know. Did you guys pick up on that and learn to counter that?
As for me, I was just going into these games with the mind that I just will try to do my best and just play some Dota. It was a really hard day, and I really feel devastated now. Like, even before this game started, I really felt like super tired, so I just entered this game and just played some Dota, used some spells, fed a bit, and we just played. We expected them to first pick Tide. That's basically all what we know about them. Team Tinker were always super unexpected team, and they were always using the heroes that no one picks, but not picked not so often, something like that. So we just played Dota.
And I know you said you're tired, so I won't keep you long. But finally, like you said, it was a very long day, but you were able to come out on top, and you are headed onward with the competition starting tomorrow. How do you feel? Are you happy at all? Are you relieved, or are you just wanting to get home and get to sleep?
Winning feels a bit better than losing, you know?
Only a little?
Just a little, you know.
Great. Well, thank you so much, and congratulations on the great victory today. We're going to go ahead and throw it back to Shiver for the post-game analysis.
Thank you, Jess. And well, post-game analysis, I think there's little left to say. We're actually going to take a look at the brackets instead, because the brackets are going to be what we're going to see tomorrow. Well, it was 2 double elimination brackets over the weekend. And the first one is now completely done. So that means that the 2 Virtus.pro teams are going to be played tomorrow. What am I saying? I forgot what I was saying. It was we're going to be seeing the first half of the double elimination bracket tomorrow. Sorry, I got kind of confused by myself there.
And we get to see EG and C9 play. I've been looking forward to seeing this on DreamHack.
Oh, look at that. They even named the one against EG VP.Polar, so people know.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Can't they just like have their name tag be blue or something on the other one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wouldn't that be like a lot easier?
I'm all for as well.
Is it a branding thing? Is that why they won't change it?
It's well, the blue thing was fan-made, right?
Well, no, I don't even mean like using that particular one. I just mean changing like
the orange to blue.
Yeah, just change the orange.
I think that's a brand thing.
Super easy. Oh well, we tried.
You tried. You can make the bear blue though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, tomorrow, 13:30, so that's the same time as today, we'll be back and we're here with 4 best-of-3 matches, so it might even be longer than today. And actually, the first game tomorrow is casted by Matumba Man as well as Lumi and Shane, so definitely worth it to check that out, because I don't think we've heard him. I haven't heard him cast before, so I'm looking forward to hearing that.
Pretty certain it's probably his first cast ever. So
yeah, so that's going to be very exciting for us as well as for him probably as well. But that is on 13:30 CET, same time as today, and of course also thanks to our sponsor Asus and NVIDIA. Without them we wouldn't be here. But that's it. Any last words before we head off?
No, not really, man. I'm just happily impressed by VP throughout the entire day.
Yeah, agreed. I think a lot of teams have shown up, and I think tomorrow is going to be a good day. Yes. Good.
Tomorrow is going to be a good day. That is a great way to end the show. So with that, have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Hey, birds! I'm Edward, and I'm a tufted titmouse. I'm a pretty standard bird. Decent flyer, okay at nests. But my forte, a little thing called productivity. Look, I get it. We all have to work, tick things off the list. Emails, notes, presentations, expenses. But come on, man. I mean, you have to make time for the finer things in life. You're all stressing out about what you have to do next because you can't do it now. Progress isn't made by early birds, you know? It's made by modern birds like me. As for the rest of you, you're just making things difficult for yourselves. Always hunting for a recharge. Glued to your tiny screens, giving yourself a migraine while you try to write a novel with your thumbs? You birds are so old school. As for me, I got time on my side. A tablet when I want it, and a laptop when I need it. Now stop your flapping and get it done.
Get everything done on the fly. It's a laptop, it's a tablet. The Asus Transformer Book T100 with Intel inside.
I've got a laptop. Check out my laptop.
It's also a tablet.
I love my laptop.
The point is it's both.
You see this?
Yes, it's both.
Nice.